Chapter 1, Everything is Free, Everything is Free. Binjo City, night. There was no one on the street at midnight. However, the sign of the modification shop, "We can modify anything," is still lit. The store was crowded with people, and a cold voice was heard. "Boss Sue, your lease is about to expire. You can't delay any longer. If you can't pay the rent, we will have to reclaim your store according to the rules. I don't know how your modification shop can survive without a single modification core. Don't worry, I'll pay you the rent within this week." Finally, the rent collector was sent away. Su-chen returned to the cashier counter and sighed as he looked at the empty street outside. This isn't Earth, but the Star God world, a world where racing is highly developed. However, the vehicles speeding along the track aren't ordinary race cars, but fantastical creatures called mecha-girls. They usually look like human girls, but can transform into super sports cars on the racetrack. And he has been in this world for 3 months. I had thought I could keep the tuning shop afloat with the money I earned from hard labor. Now it seemed I hadn't thought that far. Even if he were Earth's top racing tuner, so what? No one in the world knew him. When he first came to this world and learned about the fantasy creature called Organic Girl, he was really shocked. But soon the shock turned into excitement. As a tuner, he is also a car lover himself. Who doesn't want their racing car to turn into a beautiful young girl? Wouldn't it be wonderful to hold the steering wheel during the day and hold the twin ponytails at night? He thought it would be easy to get a mecha girl of his own, but after learning more about it, he was scared off by the extremely high threshold. Driving license, this is the most basic. Secondly, the only ways to obtain the machine girl are through League Academy allocation, club distribution, and self-funded purchase. Purchasing a mecha girl requires a large sum of money, and the rarer the mecha girl, the more expensive it is. Furthermore, even if you have money to buy a mecha girl, it won't work. Some high-grade mecha girls still need to be approved by the other party. These 3 requirements alone are enough to stop 99.9% of people. So he learned his lesson and decided to solve the money problem first. He originally thought that he could make a fortune quickly by relying on his superb modification skills, and even gain the favor of a large number of mecha girls. However, due to his lack of fame, no mecha girls came to him for modification within 2 months of opening the shop. There was a driver who came to the store, but when he found out that he didn't have a certificate, he turned around and left. In this world, a tuner's certificate can only be obtained through strict academic assessment. How can he have the time to go to school now? No academic qualifications, not even the qualifications to take the exam. Now he is an illegal who has medical skills but no medical qualification certificate. Modify a mecha girl, activate talent I. There was a star map in Su-chen's mind. There were several dim stars in the map. Most of the stars were hidden in the nebula, and only one was exposed. Whenever the mind is focused on the first star, a row of star-shaped characters will appear. He rested his chin on one hand, his fingers tapping on the table. He sighed again. Can't you just activate it directly? Why go through all these twists and turns? This is obviously the golden finger that comes with time travel. However, there is no system interface and communication is impossible. If it were another time traveler, he would have activated the golden finger long ago. He is still stuck at the first step. Where can I get the rent? Should I continue to work at the construction site carrying bricks? Su-chen frowned and pondered for a while. Relying on hard labor to make money to maintain a modification shop is not a long-term solution. The most urgent thing was to activate the talent first, and find a mecha girl to modify it. But this kind of thing couldn't be forced, as each mecha girl was a powerful warrior. It would be impossible to knock one out with a club and then force a modification. It seems that's the only way. Su-chen narrowed his eyes and took out a whiteboard from the warehouse. As a top tuner, he shouldn't do something that lowers his own status. But he has no other options. We can only try our best to save the situation. It's very cold on North Street at 12 o'clock. Neon lights illuminate the asphalt road, cutting the late night streets into mottled light and shadow. Xingmeng walked alone on the empty street, her thin coat stuck to her body by the cold wind. Under the streetlight, her shadow was stretched very long, blending with the dark shadows of the tall buildings in the distance. She stumbled past a modification shop, the cold light shining on her pale face. She stood in front of the French window, staring at the girl's reflection in the glass. Her eyes were like frozen lake water, reflecting no light. Xingmeng stared at herself silently. The scenes that happened in the morning flashed through my mind. Xingming, I'm afraid I won't be able to pass the graduation competition. Master, there are still a few days until the graduation competition. We still have time to prepare. Don't give up easily. I gave up so easily? Isn't it because your performance is so poor? The woman in the driver's uniform slammed her fist on the coffee table. Her voice was trembling and hysterical, and the words that came out of her mouth were colder and more piercing than a knife. If your performance had been a little better, I wouldn't have failed to pass the exam, let alone become a laughingstock in the eyes of my classmates. Master, I will work hard to train myself, The carefully crafted words were still ripped apart, followed by an even more ferocious storm. What good is it? Can it help me pass the test? Can it help me graduate? Can it improve my performance in a short period of time? I can. Okay, then go ahead and upgrade. If you can't, don't come back to see me. Get lost. The door closed with a bang. Everything came to a sudden halt. The only way to improve the performance of the mech-girl in a short period of time is to modify it and replace it with a better modification core. The amount of money required to do this may be astronomical. She and her master were still students at the Salian Academy, and most of the money they earned was spent on daily maintenance, leaving them with no spare money for modifications. Xingmeng spent the day running around various modification shops with the little pocket money she had left. It only took her a few seconds to take out the money for those modifiers to go from enthusiastically introducing various modification cores to looking indifferent and disgusted. She had so little money that she couldn't even afford the most basic modification core. She couldn't buy on credit because the modification shop wouldn't accept any credit, forcing her to leave immediately. After a day of running around, she was tired and hungry. The tiredness is mental, and the hunger is due to the lack of nutrient solution. Maybe she couldn't take a few more steps before she would have to find a place to lie down and sleep, waiting for the patrolling tow truck to tow her away. In front of her was a newly built modification store. She remembered that it was a supermarket before. The store is small and looks a bit old, and there is not a single modification core on the shelves. So what does this modification shop sell? Doesn't he the boss do modification business? Xingmeng lay on the glass window, and the soft flesh on her pretty face was squeezed into a flat and funny shape against the glass window. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass, she saw a handsome man who looked like the boss hanging a whiteboard at the door. Wait for the boss to turn around and go back to the warehouse in the store. Xingmeng then carefully moved to the door of the modification shop. She had been rejected too many times by the modification shop owner and was scared of his bullying. She didn't dare to appear in his sight again, for fear of being scolded for having no money. She had almost given up on the modification. Until she saw the large, flamboyant characters written on the whiteboard at the door of the modification shop: free modification. There is also a small loudspeaker hanging on the door. The loudspeaker blared twice, and suddenly a rhythmic, demonic voice blasted out, "It's bankrupt, it's bankrupt, the unscrupulous boss has run away with his sister-in-law." The original price of the modification is tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. From now on, it is not 998, not 98, and not even 9.98 yuan. Clearance sale. Big sale. All modifications are free, everything is free. Disclaimer: the world of this book is a fictional world. Any similarity is purely coincidental. Mecha-girls are fantasy creatures. Please do not substitute or study any of their characteristics with the thinking of carbon-based creatures. Agree to the above terms and welcome to the age of robot girls. Your continued reading is the power that transcends parallel worlds. This time, I want to tell their stories to the end. No need to suppress the score. Chapter 2, Teaching Training Room. The soft cat ears and a strand of hair on Xingming's head stood up, and she stood at the door of the modification shop for half a minute. Until a tall figure appeared in front of him and cast a shadow. "Hey! Miss Jean Yang, welcome to our shop. Do you want to do a modification?" The person standing in front of me was the shop owner from before. He had a passionate smile on his face and his eyes looked like he wanted to eat someone. Fortunately, that handsome and tough face eased a lot of tension. Xingmeng said she can still hold on. "Ah, yes, meow." Xingmeng took a half step back, pinched the corner of her clothes, shrank her head, pointed at the whiteboard, and asked cautiously, "Really, can I modify it for free?" "Of course." The smile on Su Chen's face became more sincere. Come to think of it, this should be the first mecha-girl who came to his shop alone. There had been some girls here before, but they were always accompanied by drivers. Of course, they all just walked away because he didn't have any ID. This was a rare opportunity, so he had to trick her. Oh no, it's a good treat. Outside is not the place to talk, come in. Suchin almost pulled the girl with cat headphones in front of him in. Under the bright lights of the shop, the girl's delicate facial features became more and more brilliant. Her light blue eyes were like two gems, her fair and flawless skin seemed to be glowing under the light, and her long silver hair fell smoothly like flowing water. He initially thought the cat ears on the girl's head were just a delicate hair accessory. Until the cat's ears and the tail behind it moved. A real beast-eared girl. Who can withstand this? Suchin gestured to the girl with cat headphones to sit in front of the cashier, and he turned around and rummaged through the refrigerator for a long time. He finally found a can of nutrient solution, inserted a straw into it, and placed it in front of the girl. This was the best treatment he could give to the customers in the store. Nutrient solution is a daily energy supply for mech-girls. It is similar to energy drinks and comes in a variety of flavors. Among them, the ginger flavor, durian flavor, devil pepper flavor and garlic flavor are sold at 30% off all year round, and I don't know why they are not discontinued even though no one buys them. Xingming blushed and said thank you. Although she was embarrassed, her sleepy head really needed some energy. She took a small sip of the nutrient solution and immediately shuddered, her facial features wrinkled. Ugh! What's that smell? Looking down at the label, Xingmeng was completely dumbfounded. Ginger flavor, is there really someone who likes this perverted taste? Even though it tasted terrible, she didn't want to disappoint her boss. In the end, he used his strong willpower to swallow the bitter and spicy nutrient solution into his stomach. I need to know your basic situation before the modification. Suchin took out a form and a pen and waved them to the cat-eared girl. Mum. Xingming nodded obediently. This was her first time to do the modification and she didn't quite understand the specific process. Name and model? Xingmeng, the model is Nico 99. What's the grade? D level meow. Xingmeng glanced at Suchin guiltily. D is the lowest among the mecha grades, and this grade means that the mecha is either defective or has poor performance. Normally, the driver would never tell others her rank for fear of being laughed at. However, she did not see any strange expression on her boss's face, which made her feel a little relieved. Okay. Suchin took careful notes and looked up at the girl in front of him who was obviously nervous and uneasy. Tell me about your needs. Why do you want to modify it? What aspects of yourself do you want to improve? This way, I can have a basic modification direction. Because of my poor performance, I failed the graduation test as a driver, so I want to modify it to improve performance. The main improvement direction is... Xingmeng tilted her head, pondering the characteristics of the track for the college graduation examination. It was a relatively conventional track, not too difficult, with fewer bends and more straight lines. As long as the speed of the pilot is up to standard and the driver's skills are not too stupid, there should be no problem in passing the test. I want to increase my speed, preferably my cornering speed. She finally came to the conclusion that because the graduation test was a lap race, cornering speed was very important. What a pure idea! Suchin couldn't help but sigh. In his previous life, the new drivers he met basically came to him to speed up their cars. But this is the first time that a racing car has made such a request on its own initiative. However, there was one thing that puzzled him. The League Academy in this world was equivalent to a combination of a university and a driving school. It taught cultural knowledge while focusing on racing. Of course, ordinary people could not afford to attend the League Academy. After all, the cost of driving was there. Mobile phone girls like Xingming are new mobile phone girls assigned to students in the third year of the academy. These mechas don't have any obvious flaws, but their performance can't be too high either, basically hovering around C or D level. Logically speaking, as long as the driver's skills are good, shouldn't it be easy to graduate? How can you blame it on the performance of the mecha girl? Besides, if the performance is not good enough, just modify the mecha. But this was the business between the pilot and the pilot, so he didn't ask too much. Now he just wants to activate the golden finger quickly. Make a lot of money and reach the peak of life. Live a happy life with the steering wheel during the day and pigtails at night. I understand your request. Come with me. Suchin stood up and led the way. Xingmeng followed Suchin closely and peeked in. She was surprised to find that this small shop had a different world and there was actually a very long corridor inside. Walking all the way to the end of the corridor, Suchin took out the key and unlocked it. Under the dim light, the old door creaked open, and inky black poured out from inside the door, as if hiding some terrifying thing that was ready to devour anyone. Xing Meng shuddered. West, what is this place, meow? It's the modification room, but it's a bit old. Su Chen's voice was casual, and his face, half hidden in the darkness, looked a little eerie. His hand was groping on the wall next to him, and from other angles it looked like he was taking out a weapon. Xing Meng stood at the door and didn't dare to move. I mean, is it too late to run now? This boss won't do anything weird to her, right? It turns out that free is the most expensive. Please come in, cough cough. Su Chen finally found the switch and waved his hand to fan away the dust. The dim light flickered, and the darkness receded. The room seemed to be shrouded in twilight, and it didn't look much better than before. It was gloomy just now, and now it is lifeless. Seeing Xing Meng standing there in a daze, he hurriedly activated the golden finger and reached out to pull the wooden girl into the room. Just stand there, come in. The door slowly closed, and the last ray of light faded into darkness. The lock was locked with a click. The doorplate hanging on the wall lit up red. Teaching and training room at work. Star Dream. Currently available information about mecha-girls. Name, Star Dream Model, Nico 99 Starlight, Radiance. Speed, 47 cornering, 54 stability, 42 burst, 35 endurance, 51. Rating, D. Talent, 1 not activated, 2 catgirl specialization, 3 come and go silently. Evaluation, a very special catgirl, specialized mecha-girl, born on the west coast of the Star God Sea. She was later recruited by the Penang Star Crown League Academy and assigned as a starter mecha-girl. Her performance is barely adequate for a starter mecha-girl, but not exceptional among starter mecha-girls. She possesses a very rare appearance and hidden talents among mecha-girls. Chapter 3, it's called Delay Number 1 Modified Core. As I entered the room, I was greeted by a strong smell of motor oil. There wasn't anything strange, just a lot of parts scattered in the corners. Xing Meng is familiar with most of these parts, all of which were disassembled from ordinary cars. But she couldn't understand the meaning of the boss collecting these parts. Although there were still ordinary cars in this world, compared with mecha-girls, they were like antiques from the last century. A mecha-girl modification shop should not have these. Shouldn't we just go straight to the mod core? Xing Meng looked at the boss rummaging through the pile of spare parts and felt a fear of being on a pirate ship. At this moment, Su Chen was flipping through the car and thinking the key to increasing the speed of the car lies in optimizing power output, reducing weight, improving aerodynamics, and grip. Now his conditions are limited and he can only take the simplest and most economical solution. He quickly found a few ABS plastic plates from the pile of parts. Alright, unfold it to form your car body. He brought the ABS plastic sheet to the operating table and tilted his head slightly. Before we officially start the modification, I need to measure the front of the car. Huh? What? No, meow, you can't take off your clothes, meow. Xing Meng clasped her hands in front of her chest, her snow-white cat ears drooping, almost hidden in her long silver hair. Its tail was entangled uneasily around its left leg, the tip of the tail trembling slightly. Its pale blue eyes moved unsteadily, not daring to meet Su Chen's gaze. What is that? Su Chen was confused. I'm not asking you to take off your clothes. I'm asking you to unfold into a car body. Oh, sorry, meow. I was just overthinking it. Xing Meng's face turned red. I was so immersed in the delusion of being persecuted that I blurted out what my boss said without even hearing it. She stood obediently in the center of the room and unfolded into the form of a car. The light and shadow in front of Su Chen's eyes changed, and then a dazzling white streamlined sports car appeared. Cool. He couldn't help but praise. The body shape of the Star Dream is very similar to the AMG one in its previous life. He walked around Xing Meng and already had a basic transformation plan in mind. How about it, meow? Can it be modified? The girl's timid voice sounded in the car. Su Chen glanced out the car window and found that the Star Dream humanoid figure was lying in front of the cockpit with its hips raised. Its limbs, which were emitting a faint glow from electronic components, were integrated with the chassis of the racing car. There was also an electronic fiber belt on its spine connected to the steering wheel in the cockpit. Normally, the pilot sits in the cockpit and controls the plane, and when he looks up he sees a beautiful view. He once again lamented how well the racers in this world ate. It can be modified. He walked to the back of the car and habitually put his hand on the trunk. The girl's shy voice suddenly exploded, "Ah, stop touching me. It's itchy." Su Chen. He really didn't expect that the mecha girl's body shape had such a keen sense. Sorry. He withdrew his hand and quickly changed the subject. I'm going to install a custom front lip and rear spoiler for you. Due to limited materials, I can only use ABS plastic sheets. In addition, I will use PVC sheets to cover the exposed parts of your chassis. Do you understand what I mean? You should understand, after all, you are. There was no movement for a long time. Su Chen had no choice but to walk to the car window. The girl looked confused, with wisps of white smoke coming out of her hair. She was mumbling softly, "No, I don't understand, meow, it's so complicated." Su Chen. Is this creature in front of me really a mecha girl? How come she doesn't know anything about these professional knowledge? Never mind. Su Chen shook his head, hurriedly measured the dimensions of Xingmeng, and then took the materials and started cutting and gluing them on the workbench. Less than an hour. The two front lips and the rear wing are completed. Su Chen gestured up and down with the sword, his lips curled slightly. Your sword is still sharp. It is said that the tuner is the core of the team. A good tuner can solve 99% of the team's problems. Then, as a top-notch tuner, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the living Buddha of the team, right? The accessories are ready, I'll install them for you. Without waiting for Xingming to answer, he walked around to the front of the car, leaned down, and clamped the front lip on the left and right sides of the car. Ah! The girl in the car groaned, and the sound was strange. Su Chen doesn't care about that. He came to the back of the car again and snapped the rear wing on with a click. Su Chen was speechless. Are all mecha girls so jumpy? The function of the front lip is to reduce the lift of the front of the car, while the rear wing is to increase the downforce. Once these two are installed, the car's grip will naturally improve and the cornering speed will also increase. The next step is to lift the car body with a jack and cover the entire chassis with PVC sheets to reduce air turbulence. Needless to say, Xingmeng screamed again during the whole process. The originally simple installation process made Su Chen sweat profusely. Unlocked talent, God's hand. The stars that suddenly lit up in Su Chen's mind made the beauty in his heart disappear in an instant. Oh, it's unlocked? Then what is this talent called God's hand? Can it turn stone into gold for me? The idea just came to my mind. He saw that the front lip, rear wing and PVC panels of the Xingmeng were covered with a faint glow. Finally, it gathered on the ground into a white Rubik's Cube emitting electronic light. Refit core? Su Chen exclaimed. The modification he made to Xingmeng became the modification core in front of him? Although there was no prompting, he instantly understood the function of the hand of God. Any modifications he makes to the mecha girl will eventually be aggregated into the modification core. The Rubik's Cube in front of you is the modified core of the aerodynamic component. He picked up the modified core, and the mechanical patterns on the modified core suddenly bloomed with a milky white light, and at the same time, electronic fonts appeared on the modified core. Unnamed aerodynamic component modification core. Positive effect, speed +3, corner +3. Negative effects, stability 1, endurance 3. Special effects, cup size +1, hips +10. Grade, white. This modification core is made for you, please name the modification core. The prompt on the modification core does not come from the cheat code, but the rules of this world. Picking up the modification core will automatically connect with the will of the star source, and then the basic information of the modification core will be displayed in the field of vision. This information can only be seen by the maker of the modification core. The characteristic that triggers the information is that the electronic patterns of the modification core wriggle and glow, entering the developer mode, which is also the proof of the identity of the modification core maker. At the same time, due to the special status of the modification engineer, he has the primary control over the modification core he made, but this control is generally not exercised unless his rights are infringed, such as being robbed. This was not the first time Su Chen had seen a modified core. But the modification core he made seems a little different from other modification cores. Other modification cores have both positive and negative effects, or only positive effects, and there are no so-called special effects at all. And the special effects are pretty outrageous. He glanced at Xingmeng, who had been silent since the modification was completed. I can kind of understand why Xingmeng screamed when it was just being modified. It's better to choose a more serious name. Su Chen rubbed his chin and pondered for a while, then suddenly his eyes lit up. Yes. It's called the Big Thunder No. 1 Modified Core. The name of this modified core is very majestic and appropriate. He was thinking about how to install the delay number 1 modified core on Xingmeng. At this moment, the nebula in my mind surged, and a second dim star poked out from the nebula. Contract a mech-girl and unlock talent 2. Chapter 4, Special Effects. Are there any experts? Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Is he really the chosen one of the two worlds? Otherwise, why would someone who encounters a fully insured semi-trailer get the benefit of traveling through time? And why would there be so many cheat codes after traveling through time? Actually, he didn't want to cheat. However, the condition for awakening the second talent is to contract a mech-girl, which is a bit difficult for him with nothing at the moment, so he basically doesn't need to consider it until he has a lot of money. Now that he seems to be able to create modification cores through the hand of God, he can just be a good modder and accumulate wealth. Xingmeng also noticed the modified core. She couldn't help but feel confused when she saw the boss circling around her car. Boss, why didn't you take out the modification core earlier? The modification core cannot be installed when the vehicle is unfolded into a hull. Xingmeng, where is the slot for your modification core? Su Chen took the modification core and gestured at the front and rear of the Star Dream car as well as the exhaust pipe and fuel tank, and found that it really could not be inserted. There is no fuel tank at all, and the exhaust pipe is also different from that of a normal car, but if it is not the exhaust pipe and the fuel tank, there is no other place for the time being. Don't you know that the modification core needs to be installed in mech-girl mode, Naya? Ah. Su Chen was stunned. He really didn't know. Is the machine installed in the state? That's even weirder. Where should the modification core, which is the size of an adult's fist, be placed? Xingmeng sighed, switched to her mecha form, and looked suspiciously at the confused shop owner. She wanted to question the boss's professionalism, but he did give her the modification core and seemed not to charge her for it. Hear me out. She turned around and lifted up her tight racing suit, revealing her fair and slender waist. The dim light in the sunken waist brewed like amber wine, making Su Chen's eyes hot and his brain stop working. Until the girl put her hands behind her back, and the index fingers and thumbs of both hands were intertwined in the middle of her waist to form a rectangle. See? Stick the modification core here, I can absorb it myself, meow. Su Chen subconsciously followed Xingmeng's guidance and pasted the modified core over. The moment it touched the skin, the modified core instantly turned into a streak of light and merged into it. Xingmeng put down her clothes, and the fair skin that made Su Chen dizzy was hidden under the tight fabric. Why is this modification core so weird? Xingmeng gathered her chest together and found that it had become bigger. She turned her head to look at her buttocks and was stunned by the peach-like curve. She originally had a rather thin figure, but now she had a delicate curve. This is definitely not an illusion. It definitely wasn't that big before the mod core was installed. However, as a mecha-girl, she was not very interested in these things and just felt strange. Her focus was mainly on the changes that the modification core had brought to her. I feel like my hands and feet are stronger, meowed. Xingmeng stretched her limbs and blinked her big blue eyes at Su Chen. Boss, what are the properties of this modification core? I can't take the modification core off myself, and I can't see the information. Attributes are, positive effect, speed +3, cornering +3, negative effect, stability 1, endurance 3, that's all. Su Chen touched his nose and decided to keep the special effects secret. Some things were fine for him to know, there was no need to make them known to everyone. Curves and speed +3? Amazing. Xingmeng's eyes widened, her fur and ears stood up simultaneously, and her tail curled up in a happy arc. But then she glanced nervously at Su Chen again and asked hesitantly, is this modification core really free? Okay. Su Chen nodded. The changes have all been made, so it's not possible to raise the price. Besides, this girl doesn't have much money. There's no need to pay any other price, meow? Xingmeng was still unsure. Su Chen looked Xingmeng up and down carefully twice, and suddenly said seriously, how about you be my robot girl, follow me and enjoy the good life. I will modify your hardware during the day and your software at night. I guarantee that I will modify it until you won't even recognize yourself. The sudden proposal startled Xingmeng. She took a half step back, her pretty face gradually flushed. She lowered her head, her eyes flickering a few times before she said hesitantly, boss, you are a good person. But I already have a driver. I can't betray my driver. But your driver doesn't seem to treat you very well. Su Chen sat on the pile of parts against the wall and shrugged, the girls who come to my shop are all accompanied by their drivers. Who is as lonely as you? Furthermore, the pilot and the girl worked together to find a solution to the poor performance of the mecha, and failing the test wasn't solely your fault. How can you be held solely responsible? When Xingmeng heard this, her eyes dimmed, her frail body shook, and she forced a bitter smile on her face. But in the end, she shook her head firmly. I'm sorry, boss. Loyalty is a code etched in the bones of a mecha girl. If I hadn't resisted the temptation today and terminated the temporary contract with the pilot to become your mecha girl, then I might have left you in the same way in the future. If. If one day my pilot completely abandons me, and if you still think I'm good at that time. I really hope to be your pilot girl. After saying that, Xingming bowed deeply to Su Chen. She stepped back to the door, drooping her cat ears and bowing deeply again. Thank you for helping me. I will definitely repay you in the future. Without waiting for Su Chen to speak, Xingmeng disappeared at the door in a panic, leaving the only money she had on the floor beside the door. Hey! You haven't signed the purchase agreement yet. Su Chen shouted. But Xingmeng's footsteps in the corridor were already far away. Okay. Su Chen slapped his thigh and sighed. I knew it wasn't easy to get a mecha girl. There was still a lot of water on the street at night after it rained. But this was nothing to the girl who was eager to go home. She ran without a care in the world, letting the water splash everywhere. She didn't dare unfold into a car body because it would consume more energy. At that time, the master will scold her for being wasteful, saying that she is a waste who only knows how to spend money and a money loser. Xingmeng rushed into the college and knocked on the dormitory door. After a while, a drunken female voice came from inside. Who the hell is this? Can't you sleep at this time of night? Master, it's me. I'm back with my modification, meow. After waiting for about half a minute, the door opened, revealing an impatient face. You're back from the modification? You went to get modified? Where did you get the money? Master, why are you drinking again? Xingmeng closed the door, helped the drunk woman to the sofa, and explained quietly, I met a very good modification shop owner. He did a free modification for me. It's a modification core that can increase many attributes. The coffee table was filled with empty wine bottles, and the underwear, paper balls and several used pink umbrellas scattered around the sofa were shocking. When Xingmeng saw this, she thought of something but said nothing. As a pilot girl, she has no right to interfere in the pilot's life. Stop lying to me. Who would modify this piece of junk for you? And for free? Are you dreaming? The woman was so drunk that she pushed Xingmeng aside and started swearing at him. Perhaps it was because he was so drunk that some words that he shouldn't have said came out all at once. I'm so unlucky. Why would the academy assign a rubbish robot girl like you to me? Why does it have to be me? Wait and see, I've saved up enough money. Once you pass the graduation exam, I'll be replaced with a C-rank mech in a matter of minutes. Then you'll just have to get as far away from me as possible. Xingmeng stared blankly at the woman lying on the sofa, her consciousness gradually becoming blurred and she fell into a deep sleep. She looked for a long time and was silent for a long time, then tidied up the messy room as usual. The single dormitories in the college are very small, and students like women with poor academic performance cannot get a good dormitory. The room was so small that it only had a sofa and a coffee table. There is a small cushion in the corner with cute cat heads painted on it. And this small mat is where she usually rests. After cleaning the room and mopping the floor again, she came to sit on the small mat against the cold wall, buried her head deep in her knees, and curled up into a ball, as if she wanted to hide herself and disappear completely from this world. Xiaohu bot protects files from piracy. When looking for a book robot, choose Xiaohu, which is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. Chapter 5, Abandonment. For the next 3 days, Su Chen did not meet Xingmeng again. Xingmeng never visited the modification shop again. And these 3 days were just the same as before. Even though he was already able to assemble the modification core by hand, the driver who brought the mecha girl with him would immediately turn around and leave when he heard that he did not have a modification engineer certificate. No matter how much he talked, it was useless. Some even thought he had mental problems. Prejudice in people's hearts is really a huge thunderbolt. Su Chen lay on the table, looking completely exhausted. As a time traveler with a golden finger, and a time traveler sent here by a semi-trailer with full insurance, he can be said to be the supreme VIP among time travelers. As a result, there are only a handful of people who can end up in such a miserable state as him, right? There are only 3 days left until rent is due. Where am I going to find 8,000 yuan for rent? The currency of this world is called Zhuan Yuan. It roughly means the value represented by the energy consumed by the engine to rotate one circle. The purchasing power of 8,000 yuan is about twice that of the previous life, and it is also the rent for 1/4 of this remote store. Honestly, it's pretty cheap. But I just can't afford it. Forget it, if it really doesn't work, I'll just go move bricks. Su Chen gritted his teeth. Although moving bricks doesn't quite fit his image, the wages for pure hard labor in this world are indeed very considerable. Besides, if he doesn't go out to work, he won't even be able to afford food. Su Chen took out the few remaining coins from his drawer and prepared to go to the snack street near the League College to find food. Generally, places with a lot of students tend to have better food. After eating, he would go to the job market to find a job. There is a Star Crown League Academy nearby, which is said to be the talent training base for the province's largest club, Star Crown Club. Maybe I can meet Xing Meng on the way? Su Chen jokingly muttered to himself, hung a temporarily closed sign at the door of the modification shop, and walked out casually. Anything can be modified. The modification shop is located outside the 3rd ring road of Binzhou City, and it takes an hour to take the skitran to get to the food street. Half an hour later, on the empty track, Su Chen was pressed against the window by the crowded crowd and could not move. Looking down from the window, the entire city is cut into dense grids by wide and flat streets, and residential buildings are crowded in these grids. The closer to the inner ring, the taller the buildings are, and the more cyberpunk the architectural style is. Competition signs can be seen everywhere on these high-tech streets. Some streets are specially prepared for city championships. Once the competition starts, ordinary vehicles will be prohibited from passing through these streets with special signs. By that time, the lanes for ordinary vehicles will be squeezed to the point of being completely blocked, and temporary spectator stands will even rise from the ground around the race streets, allowing pedestrians to stop and find seats to watch the game. This is a world where mecha racing competitions are highly developed. Singers, movie stars, and idols were nothing compared to famous racers and mechanics. Their status was incomparable. Su Chen sometimes felt that the world's obsession with racing was a bit morbid. The entrance to the university town is right after you get off the skitran. Next to the skitran station is a food street, and directly opposite is the gate of League College. Su Chen followed the crowd out of the station and did not immediately turn into the food street, because he saw many pilots in academy uniforms with their own mecha-girls gathered in front of a huge electronic screen. Wow! What's going on? It's so lively? The League Academy graduation exam results have been announced, right? I'm so envious. An older man beside Su Chen, who was also watching the excitement, shook his head and sighed, I'll sell everything I have to get my son into League Academy. As long as he graduates successfully, he'll be a top-tier person. Have the graduation examination results been announced? Su Chen recalled that Xing Meng's uniform seemed to be from the Star Crown League Academy. He didn't know if this pilot and her pilot had passed the assessment. He squeezed to the front of the crowd and looked on the big screen. Finally, I found Xing Meng in an inconspicuous corner. Student, Wang Tingting, the robot girl, Star Dream. Assessment score, 67 points. Status, pass, allowed to graduate. Oh, this little girl is quite promising. Su Chen couldn't help but think of that cute little girl who blushed after speaking a few words and had a meow meow habit. Xing Meng must be celebrating passing the test with the pilot right now, right? He quietly stepped out of the crowd, his gaze fixed on a restaurant, and gave a high five. Okay. Decision. I'm going to spend all my money on a huge pork knuckle rice for lunch today to reward myself. He. After all, Xing Meng had only been able to pass the assessment thanks to his modifications, so there was a certain sense of accomplishment. It was like training soldiers and having them perform meritorious service on the battlefield, a feeling that only a tuner could have. However, Su Chen didn't know. As he was enjoying his pork trotter rice, he was thinking about which construction site he would go to move bricks in the afternoon. In a basic mecha-girl shopping store just one street away from the restaurant, Xing Meng was standing at a loss in the middle of the hall, waiting for her unknown fate with other confused mecha-girls. If your phone is old, you can buy a new one as long as you have money. The performance of the mecha-girl is not enough. Instead of slowly cultivating the attributes and then upgrading it by collecting materials on the modification core, it is better to directly buy a higher grade one. It is affordable, looks cool, and brings a brand new driving experience. Graduation season is the best time for shopping stores every year. About 1/3 of the students who pass the graduation examination will come to the shopping store to buy new mecha-girls. The highest level of mecha-girls you can buy in the shopping store is C+, and mecha-girls above C+, will basically only appear at auctions. When the eliminated and abandoned mecha-girls become free again, they generally have 3 places to go. Either you join the city logistics system and become a logistics mecha-girl. This is undoubtedly a painful thing, because mecha-girls are born with the idea that track championship is the highest honor. Becoming a logistics mecha-girl means giving up dreams and pursuits. Or you can choose to remelt, which is similar to restoring factory settings, clearing all memories, and letting the soul core return to the Sea of Star Gods. The last way is to fight your way out by yourself, earn money to buy modification cores, and upgrade yourself until one day you meet the next driver who is willing to contract with her. This path is also difficult to take, because the jobs that allow mecha-girls to quickly accumulate resources are basically gray industries, but they do not include selling their bodies. It is strictly forbidden for girls to sell their bodies. Once discovered, the prostitute will be sent to forced retraining, and the client will be executed. Therefore, wild mecha-girls can usually only make money through some underground competitions. However, this kind of competition has no safety guarantee, and the machine may be scrapped if you are not careful. If there is no modification technician to repair the scrapped machine, it will have to be put back into the furnace. Xingming didn't have to wait long before she saw Wang Tingting emerge from the shopping room, accompanied by a mechanic girl. Her mind froze, her body trembling slightly, and she had a premonition of what was about to happen. Xingming, let me introduce you to Jean Falcon, my new mecha girl, D+ level. Wang Tingting was dressed brightly and beautifully, with none of the decadence she had from being drunk 3 days ago. She is in a good mood. First, I passed the assessment successfully, and then I got the girl I liked at a suitable price. Today is really a double happiness. Oh no, it should be said to be Sanchi. She could finally get rid of the Star Dream, a burden whose performance was so poor that it made her want to vomit. Although the Golden Falcon was not a C-class, it was just one step away from it, and the key was that it was very cost-effective. Gold, Falcon? Xingming stared blankly at the mecha girl. She read a trace of pity and helplessness in Jean Falcon's eyes. As a fellow mecha girl, Jean Xian doesn't want to replace Xingmeng. Because she understood that Xingmeng would be abandoned, and she might be abandoned in the future too. But as a D+ rank mecha girl, she didn't have the power to choose her own pilot like the A and S rank mecha girls. Besides, she'd experienced this before. Starting mecha girls weren't usually retained by trainees, so she'd long since let it go. Then, Master, what should I do? Xingmeng withdrew her gaze from the Golden Falcon, still holding a glimmer of hope in her heart, and stared blankly at the indifferent woman in front of her. You're free. Wang Tingting threw a temporary contract in Xingming's face. I've put up with you as a burden for a whole year and a half. I've had enough. Go wherever the hell you want. You'd better get out of my sight right now. These words were like a knife, scraping tears out of Xingming's eye sockets. She took a deep breath, using all her might to keep herself from losing composure in public. Her lips trembled, and her teeth clashed together, making a subtle sound. But tears still slowly welled up and fell to the ground, soaking the scattered contract papers. That's right. Wang Tingting took 2 steps forward, touched Xingming's waist, and pulled out the modified core. Facing Xingming's sadness and astonishment, she turned a blind eye and just smiled coldly. It's useless for you to have this modification core, it's better to give it to Jean Falcon. Okay, you can go now. Don't let me see you like this again in the future. 2 cold words slowly came out of her mouth. It also became the last straw that broke the camel's back for Star Dream. Waste. Star Dream. Chapter 6, Be My Robot Girl. As expected, no matter which world I live in, pork trotter rice is always the salvation of a working person like me. Su Chen came out of the restaurant with a feeling of having not yet achieved his full potential. He felt that his originally tired body was instantly filled with energy. It's time to move the bricks. There are many new racetracks under construction outside the 3rd Ring Road. Operating a robot to move bricks at a construction site can earn you a guaranteed 1,000 yuan a day. However, this job isn't for everyone. It requires some computer knowledge and driving skills. He couldn't do it at first, until he drove the robot around the field and somersaulted. The boss was immediately amazed by his talent and even thought he could participate in a car race. As for why Su can drive, after all, he is a top-notch tuner. Although my skills are not comparable to those of a true top racer, driving is an essential skill if I want to understand the problems of a car. Only by truly understanding racing can I modify it well, otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Su Chen called the boss of the construction site. 3 months later, the boss was still very enthusiastic when he heard that he was coming. After determining the location of the construction site, he went straight onto the skitran. But he didn't notice that a mecha-girl with cat ears took out the only 2 silver coins she had left and got on the skitran, 1 car away from him. After getting off the skitran, Su-chen's first thing was to go to a nearby supermarket to buy some drinks. It's not time to start work yet, so there is no need to rush. Since he cannot bring water when driving the robot, he needs to replenish enough water before starting work. While he was carefully selecting drinks and suffering from decision-making difficulties, he did not notice a strand of hair slowly floating past the glass window behind the shelf. When Su-chen came to the boss's office with a drink to report in, just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard the boss's helpless voice from inside. "Sorry, we don't hire female machine workers here." Another voice immediately followed, soft and familiar, with a mixture of pleading and flattering. But boss, doesn't your recruitment form say that as long as you are an adult, there are no other restrictions? I'm a very powerful cat, very strong, and can move more than a robot. If it really doesn't work out, you can give me half of your salary." "Oh, that's not the case." The boss sighed. "Little girl, we have a clear rule that we can't use machine girls as laborers. If we get caught, my job will be gone. So it's not that I don't want to give you a job, but I can't." "Why?" I just want a job, Naya." The voice instantly became lower. Su-chen finally came to his senses and realized why this voice was familiar. Isn't the Xing Meng's voice? That soft meow habit is basically an ID card. But why did Xing Meng come to the construction site to ask for work? Where's her driver? Su-chen knocked on the door, pretending not to know, and pushed open the half-open door. The bald, fat boss's face suddenly changed when he saw Su-chen coming in. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Su-chen, just look at me. I didn't hire the girl as an employee. I refused. Don't go to the Aviation Insurance Association to sue me." "Boss, do you think I am that kind of person?" Su-chen walked to Xingmeng with a smile. The girl subconsciously looked up, and her originally sad face changed instantly, as if she was a cat that saw a rainbow, and her ears and tail couldn't help but curl up. "Boss?" she exclaimed softly, her eyelashes fluttering, her little head obviously still processing why the owner of the modification shop appeared here. "Do you know each other?" The bald boss's eyes moved back and forth between Su-chen and Xing Meng, and suddenly he gave Su-chen a meaningful smile. "Sure, kid, is this a surprise for me? 3 months ago, I said you were the material for a camera girl, and you actually got one? Oh, young people are so creative, and you even sent a camera girl to scare me." The boss shook his head and gave Su-chen a look that said, "You still need practice, kid. But unfortunately, you failed the test. The reason I was able to sit in this position today is because I was cautious and careful. I never take advantage of small things that I shouldn't take, and I never make mistakes that I shouldn't make." "Well, you misunderstood, I'm not." Before he finished speaking, Su-chen had already glared at Xing Meng. Xing Meng was so frightened by that look that she jumped back a small step, shrank her head with her cat ears drooping, and swallowed her words. Su-chen knew his boss quite well, and he knew that when his boss started to brag about his glorious deeds from a small worker to a foreman, it would definitely be a protracted battle lasting half an hour. The key point was that he had already heard it once, and it would be difficult for him to have the patience to listen to it a second time. He grabbed Xing Meng's hand, interrupting the boss's spellcasting. "Boss, it's almost time to get started. I'm going to take my robot girl with me to get ready. I brought her here today because I was worried she'd get bored at home." "I see." The bald boss gave Su-chen a thumbs up, and then said to Xing Meng, "You have a good driver. Not only is he willing to work hard to earn money, but he also considers your feelings about being alone at home. If you meet a driver like this, just marry him, ha ha." Xing Meng blushed to her ears when she heard this. Just as she was about to explain, Su-chen had already pulled her out. There is a forest behind the construction site warehouse, and there is an open space in the forest where few people come. Su-chen left Xing Meng hanging in the open space, and found a tree stump to sit on. He glanced up and down at her, then uttered 3 words, "Tell me about it." Xing Meng pursed her lips and stared down at her toes. The tiny beads of sweat oozing from the tip of her nose shone hazily in the sunlight. "Say what? Tell me why you're here. Tell me where your pilot is. Didn't you pass the graduation exam?" "I passed the assessment." There was a hint of bitterness in Xing Meng's voice. The haze under her eyelashes spread like dark clouds. The tears that had not yet formed were like butterflies trapped in a glass cover, struggling but unable to escape. She took a deep breath, trying to suppress her emotions, and raised the corners of her mouth in a forced, carefree smile. I just wasn't a good match with the previous driver, so after the race we had a serious discussion and parted ways, meow. Really? Su-Chen sighed. Are you sure she didn't break up with you on her own initiative? Are you sure? The girl's voice lacked any confidence. A moment of silence stood between the two of them like an invisible wall. Su-Chen smashed the wall with one punch. Then what's the point of making money? You don't have a driver anymore. I want to become stronger. The breeze blew through the woods, blowing up Xingming's snow-white hair, like a ball of crushed cloud slowly floating beside her pale cheek. In the broken clouds, a pair of eyes reflecting the dead leaves were faintly visible, with broken light flickering in the eyes, like a shattered starry sky. She murmured softly, I don't want to be abandoned again. As long as I'm strong enough and my performance is good enough, I should be able to find a driver who will never abandon me, right? Xingmeng herself is not sure. So the tiny light in my eyes gradually became blurred. Su-Chen stared at the girl silently for a while, and suddenly asked, Do you remember what you said to me? Without waiting for the girl to answer, he said in a star-dreaming tone, Oh, boss, if one day the pilot abandons me, and if you still think I'm good at that time, I really hope to be your pilot girl. Xingmeng was stunned, and two flames jumped in her bright eyes, as if someone had thrown a torch into the darkness, but the flames were flickering and seemed to be extinguished with a slight pinch. But I'm only a D-class, no. D-class, a mecha-girl like me. Su-Chen stood up and walked to Xingmeng. Perhaps he had a better choice, but as a tuner, too many scrap cars were reborn in his hands. While everyone was choosing their mecha-girls based on performance, he went against the tide. He knew he never had to choose, because his strength came from himself. Xingmeng felt a palm on her head, the touch so gentle it seemed to melt everything. She subconsciously narrowed her eyes, resisting the urge to rub it, but her tail couldn't help but sway gently. I just think you're pretty good. The man said, Be my machine girl. Xingmeng will always remember this day. The wind in the woods is as soft as cotton wool, and the sunlight is not so glaring. The sunlight filtering through the branches and leaves drew a soft golden edge on Su-Chen's outline. His smile was not clear in the backlight, but his voice was clear and powerful. At this moment, it seems to be endowed with the warmth of sunshine. Chapter 7, Eye of God. I will hold you back. Xingming thought that Wang Tingting was also so enthusiastic and sincere when she signed a temporary contract with her. At that time, she truly thought she had met a very good driver. Even if she lost a competition, Wang Tingting would patiently encourage her. However, as she lost more and more tests, much of the warmth gradually cooled into a cold, sharp knife. That's not true. The mecha girl can be upgraded, right? Su-Chen touched his chin and said, I remember that upgrading from D level to C level only requires the attributes to meet the requirements plus a star element of the corresponding attribute. Is that difficult? In order to smoothly integrate his work into this world, he also briefly supplemented some knowledge about mecha girls, although it was just superficial. Yes, it's quite difficult, meow. Xingmeng lowered her head and pouted. If you want to meet the stat standards, you have to modify it. The better the mecha girl, the lower the modification fee. For someone like me, it will cost a lot of money. Speaking of star coins, they are special resources that can only be obtained by participating in competitions and getting high rankings. A D-level player like me would definitely come in last in any competition of that size. The more Xingming spoke, the sadder she became, her voice getting lower and lower, and she felt that she was useless. It's not that she doesn't want to be Su-Chen's robot girl. I was just afraid that my clumsiness would disappoint the owner of the modification shop. She didn't want to see that look of disappointment and rejection again. She would rather not have it at all than to lose it again. Oh, so you're afraid of spending money? Su-Chen rolled his eyes, leaned closer, and said with a smile, I am a tuner. I can tell you that it doesn't cost that much to tune a car. The general market price is at least 10 times higher than the cost. As a tuner, I always pay the lowest price for the materials. Don't worry. Really? Xingmeng looked at Su-Chen eagerly, rubbing the corner of her clothes repeatedly with her fingers. She didn't know much about the cost of the modification, she just knew that her boss gave her one for free. Maybe it's really as the boss said. It doesn't cost much for the tuner to modify the mecha girl himself? Well, that seems like something we could try. As the saying goes, mud can't be supported on a wall, but there is too much mud. Of course it's true. Su-Chen held his head high and spoke righteously, Comrade Xingmeng. A driver's self-worth comes from constantly sprinting and winning championships on the track. Do you know what a tuner's self-worth is? Xing Meng stared at Su Chen blankly and tilted her little head. I don't know. It's about modifying the mechas to make them stronger and stronger. Su Chen patted Xing Meng's shoulder and continued to tempt her. So, do you think it's more rewarding to modify an A-class mecha to SSS level, or to modify a D-class mecha to SSS level? Xing Meng tilted her head and thought for a while. It seems like he is making a serious comparison. After a while, she looked at Su Chen timidly and said uncertainly. Maybe it would be more rewarding to convert D to SSS? Yes. That's right. Su Chen took the opportunity to hold the girl's cold little hand, forcing their eyes to meet. So, Comrade Xingming, are you willing to contribute to the realization of my ideals and self-worth? Meow? Xingmeng's pretty face turned slightly red, and she subconsciously turned her head away. The man in front of me is so passionate. That eager gaze was like a raging fire, making it difficult for her to look at it. I don't have any objections. As long as you don't mind. Xingmeng muttered softly. She originally thought that she was dispensable to Su Chen. But now Su Chen seemed to need her very much, and it was this feeling of being needed that allowed her to regain a little confidence. Of course I won't mind. Su Chen was overjoyed. Finally, I have subdued this little cat lady. He smiled like a wolf and kneaded Xingmeng's soft little hands. But how do I make a contract with your robot girl? Xingmeng. 10 minutes later, Xingmeng gave Su Chen a brief scientific explanation. There are 3 main forms of contract mech-girls. First, a temporary written contract similar to the one between her and Wang Tingting. Second, a bondage contract that is higher than a temporary written contract. Third, the highest level of spiritual contract. There are obvious differences between the 3. The first type of contract can be terminated at any time. Neither the pilot nor the driver needs a reason and does not need to bear any responsibility. The maintenance of the relationship between the 2 parties depends entirely on self-awareness and conscience. The second category is slightly more complicated. Both parties need to have sufficient reasons and motivations to terminate the contract, such as the car being scrapped or the driver being unable to continue participating in the competition, etc., and most of these contracts are linked to club agreements and personal agreements. The third type requires the mecha-girl to sign voluntarily, and cannot be terminated after signing. It is equivalent to the mecha-girl voluntarily being bound to the driver forever, and it is a form of contract that the mecha-girl will only be willing to sign if she absolutely trusts the driver. Su Chen's requirements are not high, and he would be quite satisfied to sign a first-class contract with Xingmeng. Wait until the relationship improves before upgrading. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. In front of the checkout counter of the modification shop, the 2 sat opposite each other, the atmosphere serious yet a little funny. Well, Xingmeng, I've thought about it carefully. We can just sign the first type of contract. That way you'll have more freedom. Su Chen looked at the cat girl opposite him and said seriously, if there's anything you don't like about me, you can always leave. Although I don't think this situation will happen, why are you crying? Before Xingmeng could finish her words, her face darkened and tears welled up in her eyes again. Does signing the first agreement mean you can abandon me at any time, just like my previous driver? Su Chen waved his hands quickly after hearing this. That's not what I meant at all. Then we'll sign the second one. In fact, the one he wanted to sign most was the third one. A cat girl who can transform into a racing car. Just thinking about it makes me excited. But it's just a thought. Xingmeng will definitely not agree. After all, they had only known each other for a few days? Because Su Chen doesn't have a club. Therefore, the most complicated step of the club agreement can be directly omitted. Just take Star Dream to the local aircraft insurance association to witness and sign the contract. There is only one machinery insurance association in Binzhou City, and it happens to be near the Star Crown League Academy. Su Chen said hello to the construction site boss and left with Xingmeng. The boss didn't say anything. In his opinion, Su Chen just brought the mecha girl to show off to him. As a young person, I can understand it. If he had a mobile phone when he was young, he would have announced to the world that he would not let go of any dog on the street. Jiboxi, the abbreviation of Jijia Girls Protection Association. This agency is responsible for second and third category contracts, disputes between mecha girls and pilots, and protecting the basic rights and interests of mecha girls. The prerequisite for discussing basic rights is that the mecha girl and the pilot sign a contract of the second category or above. If it is the first type of contract, the Aviation Insurance Association cannot do anything about it. The signing process is very simple. Su Chen signed an electronic agreement provided by the staff, and Xingming saved a copy of the electronic agreement in memory. After that, Su Chen only needed to tap on the tail of the star dream to enter his fingerprint. This was similar to the start button. Successful fingerprint entry was considered to be the signing of the bond contract. From then on, no one except Su Chen could drive the star dream. The contract process took less than 10 minutes and was very smooth. From now on, you will be my, Su Chen's, robot girl. Please give me your guidance. At the door of the Aviation Security Association, Su Chen solemnly extended his hand to Xingming. This was also Xingming's first time signing a second type of contract with someone. She felt nervous yet at peace, like she was in a dream. She rubbed her toes against the ground and reached out her little hand to hold one of Su Chen's fingers. Her furry cat ears perked up happily, but her voice was still as quiet as ever. I'm sorry, Ano, thank you. Please give me your guidance. Master. Master. The moment this soft English name fell, the second star in my mind was lit up. Unlocked talent, Eye of God. Chapter 8. I won't sell it to you even if I smash it. Ha! The Eye of God? His previous talent, the Hand of God, gave him the ability to modify the core by hand. Then this God's Eye wouldn't give him the ability to see through things, right? He subconsciously looked at Xingmeng. Well, perspective didn't happen. But a virtual light curtain appeared in the field of vision. Mech-girl information. Name, Star Dream Star Badge, Radiance Team Enhancement Type. Speed, 47. Turn, 54. Stable, 42. Burst, 35. Battery life, 51. Modification core, none. Stigma, none. Current level, D. Special talents, 1 not activated, 2 catgirl appearance specialization, 3 silent movement. Same frequency, 5%. Status, listless. Comment, sweet and soft, perfect for warming your bed, but for the track? Forget it. She's already a catgirl specialization, what else does she need a bicycle for? You can't have it all. So that's it, is this the Eye of God? You can see the specific information of the machine girl. At this moment, there were still many mecha girls at the door of the Mecha Protection Association. Su Chen casually looked at another mecha girl. Mecha girl information. Name, Golden Falcon Star Emblem, Flowing Flame Speed Type. Speed, 57. Turn, 43. Stable, 52. Burst, 45. Battery life, 47. Modification core, Big Thunder number 1 white. Stigma, none. Current level, D+. Special talent, none. Same frequency, 0%. Status, energetic. Evaluation, very average. Su Chen blinked. Seems like I saw something worth noting. Big Thunder module number 1. How did the modification core he made for Xingmeng end up in this mecha girl named Golden Falcon? He was about to turn around and ask Xingmeng what was going on, but he saw Xingmeng hiding behind him with her head down. She was pulling at the corner of his clothes, trying to squeeze her small body into the shadow behind him. Xingmeng, what's wrong with you? Su Chen's gaze lingered on the man and woman beside Jean Falcon for a moment, then he looked at his own mecha girl with concern. Are you feeling unwell? Master, let's go. Xingmeng bit her lips tightly. She wanted to act carefree and strong, but her voice trembled like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. That woman must be your former pilot, Wang Tingting, right? Su Chen had already guessed it from Xingmeng's reaction. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Not only did she abandon you, but she also pulled out your modification core? Xingmeng lowered her head in silence, her cat ears and tail drooping listlessly. This silence is undoubtedly a tacit agreement. This is outrageous. Su Chen's eyes flashed coldly. He turned around and saw that the 2 people and the girl had already walked into the Aircraft Protection Association. But he didn't care about that. He grabbed Xingmeng's hand and chased after them. Xingmeng was dragged away by Su Chen, and her mind became a mess. Master, what are you going to do? What? Su Chen didn't even turn his head. I'm going to fuck her. Within the Aviation Insurance Association. Xiaoting, if I remember correctly, the machine girl just now should be the one you had before, right? It seems to be called Star Dream? The yellow-haired guy next to Wang Tingting suddenly asked. His name is Lin Haijun, and he is one of the financial backers who helped Wang Tingting save money over the years. The small umbrella consumed by Wang Tingting can circle the Star Alliance Academy in a full circle. Because she spent enough money, it has become Wang Tingting's fixed ATM. He provided 1/3 of the money Wang Tingting used to buy the Golden Falcon. It seems so. Oops, I didn't even notice. Wang Tingting gave a hypocritical smile. She noticed it, but just didn't want to mention it. She felt that being Xingming's former pilot was a dark past, so she took the initiative to change the subject. Brother Lin, where are the primary star coins you prepared for me? I gave in to you last night, and you are not allowed to regret it. Lin Haijun felt itchy when he saw Wang Tingting's delicate appearance. He knew that Wang Tingting was not a good person, but he liked her coquettishness. He was not going to marry her anyway, so she was still very qualified as a girlfriend. For example, she was good at various action games and had no taboos. Don't worry, isn't there an underground competition in Binzhou City recently? The reward for the top 3 is a primary star element of their choice. Lin Haijun casually put his arm around Wang Tingting's waist and said with a lecherous look, I remember Jin Xian's star emblem is Lu Yan, right? Then get Jin Xian a primary Lu Yan star element to ensure she can successfully advance to sea level. Humph, Brother Lin, you're so nice. Wang Tingting smiled and kissed the yellow-haired boy on the neck. Lin Haijun was kissed so hard that a fire rushed to his cerebellum. He was thinking that after Wang Tingting and Jin Xian signed the contract, he would drag Wang Tingting to a nearby room to book a grand family meeting. Just when the two of them had their own ulterior motives and were distracted, a tall man with a stern face suddenly stood in front of the two of them. Lin Haijun is already 1.78 meters tall, but this man is a head taller than him. The oppressive feeling of being superior made Lin Haijun feel frightened. This person was Su Chen, who rushed in, and Xing Meng followed behind him. She held Su Chen's arm tightly with half of her head exposed, looking confused like a frightened rabbit. Hand over the modification core, Su Chen said with a cold face, going straight to the point. Modified core? What modified core? Wang Tingting was stunned. She stared at Su Chen and Xingmeng for a while, then quickly reacted, Hey, Xingmeng, you just found a sucker and you can't wait to let him support you, a loser? You, ah. Bang. Wang Tingting's words were interrupted by a slap in the face. Lin Haijun, who was standing nearby, was startled and took a step back, yelling, What are you doing? Stop it. If you hit my girlfriend again, I'm going to call the police. Shut up, or I'll beat you too. Su Chen raised his arm again. Don't. Lin Haijun took another step back. You hit my girlfriend, but you can't hit me. Su Chen? He was confused by Lin Haijun's reaction. No, this guy looks like a decent person, but he turns out to be a super sweet candy? The slap in the face made quite a noise, and soon a group of people gathered around. Wang Tingting covered half of her face, shook her buzzing head, and after a long time of searching for focus, her eyes finally fixed on Su Chen's face. She screamed, You hit me. How dare you hit me? I'm calling the police. Notify the security team now. Calling the guards, huh? Su Chen walked straight to Jin Xian without any further ado, and stretched out his hand to wipe the air in the other's astonished eyes. Directly exercise the first control authority of the modification engineer to pull out the number 1 Big Thunder modification core. Go and shout. I lent this modification core to Xingmeng. Not only did you abandon Xingmeng, but you also took the modification core I lent her? Su Chen raised his right hand and sneered, Rob the modification engineer, huh? Let's see whether the guards will arrest you or me. At this moment, the modified core was spinning spontaneously at his fingertips. The star pattern is fully lit to enter developer mode. It also proves that he is the maker of this modification core. You're the modifier of this core? Wang Tingting's expression changed. Looking at the modified core that had entered developer mode, her tone softened. Didn't Xingmeng buy this modification core? How can it be borrowed? Are you still not giving up? Su Chen snapped his fingers. An electronic sound suddenly rang out from the modified core. Purchase agreement signing status, not signed. The developer has the primary control over extracting the modification core from the Golden Falcon. If the core being sold has a signed purchase agreement, then this is a serious offense and the tuner will be sentenced. But Xingming ran in such a hurry that day that she didn't have time to sign the purchase agreement. That's blunt. This modification core is still his and he can take it back at any time. Wang Tingting was completely dumbfounded. She thought she'd gotten a bargain, but it turned out to be a ticking time bomb. This kind of modification core, which significantly boosted one attribute while slightly reducing others, was considered a top-tier item regardless of its tier. At that time, she was still thinking that Xingmeng was so lucky that she actually found such a good modification core after going out. But she really needs this modification core to cope with the city championship. With this modification core, the attributes of the Golden Falcon can almost reach the threshold for promotion to sea level. Only when it is promoted to sea level can it be sure to stand out in the city championship. It would be difficult to find another modification core that is so compatible with the Golden Falcon. Thinking of this, Wang Tingting's attitude softened a little, with a hint of pleading. Master Modification Master, there may be a small misunderstanding between us. Mainly because I didn't know this modification core was borrowed. How about this? Name your price and I'll buy it. She initially thought Su Chen was Xingming's new pilot. But when I knew that Su Chen was a modification engineer, I no longer had such thoughts. I just thought Xingming couldn't pay back the modification core, so I had no choice but to bring the modification engineer here. There are very few tuners who are also drivers, and it is impossible for them to be interested in a D-class car like Xingming. After all, the modification engineer knows best how troublesome a mecha-girl like Xingming is. Is this modification core important to you? Su Chen weighed the modification core in his hand. Wang Tingting nodded eagerly, it's very important. Okay. The smile on Su Chen's face suddenly disappeared, and his hands suddenly clenched. Click. He loosened his grip. The fragments of the modified core fell to the ground with a crackling sound, turning into tiny photons and completely disappearing. There was dead silence all around. Everyone watched the scene in amazement. Until a cold voice broke the silence. I'd rather smash it than sell it to you, idiot. Chapter 9, See you on the field. After the silence, there was an uproar. This is the modification core. One of the most important resources for mecha girls. Although it is just a white modified core, for Wang Tingting and Xingmeng who just graduated from the League Academy, the white modified core is already a very good equipment, especially since the attributes of this white modified core are still a small top grade. If it really wants to be sold, the starting price is guaranteed to be 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Those who can afford to go to the League Academy have some money from their families. But it is still too extravagant for a graduate to spend tens of thousands of yuan to buy a modified core. After all, the daily maintenance and upkeep of the mecha girl is quite expensive, so saving a little money means tightening your belt and living a hard life with the mecha girl. Most pilots can't bear to see their mecha girl suffer every day. But now, such a modified core was crushed right in front of his eyes. Xingmeng felt that her heartbeat slowed down as the core shattered, and she thought that Su Chen had suffered a heavy loss. However, she didn't know that because she had no license, Su Chen's modified core could not be sold at all. No, what are you doing? Wang Tingting collapsed and pointed at Su Chen, is it necessary? You won't sell it even if you are paid, so why do you do this for her? Is she worth it? You are not her driver. Su Chen looked directly at Wang Tingting, I am the pilot of Xingmeng. His voice was not loud but resounding, and hinted with pride, and Xingmeng and I signed a bond contract. Wang Tingting was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze, unable to understand. After a while, she finally came to her senses and sneered, no, buddy, what are you after? She's just a D-class car, not even qualified to participate in the city championship. Even if she were to be equipped with a modification core, her stats wouldn't be enough to make it to C-class. Why would you contract her? Wang Tingting's words were like a bucket of cold water, making Xingming feel at a loss. She shrank her shoulders and stepped back. She was about to fall when her footing became unstable, but was held firmly by a warm big hand. Who says Xingmeng can't participate in the city tournament? Su Chen's cold gaze pierced Wang Tingting's red and swollen face. There's no such thing as a born SSS level mecha girl. Even a D level mecha girl can be just as good if she's trained well. I'm going to take her to the city championship. As the chief tuner, he has no regard for junk cars. It's nothing more than whether the ticket and technical materials are in place. As long as the money and materials are in place, he can make the rockets. Okay. Wang Tingting laughed out of anger, her words a bit incoherent. I'm really looking forward to seeing you guys on the field. I hope you won't end up watching from the stands just because Xingming can't advance to sea level. We will compete. Su Chen's tone was firm, as if he was stating a fact. Xingmeng gripped Su Chen's fingers tightly and slowly raised her head. Through her tear-stained eyes, the tall figure looked like a towering tree, sheltering her from the wind and rain. An unprecedented emotion surged in her chest. Guilt for her cowardice, guilt for her retreat. The master had clearly stood in front of her without hesitation, blocking all malicious intent for her. Are you going to retreat again? Are you still afraid? She stopped shaking. For the first time, he looked directly at Wang Tingting as if she were his opponent. No humility, no fear. All he saw was the raging fire fueled by shame. Wang Tingting, you bad guy. See you on the court. She spoke word by word. After saying this, he picked up the confused Su Chen. Master, let's go. Until the two of them disappeared at the door of the Aviation Security Association. Wang Tingting finally came back to her senses from the shame. She covered her red and swollen cheeks and cursed, "Damn it, isn't it just a broken down tuner? What's so arrogant? I better take that broken car to the city championship." Originally, she just wanted to get a decent result in the city championship, but now she has changed her mind and wants to get into the top 3 in the city championship. The status of an ordinary driver is not as good as that of a tuner, but once she is in the top 3 of the city championship, then this tuner who can only make white cores is nothing. Tuners also need to make a living and need racing drivers and mechanic girls to advertise. Otherwise, with so many tuning shops, why would racers bring mechanic girls to yours? Brother Lin, you have to help me. Help me get a place in the city championship, otherwise, I will have no face to live. Wang Tingting shook the arm of the yellow-haired man beside her, with a pitiful look in her eyes. She was very upset about Lin Haijun's cowardice just now, but when she thought about how Lin Haijun could still be of use, she could only pretend not to see it and bury her dissatisfaction in her heart. I'll help you, I'll definitely help you. Lin Haijun felt guilty and said hurriedly, Tingting, don't worry, I'll definitely help you solve the problem of Luyan Xingyuan. Once the Golden Falcon is upgraded to sea level, I'll arrange a green grade modification core for you. I don't want that white garbage modification core. Brother Lin, you're the best. Wang Tingting snuggled in Lin Haijun's arms, secretly feeling angry. Just wait. Wait until she wins the city championship, wait until she becomes a star driver in Binzhou, wait until she joins the Star Crown Club, then she will definitely find that shop to modify it, make that shop close down and disappear completely from Binzhou City. It feels good to be impulsive. After saying these harsh words, Xing Meng felt as if the sky had fallen. Master, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble. On the skitran, Xing Meng banged her forehead against the window, her head hanging low. Saying something like that without any preparation would surely put a lot of pressure and trouble on Master, wouldn't it? If he can't compete, he'll be laughed at for the rest of his life, and it would also cost Master a modification core. What are you saying sorry for? Su Chen rolled his eyes, and pressed Xing Meng's shoulders to straighten her up so they could look at each other. Excuse me, who am I? You are the master. Xing Meng was not used to staring at Su Chen's burning eyes, so she quickly looked away with a red face. No. I mean, what is my profession? Your occupation. Xing Meng blinked her big eyes and hesitated, is it a pilot? Oh no, it's my master, meow. Su Chen. I'm a tuner. He cleared his throat and said solemnly, as a tuner, do you think I'd be short of a tuning core? If it's broken, it's broken. I'll make another one for you when we get back to the shop. As for the pressure of the competition, don't worry. Without pressure, where would the motivation come from? Comrade Xingming, now it's up to the two of us to work hard together. Come on. Oh. Come on. Xingmeng felt truly encouraged, and imitated Su Chen, clenching his fists and waving them twice, then tilted his head in confusion. But master, can the modification core be made casually? I heard that the success rate of tuners making tuning cores is not very high. If they keep failing, wouldn't it be a waste of materials? Materials have to be purchased, right? Well. Su Chen was stunned. It seems that he will never fail in modifying the core. After all, the way he makes modification cores is completely different from that of the modifiers in this world, and not all modifiers can make modification cores. Most modifiers in this world are merely mod core dealers with a mod certificate and mod knowledge. True modifiers who can actually craft mod cores hold a higher status. Previously, he lacked a certificate and hadn't awakened this ability, otherwise he wouldn't have ended up struggling to even pay rent. Don't worry, I have plenty of materials. Su Chen lied with his eyes open. There isn't much material left. If there is really a probability in manufacturing the modified core, then he is likely to fail. But he has always maintained an optimistic attitude that there will be a way out when you reach the mountain. No matter what, let us coax Xingmeng back first. As a pure tuner, the happiest moment is probably when the racing car I modified myself shines in the race and leaves everyone behind. Su Chen enjoyed this moment. So when Xingmeng became his pilot, his mind was full of all kinds of cool moves. He was determined to let Xingmeng go to the racing track and make those pilots who look down on her drop their jaws. But ideals are full, and reality is skinny. Currently, the most authoritative and official junior competition in the world is called the City Championship. This competition will be held in every major urban area, and the difficulty of the track is strictly controlled. Although it cannot be guaranteed that the track in each urban area is exactly the same, the difficulty of the track will not differ much. It's no use just talking about taking Xingming to participate in the City Championship. Now we face a problem: only C-level mecha-girls are eligible to participate in the City Championship. Xingming is a D-class mecha-girl, strictly speaking. So he has to upgrade Star Dream. The condition for upgrading from D to C requires 1 performance to reach the passing line, as well as a primary star element with the corresponding star emblem attribute. Xingmeng's star emblem is Guanyao, so it needs Guanyao star elements. At this moment, Xingmeng was happily drinking a can of orange-flavored high-energy nutrient solution, and her 2 little feet were shaking gently while she was sitting on a stool. Noticing Su Chen's gaze, she twitched her cat ears and tilted her head to let out a meow. Amitba, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Su Chen repeated it silently 3 times and looked away, feeling a little troubled. If the passing line is 60, none of the 5 attributes of Star Dream are up to standard, and the difference is not even a little bit. The only one that is close to passing is the cornering performance. He sorted out his chaotic thoughts and sorted out the order of things to do next. He wrote them down on paper while muttering to himself. Well, first of all, it would be best to prepare multiple modification plans, one of which must allow Xingming's cornering attribute to reach 60. Then, go to the online competition network to check if there are any recent open tournaments that reward primary star coins. Use the modified course specifically for the track format of the open tournament to ensure that you can obtain the primary star coins. This should allow you to steadily upgrade Star Dream to C rank. And the most important one. Su Chen sighed and scribbled a steering wheel on the paper. I've traveled through time, and I actually have to take a driver's license test. Chapter 10, Second Modification. Master, it feels a little strange, meow. There's nothing strange about that. It's just how it is when you modify something. You have to get used to it. But I always feel a little ashamed. Okay, enough of the nonsense. Get serious. I'm about to start. In the modification room, the night cast mottled light and shadows through the window. Xingming has transformed into a racing car, with the car body supported by 2 jacks to a height of about 1.5 meters, and the 4 tires and chassis suspended in the air. Su Chen frowned, holding a flashlight and a wrench, pacing back and forth around the body of Xingming's car, his eyes as sharp as an eagle. Once he got into work mode, he lost his usual nonchalant look and became serious and solemn. I noticed your tires weren't very good last time. As a car that's going to race, you have to have slick tires. Once you change the tires, your cornering performance will definitely improve. Tires, seemingly inconspicuous components on a racing car, actually have a huge impact on the performance of the car. Good tires can not only improve the cornering performance of the car, but can even improve the driver's road feel. But Su Chen has no sense of the road. After all, apart from his identity as a tuner, he is just an ordinary person with ordinary driving skills, but he knows what kind of tires are suitable for Xingming. W want to change the tire, meow? Xingming's voice sounded a little nervous. That's right. As he spoke, Su Chen had already skillfully completed the tire removal and used the pressure relief valve to release the gas inside the tire of Xingming's factory-installed wheels. The wheel hub is still useful after being removed. However, due to limited conditions, the maintenance of the wheel hub was skipped. He noticed that even though the tire was already on the tire changer, there was still a faint photon connection between the wheel and the body of the Xingming. The body form of the mecha-girl seems to have normal touch all over the body. Su Chen couldn't help but wonder that even though the wheels had been removed from the car body, Xingming might still be able to feel it? That's a bit scary. It turned out that he was right. When the tire shovel head separates the tire lip, Xingming suddenly screamed softly, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. What's wrong? Does it hurt? Su Chen paused and turned his head to observe Xingming's condition. From this direction, he could see the girl in the cockpit with her head down, her pretty face slightly flushed, and the cat ears on her head standing high. No, it doesn't hurt, meow. It's just icy cold. This is the first time I've felt this way. Oh, as long as it doesn't hurt. Su-Chen continued to remove the second tire, his movements much gentler as he asked casually, speaking of which part of your mecha form does the wheel correspond to? Your butt? How could it be a butt, meow? Su-Chen ignored Xing Meng's anger and asked, where is that? The head? The ribs? The duodenum? Don't guess randomly, meow. It's feet. Feet, meow. I see, it's just like us humans taking off our shoes. Su-Chen pretended to be enlightened, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He understood everything, but seeing Xing Meng was nervous, he tried to liven up the atmosphere. So far, the results seem to be good. X1 semi-slick tire considered an entry-level semi-slick tire in this world. According to his experience, the strength of this tire is similar to that of the previous generation's Michelin PS4S, and it is positioned as a high-performance street tire. The source of the acquisition is a nearby scrap car processing plant. The old man there didn't know the value of things, so he found a treasure. If you really want to buy a new one, it will cost around 2,000 yuan. The process of changing tires was familiar and a bit boring to Su-Chen. But from Star Dream's perspective, it's just the opposite. Her mind was blank, and she only felt that Su-Chen was fiddling with her wheels over and over again. Then suddenly the wheel hub felt hot, and something sticky and hot wrapped around the entire wheel hub. This should be the beat of the new tire that the master mentioned. This was her first time changing a tire. She couldn't describe the feeling specifically, but it was quite comfortable. She didn't know how long it had been, but before she could savor this new feeling, Su-Chen's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Okay, I'm done changing. Meow? So fast? It's been an hour. Su-Chen raised his eyebrows and knocked on the car window. Although as a professional tuner, my modification speed is faster than those ordinary rookies, but why do I feel that you seem to be a little unsatisfied? No, meow. Xing Ming smiled embarrassedly. Changing the wheels is just the first step, it's not over yet. In fact, it has been completed, but the corresponding modification core has not been generated. Su-Chen touched his chin and pondered for a while. Maybe the prerequisites are not met? Recalling the previous modifications to the Star Dream, adding a front lip and a rear wing, and adjusting the chassis, a total of 2 modifications were made. Could it be that 2 locations must be modified to meet the conditions for activating the modification core? Su-Chen returned to the warehouse and took a look at the junk he had found from the scrapyard. There are only some scraps left from the PVC boards I used to cover the chassis of the Star Dream last time, and there are still quite a few ABS plastic boards, which should be enough to make a front lip and a rear wing. The downforce provided by the front lip and rear wing to the car will also affect the grip, which is the same as the effect of changing tires. But he didn't originally want to do this. After all, this rough way of improving cornering performance will cause excessive grip and affect the speed of the car, but there is no other choice at the moment. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when the front lip and rear wing were completed. Su-Chen installed the 2 accessories on Xing Meng. Compared to the discomfort of the first installation, this time I felt much calmer when installing Star Dream. The 4 wheels, front lip and rear wing turned into flowing starlight, and finally condensed into a hexahedral cube emitting white and green light next to the jack. It was the latest modification core. Su-Chen picked up the modified core, and as the electronic lines flowed, the information of the module appeared before his eyes. Unnamed Cornering Performance Specialization Customization Core. Positive effect, cornering +7, stability +3. Negative effects, speed 4, burst 2, tire loss rate +40%. Special effects, bust +1 cup, black silk high heel. Special effects, special parts sensitivity +1. Grade, white-green. This modification core is made for you, please name the modification core. Xing Meng on the side has returned to her mech-girl form and is standing on tiptoe looking over here curiously. Su-Chen's eyes moved back and forth between Xing Meng's barren upper body and her bare little feet, and he fell into deep thought. This modified core seems to be able to change its appearance? Or do all modification cores have this kind of cross-dressing effect? As for the name, let's call it Black Silk Thunder No. 2 Modified Core. He narrowed his eyes and clapped his hands with his fists. Such a perfect, high-end, elegant and appropriate name. He is simply the ancient Greek god in charge of naming. But, what does special area sensitivity +1 mean? Su Chen had a serious look on his face, and his stern gaze fell on Xing Meng. As the saying goes, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. As a tuner and driver, you should have a sufficient understanding of the situation of your own mech-girl. So, a little research. It should be nothing, right? Chapter 11, A Pleasure to the Eyes. Master, this module feels weird after I installed it. Xingmeng stood under the lights in the hall, her beautiful legs in black stockings slightly clamped together, wearing a pair of high heels. It's so exciting to watch. Moreover, the originally barren upper body finally has some pleasing curves. What's wrong with your body? What's wrong with it? Tell me. Su Chen looked Xing Meng up and down, and only then did he understand what it meant to be pleasing to the eye. These furry ears, this furry tail. I just want to pet them just by looking at them. Yes, I just feel numb on the soles of my feet. Xing Meng carefully took a step, and the heels of her high heels made a crisp click sound when they hit the wooden floor. Her pretty face flushed and she shivered all over. Su Chen solved the case when he saw Xing Meng's embarrassed look. Oh, so the special part with sensitivity +1 is the soles of the feet. How to say it, unexpected, but reasonable. He thought it was some private part. For example, cat ears, cat tails, etc. But it's not a big problem. This does not affect his appreciation of beauty. Besides this, do you have any other feelings? Yes, meow. Xing Meng closed her eyes and felt it very carefully, then clenched her fist and punched the air. It just feels stronger than before, and my chest feels heavier, meow. Su Chen thought, isn't it? Right A becomes right B. That is a qualitative leap. It seems that after installing the modified core, the elevator girl herself has a certain feeling, but this feeling is not clear. Your feet are a defect in the modification core. Su Chen pointed at the chair seriously. Go sit there, take off your shoes, and I will help you check it. Oh. Xing Meng didn't doubt it. She sat down obediently and took off her shoes, revealing a pair of small feet wrapped in black stockings. Su Chen squatted down and looked at it carefully. I just feel that the creatures called mecha-girls in this world are really strange. Logically speaking, these high heels should be wheels. But they can be taken off as high heels. It's not scientific at all. But now is not the time to be unscientific in management. For Xingming's health, he needs to carefully examine Xingming's feet. The fingers slowly fell. However, before he could fully appreciate the soft touch, Xing Meng suddenly screamed, tensed her calves, and kicked with all her strength. Before my eyes, a black shadow with a fragrant breeze flashed. Bang! Su Chen's face instantly changed shape. Puff! A mouthful of old blood spurted out a foot high. Su Chen's body rotated 3.5 times in the air. It fell to the ground and rolled all the way to the corner of the hall, knocking over a shelf before stopping. Ah! Master? Xing Meng was startled by her own kick and quickly ran to check on Su Chen's condition. It was a completely subconscious action just now. After installing the modified core, her feet became particularly sensitive, so the moment Su Chen's hand touched them, her whole body went numb and she had a knee-jerk reflex as if she had been electrocuted. The strength of the mecha-girl is many times that of an ordinary human. This almost full-strength kick naturally sent Su Chen flying. Master, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Xing Meng knelt beside Su Chen and helped him up. Her small hand tightly grasped the gradually cold big hand, tears streaming down her face. Master, please don't die. What would I do if you died? Woo woo woo. Don't cry. Su Chen's face was pale as he lay on Xing Meng's soft thighs. With trembling hands, he took out his cell phone and slowly raised it. Quick! Help me call an ambulance. The next morning. Su Chen stood at the hospital entrance, still a little dazed at the sight of the people and cars passing by on the street. He swore that he would never tremble again, and... So fast? He touched his recovered chin in disbelief. Master? What's so fast? Xingmeng tilted her head curiously while holding fruits and milk. From the time the master woke up to the time he left the hospital, his expression and condition were strange. The mandibular fracture was healed so quickly? Su Chen was amazed. Is this world's medical technology so terrifying? He just remembered that he was unconscious and when he woke up he was fine. Yes. Xing Meng nodded like a chick pecking at rice. It's just a minor injury, but it really hurts. Master, I'm sorry. I will definitely hold back and not kick you next time. Su Chen was speechless. Xingming certainly didn't do it on purpose. The girl has a mental stamp that she cannot harm the pilot. So we can't blame Xingming, we can only blame him for being clumsy. And he was deceived by Xingming's cute appearance and underestimated Xingming's terrifying power. If the force when he was kicked was reduced 100 times, he said he could do it a few more times. It's okay. Su Chen said nothing and took a step away from Xingming. He coughed lightly and said, "By the way, where did you get the money to pay for the medical expenses? Mecha owners can apply for free injury relief once a year." Xingming raised her pockets. After becoming a pilot, you can apply 3 times a year, and you'll also receive fruit and milk. Are the drivers treated so well? Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a world where racing is paramount, this driver is practically being coaxed into a placenta. Master, what are we going to do next, meow? Should we continue with the modification? Su Chen was silent for a moment after hearing this. He no longer had the materials or money to modify the Star Dream. Now all he had to do was convert the Star Dream's modifications into profits. But before that, he needed a ticket to the new century. Elbow. He waved, "Come with me to get my driver's license." There are 2 types of driver's licenses in this world. One of them is the same as in the previous life, used for driving maglev vehicles, ordinary cars and trams, but the time to obtain the license is shortened to as fast as 1 day. The second type is the professional driver's license for drone pilots. You need to have the first type of driver's license first, and then drive the robot to complete a basic track test. The time to obtain a certificate is also shortened to 1 day. The test track is 10 kilometers long in total, and the entire track is very narrow, allowing only 1 car to pass. The assessment requires reaching the finish line within the specified time and not colliding with the surrounding guardrails during the process. Any collision, even just a graze, will be considered a failure. The driving school in Binzhou City looks like a waiting hall. Su Chen took Xingming to line up and found a chair to sit on in the spacious and bright hall. There were rows of seats in front, behind, and on both sides, similar to those in a waiting room. It is the graduation season and the freshman season, and there are quite a lot of people here, most of whom are young people with excited expressions and wearing school uniforms. Generally, those who take the driving license test are freshmen of the League Academy. Someone like him is already considered an uncle. Su Chen noticed a huge electronic screen on the right wall of the waiting room. Above is an electronic map of Binzhou. There are flashing landmarks on the map, which are obviously the competitions that Binzhou City is currently or will be hosting. He walked over to the electronic map so he could see it more clearly. Xiaoming Mountain Uphill Stage Exchange Race Difficulty. Location, Xiaoming Mountain, Binzhou. Time, July 9, 8 p.m. Rewards, regular bonuses for the first, second and third place winners, and personal guidance from the Xiaoming Mountain record holder, Master Tohai. Longtan Exchange Competition Difficulty. Location, Longtan, the terminus of Skitran Line 1. Time, 8 a.m., July 8. Rewards, regular bonuses for first, second and third place winners. They are all small competitions. This is also the daily routine of most League Academy students and even professional drivers. Whenever I have time, I will participate in small competitions to make money as long as my condition allows. When you earn enough money, you can modify and upgrade the mech-girl, and then participate in more difficult competitions to earn more money, and continue the cycle of improvement. As the track information flashed by, a landmark located in the center of Binzhou City suddenly lit up, brighter and more luxurious than its predecessor. Penang City Center Underground Tunnel Open Live Broadcast Difficulty. Location, west entrance of the City Center Tunnel. Time, 9 p.m. on July 7th. Rewards, open tournament regular prize money and 1 primary star dollar of your choice. July 7th, that is tonight. Su Chen's heart moved and he clenched his fists. If you want to participate in the city championship, you need to be C level. And Xingming has reached the standard for promotion to Class C. Now all I need is 1 primary star element. Isn't it coming? There are no second chances. Driver assessment must be passed in 1 go. Chapter 12, Su Chen's catapult start. Thanks to the bosses for the gift. Boy, have you ever learned how to drive a car? There's no registration for you in the computer. You've never been to a driving school. The middle-aged coach looked at Su Chen and then at Xingming, thinking that he was just another second-generation player who was just playing around. The specialized mecha girls with animal ears are not cheap. Even if the performance is average, the appearance alone can be 20% more expensive. I've never been to a driving school, but can't I just teach myself? Suchin smiled and said, as long as I can pass the test, that's all that matters. The exams in this world are quite strict, but there are no requirements for teaching. As long as you can pass the exam, it counts no matter where you studied. But it is rare to find someone who can pass the exam without studying seriously. Okay. The coach said nothing more and handed Suchin a form for him to sign. The test fee is 100 yuan, and it is non-refundable if you fail. You can only take the basic driver's license test once every 2 weeks, and the professional driver's license can only be taken once every 3 months. Suchin signed and paid the money, and the coach stood up and motioned Suchin to follow. I'm your examiner today. I'll be in the passenger seat in a moment. Follow me. Xingmeng also followed the two of them to the training ground. She was quite curious about her driver's license test. I've never seen a master drive a car. I don't know how good the master's driving skills are. Anyway, Wang Tingting's driving skills are very average, and it is very uncomfortable to go on the track with Wang Tingting. But Suchin is different. Suchin treats her well, so she can fully accept it even if Suchin is only half as good as Wang Tingting. Kid, choose one from the maglev, gasoline, or electric trains. The coach brought Suchin to the 3 training cars, unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle and took a sip. The gasoline car is the most difficult and has been almost eliminated. I don't recommend you choose it. Suchin looked at the 3 cars carefully. The 2 cars at the back looked no different from the cars in his previous life. It was unknown what technology the magnetic levitation car in the front used. The wheels were like tracks, and the entire car body was suspended in the air at a height of half a palm. It looked quite high-tech. But no matter how high-tech they are, how can magnetic levitation and batteries compare to the mechanical charm of the internal combustion engine? Besides, the interior of the Xingmeng car is obviously a gasoline vehicle structure. I choose the gasoline car. Tisk. The coach's eye twitched. Another one of them was skeptical. It's cool to drive a gasoline car, but it's difficult. Are you sure? Okay, I choose the gasoline car. Okay. The coach opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat with an expressionless face. He held the scoreboard and was ready to give Suchin 0 points. Suchin sat in the driver's seat, gripped the steering wheel with both hands, and a familiar feeling came over him. Although he was not a driver in his previous life, as a tuner he had to have some knowledge of racing cars and racing techniques. Needless to say, his level could definitely be considered an old driver among ordinary people, and it was not based on experience, but on technology. Coach, I heard that pilots are also classified, from no grade, D grade to S grade, right? So what? The coach rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, there's more than that. There are SS and SSS levels above that. But what does that have to do with you? You're lucky to get a barely passing level today. Suchin didn't refute. After briefly checking the condition of the car, he looked straight ahead. Coach, are you ready? Get ready, don't waste time, finish the test quickly. I still need to eat lunch. The next second, buzz. The engine's restless roar almost scared the coach into flying off his mount. The clutch entered the semi-clutch state. The young man next to him had a stern look on his face, holding the steering wheel with both hands, like a knight holding the reins of a warhorse. No. It can't be called a warhorse. The usually docile training car is now a beast ready to go. The coach subconsciously leaned against the seat and grabbed the seatbelt with both hands. Suchin had already stepped on the clutch with his left foot and pushed the accelerator with his right foot, pushing the engine to 4,000 RPM. The turbine began to howl shrilly. No, buddy, what are you doing? The coach's shout seemed pale and powerless amid the roar of the engine. Suchin said nothing, just staring at the trembling tachometer needle. Through the dashboard, he seemed to see the moment when the fuel and air were about to blend perfectly. He tapped his fingers to the beat, touched his lips together, and counted down silently. 3, 2, 1. The moment the word 1 bursts from my lips, the clutch is lifted to the engagement point, and at the same time, my right foot presses hard on the accelerator pedal. The front wheels of the training bike suddenly grabbed the ground, and there was a sharp screeching sound as the rubber and the road scraped against each other. The powerful force threw the panicked coach onto his seat. In 0.8 seconds, the engine speed soared from 4,000 to the red line. Boom! The training vehicle shot out like a cannonball. Su Chen accurately shifted into second gear, the turbocharger roared, and the propulsion came like a wave. The starting line was left behind in an instant, and all that remained in his bright eyes was the straight track ahead in his body. Dopamine and adrenaline intertwined into an intense symphony, singing the freedom and unrestrainedness unique to the racing career. Ha 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 ha. Su Chen laughed out loud with joy, and the coach was so scared that he wanted to pee. At the sight of the track, Xing Meng's eyes lit up as she looked at the training car that was leaving the crowd far behind. I never thought that the master could even use the launch technique. That's amazing, meow. I wonder how cool it would be if I could be slingshot like this by my master. She suddenly felt a little envious of the training car. The master's first catapult start was actually given to the training car? Damn it, meow. 10 minutes later. After the training car finished all the events, Su Chen spun the car into the parking space. He rolled down the window and glanced at the stop line, shaking his head and sighing, after all, I'm not a professional driver. This drift parking is still too low. Professional drivers can keep the car completely parallel to the stop line. Mine is too crooked. But no matter how crooked it is, as long as you park it in there, you'll definitely pass. He turned his head and looked at the pale-faced coach. How's it going, coach? I think I'll pass, right? Yes. The coach nodded tremblingly, suddenly opened the car door and started vomiting violently. He has been a coach for more than 10 years, but this is the first time he has encountered such a terrifying beginner. No, this definitely couldn't be a beginner. Most pilots who had just graduated from the League Academy didn't have this skill. How could a typical pilot possibly learn a technique like a launch before joining the club? Do you really think that anyone can become successful through self-study? The same technology works differently when used on mechanical cars and mech-girls. A mechanical car has no soul and is just a dead object. You can toss it around as you like, but the girl in the car will cry out in pain. Who would dare to use a catapult start on their own mecha without professional training? Not to mention that if the Aircraft Protection Association finds out, they will be invited for a chat. Who would dare to take the risk of the aircraft being scrapped? In the eyes of the coach, Su Chen has been classified as the second generation of some club bosses. Only people of this status may have enough resources to train their skills while not having learned basic driving in a driving school. Su Chen handed the coach a bottle of mineral water, patted the coach on the back and said, Coach, can you still hold on? There are still a few tests to go, as well as the test for the professional driver's license for mecha girls. You? No, that's enough. The coach waved his hands violently, his eyes red as he said, Don't torture me, I'm just a small coach. I'll give you a score right now, and you take your driver's license and get out of my sight. Coach, this is not good. Su Chen showed a shy smile on his face. Nothing bad. The coach finally calmed down after scoring on the scoreboard. He looked at Su Chen with complicated eyes. The highest grade that ordinary driving schools can give is C. I know your level is enough to get B, or even A. You can go through the club's channels. There's no need to show off here. Su Chen smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. What can he do if he doesn't have a club? But C is not bad either. Xingmeng will also be C when she is upgraded. He and Xingming are like twin stars and grow together. The documents were processed quickly. The coach handed Su Chen the Class C driver's license, and with a dark face, he slammed the office door shut. He didn't want to keep his eyes on Su Chen for even a second. Su Chen didn't care. The sun is shining brightly outside the window. He exchanged a glance with Xing Meng next to him, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Bincheng Underground Tunnel open. We are here. I owe you the gift now. I don't have the energy to update it for now. I'll make up for it when I have time. Thank you. Let's wait for the goose to adjust its status first. Chapter 13, Northern Wolf. Lao Zhang, there's a game tonight. Sorry to bother you again. Lin Haijun pushed open the office door and was stunned. Coach Zhang, who usually has a rosy complexion, looks haggard today, giving people a pale and broken feeling. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? The coach looked up at the yellow-haired man who came in inside. Stop talking about it. Today I met this second-generation rich guy from the club. He lapped the training track in less than 8 minutes and even mastered the launch control technique. In the end, he took a Class C driver's license from me. What do you think he wanted? The club came to you to get your driver's license? Lin Haijun was stunned. What's wrong? I also think he seems to have some serious illness. The coach picked up the teacup and took a big gulp of water. He had already drunk 3 bottles of mineral water but still smelled the sour taste of vomit in his nose and mouth. What's your name? Let me see if I remember it. Lin Haijun asked. It seems his name is Su Chen. Su Chen? Never heard of him. Lin Haijun shook his head. He must be a newcomer from a small club. These young people are like that. They haven't even run a single game, but they think they're awesome just because they have a little talent, and they start showing off everywhere. Indeed. The coach nodded in agreement and scoffed, just like you always are. Are you going to participate in the city underground tunnel race tonight? Here are the keys. Remember to put all the ice cream cones back where they belong after practice. He took out a bunch of keys and handed them to Lin Haijun. Huang Mao is the son of one of his friends, and this is not his first time here. Occasionally, I would bring my daughter to the driving school's training track for a run to hone her skills, and I would also usually bring her to warm up before the race. He has decent talent, but unfortunately he spends too much time on women, otherwise he would have reached the threshold to join the club long ago. Don't worry, when have I not restored it for you? Lin Haijun took the key and went out, but his mind was still thinking about what had just happened. Generally, drivers who have obtained a driver's license will take their driver's girl to the nearest competition to test the waters. The only match in Bincheng today is the one in the evening. Could it be that this person is also going to participate in the city underground tunnel race tonight? If you take the direct test, you will get C level, which means you are a little expert. I thought it was his solo show tonight, but now I'm looking forward to it. Lin Haijun's lips curled slightly. Su Chen? Interesting. Night. Buzz. The violent sound of an engine filled the entire street as a silver-white sports car sped past. The wheels rolled over the accumulated water and slapped the face of a drunk man who was staggering on the street. Hey! How can you drive like this? The drunk man raised the bottle and cursed loudly, but was stunned when he saw the wolf head logo on the rear of the car. This logo doesn't seem to belong to Bincheng's team. This direction late at night. He seemed to suddenly remember something and took out a ticket from his pocket. Oh right. Penang Underground Tunnel Race. Damn, I drank too much and almost forgot about it. He checked the time and immediately scanned a shared maglev bike to rush to the stadium. Bincheng Underground Tunnel Race. Although it is not an open race, because they are willing to give out rewards, there are always drivers with great potential participating in every race. These drivers and mech-girls are also very likely to appear in the city championships. Watching the races in advance and getting information about these drivers and mech-girls will help you bet on the top 3 in the city championship. That's not only a lot of money, but also a great topic of conversation among friends after dinner. Timer, route map, audio system, and large electronic screen. The air was filled with the mixed smell of gasoline, rubber, and fried food. At the starting point of the Penang Tunnel Underground Race, neon lights cast mottled shadows on the wet ground. During the day, this is the entrance to a deserted underground tunnel. At night, it is the other side where star chasers drive hover cars and sing praises to their dreams. These boys and girls with colorful hair and punk-style clothes are not chasing after singers or movie stars, but racing drivers. My fellow Jets. Good evening, everyone. I'm your old friend, Brother Chicken. A makeshift stage was set up near the tunnel entrance. The host, Brother G, was wearing a sequin suit and a pair of exaggerated heart-shaped sunglasses. He was holding a microphone and singing with his duck-like voice. Welcome to the Penang City Underground Tunnel Race. 10 minutes until the race begins. Most of the drivers have arrived and started preparing. Considering there are new spectators, I will give you a brief introduction to the race. The Bincheng Underground Tunnel is 7.8 kilometers long, and our drivers and their drivers will complete 20 laps. The race will be based on a lottery system, and malicious collisions and illegal modifications are prohibited during the race. After saying that, Brother G gestured to the backstage. Okay, I'm done farting. Now let's turn the camera to the contestants. Everyone can start cheering for your favorite contestants. Ha, Brother G is still so passionate. Lin Haijun leaned against the body of the car, watching Brother G's stand-up comedy performance on the big screen. Master, come in and get ready. Puffing's urgings sounded in my ears. Oh, it's just a small competition, there's no need to be so serious. Lin Haijun waved his hand casually. For him, the Bincheng Underground Tunnel Race is indeed a small race. He has run it at least 10 times and is very familiar with the track conditions. Not to mention getting first place, being in the top 3 is almost certain. As long as you are in the top 3, you can get a primary star element, which means you have completed Wang Tingting's mission. We should take even small competitions seriously. Pafong pouted in the cockpit. Since the driver didn't come in, she had to check the condition of the car herself and report directly later. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, the roar of an engine was heard in the distance, like the warning growl of a lion king patrolling his territory. Lin Haijun and the other drivers all looked back. But then a beam of dazzling headlights cut through the night, and then a silver-white robot came into view. The girl made a smooth drift and swung into the starting line with a sharp sound of tires rubbing against the ground, parallel to the broken front next to her. Through the front windshield, you can vaguely see the driver in the car controlling the steering wheel with one hand, his eyes as sharp as an eagle. This is. Lin Haijun's pupil shrank when he saw the wolf head logo on the silver-white mecha. Northern Wolf? He recognized the team's logo. But why would the Northern Wolf team from the neighboring K City come to Binzhou City? The car door opened, and a man in a black leather jacket got out. He took off his helmet, revealing a sharp-edged face. He looked Lin Haijun up and down before looking away. There was no arrogance in his eyes, but it was clear that he didn't take Lin Haijun and Pafong seriously either. Damn it, what's that look? Lin Haijun clenched his fists, gnashing his teeth with a creaking sound, but beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. The professional riders from the Northern Wolves team felt suffocated when they came to participate in this small competition, just like being entangled by a python. Not to mention the level of skill required to accurately throw the car into the starting line, just the smooth drifting would take him 2 years to learn. However, just when the drivers were immersed in the oppressive feeling brought by the Northern Wolves, another engine roar was heard at the end of the road, not as loud as the one from the previous one. Yet he is calm and reserved, harboring murderous intent, like a cheetah waiting for its chance to hunt. No blaring headlights, no frantic brake sounds. A blue and white mecha that looked even a bit ordinary quietly appeared at the edge of the field of vision. Lin Haijun was stunned when he saw the car, feeling that he had seen it somewhere. In the moment he was stunned, the robot also drifted perfectly, almost sticking to the railing, and swung into the starting line. When the machine stopped, there was dead silence all around. The man in the black jacket from Northern Wolf showed surprise, and Lin Haijun finally came to his senses. Isn't this the Star Dream that Wang Tingting used to drive? Although there are obvious signs of modification, the main body of the car has not changed much. The car door opened and a tall man walked out. His face was calm and even had a hint of death in it. Su Chen didn't even look at the crowd. He just bent down and reached out to poke the Xingmeng tire. How's it going, Xingmeng? Report on the tire wear. Chapter 14, the game begins. The race is about to begin, please be ready to start. Brother G's duck-like voice sounded on the radio. Su Chen put on his helmet and held the steering wheel with both hands. Master, the water temperature is normal, the oil pressure is normal. The neural network is connected to the cockpit. Connecting lines of unknown material extend from Xingmeng's spine. These connecting wires are connected to the steering wheel, brake, clutch and other operating platforms in the cockpit. As the words fell, these connecting wires also lit up with a faint fluorescent light. 3% tire wear is outrageous. Su Chen leaned back in his chair and sighed, his whole body relaxing. 3% is the data Xingmeng gave him. It is about 15 kilometers from the modification shop to the racetrack, which means that Xingmeng's tire wear will reach 30% in the later stages of the race. This is the core negative effect of the modification of tire loss plus 40%. Immediate results. This type of tire will definitely not be qualified for competition. But now I have no choice but to go ahead with it. Master, if we lose this game, will you blame me? Xingmeng's timid voice came from the front. Through the rearview mirror, Su Chen could see the girl's pretty face filled with nervousness and timidity. They had just signed the contract and had not had any time to get used to each other, but they were about to face a relatively well-known competition. The two opponents next to them put a lot of pressure on Xingmeng. On the left are Lin Haijun and Pafong. Lin Haijun is Wang Tingting's current boyfriend. The man in the jacket and the unknown girl on the right are said to be from the Northern Wolf racing team in the next city. Since they are professional riders from the team, they must be tough guys. Hey, Xingmeng, what do you like to eat? Su Chen did not answer, but asked an irrelevant question. Hey, me? Xing Meng's ears perked up, and she tilted her head to think for 2 seconds. I told you not to laugh at me. I like eating big watermelon with stinky tofu, meow. Okay. Su Chen nodded with a smile, although he was surprised by Xing Meng's preference. If we lose this game and don't get the ingredients, we can go have a big watermelon and stinky tofu meal to encourage ourselves. Meow. Is it really possible? This time Xing Meng's tail also stood up. Certainly. But, won't there be any punishment for losing the game? Xing Meng was incredulous and reassured. Master, I can accept any punishment, but please don't terminate the contract with me. Don't worry, it won't happen. Important things should be said 3 times, meow. No, no, no. After hearing Su Chen's repeated assurances, Xing Meng felt a little relieved. Master, I will do my best too. She pumped her fist and took a deep breath. She must get the star element materials in this game. Only by obtaining the star yuan materials can you advance to the C-level Upper City Championship. I'll prove it to you. Xing Meng glanced at Pafeng beside her and murmured softly, I'm not the useless loser you say I am. I can also speed on the track and unleash my power. Next door, in Pafeng's cockpit, Lin Haijun had been looking strange from the very beginning. The world is one giant coincidence. He really didn't expect to meet Xing Meng and the tuner here. Well, then I'll crush your hopes in advance. Lin Haijun glanced at Xing Meng out of the corner of his eye and could vaguely see the man sitting upright in the cockpit. A 2.5-star difficulty race is not something a newbie can handle. You'll soon realize how naive you are. He curled the corners of his mouth slightly, glanced at the Northern Wolf team's mecha on the left, and the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. Except for the C-class driver who was unknown whether he came or not. The driver from Northern Wolf will be his tough rival tonight. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the game officially began with the sound of the signal gun. All drivers will start from the starting point in groups of 3 according to the order of the draw. 8-5. The radio sounded again. Please prepare for the start, contestant number 17 Yuming Zhuiying and contestant number 24 Lin Haijun Pafeng. Yuming. Lin Haijun had a slight impression. There was indeed such a person in the Northern Wolf team, but he seemed to be in the T2 team and not the main driver. But even so, he was a definite fish fry player in such a small competition. Isn't this a pretentious crime? Contestant number 41, Su Chen Xing Meng, please be ready to start. What? Lin Haijun was stunned and almost jumped up from his seat. Su Chen. He is Su Chen? Looking at the figure in the cockpit of the Star Dream next door, Lin Haijun was completely dumbfounded. The man who took the Class C driver's license from Coach Zhang in the morning and was suspected to be the second-generation rich kid in the club was actually Xing Meng's current driver Su Chen? Isn't he a tuner? Do you still have time to practice racing skills when you are a tuner? And the driving skills are even good? Lin Haijun felt mixed emotions. Although the world is a huge coincidence, he does not think that this Su Chen is someone else. The Class C driver's license must have been obtained by this person just now. But he quickly calmed down and consoled himself, so what? The competition isn't just about technique, it's also about the mech-girl's performance. It's only been less than a day, and I don't believe he can improve Star Dream that much. He thought of how Wang Tingting had described to him how bad the performance of Star Dream was. He was confident again. 3 seconds to go. Boom! The roar of the engine sounded simultaneously from the 3 mechas, and the vibration spread throughout the entire body of the car. Su Chen looked straight ahead, his pupils gradually contracted, and his boiling blood calmed down at this moment. 3. He lightly pressed the clutch with his left foot, controlled the speed with his right foot on the accelerator, and gripped the steering wheel at 9 and 3 o'clock with his fingers. 2. The roar of Xing Meng's engine suddenly increased, and Su Chen's muscles tensed up. 1. The moment the signal gun sounded, Su Chen stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and released the clutch at the same time. The hot tires spun wildly and rubbed against the ground, producing hot white smoke. Boom! The next second, Xing Meng shot out like a cannonball. The G-force pressed Su Chen heavily into the seat, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. In 0.5 seconds, the neon lights at the starting point have blurred into flowing colorful lines. The violent acceleration of braking 100 km/h in 3 seconds almost made him dizzy, but the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. It's back, everything is back. The feeling of team building with those top drivers on the track unearthed the freedom and madness that even a tuner deeply desires. Master, this is the first time I've started at such a fast speed. Xing Meng's cry of surprise and delight came from the front. Just as she'd thought, this kind of catapult start was truly exhilarating. Su Chen's mouth curled up in disdain beneath his helmet. Who the hell is Wang Tingting? Does she even know what a launch jump is? Not only Wang Tingting didn't understand. Lin Haijun doesn't know much either. Su Chen looked at Pafeng's figure in the rearview mirror. With just a sprint start, Lin Haijun was left more than 10 meters behind him. In Pafeng's cockpit, Lin Haijun gripped the steering wheel tightly, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Such proficiency in launch control? Is he really just a C-rank pilot? He clenched his teeth and stared at Xing Ming's taillights. An expert can tell whether it is good or not at a glance. The speed of the ejection made him feel a little desperate, and he even suspected that Su Chen had changed his machine. Can a D-class car start at this speed? What made Lin Haijun feel even more uneasy was, in the rearview mirror, the driver of the Northern Wolves team did not move at all, and the driver was still in the ready state. There's a malfunction with the machine. Or is there some other reason? Chapter 15, Let the bullets fly for a while. No. It can't be a malfunction of the machine. Lin Haijun's heart sank. He clearly remembered that the machine was in the startup state when he started. Then there is only one answer: the other party did it on purpose, deliberately wasting time there. The driver of the Northern Wolf felt that he could outrun all of them even if he allowed time to pass. What kind of confidence is this? As expected of the club's professional driver, huh? Looks like securing first place tonight is a bit of a stretch. While thinking, Lin Haijun discovered that Pafeng had caught up with Xing Meng in front without him noticing. The distance between the two mechas is gradually shortening. The advantage that Su Chen and Xing Meng gained by relying on the catapult start at the start was gradually being wiped out by Pafeng's absolute speed advantage. Half a minute later, Xing Meng and Pafeng were driving side by side. Lin Haijun glanced at Xing Meng, who was gradually being overtaken by Pafeng, and curled his lips slightly. The performance gap between the mecha-girls can't be easily made up by a little driving skill. Pafeng, just ride away and don't give that mecha-girl any thought of overtaking. Yes, sir. Pafeng, who was carefully observing the road conditions in front, responded immediately. Don't worry. Pafeng will never be surpassed by her again. Master, 300 meters straight, then a sharp 90-degree right turn. In the cockpit, Xing Meng had just finished reporting the road plan when she saw Pafeng overtaking the car in a flash. She pouted unwillingly, and her cat ears drooped. Master, that mecha-girl is better than us. Sorry, Master clearly had the advantage through his skills, but in the end, she knew that it was her performance that was holding her back, and she couldn't help but blame herself. If his speed performance was a little better, how could Pafeng have overtaken him so easily? It's okay, I saw it. Su Chen looked calmly at the taillights of the car in front of him that was getting farther and farther away. The eye of God is always aware of Pafeng's information. After equipping the modified core of Big Thunder No. 2, although Xing Meng's cornering attribute reached 61, the speed was only 43, while Pafeng's speed attribute was 58. The speed attribute difference of 15 points brought an absolute disadvantage in the straight section. It would be useless even if his launch was more skilled than Lin Haijun's. It is only a matter of time before you are overtaken on the straight line. But a race is not just about straight sections, and the difficulty is not reflected in the straight track. Running fast in a straight line is good. But fast in corners is really fast. Seeing that the little cat girl was in a bad mood, Su Chen smiled and gently comforted her. Don't worry, Xingmeng. Let the bullets fly for a while. Bullet? Xing Meng tilted her head, her eyes suddenly turned serious, and she said solemnly. Master, we don't have any bullets, and it's illegal to use guns during competition. No, but if you insist on using a gun, Master, I can find a way to take the blame for you. Su Chen. All right. I almost forgot that Xingming has never watched Let the Bullets Fly. Dear spectators, all the drivers have started so far. Brother G suddenly stopped mid-sentence and howled at the top of his lungs, no no no. OMG. There's another contestant waiting at the starting line. Swish. At this moment, all the cameras were simultaneously focused on the starting point, projecting the silver-white mecha with a wolf head logo onto the big screen. The black wolf head, if I remember correctly, is the logo of the Northern Wolf Racing Team, from next door, City K. Brother G gripped the microphone tightly, wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead with a serious expression. Friends! It's over. Something's going to happen. I have a feeling tonight's race will be a river of blood. Brother G, is it that serious? The cameraman next to him shuddered. What do you know? Brother G moved the microphone away and lowered his voice. This is exaggeration, an exaggerated metaphor. This is passion. How can you mobilize the audience's emotions without exaggeration? And when I heard the 3 words Northern Wolf, the audience in front of the electronic screens were already going wild. No, why did the Northern Wolf team come to Bincheng? How do I put it? Is this Northern Wolf very powerful? More than just amazing. The Northern Wolves are the top team in neighboring K-City. Their captain, Team T1 Wolf King Li Yini, was first place in last year's K-City City Championship. Oh my god, so awesome? Then we're in for a good show tonight. Departure point. The engine of the silver-white machine girl has been started, but it is still in the warm-up state. It lay silent in the dim light of the tunnel lamp, like a dormant beast. Master, we've already given 30 seconds, aren't we going to set off yet? In the cockpit, facing the urging of the pilot girl, Yuming simply raised his watch and glanced at the time nonchalantly, chasing shadow. Don't worry. The boss sent us to Bincheng for training. If it's training, it would be meaningless if it's too unchallenging. He unscrewed the bottle of mineral water and took a sip. Wait 10 more seconds, and then we'll leave. Originally he wanted to give it a minute. But the drivers he saw tonight sparked some interest in him. This driver is not Lin Haijun, he doesn't even know who Lin Haijun is. What piqued his interest was the mecha with a dazzling white tail and a black front lip. If I remember correctly, the girl's name was Xing Meng and the pilot was Su Chen, a combination I had no impression of at all. But the catapult start technique displayed by this little-known driver at the starting point caught his eye. With such skills, he definitely shouldn't be an unknown amateur racer in Bincheng. However, this launch technology may also be a blind cat catching a dead mouse. For example, if you randomly step on the accelerator, it happens to be near the optimal grip and speed. Anyway, we'll find out when we catch up. Master, 10 seconds have passed. Jue Ying's resentful voice sounded again. As a girl who races on a racetrack, she longs to shine on the track. What is the difference between warming up the car at the starting point and waiting outside without going in? Okay, I get it. Yuming sighed and clenched his fingers on the steering wheel. At this moment, the casualness and perfunctoriness on his face disappeared, replaced by seriousness and earnestness. Snap. The moment the second hand on the watch jumps. Yuming instantly released the clutch with his left foot and stepped on the accelerator to 3/4 with his right foot. Too light and weak, too hard and slippery. The speed of clutch release and the force of accelerator depression are reaching a delicate balance. Boom! The wind pressure blew up the dust and fallen leaves around the wheels, and the roar of the engine exploded into propulsion at this moment. The sudden burst of noise startled Brother G and the audience in front of the camera. By the time they reacted, all they could see were the taillights of chasing shadow and a trail of white smoke. Hiss! What a terrifying burst of acceleration! As the resident host of the Bincheng Underground Tunnel Race, Brother G is quite knowledgeable. He swore that the starting speed of this robot would definitely be among the top 5 in his career. How can other players survive if a player of this level comes to participate in our junior competition? Brother G was also speechless. The original intention of holding the Bincheng Underground Tunnel Race was to provide mecha upgrade materials to novice racers who have the need and talent. Players like this one are just here to fish, which is a waste of resources. Brother G, didn't he give up 40 seconds? So what? Brother G glanced at the cameraman and snorted coldly. If I were him, I'd give him 5 minutes. But the competition does not require such drivers not to come. It can only be said that the drivers participating in the competition tonight are unlucky. Focus the camera on that downhill hairpin bend. Brother G called out to the cameraman. That's the most difficult corner in our Bincheng tunnel race. Calculating the time, some drivers are almost there. The Bincheng Underground Tunnel is not wide. The track can only accommodate up to 3 robots running side by side. As the race progressed, some drivers had already arrived at the difficult track of the first lap, which is also the most difficult section of the Bincheng Underground Tunnel. After passing several gentle turns in succession, there will be a 500-meter straight acceleration runway. It is worth mentioning that the runway is a downward slope. The bottom of the slope is followed by a sharp turn with a tricky angle. There is no doubt that this track is a great test of the driver's control over speed and grip. Without strong cornering ability and strong driving performance, you can only slow down here. Master, we're about to go through a series of curves. Pafeng's reminder drew Lin Haijun's attention away from the rearview mirror. During the journey, he would look at the rearview mirror whenever he had nothing to do. He and Pafeng had already left Xing Meng far behind. There was no trace of Xing Meng in the rearview mirror. He didn't pay attention to Su Chen and Xing Meng, as they were already defeated. He was focused on the driver of the Northern Wolf team. Lin Haijun was wondering when the driver would catch up. After passing 4 gentle bends in succession, he could faintly hear the roar of an approaching engine. The sound was like a buzzing sound, and was particularly clear in the quiet tunnel. Have you caught up? You're really fast. You're worthy of being a Northern Wolf. Lin Haijun subconsciously glanced at the rearview mirror again. But this one glance made him confused. The darkness at the end of the tunnel was suddenly torn open. A white shadow seemed to be riding on the wind and suddenly rushed out of the bend. The airwaves caused by the tailspin made the side guardrails tremble, and the 2 bright headlights made his eyes hurt. That's a mecha-girl. The light in the tunnel was dim, and he couldn't see the color of the robot girl. But he was sure that this mecha was not the one belonging to the Northern Wolf driver. The headlights of the Northern Wolf's machine are round. The headlights of this mecha are long and narrow rhombuses, and next to the rhombus are downward vertical dot matrix lights, like a pair of spread wings. But Lin Haijun swallowed in disbelief, and his hands holding the steering wheel were sweating. Because, apart from the Northern Wolf, there is only one mecha-girl behind him and Pafeng. It was an existence that he could not believe no matter what. Star Dream. Chapter 16, Queen. Boom. The ones who caught up with Pafeng were Su Chen and Xing Meng. From the moment it entered the continuous curves, the cornering properties of Star Dream 61 finally showed their fangs. Su Chen is not sure about other mecha-girls, but in terms of cornering performance, Xing Meng can easily crush Pafeng. Master, I seem to be faster than before. We are about to catch up with them, meow. Xing Meng's voice was full of joy and excitement. Even though Lin Haijun is not Wang Tingting. But Lin Haijun is also in the same boat with Wang Tingting. It was a very happy thing for her to be able to keep up with Lin Haijun and Pafeng. Because we're sucking in the wake of the breaking front. Do you know what it means to suck in a wake? I don't know, meow. Well, forget it. Su Chen stared at the broken front in front of him. As the name suggests, the broken front tears the air in front of it while leaving an area behind it that is just the size of a parking space with almost no air resistance. Now he and Xing Meng are in this area. As long as you keep a close eye on the area behind Pafeng, you just need to wait for the opportunity to overtake. And this time. Already here. With the help of the wake, Xing Meng will not be left behind by Pafeng in a short time. There is a long straight downhill road ahead, and at the end of the downhill road, a strange curve like a devil's horn appeared in the eyes of Su Chen and Lin Haijun one after another. The difficult corner is coming. Everyone focused their attention. The 2 drones reported their route plans almost simultaneously, their voices hurried. Pafeng, Master, 200 meters downhill with a sharp right turn. Xing Meng, Master, after 200 meters there's a sharp right turn on a gentle slope, meow. Swish. The speed reduction sign flashed in my peripheral vision. Lin Haijun took a deep breath. The white phantom in the rearview mirror was like a leech, and also like a shadow covering his heart. He had already started slowing down when he reached the speed limit sign. But Xing Meng was watching closely from behind. Perhaps it was the pride of a driver, or perhaps he was unwilling to show weakness to Su Chen, so he did not slow down this time. The howling wind seemed to be about to smash the car windows open. The tunnel wall lights were stretched into blurred straight lines. The moment you break out of your comfort zone, this once extremely familiar curve now feels like a terrifying monster rushing towards you. Damn it! How could I lose to a newbie who just got his driver's license? Lin Haijun gripped the steering wheel tightly, gritted his teeth, and veins bulged on his forehead. The downhill curve in his sight was getting closer and closer, and his heartbeat was getting faster and faster. Finally, before his heart could beat out of his chest, he stepped on the brakes. Crunch! Hot white smoke drifted between the tires. Su Chen looked at Pafeng's lit taillights with an expressionless face. This is Lin Haijun's limit, Pafeng's limit, but it is not Xing Meng's limit, nor is it his limit. The 61-point cornering performance gives Xing Meng and him more reaction opportunities and operating space. The second when Pafeng and Lin Haijun started to brake. Su Chen finally determined the turning point based on his experience and intuition, and stepped on the brakes at the same time. Crunch! The carbon ceramic brake pads instantly burned red like fire. Thick white smoke filled the bend. Su Chen's body leaned forward unconsciously under the influence of G-force, and was instantly pulled back by the seatbelt. At the center of the curve, Pafeng and Lin Haijun, who had braked first, stayed close to the outside lane. Xingmeng stayed close to the inside lane. Su Chen downshifted with his right hand and steered sharply with his left. Inertial drift, the centrifugal force causing Xingming's rear end to swing outward, almost touching Pafeng's door but never hitting it. At this moment, Xingming had already surpassed Pafeng by more than half the length of the car. General. Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The most difficult time is over. Next is the exit point. He lightly tapped the brake with his left foot to adjust the body posture of the Xingmeng. Keep your right foot on the accelerator, ready to step on the gas at any time. However, the Pafeng, which was lagging behind by more than half a car body, pushed its head slightly at this moment. The tires scraped against the ground and made a sharp hissing sound. The car body moved sideways and seemed to be out of control. Lin Haijun made a mistake? Su Chen glanced at the rearview mirror. Obviously, Lin Haijun was not used to such a fast cornering speed, and his control of drifting was not as good as his. When Lin Haijun found that he was being overtaken and wanted to slightly adjust the steering wheel to block him and Xingming, the only thing that awaited him and Pafeng was the road of losing control. Lin Haijun obviously knew this too. So his blockade came to an abrupt end, and he could only make way in vain. The car is like a mad beast in the corner. The driver can only immerse himself in this beast. Any attempt to correct it by tightening the reins will likely result in the driver being thrown out. There are no more obstacles on the road ahead. Su Chen calmly stepped on the accelerator pedal to the bottom. The tachometer needle jumped wildly. The turbocharger screamed and released all the power accumulated for the entire corner. Star Dream! Su Chen shouted. The instant push on his back pressed him firmly against the driver's seat. The whistling of the engine merges with the wanton roar. Full gas out of the corner. Blow them up. Meow meow meow. Boom! The Xingming car seemed to stop for a moment as it swung out of the curve, and then suddenly shot out in the next second. Eject out of the corner. This move dealt another heavy blow to Lin Haijun. The two robots rushed out of the curve one after another. Crack, crack. Even though we had already run a long way, the guardrail on the side of the bend was still shaking. Hey! Did you see those two mecha girls just now? What's up with that white mecha? It's turning so fast. A group of spectators at the safety fence were still in shock. Unfortunately, the camera was focusing on the first few contestants and did not project the intense competition onto the big screen. I don't recognize the white mecha, but the gray one, if I'm not mistaken, it should be Lin Haijun's Pafeng, right? Lin Haijun is also quite famous here. Lin Haijun always brings Pafeng to every competition, and he can almost always get some free gifts from the official. Those who can make Lin Haijun and Pafeng lose face are basically well-known figures, but no one has any impression of this white mecha girl. Just when everyone was secretly guessing, another roar of an engine was heard. Everyone turned their heads and saw a silver white mecha swaying into the track like a whirlwind. The front of the car makes a beautiful and smooth tailspin turn towards the center of the bend. After a brief vibration, the car body quickly straightens out of the bend and is almost parallel to the bend. The next second, with a loud bang, 4 blue nitrogen flames spurted out from the rear of the mecha. In the blink of an eye, it shot out of a corner and disappeared from everyone's sight. Holy crap! This is a ghost. Does anyone know what speed this girl was going around the corner just now? My camera has a speedometer. Let me see, Xingmeng, what was our cornering speed just now? Let me see. Master, it's 158 kilometers h/h, that's amazing, meow. Xingmeng was stunned when she saw the data and stammered, Master, is my speed sensor broken? Is this the cornering speed I can achieve? When I followed Wang Tingting before, her cornering speed was only 120 km/h at most. Just having an additional modification core can improve Su Chen so much? Xingmeng is not stupid. There must be reasons for the modification of the core, but it is mainly due to Su Chen. Su Chen's skills are better than Wang Tingting's, much better than that of Wang Tingting. This cornering speed is okay, actually, it can be increased a bit based on your performance. Can it be raised further? Xing Meng widened her eyes, and her voice trembled when she heard Su Chen's words. Yes, but considering the tire wear, it's better to be safe. We just need to be in the top 3. Su Chen shrugged and sighed helplessly. Xing Meng stared blankly at the track, not daring to speak. What do you mean by just finishing in the top 3? For her, finishing in the top 3 is already a dream, meow. But it seems that the master is still not satisfied? Master is so cool, meow. She also wants to learn from the master. Boom! The roar of an engine slowly approaching came again from behind. Su Chen knew that after entering the straight track, Lin Haijun and Pafeng began to catch up. But they will never be as calm as they were at the start of the first lap. After passing the difficult corner, there is a long straight line leading to the finish line. The driver will exit the tunnel and return to the previous starting point to enter the second lap. And when he drove Star Dream across the finish line, Pafeng was still 15 meters away from Xing Meng. This is just the gap in the first lap. If he and Xing Meng maintain their form in the subsequent laps, Lin Haijun and Pafeng had no good solution to the problem. Then the distance between them will only widen. Lin Haijun and Pafeng no longer have a chance. I didn't expect to see such an interesting driver in such a small competition. At the finish line, a tall figure leaned in the shadow of the dim light. She leaned against the fence, her slender fingers gripping a warped beer can. The words nutrient solution beer flavor could be vaguely seen on it. The streetlight cast a soft edge on her stern profile, but it couldn't melt the coldness in her red eyes. Those slender phoenix eyes drooped slightly, their gaze casually falling on the track, as if they were not watching the race seriously at all. At first, there were a few yellow-haired guys around the girl who were watching the game and trying to get close to her and chat her up. After all, the girl is very beautiful and has a hot body, just like a rose blooming on the ice field. But when they saw the black collar with warning engraved on it around the girl's neck, they gave up the idea. There is no doubt that this is a girl with a unique temperament. The warning on the collar indicates that this is a faulty mecha. A broken-down mech-girl is no different from a scrap car no matter how unique its temperament is. There's no point in chatting up a robot girl. It's a waste of time to chat up a broken-down girl. In the darkness of the night, a cold female voice suddenly sounded behind the girl. Queen, it's time to go back. Headquarters doesn't allow you to run around. The girl turned around and looked at the middle-aged woman in a suit. The night wind blew her long black hair into elegant curves. In the shadows, the corners of her bright red lips curled up in a hint of contempt. Has anyone told you that you dress like a hotel waiter? It's useless no matter how much you scold me. The middle-aged woman turned a blind eye to the sarcasm, as if she had long been accustomed to it. Come watch a game with me. Who do you think will get the top 3? The girl turned her head and continued to look at the track. The water droplets on the nutrient solution tank slid down her slender fingers onto the guardrail, then dripped onto her fair thighs, and soaked into her black stockings along her delicate skin. The middle-aged woman sighed, took out her phone, looked at the detailed information on the screen, and said in a serious tone, except for the fish-frying brother Yu Ming from the Northern Wolf, the other driver's skills are rubbish and have no reference value. So based on the performance of the mecha girls, the top 3 are Yu Ming chasing Shadow from the Northern Wolf team, second is Lin Haijun Pufeng, and third is wild driver Su Zilong Fingsu. You just trust data too much. There was no emotion in the girl's voice. Because data can reflect everything. Yeah. Yes. What if there are other people in the top 3? Who? The middle-aged woman raised her eyebrows. The girl pointed to the second to last pair of names on the data board, Su Chen and Xing Meng. They can make it into the top 3. The middle-aged woman immediately pulled up Xing Meng's data and took a look, then sneered. A D-class car with such poor performance can hardly even make the top 10. How about we make a bet? What's the bet? A bet of a month's freedom. The girl turned around and her indifferent eyes fell on the middle-aged woman, as if her freedom was just a commodity that could be found everywhere in the store. If they make it into the top 3, you are not allowed to restrict my freedom for a month. If they don't make it into the top 3, I'll go back and cooperate with your modifications. How about that? The middle-aged woman pondered for a moment, finally pushed her glasses and nodded slowly. Make a deal. Queen. Chapter 17, Rollover? Ka. This was the second time that Pafeng's wheels crossed the finish line. The gravel exploded across the chassis with a crisp sound like a sudden rain. Lin Haijun stared at the flashing taillights in front of him, his eyes full of horror. Getting farther and farther away. Although he tried his best, the distance between him and Xingmeng was still widening. The first lap is more than 10 meters. In the second lap, he was already nearly 50 meters behind. Su Chen and Xingmeng handled the corners very well, completely at the level of professional drivers in the club. The opponent's only flaw is the straight track, and he and Pafeng can only make up a little gap when they are on a straight line. But a game cannot be just a straight line. In particular, the Bincheng Underground Tunnel race is a 2.5-star difficulty track. A race of this difficulty can only guarantee that there are no particularly abnormal turns, that's all. Master, what should we do? We will never be able to catch up with them if this continues. Pafeng's anxious voice sounded in Lin Haijun's ears. It was obvious that she didn't want to lose. At least we have to get into the top 3, right? Our advantage is speed. Lin Haijun gripped the steering wheel tightly and said after a moment's hesitation. If we can't make up for the curve gap on a straight line, we can only increase our cornering speed. Pafeng, can we control the car now? Pafeng gritted his teeth, she didn't know either. Improving cornering speed has always been a part of Lin Haijun and her daily training. In fact, their cornering speed is much faster than before. But I am not familiar with the downhill hairpin turns in the underground tunnel race. If you rashly increase your cornering speed without sufficient experience, it is very likely to be dangerous. After all, downhill speed is the most difficult to control. But racing requires courage, experimentation, and risk-taking. She is not a coward. Master, I want to try. Lin Haijun was stunned, and heard the firmness and determination in his own robot girl's voice. If he loses this game, he will just not get the primary star element materials, but it will definitely be a big blow to Pafeng. After all, the Pafeng is a C-class car, and it would be too embarrassing for a C-class car to lose to a D-class car. And, from another perspective, Class C lost to Class D, and he, the driver, was also ashamed. He was unwilling to admit that he was inferior to Su Chen. Okay. Let's try it then. Lin Haijun took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. Next, he must ensure that he gives his all on every straight line and gentle bend without making any more mistakes. At the same time, outside the stadium. Brother G, these two mecha girls are really close in the fight. Let me see. Brother G followed the camera and took a look. His professional ethics as a host made him smell the explosive point immediately. He made a quick decision, quick. Focus all cameras on these two mecha girls. Dear audience, the top 5 contestants are Su Zilong Fingsu, Zheng Gangjudge, Du Zitung Fury, Li Yaochen Snowwind, and Macbeth Lieshing. There are also 2 contestants nipping at the heels. They are our old friend Lin Haijun Pafeng, and, a new face. The employees seamlessly connected Su Chen and Xingmeng's information. Brother G took a look, his eyes widening, and his voice distorted. Oh my god. This is so interesting. A newbie participating in the competition for the first time, an AD rank mecha girl, can actually fight our old friends to a standstill. What kind of magic do they have? Let's all keep our eyes on the big screen. Brother G's words immediately caused an uproar in the viewing platforms around the track. Many viewers know Lin Haijun and Pafeng. Not to mention that Lin Haijun has good skills, he is also a regular at the Bincheng Underground race and is very familiar with the track. Take Pafeng for example, a C-class mecha girl should at least be able to outrun a D-class mecha girl. Are you deliberately letting it go? But soon they changed their minds. The third lap of the Bincheng Underground race, a downhill hairpin turn. Lin Haijun looked at the speed dial of Pafeng, which kept jumping up, and sweat couldn't help falling from his forehead. He didn't know when his back was soaked with cold sweat. When going downhill before, he would slow down about 100 meters away from the bottom of the slope, and the reference point was the speed reduction sign. But now he decided to shorten it by half, slowing down again after 50 meters. The Xingmeng driven by Su Chen should also slow down at around 50 meters, right? He muttered to himself that when he and Pafeng slowed down in advance, they had no reference relative to Xingmeng, and he could not remember the specific situation. If we can keep the same cornering speed as them, we can outrun them. The moment this thought flashed through my mind. Pafeng has already rushed through the speed reduction sign. Let us fight. The downhill bend 50 meters away is just around the corner. The darkness at the bottom of the bend is like a huge mouth of the abyss that swallows people up. And Xingmeng, the dazzling white mecha, has taken the lead in challenging the darkness under the control of her pilot. What Lin Haijun and Pafeng have to do is to follow suit. Su Chen glanced at the rearview mirror. This time, Pafeng was much closer to Xingmeng. They are anxious. He retracted his gaze and looked at Xingmeng's current speed 159 km/h. Then as a pursuer, Pafeng will only be faster and closer to danger. It is about 20 meters away from the bottom of the slope. He stepped on the brakes and Xingmeng instantly cut into the curve. Not 50 meters? Danger! When he realized this, Lin Haijun had no way out. Pafeng cut into the curve at a speed of 165 km/h. The aerodynamics package is still working hard to generate downforce, but the onboard telemetry shows that it is approaching its limit. Lin Haijun quickly dismounted and stepped on the brakes. He operated without any problems and even responded faster than ever before. But the braking distance has exceeded the safe range. The strong wind was beating against the car windows. The guardrail on the side of the curve hit me head-on. Ah! Turn around! Lin Haijun roared and turned the steering wheel hard. Crunch! The front wheels of the car lost grip instantly, and the tires rubbed against the track surface, making a sharp scream. Master, suspension system overload. Anti-rollover system warning. Pafeng's voice was hurried and panicked. We might capsize. Lin Haijun tried to correct it immediately. But his reflex when he hit the guardrail just now made him go too far in the reverse direction. Oversteer, every novice driver's nightmare. The moment the rear end of the Pafeng swung out, the center of gravity of the car shifted, the two left wheels left the ground, and the edge of the right tire scraped the track wildly. The white smoke produced by the friction between the rubber and the asphalt road instantly enveloped Lin Haijun's vision. The world was spinning. He no longer knew where he was on the track. All I could hear were Pafeng's wails, the audience's screams, and the continuous sounds of collisions. On the big electronic screen, Brother G and the audience watched in confusion as Pafeng crashed into the curb. The next second, bang! The car's body was lifted up by a giant's hand, flipping 3 times in the air before crashing to the ground with a thud, chassis up, the car lying sideways, blocking half the lane, all 4 wheels still whirring furiously. Yu Ming and Zhu Ying, who were chasing them at high speed, were so scared that they immediately changed lanes, almost twisting into an S shape on the track, and barely avoided it. Chicken, brother chicken. The cameraman poked the equally stunned Ji Gu blankly. Okay, it seems like the car flipped over? When Brother Ji realized what was happening, his vision went dark. He said hurriedly, I'm not blind, what the hell am I doing standing there? Has the rescue team been dispatched? Quickly get them to come and carry Lin Haijun and Pafeng away. If there's a chain reaction, we're all doomed. The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. Brother Ji looked at Xingmeng, who was writing so fast on the big screen, with a complicated expression. He is not a driver, but he is also a half-expert. He knew that it was because of the veteran combination of Su Chen and Xingmeng, and Lin Haijun and Pafeng that they failed. This Su Chen. Are you really a newbie? Chapter 18, Duel. Master, there seems to be an accident back there? It's not an illusion, it's a fact. Su Chen said expressionlessly, our opponents Lin Haijun and Pafeng have suffered a setback. Xingmeng was stunned when she heard this. Her 2 furry cat ears suddenly stood up and she trembled in her voice. Is it because of us? I guess so. They wanted to overtake, got impatient, and didn't control their speed well. Through the rearview mirror, Su Chen saw Xingmeng's eyes wide open in disbelief. Master, we actually let Lin Haijun and Pafeng fail, meow. Master, you are so awesome. Su Chen really benefited from the praise from his own robot girl. But there is nothing to be proud of about surpassing Lin Haijun and Pafeng. He is just a little bit better at driving than Lin Haijun. Among the top drivers in his previous life, he would be considered a third-rate driver at best, much better than an average person, more professional than a seasoned driver, and only slightly better than a professional driver. In terms of driving skills, he had truly seen a godlike existence, and that driver happened to share the same surname as him, Su. It was just that God was jealous of talented people. His abnormal talent attracted jealousy from many parties and he was eventually framed and killed on the track. Master, can we get into the top 3 in this competition? Xingmeng's voice was filled with a hint of anticipation and uncertainty. Originally, she had no idea about the final result of the competition. I just hope that no matter what my grades are, Su Chen 1T dislike me. because she didn't know what level she was at among the contestants. Until this moment, Lin Haijun and Pafong were completely eliminated. A glimmer of hope also burned in her heart. "Ah, don't worry," Su Chen said in a firm tone. "Although at this moment they are still a little bit away from the top 3. We will definitely get a place. I promise." And just at this moment, boom! The roar of the engine suddenly exploded behind me, like the howl of a devil. There was a light flashing in the rearview mirror. Su Chen looked up and saw a pair of blue prismatic headlights staring coldly at him through the mirror. "It's the mech-girl with the wolf head logo." Su Chen was stunned. The other party only appeared at this time, and he almost forgot about the existence of such a car. "Master, she is so fast." Xingmeng couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw Jue Ying chasing after her. The speed of chasing shadows was really fast, and it was close behind him in almost the blink of an eye. After getting close, Jue Ying did not continue to speed up, but flashed his headlights twice. "Provocation?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes. "Pull your right hand down to downshift immediately." The speed of the Star Dream engine suddenly increased and the torque exploded. "What about the club's professional drivers and mechanic girls? Let's see if you have real skills or are just an idiot relying on the mechanic girl's performance." Xingmeng is obviously no match for Jue Ying in straight-line acceleration. When the front of Jue Ying's car was level with the door of Xingmeng, he had already seen the performance attributes of this robot. Speed 65, cornering 67, burst 74, these 3 main attributes completely crush Xingmeng. It's basically at the level of a B-class car. Su Chen's eyes went dark. "No way, buddy? Bringing a B-class car to participate in such a small competition? That's too much." Little did they know that at this moment in Jue Ying's cockpit, Yuming's usually stern face was filled with fanaticism. He. "It was you who caused that idiot Lin Haijun to fail, right? Let me see what kind of god you are." Jue Ying in front sighed, looking as if he was used to it. After all, she had been with Yuming for so long, she knew what her master looked like when he was excited. But is it necessary to be so serious about a novice driver? Yuming was not in a hurry to overtake. It is impossible to tell Su Chen's level from the straight line. He just drove the shadow chaser and followed closely behind Su Chen and Xingmeng like a wolf. He is waiting. Wait for the curve that can show the level of Su Chen and Xingmeng to appear. Time passed by, and the road sign for the downhill section flashed by the side of the tunnel. The battle for the downhill hairpin bend on the 4th lap finally began. The protagonists this time are Xingmeng and Jue Ying. Dear audience members, here they come. They are really here. Brother G's passionate roar rang out on the radio. At this moment, the guardrail of the downhill curve was already full of spectators, several times more than before. Boom! Amid the roar of the engines, Xingmeng and Jue Ying rushed down the slope almost side by side. The entire track seemed to be shaking under the galloping of the 2 robots. At the moment approaching the bend at the bottom of the slope, the fight finally began. Yuming, who had not made any special moves, suddenly sped up and cut into the inside unreasonably. Crunch! The friction between the tires and the track was so sharp that it hurt my ears. Fuck, are you trying to kill yourself? Su Chen gritted his teeth and gripped the steering wheel tightly. While surprised by Yuming's bold acceleration, he also fought back. He abandoned his ideal driving route and forced his way into the gap inside the lane that was only wide enough for 1 car. At this moment, the 2 mechas were almost completely stuck together, turning in parallel with the same posture. Boom! The engine roars on the edge of its limit. The suspension creaks and the carbon ceramic brakes between the wheels are red hot. On the curve, he and Xingmeng did not fall behind. But the stability of Shadow Chaser is 53, which is 8 points higher than Stardream's 45. This means that the car is easier to control and can straighten itself more quickly when cornering. It was this 8-point gap that allowed Yuming to drive the Shadow Chaser out of the corner first and step on the accelerator to the limit. At the moment of overtaking, time seems to stand still. Jue Ying's side window is parallel to Xingmeng's, only a few centimeters away. Su Chen could clearly see the blue flames spurting out of Jue Ying's turbocharger, and the car body trembled slightly under the aerodynamic limit. He couldn't see the driver's face clearly. All I saw was the track lights reflected on the man's helmet, flashing by like lightning. The 2 looked at each other through the car window, and Yuming suddenly gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Awesome! Ha 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 ha! Bro, you're awesome! Ah! Master, you're so noisy. I can't hear what you're saying through the car window. Zhueying frowned and complained. Who cares? Yuming retracted his hand and stared intently at the track. Anyway, I had a great time tonight, haha. I never expected to meet such a great driver in such a small race. I even feel like his driving skills are better than mine. Tisk Zhueying pouted, but didn't refute. Because she knows it herself. That guy named Su Chen. It's really amazing. When exiting the corner, the front spoiler of the Shadow Chaser has surpassed the front bumper of the Star Dream. Yuming's positioning of Zhueying was quite accurate, and he successfully forced Xingming to the outer lane. Amidst the roar of the engine, Su Chen took a deep breath and leaned back in his seat, relaxing his whole body. The electric shock feeling brought by the surge of adrenaline was gradually subsiding. As expected of a professional driver, quite interesting. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he was not angry because Yuming and Zhueying overtook him. The racing industry has a strict hierarchy, which tests both the driver's skills and the performance of the car. If you can't do it, you can't do it, just admit it. It is precisely because you are behind that you have the motivation to catch up. Su is not someone who can't afford to lose. Besides, he glanced at the race sign that flashed by at the finish line. Yuming and Zhueying's victory did not affect his ability to obtain the materials needed for Star Dream. Because when he and Xingming crossed the finish line of the fourth lap, their overall score has surpassed the previous players and ranked third in the field. Xingming, how do you feel? Su Chen suddenly realized that Xingming hadn't spoken for a while. Xingming, Xingming, he called out twice. After a while, the weak voice of a girl came from the front. Master, I'm sorry, I. Star Dream. Su Chen sighed and interrupted his robot girl. Are you afraid to apologize for such a small thing? I can't even imagine how badly I was pua'd by Wang Tingting before. He stretched out his hand and wanted to touch the little head of his robot girl. The limitations of his sitting position meant that he could only place his hands on his buttocks. But this does not affect his ability to transfer power to Xingmeng. You remember what I said. The racetrack is never a place to compare who is more perfect, but a place to witness who can find breakthroughs in imperfections. And right now, we are on the road to a breakthrough. There was silence in the cockpit for a long time. Master, I understand. Xingming's voice trembled slightly, and her heart was wrapped in warmth. She didn't expect that what she was waiting for was not scolding but Su Chen's gentle encouragement. But she bit her lip and her pretty face flushed. But could you please not squeeze so hard, meow? Su Chen realized it belatedly and withdrew his hand, then laughed. Oh, that's what a tuner is like. Our hands are a little out of control sometimes, ha. Xingmeng. Chapter 19, Final Ranking. Binzhou City, Night, 2151. Boom. Another mech-girl crossed the finish line, and as time went by, the number of contestants who had not yet reached the finish line was getting smaller and smaller. At this moment on the electronic screen, the top 3 players are Yuming. Chasing Shadow the whole journey took 46 minutes and 17 seconds, with an average speed of 200 kilometers. Su Zilong Fingsu the whole process took 54 minutes and 33 seconds, with an average speed of 171 kilometers. Zhenggang Panguan the whole journey took 56 minutes and 21 seconds, with an average speed of 165 kilometers. Normally, when this result came out, Su Zilong and Zhang Gang would have breathed a sigh of relief. They are regulars in Bincheng's underground races, and rely on the prize money from participating in the races to save money for modifying their own mechas. Today's results have broken their previous records. But now they are still staring at the big electronic screen. Zhang Gang, in particular, was holding his own robot girl's hand, and was sweating profusely due to nervousness. This is entirely because tonight's Bincheng underground competition is unusual. First, there was the fried fish dog from the Northern Wolf team, which was the last to start but still the first to reach the finish line. Later, a newcomer whose name had never been heard of killed their rivals Lin Haijun and Pafeng halfway. Now they are waiting for the results of this newcomer. The audience was waiting, and at the front of the auditorium, a cool girl leaning against the fence was also waiting. Radisson and Jet. This is the destination, we can already hear the engines. With Brother G's loud roar, all camera angles began to focus on the finish line. Crunch! With the screeching sound of tires rubbing against the ground. In the darkness at the end of the tunnel, 2 bright car lights flashed out. Here I come. The girl by the fence's eyes lit up, and she straightened up and looked in the direction of the engine sound. At this moment, there were still 5 contestants who had not reached the finish line, and she prayed silently. Is it them? If so, who are the top 3 is still unknown. The machine approached quickly, and soon the entire body of the machine appeared clearly in the field of vision of all the spectators. The dazzling white body, beautiful streamlined shape, and the very recognizable matrix headlights. Wow! That's the one. The one that beat Lin Haijun. Someone pointed at the speeding sports car and shouted. What was her name? It seems to be Xingmeng. There are no more bends behind. In the cockpit of Xingming, Su Chen looked at the track with eyes as sharp as an eagle. In the second half of the race, Xingming's cornering speed actually decreased. That's because the tires were too worn and lacked grip, so to be on the safe side he had no choice but to slow down when turning. Before the speed reduction, he was confident of finishing in the top 3, but after the speed reduction, he was no longer so sure. Although he has come here with Xingming, as a pilot he should consider the safety of the girl more. Xingmeng, your tires are already worn out by over 30%. How about slowing down a bit? Through the rearview mirror, Su Chen saw Xingming's tense face. Tires are like shoes. If your shoes are worn out, your feet will suffer. It's hard to imagine how painful it would be if the wheel hub rubbed against the ground at high speed. Master, I can do it. Xingmeng leaned forward with a serious expression and clenched teeth. She also saw the average speed ranking on the electronic screen, and the results of the top 3 were not stable. Really? Real. The girl's teeth gritted harder than ever before. The neural connections that spread from the spine to the cockpit were emitting a dazzling glow. Okay. Su Chen took a deep breath, then sprint with all your strength. Yes, master. Success or failure depends on this one move. She didn't want to let Su Chen's modification go to waste, and she didn't want to let Su Chen's efforts go to waste. She wants to become a more powerful C-rank mecha-girl and participate in the city tournament. We must put Wang Tingting under our feet in an upright manner and tell her that she is not a waste. Go, meow. The throttle was welded shut and the speedometer needle climbed to a frozen position. The frequency rose quietly, and the speed, which had already reached its limit, exploded upward again. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. The moment you cross the finish line, the timer stops. Su Chen stepped on the brake with his right foot and the clutch with his left foot, then turned the steering wheel sharply. Crunch! The rear end of the Star Dream car suddenly swung out, drawing a graceful arc. The tires screeched harshly against the asphalt track, leaving 2 black tire marks. Her car body slid sideways at an angle of nearly 90 degrees, sliding into the parking lot amidst smoke and rolling rubber debris and stopping steadily. The roar of the engine stopped abruptly. The heat wave slowly rose in the white smoke from the tires. Su Chen picked up the mineral water bottle next to him, calmly unscrewed it, and took a sip. He did not check the results immediately, but unbuckled his seatbelt, stood up and touched Xingming's little head. Great job, Star Dream. Our first match, the teamwork was perfect. Xingming switched from racing mode to human form. She had just finished the race and was sweating profusely, her pretty face flushed, and she was a little out of breath. His body looked like he had just been fished out of the water, his racing suit clinging tightly to his skin. Every step forward leaves a smoking rubber footprint. Even though the staff had sprayed cooling spray on the tires in time, the temperature of the wheel hubs was still very high. She looked at Su Chen's outstretched hand, her cat ears erected, and she timidly high-fived Su Chen. But master, we still don't know our results. The results are not important at all, Su Chen shrugged, looking nonchalant. What's important is that we tried our best today, and our trip was worthwhile. His hands in particular were definitely worth the trip, and he even decided not to wash them tonight. Before he finished speaking, the 2 heard Brother G's irritable duck voice coming from the audience. Dear audience members, this race's most special competitor has reached the finish line. His performance will determine the final ranking of this competition. I'm sure you can't wait. Please look at the big screen. The audience looked at the big screen, and Su Chen and Xingmeng also looked at the big screen at the same time. Since he and Xingmeng were the last group to start, their names were listed third from the bottom on the big screen. The second to last were Lin Haijun and Pafong, who had been eliminated long ago. The last one was Yuming, but he had already taken first place after the results were announced. Dang dang dang. Along with the passionate drumbeats, the names of the 2 began to flash. Su Chen had a blank expression on his face but clenched his fists. Xing Meng covered her face with her hands and held her breath, wanting to look but not daring to. Su Qin Xing Meng. The whole journey took 55 minutes and 7 seconds, with an average speed of 170 kilometers. The moment the results were displayed, they immediately moved up the rankings and eventually squeezed out third-place Zheng Gang and Panguan to rank third. There was warm cheering from the audience. The Bincheng underground tunnel race has been dominated by those old hands for too long, and they are tired of watching those old hands. Today I finally saw a driver and a girl I had never heard of overcome all obstacles and pressure to make it into the top 3. The 4 contestants at the back who haven't reached the finish line yet don't have to think about it. He started earlier than Su Chen and Xing Meng, but arrived at the finish line later than them. There was no suspense about the top 3. Empty, empty, empty. The spotlight at the finish line fell on the 3 contestants under the control of the lighting engineer. The entire audience burst into applause. Ma Master! It seems we are third. Xing Meng stood in the spotlight, still in a dream, her voice trembling with disbelief. That's right, we're third. Su Chen touched Xing Meng's head, his lips curled up slightly. We did it. But it's a pity. I said before that if you didn't make the top 3, you would be treated to stinky tofu and big watermelon. Now, the stinky tofu and big watermelon are gone. Master, do we have primary star essence? Yes. Can I upgrade to a C-rank mech-girl? Right. Xingming took a deep breath, and bright sparks danced in her blue eyes. We can participate in the city championship. That's right. Su Chen nodded heavily. The smile on Xingming's face gradually widened, her eyes lit up, and she suddenly picked up Su Chen and threw him into the sky. Whoosh. Meow. I can upgrade to a C-rank mech-girl. She caught the pale-faced Su Chen steadily and threw him up again. Whoosh. I can participate in the city tournament. Long live Master. Su Chen's screams echoed above the finish line. Xing Meng. You little bitch. Stop throwing it away. I'm afraid of heights, put me down quickly. I'm willing to accept the loss. The girl by the fence returned to her cold look, but the slight upward curve of her lips suggested that she was in a good mood. For 1 month, you are not allowed to interfere with my freedom. I can go wherever I want. Queen, I'm afraid this doesn't comply with the group's rules. The middle-aged woman looked embarrassed. She really didn't expect Su Chen and Xing Meng to make it into the top 3. This cannot be blamed on her. After all she knew was that Su Chen was just a rookie who had never participated in a competition. Who would have thought that a rookie's driving skills could be on par with those of a professional driver? Rules? The girl's face suddenly darkened, and the air around them suddenly cooled. You have to keep your word. I signed an agreement with you, but I also have the right to refuse to cooperate. If you insist on talking to me about the rules, I will not accept any form of modification from you. The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth when she heard this, hesitated for a long time, slumped her shoulders, and finally nodded. I understand. I'll make a record of it when I get back. You can't send anyone to follow me either. The girl said calmly, otherwise, I still won't cooperate with any form of modification. I understand. The middle-aged woman sighed. At this point, she could only accept it. But she also remembered the man and woman under the spotlight, Su Chen and Xing Meng. The girl also looked at Su Chen and Xing Meng in the spotlight, her gaze especially focused on Su Chen, her eyes full of curiosity and exploration. I heard that this man is also a modification engineer? Interesting. Chapter 20, This is Ridiculous. An emergency center near the Binzhou underground tunnel. Lin Haijun has woken up from his coma, but his neck is still in a thick plaster cast and his head cannot move. Pafong sat next to him and adjusted the angle of the TV in front of the bed to be directly in front of Lin Haijun. We lost badly. Lin Haijun sighed as he looked at the screen. The TV was broadcasting the live broadcast of the game that had just happened. Master, I'm sorry. Pafong lowered his head, rubbed his fingers and bit his lip tightly. If my cornering performance was better, the rollover would not have happened. She was filled with self-blame. She wasn't seriously injured in the recent accident, but her condition had deteriorated significantly. Lin Haijun, however, suffered a serious injury, not only a grade 3 concussion but also a neck cast. If he wanted to recover before the city tournament, he would have to waste an opportunity for professional treatment. A team of medical mecha-girls who could help pilots recover quickly from injuries. It's not your fault. First of all, Su Chen's skills are good, and secondly, his mecha has obviously been modified. Lin Haijun consoled him softly, judging from Xing Meng's cornering performance, her cornering ability is likely better than yours. Plus, my decision was a bit hasty, which led to our loss. Master, I remember you participated in this competition to get the primary star essence for Miss Wang, right? Pafeng said weakly, if I don't get the primary star essence, Miss Wang will definitely be angry. Don't worry about Wang Tingting. Lin Haijun waved his hand casually. A good friend of mine has a useless piece of primary star element. It happens to be the Lu Yen star emblem. Just spend a little money to buy it. You and I need to hurry up and train, especially to improve our cornering speed, otherwise we may not be a match for Su Chen and Xing Meng in the city championship. Looking at Su Chen and Xing Meng holding up their third place medals on the TV screen, Lin Haijun clenched his fists. I can lose to anyone, but I don't want to lose to them again. His fighting spirit and hostility did not originate from the conflict between Wang Tingting and Su Chen. But it comes from oneself. Because of overestimating their ability to accelerate while cornering, they crashed. This incident would probably become a hot topic among Binzhou city drivers. There was only one way to wash away this shame, and that was to defeat Su Chen and Xing Meng in an open event like the city championship. Break the front. Here. The girl beside the bed stood at attention immediately when she heard the voice. Special training starts tomorrow afternoon. No. It starts this morning. Master, but your injury. It's just a concussion, not brain death. Lin Haijun said coldly, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Discharge immediately. Just do it. Is this the primary level of radiant star essence? Su Chen was lying on the bed in the bedroom, holding a round ball that was shining with golden light in his hand. It's been a while since he returned to the modification shop. The third place in the Binchang Underground Tournament will receive a bonus of 20,000 transfer yuan and a primary star yuan, which is the ball in your hand. From the shower room just across the door came the sound of water splashing, and a girl's soft voice humming a cheerful song. Xing Meng is taking a bath. According to this little girl, after running all night, her body was sticky. Taking a shower in human form could avoid the high fees of professional salons. The only drawback was that it could not speed up her recovery. He had nothing better to do, so he began researching the upgrade materials for the mecha. The ball of light in his hand had a soft, bouncy texture, a bit like a balloon filled with water, yet it felt as light as a feather. The moment he let go of it, it would drift down like a feather. How do I use the primary star element on a mech-girl? Su Chen checked for a while with his mobile phone and found all sorts of different opinions on the internet. First, the prerequisite for a mech-girl to advance from D to C is that one of her attributes reaches the passing line, which requires instrument testing. However, after research, he concluded that passing means reaching 60 points. As for the star element, some say it's given directly to the mech-girl, others say it's stuffed into her chest, and some even say she needs to French kiss him while holding the primary star element. This is ridiculous. Too erotic. They must be exposed and severely punished. Su Chen expressed strong condemnation and clicked on the second and third options to read carefully. Master, I'm done with my shower. Xing Meng pushed open the bedroom door and jumped in. Su Chen subconsciously raised his eyes and felt that his breathing slowed down. The light in the room shone softly on Xing Meng. She stood there timidly, wearing a t-shirt that was obviously ill-fitting and stuck wetly to her curvaceous body. Her long, wet white hair lay scattered, water droplets trickling down the ends, swirling around her slender collarbone before slipping away. Her snow-white cat ears, still drooping from a bath, looked fluffy and soft, making one want to rub them. Master, your clothes are a little too big, meow. Do you have any smaller ones? Xing Meng muttered, wiping her hair with a towel while tiptoeing to the edge of the bed. Master, are you listening to me? She moved closer, her cat tail swaying briskly behind her, her large blue eyes fixed on Su Chen without blinking. Master, why, are you staring at me? Is there something dirty on my face? She had just washed and was completely bleached. Xing Meng tilted her head and tucked a strand of wet hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate earlobe and slender neck. Her t-shirt crept up with her movements, revealing a small sliver of her snow-white waist. Su Chen felt his mouth dry and quickly looked away. Perhaps the game brought the two closer together, and Xing Meng became more familiar with him, so she seemed to let herself go a little. Hey, put on your clothes properly. Su Chen pointed at Xing Meng's half-covered chest. He even saw the water droplets sliding inward along the arc. Oh, meow. Xing Meng was startled and hurriedly covered her chest. Her cat ears suddenly stood up and she blinked her big eyes seriously. I trust Master very much. Master is definitely not the kind of person who would have improper thoughts about me. But since it is Master's request, I will be very careful about my dress in front of Master in the future. It's over. Being forced to label himself a gentleman, how can he show his true manliness in the future? Suchen felt depressed and said helplessly, "Are you like this with Wang Tingting too?" "No way." Xing Meng shook her head, causing her hair to sway wildly. "Master and I have a bond contract, meow." "Do you know what a bond contract means?" "In human terms, it means, we're all in the same pants, meow." "What about the mental contract?" Su Chen asked suddenly. "Meow. A mind contract is so much more powerful." Xing Ming's tail swung happily behind her. "To put it in human terms, it's, well, you are in me, I am in you, we go deep into each other, our souls merge, and we become one." Su Chen. Do people really not have any improper thoughts when they say these things? Okay, let's change the subject. Seeing that the wheels were about to run over his face, Su Chen quickly took out the primary star element. "Xingming, let me test you. How does the robot girl use the primary star element to upgrade herself? As a pilot, what kind of help should I provide to the girl?" He said shamelessly, "It's not that I don't know, I just want to see if your theoretical foundation as a mecha-girl is solid." Chapter 21, You are sick. Faced with Su Chen's question, Xing Meng was silent for a moment, lowered her head, and looked a little at a loss. "What's wrong? Don't you know?" Su Chen was stunned. He also felt that this should be basic common sense for mecha girls. As a mecha girl, Xing Meng should understand this very well. "Because I haven't learned it yet." Xing Meng pouted, her cat ears drooping. "Wang Tingting didn't think it was possible for me to be promoted to C rank, and she didn't plan to promote me to C rank, so she didn't let me take many core knowledge courses related to mecha girls." "Then what did she ask you to do?" "I'm working as a tow truck driver to make money," Xing Meng said aggrievely, twisting her fingers around the corner of her clothes. "When we hold open tournaments, we sometimes run out of mecha girls for logistics. That's when we recruit ordinary mecha girls and drivers to do the logistics and tow truck work, and the tournament organizers pay them a salary. It's one of the jobs we mecha girls can do honestly." "This Wang Tingting is really a piece of shit." Su Chen's face was gloomy. "Why don't you go to class to make money when you should be?" Not only did he make money, but he also didn't spend it on Xing Meng. It is estimated that Wang Tingting had already thought about replacing Xing Meng after graduation, and when Xing Meng was working as a logistics trailer to make money, he probably comforted himself that this might be the cost of his future modification. "It's okay, master, it's all over, meow." Seeing that Su Chen was unhappy, Xing Meng comforted him instead, her cat ears trembling slightly. "It is precisely because Wang Tingting treated me badly that I was able to meet such a handsome and powerful master." When she smiled, her eyes and eyebrows curved, and the cat's tail behind her swayed from side to side, like a sweet little cake. Just looking at Su Chen made her feel a lot better. "Oh, you are quite good at flattering," Su Chen laughed in silence. Xing Meng stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "Master, do you like it?" "It's okay." Su Chen pretended to be reserved. "Since Wang Tingting didn't teach you well, let me teach and train you. I'll go to the internet to look up information and study. It's time to study seriously." At the beginning, his contract with Stardream was mainly for the purpose of activating his talent. But now, after spending a few days together and going through a race together, he has truly regarded Xingming as his future partner, whether in racing or as a tuner. "Boss, I know." A cold voice suddenly sounded behind him. Su Chen and Xing Meng were both shocked. The two looked in the direction of the sound. A tall figure stood frozen like a painting at the bedroom door. She was wearing a black dress that perfectly outlined her graceful figure and made her skin look white. Her straight, black hair flowed like a waterfall, shimmering slightly blue in the light. Her pretty, palm-sized face held a pair of fiery eyes, a prominent nose, and lips pursed like newly opened cherry blossoms. Yet, their vibrant red wasn't the same, instead revealing a noble, sharp, and cold quality. The girl was looking around the bedroom calmly. Her elegant and calm appearance made it difficult to associate her with an intruder. She looked more like a female leopard patrolling her territory. When did this person come? Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Is it a cat? No movement at all. And this is his bedroom, a private space. Who are you? He frowned. Guest. The girl glanced at Su Chen without any emotion, and found a chair to sit down. No, even if you are a guest, you can't barge into someone else's bedroom like this. The door is not closed. The girl pointed to the bedroom door. That's also. The door of the modification shop is not closed either, the girl said again. Su Chen's eyes went dark. Is the fact that the door is not closed a reason for breaking in? From the various signs on the girl, he also realized that she was a machine girl. Besides Xingming, she was the only girl who came to his shop alone without a driver. A rare guest indeed. Go wait outside first. Su Chen said helplessly, I am discussing the level upgrade with my daughter. I will come out to receive you after we finish here. I know, ask me. The girl raised her chin slightly. Su Chen and the girl looked at each other, paused, and sighed as if in compromise. Then you say. The machine girl unfolds the core, and then moves the primary star element over. Didn't the internet say there was a way to French kiss? Su Chen was not giving up. The girl tilted her head, a hint of sarcasm flashing in her eyes. The internet teaches you how to use an electric drill to treat hemorrhoids. Are you going to learn it? Su Chen. Then. I can't learn anything. Yes, you can unfold the core star dream. This should be the basic ability that the mecha-girl has when she is born. It was a cluster of crystals like a flower bud, held in Xingming's hands, emitting a soft, light golden glow. Su Chen brought the primary Guanyao star element closer to the crystal, and the Guanyao star element seemed to be pulled and turned into a stream of light and merged into the core. After waiting for a few seconds, a new crystal cluster as thin as a cicada's wing grew around the originally lonely crystal, looking like a petal. Then Xingmeng didn't need to do anything, the core automatically retracted into the chest. Xingmeng closed her eyes, with a soft glow on her body, as if she was upgrading. Is this all right? Su Chen turned and asked the girl. The girl nodded slightly. Don't you really need another French kiss? The girl didn't say anything, but just looked at Su Chen with a look that treated him like a trash, and the disgust in her red eyes almost solidified into reality. Under that oppressive gaze, Su Chen automatically swallowed back the words that had not yet been spoken. Xingmeng was still in the upgrade state, so he focused his attention on this guest. The Eye of God was then activated. You wouldn't know what it was like until you saw it. The girl's luxurious attribute panel almost blinded his titanium dog eyes. Mecha Girl information. Name, Queen Star Badge, Thunder Explosive Type. Speed, 76. Curve, 90. Stable, 81. Burst, 61. Battery life, 82. Modification core, Vortex Emperor Type 3 Purple. Stigmata, Wild Hunt 3-piece suit blue speed plus 10%, Nitro time plus 20%, Rollover correction plus 5, Eternal Heart 1-piece suit purple endurance plus 9. Current level, SS. Special talent, expired. Same frequency, 0%. Status, faulty, unable to drive. Comment, a top-tier mecha girl with exceptional talent, but has been ruined by a brainless tuner. There is no doubt that this is the first SS-level mecha girl Su Chen has seen so far. Her panel attributes can be said to be quite luxurious, but something seems to be wrong? Put aside the inexplicable special states such as out of order and unable to drive. The mecha girl should have awakened her talent skills when she reached S level, but here it is invalid. There is also the emphasis on attributes. The best attribute of a burst-type mecha girl is actually cornering? Compared with the attributes of the Golden Falcon we saw before, as a speed-type mecha girl, her attributes obviously focus on speed followed by burst. The first attribute of the explosive mecha girl should be burst, followed by speed, and finally cornering and stability. Even though I'm a mecha girl, it's rude of you to stare at me like that. The mecha girl named Queen suddenly spoke, her voice cold and chilling. Su Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard that. Isn't that polite? Is it polite of you to enter someone else's room without permission? Although the visitor is a guest, this guest is too arrogant. The moment his eyes met Queen's, they suddenly became sharp, and he raised his finger and pointed at Queen's head. Then, 7 big words came out of his mouth. You are sick. You are done. Chapter 22, Reason. Su Chen thought that the SS-class mecha girl in front of him would be furious when he said this. Then he took this opportunity to point out the problem directly and received a wave of admiration and amazement. Unexpectedly, the girl just looked at him calmly. After staring at each other for a long time, Queen slowly nodded, You are right. After a pause, she continued, I do have a problem. So, can you cure it? Such a straightforward conversation left Su Chen stunned for a while. After a while, he nodded and then shook his head. I need to study it first to see if it can be cured. In fact, he had already seen the problem from Queen's panel. Plus, the final note is also very obvious: it was ruined by a brainless tuner. To put it bluntly, a burst acceleration machine has increased its cornering performance to 90. Isn't this equivalent to forcing a science nerd with full math talent to learn English? It's totally irrelevant. The core consideration of racing car modification is to bring out all the advantages of this car. Try to make up for the shortcomings while leveraging your strengths. Some racing cars are just good at cornering. If you can't destroy their cornering performance just to improve straight-line acceleration, you might as well build a new car. However, these cannot be said directly, and the standard process still needs to be followed. There's a fee for the inspection. He rubbed his thumb and index finger together. Do you have money? The girl said nothing, but took out a thick stack of banknotes from her pocket and gently placed it on the table. Hiss. Su-Chen widened his eyes. Such a thick stack of money had a guaranteed minimum of 20,000. The smile on his face suddenly became sincere. The customer is God, so it is completely understandable that they are a little arrogant. Next, I need your cooperation in unfolding into racing form. Is that okay? Queen tilted her head, confusion in her red eyes. It was the first time she heard that the inspection issue would be expanded into a racing form. Isn't it that the detection tools scan the whole body of the mech-girl and then make a modification plan based on the evaluation given by the system? But then she thought that there were no conditions here for fully mechanized modifications like at the headquarters. In that case, she began to unbutton her skirt. Hey! What are you doing? Su-Chen saw that Queen was not doing something right and quickly called out to her. Take off your clothes. Queen had no expression on her face and her tone was as flat as if she was describing today's weather. You don't have to take off your clothes to unfold into racing form, right? This isn't a car cover. Queen's hands kept moving, her eyes unblinking. It will break if you unfold it directly. Okay. Su-Chen held his forehead helplessly and quickly left the room. I'll step aside for a while. Call me when you're done. You humans have so many rules. Queen clicked her tongue. Su-Chen was about to close the door, but he opened it again in anger and said speechlessly, this is basic morality between men and women, don't you understand? I've never been naked in front of a human. Queen raised her smooth chin slightly, a hint of sarcasm in her red eyes. You're so cautious, are you afraid of having any desire for me? She paused deliberately, her tone growing even more disdainful. Carbon-based creatures' self-control is truly worrying. In that case, I'll be careful to keep my distance from now on. Su-Chen. There was not much to talk about today. He slammed the door shut and went to the bathroom to wash his face with cold water. When he returned to the bedroom door, Queen had already unfolded. Can I come in? Can. Su-Chen pushed open the door and what came into view was a black sports car with a very exaggerated shape. This car looks familiar, and its outline is somewhat similar to the Apollo EVO supercar in the previous life, but the lines are sharper. The design of the front of the car is more aggressive than the original version, with sharp edges like a blade out of its sheath, and every line contains explosive power ready to be unleashed. The most striking feature was the pair of headlights, not the iconic fork-shaped design of the Apollo EVO, but rather the sharp triangles reminiscent of the Apollo IE. At that moment, a pair of red eyes glowed an eerie blood red, casting two sharp streaks of light in the dimly lit room. Just by sitting there quietly, an indescribable sense of oppression and awe washed over me. It was as if this wasn't a sports car, but a beast waiting for its moment. Cool. Su-Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Master, this sister's car body is so beautiful. Xingming's exclamation sounded from the side. It turned out that this little girl had completed the upgrade. Su-Chen carefully observed the panel of his own mecha-girl and found that Xingming was already a C-level mecha-girl. After upgrading to C-level, each attribute is improved a little bit on the original basis, and now it is. Speed, 46. Turn, 62. Stable, 46. Burst, 34. Battery life, 52. When Su-Chen saw the column for modification core, he was surprised to find that the modification core was gone. Xingming, where's your Black Silk Thunder No. 2 modification core? Xingming's cat ears and fur stood up, and she shook her head in confusion. I don't know, meow. Su-Chen was confused. Xingming is currently in a state without a modification core, but its attributes have not been reduced. Could it be? Could it be that this is also one of the golden fingers that allowed him to come to this world? That's awesome. He almost saw himself becoming a world-class driver, surrounded by girls, and reaching the pinnacle of his life. When a mecha-girl advances, her modification core will automatically merge and solidify. The queen's cold voice sounded like a basin of cold water that extinguished Su-chan's beautiful dream. So that's how it is. Su-chen sighed and then slapped his thigh. I miscalculated. I should have built a better modification core for Xingming before letting her advance. It's meaningless. The window of the black supercar rolled down, revealing Queen's fair and pretty face. Going from D grade to C grade can only solidify the white quality. Even if you give her a better one, it won't solidify it. She added mercilessly, furthermore, this type of white core has very limited benefits for the mecha-girl. It might even be worse than a Starlight Stigmata. Starlight Stigmata. Su-chan remembered that Queen had Starlight Stigmata, didn't she? It seems to be called something like the 3-piece Wild Hunt set and the 1-piece Heart of Eternity set. He also noticed that after the star was upgraded to level C, a stigma slot was also unlocked. Previously, the position of the stigma in the attribute panel was gray, but now it has returned to bright color, but there is no stigma equipment. Don't you want to get checked? Queen's half-naked arm leaned lazily on the car window, her delicate skin glowing faintly under the light. A few strands of long hair slid down her shoulders, covering the faintly visible collarbone. She rested her chin lightly on her arm, squeezing her delicate cheeks into an unexpectedly soft curve. However, her red eyes were full of impatience, which she did not hide. It's already late. She paused and said expressionlessly, or are you the kind of pervert who deliberately keeps women overnight with the intention of doing something obscene? TSK. It's getting more and more outrageous. Su-chan's eyes went dark. I'm not that kind of person, I'll check you right away. He used a jack to lift Queen up, hoping to see a look of panic on Queen's face. However, he failed. Queen remained indifferent, even commenting on the jack, an old-fashioned car repair tool? Interesting. Su-chen had no choice but to crawl under the chassis to see what was going on. There is no problem with the Queen's body. The modifications are in place and the parts are as new as if they just came from the factory. But she is a mecha-girl, not a machine, she is a magical creature. Since it is a living organism, we must consider the impact of the mind and spirit on the body. What level of mecha-girl were you when you were first born? He asked as he looked at her. B level. Queen said concisely. The core has been solidified 3 times from B to SS. Perhaps it is these 3 core solidifications that have created Queen's current deformed attributes. Su-chen felt that this might be the problem. Do you remember when it started not working? I don't remember. Queen frowned slightly. My memory seems to be missing a part. When I knew I was myself, I was just a malfunctioning robot. My headquarters is trying hard to repair me because the daughter of the chairman of the headquarters needs to modify me into a mecha suitable for her to drive, but they have not succeeded. Since I'm already SS rank, they've invested so much money and energy in me that they don't intend to give up on me just yet. As the conversation progressed, Su-chen discovered that Queen's frequency of syncing was gradually increasing. He gradually saw more information on the other party's panel. Same frequency, 20. Comment: the champion who should have dominated the track with sheer speed is now trapped and lost in an incongruous turn. Finding her wings broken piece by piece, she gave up the struggle, letting her soul sink into the depths of darkness. She is now nothing more than a beautiful, empty city, its splendor remaining only on the outside, its heart long withered in ash. After reading Queen's message, Su-chen narrowed his eyes and had a rough idea in his mind. To put it bluntly, mecha-girls are creatures with souls and emotions. Then under certain special conditions, it is very reasonable to unfortunately suffer from post-traumatic stress autism. Isn't it? Chapter 23, Staring Intently. I have a general understanding of your situation. Su-chen lowered the jack, thought for a moment, and said to Queen. Your modification direction is wrong. For example, your current Vortex Emperor Type 3 core is an excellent purple core, but its main improvement areas are cornering and stability. You should focus on speed and burst. Queen blinked, a fleeting light flickering in her red eyes. Can it be changed? I can't change it. Su-chen shook his head. What level is my modification shop? I can't get such high-end materials. Besides, it's meaningless even if I change the modification core for you. From B to SS, you have already experienced 3 modification core solidifications. Unless the previous 3 upgrade cores can be unfixed. He paused. Simply put, it means you'll be demoted from SS class back to B class, and you'll have to start all over again. Each upgrade will be replaced with a core that increases speed and burst. The queen lowered her eyelashes and pursed her lips. After a moment, she tilted her head and asked, "So, what suggestions do you have?" His tone was indifferent, but it couldn't hide the hint of loss. "A suggestion." Suchen stared at her thoughtfully. "Change to a module that increases burst and speed. The Vortex Emperor 3 is really not suitable for you. It's obvious that the person who installed the modification core on you wanted to turn you into a perfect hexagonal warrior, but that's impossible." He turned around, wiped his hands with a handkerchief, and continued, "The higher the speed and explosiveness, the harder it is to control the car. To achieve control, you have to give up speed. To achieve extreme speed, the driver needs to use technique to compensate for the instability of cornering." "Who's your driver?" he asked without turning around. "Tell her not to always focus on stability in corners. As a driver, what's a driver without a sense of adventure? Do you know what speed and passion mean? How can there be passion without speed?" The room fell silent. Suchen concentrated on wiping the tools on the workbench. Xingmeng looked back and forth curiously between Queen and Suchen, the cat ears on her head turning like little radars, and her tail wagging restlessly. "If only she, and they thought like you do." After a while, Queen muttered softly, "What did you say?" Suchen turned his head holding the wrench. But I saw that Queen had returned to human form. The dim light in the room painted her like the afterglow of sunset. Her shoulder blades were like folded wings, graceful and delicate. The line of her spine extended smoothly to her slender waist, and then downward to outline a perfect peach-shaped curve. Her snow-white skin almost glowed in the dim light, like the finest pearls. The Queen's refinement and perfection are in stark contrast to the shabby workshop, like a touch of color added to a black and white painting. Suchen had seen countless women in his previous life. But at this moment I couldn't help but hold my breath. "Have you seen enough?" Queen didn't turn around. Her cold voice was filled with just the right amount of sarcasm. "My heartbeat has quickened. You're truly a pervert who has inappropriate thoughts about mech-girls." Suchen subconsciously looked away. But then he thought this is his territory, and it was Queen herself who didn't cover it up, so why should he hide? "Look. Just watch. Stare at it intently. I'm looking at your starlight stigmata." Suchen stared at Queen's slender waist and argued righteously. "There are mysterious silver lines shaped like shark gills, which should be the starlight stigma." "Oh?" Queen said calmly, slowly putting on her skirt, black stockings, and high heels. "Humans are always good at making excuses for their behavior." She buttoned her clothes and turned around, raising her fair chin slightly and looking straight at Suchen with her red eyes like an elegant swan examining the tourists on the shore. "I will consider your suggestion." She walked towards the door. When he reached the door, he paused slightly, took out a stack of currency and placed it on the storage table beside the door. Before Suchen could react, she pushed the door open and walked out. Only a few words echoed in the corridor. "Spend some money renovating the store. It looks like a doghouse. The door is closed." The workshop fell into silence. Only a faint fragrance lingers. TSK. What a deed. Suchen looked at his wasteland-style shop, the ceiling peeling, the old incandescent light bulbs flickering and swaying. But these didn't stop him from scoffing at Queen's assessment. "Mountains aren't high, but if there are immortals, they're magical. This is a humble room, but my virtue is fragrant. She knows nothing." "Meow. Master, what do you mean?" Xingmeng came closer, her cat ears perked up in curiosity. The shower gel on her body was mixed with a unique candy scent, which instantly dispelled the subtle fragrance left by Queen. "It means that good steel should be used on the blade." Suchen counted the 3 stacks of banknotes left by Queen, a full 40,000 yuan, plus the competition reward, a total of 70,000 yuan. The quarterly rent for the modification shop is 8,000. This money is enough for him to pay 2 years' rent. But he didn't plan to do that. He only kept 8,000 for rent and used the rest to upgrade Xingmeng. "Here, Xingmeng, this is for you." Suchen counted 50 yuan cards in Sai Xingming's hand. "Thank you for your hard work in the Binzhou Underground Tournament. Here's your pocket money. Use it to buy whatever you want." Xingmeng stared blankly at the money in her hand, and even the cat's tail stopped wagging. "Master, you don't have to pay me. Just take it if it's given to you. Go buy whatever flavor of nutrient solution you like." Suchen is rich now, and he shows his generosity with a wave of his hand. But Xing Meng bit her red lips, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Can a mecha girl like me also have pocket money? Why not? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. We have a bond contract, so what if I give you some pocket money? Besides, you are a C-rank mecha girl now, you can walk sideways among the newbies. Xing Meng was amused by Su Chen's words and puffed up her cheeks. Master, I'm not a big crab. She rolled her eyes, wiggled her cat ears, accepted the 5,000 yuan, and rubbed her hands together like a money grubber. Hee hee, I'm going to make a fortune. She wagged her tail quickly. Master, do you want to go shopping with me later? Okay. Su Chen nodded. In this world, there is a shopping mall specially opened for mecha girls and drivers. Only drivers and mecha girls with mecha girl driver's licenses are eligible to enter. He happened to be purchasing a batch of materials for making the modified core. Maybe you can find it in this shopping mall. Now Xingmeng already has a slot for the Starlight Stigmata, but he has not yet learned the information and price of the Starlight Stigmata. If the price is right, I will choose another Starlight Stigma for Xingmeng. The city championship is approaching, and we must try our best to improve the performance of Stardream. This competition is an open tournament and an authoritative competition organized by the official. Those who can participate in the city championship are either the leaders among the wild drivers or the professional drivers of the club. It was a bit difficult for him and Xingming to run the Binzhou City Underground race, and the city championship would be a more severe challenge for them. Chapter 24, Canary. Voice of the Night Headquarters. The crystal chandelier casts a cold light, and the Italian leather sofa exudes an expensive atmosphere. The entire hall was like a carefully polished diamond, perfect, luxurious, yet without a trace of warmth. Queen, where have you been? We've been looking for you for a long time. None of your business. Queen rolled her eyes at the middle-aged woman. She now has a month of absolute freedom. You can go wherever you want without having to report to the woman in the suit. I'm just worried about you. The middle-aged woman was not angry, but smiled instead. As long as Queen comes back, it's fine even if I have to scold her. But she knew that Queen was not that vulgar. This beautiful mecha girl was best at being sarcastic. Queen walked over to the sofa and sat down, her delicate body sinking into the soft backrest, languidly like a napping cat. She glanced at the middle-aged woman and said calmly, Jessica, what are your plans for my next modification? Bring it over and see. Jessica's eyes lit up when she heard this. Okay, go get it right away. After a while, she came over with a document and handed it to Queen. Queen simply frowned a few times. The Voice of the Night Headquarters is developing a Vortex Emperor 4 modified core, also designed for cornering and stability, to replace her Vortex Emperor 3. They're also upgrading her Starlight Stigmata, replacing her Wild Hunt 3-piece set with a Heart of Eternity fragment and replacing it with a Knights of the Round Table 2-piece set with a Heart of Angel 2-piece set. The latter 2+2 combination tends to be more all-round improvement. It doesn't focus on acceleration and burst like the Wild Hunt 3-piece set. Theoretically, both the Vortex Emperor 4 and the 2+2 are better than her current modifications, but Queen always feels uncomfortable. There was a faint voice in her heart telling her that these great-looking modifications were not what she wanted. What she wants is speed and extreme burst, not a panacea. How's it going, Queen? Jessica said with anticipation, this is a modification plan tailored just for you at headquarters. It'll definitely completely repair you. Not very good. Queen shook her head. The core modification should focus on enhancing speed and burst. Submit the application for me. Jessica's face changed slightly when she heard this. Queen, I'm afraid this won't work. Why? Queen narrowed her red eyes slightly, and the air became a little colder. The modification plan headquarters has given you is to improve your performance in all aspects. Otherwise, you are not qualified to be my pilot. My pilot is now an S-class pilot, and her requirements for pilots are that they must be very capable in all aspects. If you continue to fail to meet these requirements, you will not be able to appear on the track. Not being able to go on the track is a pretty harsh punishment for the girl. Queen no longer remembers how she entered the Voice of the Night. But the Voice of the Night is the largest and most famous club in Glory Province, and most girls would not refuse. Which mecha girl doesn't want to follow a capable pilot in the future? There are many skilled and capable drivers in the Voice of the Night headquarters. You'll fix me, right? Queen struggled out of her confusion and looked straight at the middle-aged woman. Of course. Jessica nodded. All the modifications headquarters has developed for you are aimed at repairing you and allowing you to restart. The modification experts analyzed that the reason you can't start is that your core can't support your current performance, so we need to continue to improve your stability and endurance. The Queen was silent for a moment. She really felt that her stability and endurance were sufficient. The inability to start is definitely not a problem of stability and battery life. But it's useless to say this, those modification experts only care about data. Okay. She replied calmly, I understand. Do you agree to the new modification plan? Jessica asked in surprise. Queen looked at the middle-aged woman in front of her, impatience deep in her eyes. The voice of the night did not respect any of her opinions, but insisted on asking for her consent in a formality. It seems like she really likes these modification plans, but what if she doesn't agree? She couldn't start, and she would remain imprisoned here like a bird in a cage. I agree. Her voice was calm. But I want to make my own arrangements this month. That's absolutely fine, Jessica said with relief. Just agree. If you can convince this young lady, her bonus will be settled. I want tickets for the city tournament. Queen held up a finger. No problem, I'll get you the best VIP seat. Jessica agreed readily. Change the bedroom wallpaper to pink. Buy another game console and a life-size panda doll. Okay. I'll send someone to arrange it right away. Jessica wrote down Queen's request on her phone. Anything else you want? No more. Queen closed her eyes and sank a little deeper into the sofa. She originally wanted Jessica to check the information of Su Chen and Xing Meng. But then he thought that doing so might cause trouble for Su Chen and Xing Meng. Originally, she was just a little curious about Su Chen. After all, it was rare for a modification engineer to be a driver. But the various suggestions Su Chen had made before made her realize that Su Chen seemed to understand her better than the modification team at the Voice of the Night headquarters. She wanted to see. Let us see how far Su Chen and Xing Meng can go. Can a seagull in a storm really live better than a canary? After becoming Su Chen's robot girl, Xing Meng naturally had to live in the modification shop. Su Chen specially cleaned up a room for Xingmeng. I thought Xingmeng would have a lot of baggage as a girl. The result was just a kitten piggy bank and a cushion with a cat head print. Su Chen was so angry that he asked Xing Meng to sleep in his bed. And he, of course, sleeps with Xingmeng. Sofa? The sofa is outside, how cold it must be at night. Sleeping on the floor was out of the question. He is not that gentlemanly and will not put himself in a difficult position. Besides, the bed was so big, with a huge barrier between them, and he wasn't planning on doing anything else, one sleeping at the head and the other at the foot. Besides, it was just a temporary fix. The next morning, Su Chen led Xing Meng to the hypermarket. Welcome to Star God Wheel Shopping. Xingshenhui Tesco is a large shopping mall dedicated to serving pilots and pilot girls. Almost all the resources needed by pilots and mecha-girls can be purchased here. The prerequisite is that you have to have money. Also, some precious resources can only be exchanged for goods. This is a very high-tech hemispherical building, a bit like the Sydney Opera House. I don't know what material is used in this building. It is obviously surrounded by glass walls, but it does not reflect the scorching and dazzling sunlight like glass. The light here is soft. The temperature is just right. The logistics girl who greets guests at the door has snow-white thighs. Su Chen stared at the logistics girl's thighs for a while. It's not that he is lustful, he is just curious whether his feet will feel stuffy if he wears boots in such hot weather. I don't think Jin Yang has athlete's foot. At least I didn't smell it on Xingmeng's feet. After showing the driver's license, Su Chen led Xingmeng into the store. Right in front of you is a new product exhibition stand for Jinyang Nutrient Solution. Pearl milk tea flavor, cherry blossom wine flavor, cappuccino flavor. There are so many flavors of nutrient solution that Su Chen and Xing Meng are dazzled. Guest, would you like to try the new flavor? The new flavor may be suitable for your android girl, which can improve the sync between you and your android girl. A logistics girl in a maid skirt walked up to the two of them with a sweet and capitalist smile on her face. She held a can of nutrient solution in her hand. It tastes like plum and bitter melon. Chapter 25, Standing There in a Daze. To be honest, Su Chen's eyes went dark when he saw the taste. Plums very sour. Bitter melon undoubtedly bitter. Sour and bitter? It's fun. What we mean is that if we don't know how to develop new flavors, we don't have to. What kind of ginger, garlic, durian, and chili flavor would any organic girl really want to drink? The same goes for the plum bitter melon flavor. He shook his head and was about to pull Xingming's hand and walk away. But he found that his robot girl was staring at the bottle of nutrient solution, and her pink little tongue licked her lips imperceptibly. She seems to want to try it? This thought popped up in Su Chen's mind. Nutrient solution as the most basic energy supply resource for the mech-girl, its price is not expensive. The more common fruit flavors are priced at around 500 yuan, while some rare flavors can cost up to 800-1000 yuan. Those that cannot be sold will be discounted. The plum bitter melon is obviously of ordinary taste. Since it is a new product, there is a 20% discount, so the selling price is 400 yuan. Want to try it? Su Chen asked Xingmeng. Xingmeng abruptly averted her gaze, shaking her little head like a rattle. No need, meow. My energy is still full now, so I don't need to replenish the nutrient solution. Xingmeng recalled the first time she and Wang Tingting came to Huailgu. It's the same booth and the same new products. She just glanced over here and was pulled away by Wang Tingting. What are you looking at? You still want to try it? Are you worthy? 400 yuan isn't a lot of money, right? Just drink the discounted ginger and chili flavored drink. It's just for energy, so the taste isn't important. Wang Tingting's mean look is still vivid in my mind. So her first reaction was to shake her head. But I see you really want to drink it. Su Chen said to the logistics girl, give me a bottle, and also a bottle of that cappuccino, they seem to be new products. Okay sir, you are so nice to your mecha girl. The logistics mecha girl's smile became sweeter. She could see that Xingmeng had plenty of energy. But even so, the driver is still willing to spend money, even if it is just to give the girl a taste. This can only mean two things. Or maybe the driver is not short of money. Or he is very fond of his own mecha girl. Before Xingming could react, 2 bottles of nutrient solution were already in her hands. One bottle has red and green packaging with plum and bitter melon prints on it, the other bottle has brown packaging with the word cappuccino written on it. This. Master, don't waste your money. It's not easy for you to earn money. Just give it up. She drooped her ears, muttered softly, and wanted to put the nutrient solution back, but was stopped by Su Chen. Am I the master, or are you? He put his hand on Xingming's furry little head and said fiercely, are you teaching me how to do things? No, I dare not meow. Xingmeng shrank her neck and pressed her ears flat like airplane ears. Then drink. Xingmeng tasted both nutrient solutions obediently. She took small sips, her cheeks slightly puffed up, like a greedy little hamster. How is it? Is it delicious? It tastes delicious, meow. Xingmeng licked her lips, her big eyes narrowed into crescents, and her tail swayed gently behind her. Which do you prefer? I like it more. Xingmeng tilted her head and thought about it, her cat ears trembling slightly. Plum bitter melon, meow. This answer was beyond Su Chen's expectations. Could it be that there is something else going on with this bitter melon? Why? Because. Xingmeng paused, looking at Su Chen seriously with her big eyes. It's like meeting a master. She doesn't seem to be very good at saying things like that. As soon as she finished speaking, a faint pink appeared on her face and the tips of her ears were stained with a hint of crimson. What? You mean I'm bitter and sour? Su Chen rolled his eyes. He only knew that plums and bitter melons must be sour and astringent. Little did she know that it tasted sweet aftertaste. To Xingmeng, it was the taste of happiness. Xingmeng just laughed and didn't explain. She gently pulled the corner of Su Chen's clothes, jumped around Su Chen, and hummed a cheerful song with an incomprehensible tune. The Xingxinhual shopping mall is quite large, with 6 floors, comparable to the Wada Scratch in the previous life. Cycling clothes, modification cores, nutrient solution, event tickets, and various equipment are the mainstream here. Despite the temptations everywhere, Su Chen still did not forget the 2 goals of this trip: the Starlight Stigma and modification materials. Master. Xingmeng's footsteps suddenly stopped in front of a shop selling car covers and racing suits. She pulled Su Chen's sleeve and blinked her big eyes and said, Master, I want to go in and take a look. Is that okay? Su Chen glanced at the store, which was probably similar to the clothing store in his previous life. As expected, even if she is a fantasy biological robot, she is still a girl, and there is no girl who doesn't love beauty. He nodded immediately. Go ahead, we'll be together later. Su Chen looked around and pointed to the statue in the center of Huao Shopping Plaza. We will gather there later. Okay, meow. Su Chen watched Xing Meng walk into the store, and he walked towards the shop selling Xinghue stigmata. In the clothing store, there are many girls who are choosing clothes for their cars accompanied by their drivers. Car covers are equivalent to the clothes of the mech-girl and are a kind of reusable equipment. If there is no car cover, the mech-girl's regeneration suit is the birthday suit she wore when she was born. If there is a modification core, it will also be affected by the modification core. For example, if the modification core adds a black front lip to the mech-girl, when it is used in mech-girl form, it may mean that there is more black fabric on the front chest of the skirt. Xingmeng glanced at the display case of car covers, and without hesitation turned to the display case of racing suits. Racing suits are professional uniforms worn by drivers during competitions, which contain many star god technologies such as heat insulation, warmth retention, one-click donning, one-click undressing, etc. The prices of some multifunctional racing suits from big brands are even higher than those of the mech-girl's racing suits. Xingmeng stood in front of the racing suit display cabinet, stroking each racing suit with her little hands. The various racing suits in front of her dazzled her, but she knew her goal very well. During last night's race, Su Chen was wearing a very old cycling jersey. That's not a proper racing suit at all. She wants to buy a good one for her master. It should have many functions and be slim and good-looking when worn. She muttered softly, her ears trembling slightly. It can't be too expensive, or I won't be able to afford it, but it can't be too cheap either, meow. She ran to the corner, smashed open the kitty piggy bank, and counted the coins inside. Part of it was the small treasury she had saved when she was with Wang Tingting, and the bulk of it was the pocket money Su Chen gave her last night, a total of 5,200 yuan. The extra 200 yuan was almost entirely the money Wang Tingting gave her to buy nutrient solution. Compared to the discounted strange-smelling nutrient solution, there was also a cheaper nutrient solution that was about to expire. The 200 yuan was saved little by little in this way. 5,200 revolutions should be enough to buy a medium-quality racing suit, meow. Xingmeng walked back and forth in front of the display cabinet, carefully checking the labels and functional descriptions of each racing suit. From time to time, he would nod or shake his head slightly, and his tail would sway gently in the rhythm of his thinking. This one has good insulation, but it doesn't have a one-touch on-off feature. This one looks cool, but it's too expensive, meow. This one is so dark, it doesn't really suit the master's temperament. Finally, a silver-white racing suit with blue stripes caught her attention. Xingming's eyes lit up and she took it down and looked at it carefully. This one suits master perfectly, she muttered to herself, stroking the fabric. It has moderate thermal insulation, a one-touch on-off function, and a basic protective layer. Plus, it looks really cool, meow. It's the same color as Xingming's original jersey. She looked at the price tag, 5,099 yuan, which was almost all her savings. Xingming hesitated for a moment because she was used to living frugally, but she quickly nodded firmly. It's okay, meow. Master is always so kind to me. This is the first time Xingming can buy something for master, so I must buy something that's perfect for master. The eyes of the mecha-girl are comparable to precise measuring instruments. Xingming easily found the size that best suited Su Chen, and then ran to the cashier with the racing suit in her arms. I want this racing suit, meow. Check out, meow. The cashier smiled and nodded. You have a good eye. We don't have much of this item anymore. It's a hot item here. It's 5,099 yuan. Xingmeng paid the money, and the logistics lady packed up the racing suit. She couldn't help but ask, is this for your driver? Yes, meow. Xingmeng took the bag and nodded excitedly, her furry cat ears trembling slightly. Master is usually very good to me, so I should be even better to you. This is my first gift to you. The other side. Su Chen entered a shop that specializes in selling starlight stigmata. He thought he had some money now, but he was still shocked when he saw the price of the starlight stigma. Starlight stigmata, like modified cores, are divided into 7 levels: white, green, blue, purple, gold, platinum, and diamond. The cheapest among them is the white starlight stigma, which generally costs between 20,000 and 50,000. A set of starlight stigmata is more expensive, and the price of 2 white starlight stigmata is doubled. Who the hell can afford this? Slip away. Guest, are you here to buy the starlight stigmata for our mecha-girl? Just as Su Chen was about to leave the store, a logistics girl came over with an enthusiastic look on her face. She looked up and down at Su Chen's clothes, and curled the corners of her mouth, I can see that this is your first time to buy Starlight Stigmata. Maybe you don't know much about Starlight Stigmata, and don't know what kind of Starlight Stigmata is suitable for our mech-girl. We have a promotion going on in our store today. How about I explain it to you while you consider participating in it? Oh? Su Chen narrowed his eyes. A lecture? A promotion? Yo, are you trying to brainwash this Su? Thinking back to the past, Su had also experienced many battles in the tour group. I must let this world's brainwashing culture see what it means to be stubborn and unyielding. He didn't leave, but found a chair to sit down, glancing at the logistics girl with a squint. Just standing there? Pour me a glass of water. Chapter 26, Fried Fish Dog. The logistics girl poured Su Chen a glass of Coke. Su Chen took a sip and glanced around. The store was very large and there were quite a few logistics mecha girls, almost all of them were one-on-one. And the logistics girl in front of him was obviously targeting him. Sir, do you know how the Starlight Stigmata is formed? Su Chen shook his head. The logistics mecha girl pondered for a moment and said, many years ago, the star god world was repeatedly invaded by alien creatures. To ensure that we could be prepared for danger, the star god created several nebulous secret realms. In these nebulous secret realms, various crises from history will be recreated. Pilots and mecha girls will play certain roles in these events. If they successfully pass through the nebulous secret realm, they will receive a gift from the star god. This gift is the Starlight Stigma. It sounds like a copy of special materials? Su Chen was surprised. Copy? What is that? The logistics mecha girl tilted her head. Nothing. Su Chen waved his hand. So what about those alien creatures? Are they still invading the star god world? No, they were all wiped out by the star god. This is good news, and Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Although this world is obviously not low in military strength, it would be fine as long as there are no wars of this kind. I'm very interested in Star God. Su Chen said, but I've only just become a mecha pilot, and my understanding of these things is just superficial. Can you? Of course. The logistics mecha girl nodded. The Star God isn't one person, but 4. To be more precise, 1 pilot and 3 mecha girls. If you must say, the Star God should refer specifically to one of the mecha girls. She's named after a star, and her grace still covers the entire Star God world. All the systematic driving techniques in the Star God world were left behind by the Star God's pilots. To be frank, without the 4 Star Gods, there would be no Star God world as it is today. All the mecha girls were also born in the Sea of Star Gods. Su Chen understood immediately. These 4 are equivalent to the creator gods. Even if they are not the first-generation gods, they are the kind that changed dynasties. So, are these 4 still in the Star God world? No. The logistics mecha girl's expression suddenly became pious. She clasped her hands together in prayer and said softly, do you know why no enemy dared to invade the Star God world since then? It's because the Star Gods are wandering the endless universe. They sacrifice themselves, perhaps never to return home, but they annihilate all the enemies of the Star God world and protect the Star God world behind them. That's great. Su Chen doesn't like extreme heroism, except for those like the Star God Quartet who sacrifice themselves for the greater good. There is no such thing as a peaceful life, it's just that someone is carrying the burden and moving forward. The value of this sentence is still increasing. So, sir. The logistics mecha girl's eyes sparkled as she came up to Su Chen and said excitedly, buying the Starlight Stigmata is supporting the Star God's career. Our store is having a promotion today. I know you don't have much money, but it doesn't cost a lot to draw a blind box. If you win the grand prize, you'll make a killing. Su Chen retracted his neck. This logistics robot girl was too close. Men and women should not touch each other, and she is not as cute as Xingmeng. TSK, don't listen to her boast. A frivolous voice echoed nearby, to truly support the Star God's cause is to actively participate in the nebulous secret realm and collect Omega ore there. The Starlight Stigma is just a bonus. Who? Who is it? Who is ruining my plans? As soon as the words fell, Su Chen saw the originally gentle logistics mecha girl's clothes suddenly explode. She transformed from a cute 1.6 meter tall girl into a 1.9 meter tall female demon with bulging muscles and a ferocious expression. Her ferocious eyes swept over like a knife following the sound, but the moment she saw the man, the anger on her face turned into ridicule and contempt. Hey, I wonder who it is. Isn't this Mr. Yuming, the unlucky one? Here to draw another blind box? Don't be sour grapes. After all, not every driver is as unlucky as you, drawing a blind box worth over 300,000 yuan but not getting a single starlight stigma. Yu Ming, who was standing in front of the gasopan machine, suddenly turned pale, and the girl next to him covered her mouth and laughed. Shut up. Yu Ming pointed at the logistics mech-girl and stiffened his neck. No matter what, I've already spent 300,000 yuan here today. Even if I don't win anything, I'm still God. God, do you understand? Oh, I don't quite understand. The logistics girl shrank back to a cute little 1.6 meters tall, the car cover automatically repaired. She shaved her nails and said slowly, what's wrong with turning 300,000 yuan into RMB? Here, customers who don't spend money are gods, and customers who spend money are just the worst of the worst. This is the truth. Because no one would want to play that crappy gashapon machine a second time. Yu Ming got carried away. I want to complain to you. Complaint phone number 825111, I can help you call. The logistics lady was unmoved. Yu Ming's mouth twitched, he took a deep breath, and finally gave up on confronting this logistics machine girl head on. The logistics lady obviously knew that the deal was a failure. She left Su Chen and walked away, her attitude completely different from before. Yu Ming walked over with Zhuai Ying. The handsome man in the black jacket smiled slightly and said, hello again. Mr. Dark Horse. Su Chen stared at Yu Ming for a while, a puzzled look on his face. Who are you? Yu Ming's outstretched right hand froze in mid-air. Shadow Chaser, Puff. Su Chen, the chief racing car tuner on Earth, has a problem face blindness. As long as it's not someone who often appears around him, he won't recognize them the next day after seeing them once. Oh. I remember now, you are the one from the Northern Wolf team. With Yu Ming's prompt, Su Chen suddenly realized, fried fish dog. Yu Ming. I didn't want to fry the fish either. That was just my job. Yu Ming spread his hands and sighed, I gave you a full 40 seconds, but in the end, Zhuai Ying and I still took first place. What can I do? Su Chen looked at Zhuai Ying, and various attributes came into view. It can be said to be quite gorgeous, but it is still far behind Queen. Su Chen, you drive a Class B car, right? Yu Ming shrugged. So what? I gave up 40 seconds, too. But you drive a Class B car. The performance of the mecha-girl is not the most important thing. The main thing is the technology. Do you know the technology? You drive a Class B car. Hiss. Can you please not catch this? B-class car. Yu Ming, you. Su Chen, B. Yu Ming, I. Su Chen, fried fish dog. Yu Ming. There is no more chatting today. He saw that Su Chen had good skills and wanted to make friends with Su Chen. Su Chen should be a wild driver, and he was thinking of inviting Su Chen to join the Northern Wolves in the future. He thought that technical guys might have some sympathy with each other, but in the end, they couldn't talk at all. After all, I am a professional driver, so I won't bother with amateur drivers. Yu Ming took a deep breath and forced a smile. Hey buddy, your mecha-girl should have been upgraded to C rank, right? C rank has a stigma slot. You must be here to buy one. I have a gotcha coin here. I'll give it to you. Su Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the capsule coins. Good person. I just found out that one gashapon coin is worth 2,000 yuan. Why don't you smoke it yourself? He asked. Yu Ming handed the gashapon coin to Su Chen with a bitter smile on his face. I've already spent 300,000 yuan. I'm afraid I'll have to draw another thank you for your patronage and continue to get addicted. So, I'll give it to you and let everything end here. Su Chen took the capsule coin and looked at Yu Ming. If I draw something good, you won't ask me for it, right? No, don't worry. Yu Ming laughed dumbly and said nonchalantly, after all, I'm a T2 member of the Northern Wolves, so I still have some dignity. And what I give you is yours, no one can argue with it. Besides, this gotcha event is a scam, I don't think you'll get anything good. That's fine. Su Chen nodded. He turned and walked towards the gasopan machine. The capsule machine has a total of 10 positions, corresponding to 10 coin slots. There are 30 capsules in each bin, which undoubtedly increases the difficulty of the lottery because you don't even know which bin the prize is in. But just when the Eye of God activated the shadow chasing attribute, Su Chen saw blurry fonts floating on each position of the capsule machine. I thought it was flies or mosquitoes flying around, but when I got closer I realized that it was the reward status of each position. In other words, he can clearly see which position has prizes and which position does not have prizes. Su Chen blinked and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Interesting. Chapter 27, Emperor Engine. Su Chen originally thought that the function of the Eye of God was only to observe the performance of the mech-girl. Now I probably understand that the Eye of God can still see through illusions. So here comes the question. Seeing through clothes is also seeing through illusions, so why didn't Shuabai let him see? Could it be that this world also has the power of the divine river? Su Chen calmed himself down, walked past the 10 gashapon machine doors, and finally stopped in front of the second-to-last door. Yu Ming was right when he said that this gashapon event was a rip-off. Among the 10 warehouses, only one of them has the Starlight Stigma reward. You are sure to win the gashapon, but 99% of the rewards are high-energy nutrient solution, and the only ones of some value are ordinary car covers and racing suits. However, this store does not offer discounts on rewards. Su Chen looked up at the banner on the gashapon machine. Anniversary sale, 20% off for the first 10 gacha coins, win the highest reward of Purple Star Stigma, let the luck come. There was a purple star-shaped holy mark inside the warehouse door in front of him, which was also the ultimate gimmick of this promotion. At this moment, there were still drivers and their girls drawing blind boxes in front of the warehouse. Every time a blind box was drawn, the funnel-shaped machine above the warehouse door would replenish another blind box. In other words, the probability of drawing a purple starlight stigma is always 1 in 300. Isn't this a rip-off? There's not even a guaranteed minimum. Su Chen stood in front of the warehouse door and observed for a while. This gashapon machine is a bit like a claw machine. After inserting the coin, you can control the mechanical claw to grab the blind box. Fortunately, the store owner was not too crazy, because from what he had seen so far, the mechanical claw would grab and hold, and would not suddenly let go when lifting. Now the purple stigma is pressed down to the lower point. If he wants to get it, he has to clear out all the blind boxes first. Having a basic idea in mind, Su Chen inserted the coins and started the operation. Not far away, Yu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the sin has been released. I will never come to this store to draw blind boxes again. It's such a fucking rip-off. Zhui Ying made a tisk sound. This is not the first time Yu Ming has said this. I feel like I'm going to die if I don't draw some blind boxes after every game. Seeing Su Chen's serious expression, she couldn't help but ask, Master, do you think Su Chen will be able to draw something good? Yu Ming glanced at Su Chen and laughed out loud. How is that possible? I drew 300,000 transformation elements and got nothing. If he can hit the target with one shot, I will drink all the nutrient solution I drew. 300,000 yuan. It was all nutrient solution, boxes piled up like a mountain behind him. While the two were talking, Su Chen had already taken out the first blind box. Although Yu Ming said this, he still couldn't help but stand on tiptoe to look, and then he saw Su Chen took out a bottle of nutrient solution with a spicy chili flavor. Ha ha ha. That's what I said. Yu Ming gave an expected smile. He thought Su Chen would let it go. After all, judging from the way Su Chen is dressed, he doesn't look like a rich man. He is also a new driver. If he has money, he usually saves it to buy modified cores and doesn't spend it recklessly. The next second, Su Chen walked towards the exchange machine and exchanged out 10 capsule coins. No, buddy? Yu Ming was stunned for a moment, then quickly walked over to dissuade Su Chen. Brother, making money is not easy, this promotion is a trap. Don't get carried away. Su Chen nodded, don't worry, I won't get drunk. Yu Ming pursed his lips, thinking that Su Chen might just want to send out 10 consecutive hits to satisfy his desire. That's okay, the loss is still within the acceptable range. Su Chen returned to the second warehouse door and calmly fired another 10 shots. There is no doubt that it is all nutrient solution. At the same time, he also discovered a problem. Every time he grabbed the blind box above, the machine would spit out a new blind box. There is a chance that the new blind box will be covered on top, which doubles the workload. The originally planned 10 draws were simply not enough. So he turned around to exchange for 10 more gashapon coins, but found that Yu Ming and Zhui Ying surrounded the exchange machine on the left and right. No. Don't get carried away. Yu Ming said earnestly, didn't you just say you wouldn't smoke anymore? Listen to my advice and stop. Su Chen walked to the exchange machine and turned left and right. Yu Ming and Zhui Ying also followed him, turning left and right, guarding it more stubbornly than basketball stars. He was speechless. This person means well, but why is he a bit nosy? Stop it. Yu Ming said in agony, "Don't be so stubborn. Sir, if the money exchange machine doesn't work, you can also come to me to exchange it." The logistics mecha-girl who had left earlier suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen with a smile on her face, holding a basket full of capsule coins in her arms. "Thank you, I like your service quality." Su Chen gave a thumbs up and exchanged it for 20 capsule coins. The smile on the logistics girl's face grew even wider. Performance. It's all performance. Wow. It's over, he's really gone crazy. Yu Ming covered his face and sighed. "So master, now that you see him you should understand how devastated I was just now?" Zhuai Ying crossed his arms and glared at Yu Ming. 300,000 yuan. Even though it's a drop in the bucket compared to the modification fee she needs, but the modification fee must be saved bit by bit. I understand. I understand very well now. Those who are involved are often confused, while those who are on the sidelines can see things more clearly. Now he put himself in Zhuai Ying's perspective and started to get angry. Su Chen drew the coins one after another, and after 20 coins were spent, the blind box containing the purple stigma finally came to the top. And the latest blind box also fell next to it. In other words, with the last draw, he would be able to obtain the purple stigmata. He looked at the logistics girl, who understood immediately and came over to hand him the basket with both hands. "Brother, you're still smoking." Yu Ming was really angry and grabbed Su Chen's hand as he was taking out money. He also started out as a rookie driver. Even though he seems to be very rich now, he had a hard time in the past. He knew that every penny in the initial stage was important and it was not advisable to waste it on blind boxes. Think about your robot girl and your future. With this money, you can definitely take your robot girl to the next level. He didn't know why Su Chen's robot girl was not around. But he still tilted his head towards the outside of the store. "Your machine girl is still waiting for you. Hey! If you keep doing this, I'll kick you out." The logistics girl put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "Mr. Yu Ming, your actions are interfering with our work. I'm calling the law enforcement team. It's everyone's freedom to spend money. Besides, what if they win the jackpot? Aren't you ruining their financial life?" Yu Ming laughed angrily, "You have no idea whether you can win your grand prize. I've already spent 300,000. That's your bad luck." The logistics girl sighed. Su Chen looked at the logistics machine girl and then at Yu Ming. In fact, everyone has no problem, they just have different standpoints. Yu Ming felt that his money was not worth it, and the logistics machine lady felt that his gambler mentality deserved his death. "But I'll just draw one last time." Su Chen smiled gently and said to Yu Ming and the logistics girl, "What if the last draw is a big prize?" Yu Ming smiled bitterly, "Brother, you..." "Well, okay, whatever you want." "That's right." The logistics lady clapped her hands repeatedly and flattered him. "Sir, you can tell at first glance that you are one of those extremely lucky people." "Really?" Su Chen raised his lips and said, "If I win the grand prize, you won't deduct my salary, right?" The logistics girl's pretty face froze for a moment, then she shook her head. "How could that be?" "That's your luck, what does it have to do with me?" "Okay." Su Chen nodded and put the capsule coin in. Under his control, the robotic arm accurately grasped the blind box containing the purple stigmata. The deliberate opening of the metal claws did not happen. Plop! The blind box fell into the hole. Su Chen leaned over to pick up the blind box, then opened it in front of the logistics robot girl and Yu Ming. Inside, the platinum paper wrapped a box that looked about the same size as the nutrient solution box. Upon opening the box, a hazy purple light first caught my eye. A piece of metal, shaped like a computer memory stick and encased in amethyst, lay quietly in the center of the box. Starlight Stigma, Emperor Engine Amethyst. Such information appeared in Su Chen's retina. Chapter 28, Gashapon Ban. The purple light spread almost throughout the entire hall. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but look over. "What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?" Yu Ming's eyes widened, and he pointed at the stigma in Su Chen's hand and stammered for a long time, unable to speak. "No, buddy, what are you doing with the potion? Are you trying to scare me to death?" Zhuai Ying next to him was in a similar state, looking stunned. The logistics girl was dumbfounded, her whole body frozen in place as if petrified. Someone won the jackpot. I don't know who shouted. All the pilots and pilot girls in the store gathered around. Everyone stared at the purple holy mark in Su Chen's hand with shining eyes, but envy, jealousy, and hatred followed. I drew 70,000 or 80,000 lottery tickets but didn't win. How come he got it? Someone went crazy. Ah! I can't stand it anymore. Why wasn't I the winner? Someone cried and wailed. Brother, are you selling this purple stigmata? The price is negotiable. Someone had already set his sights on the stigmata and came up to Su Chen. Do you want to buy it? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. It is known that he can win the prize 100% with the help of God's eye. If this purple stigma could be sold for a good price, he could use the money to participate in the lottery. And it is estimated that there will be a lot left for Star Dream modification. But the attribute bonus of this purple stigma is really good. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the plus 10 speed attribute below, Starlight Stigma, Emperor Engine Amethyst. The characteristic of the stigmata compared to the modified core is that there is no negative enhancement. However, a single stigma seems to only have basic attribute bonuses. Only when you complete a set will there be a percentage bonus and some special effects. He didn't know what the special effects of the 4 or even 5-piece set of Emperor Engine were, but it was definitely not simple. Buy. I'm willing to pay 1 million yuan. The man immediately smiled happily when he saw that Su Chen seemed to want to sell. Su Chen's eyes lit up. 1 million yuan. That's a huge sum of money. But the price must be more than that. He was thinking about what price to bargain for when the driver in front of him was suddenly pushed away. Buy your uncle. Yu Ming pointed at the driver angrily. You want to buy the purple stigmata for 1 million transfer coins? Eat your ass. Get away from me. Hey, what do you mean? It's none of your business whether he sells it or not. Yu Ming ignored the cursing driver and pulled Su Chen aside. He said seriously, brother, listen to me, don't sell it. Don't sell it to anyone who wants to buy it. Unless they can offer a price of over 70 or 80 million. Su Chen looked at Yu Ming and suddenly asked, well, do you want to buy it? Yu Ming was stunned, then smiled bitterly, I can't afford it. Is this thing so precious? Su Chen was a little confused. Purple stigma only increases speed by 10 points, although there is no negative increase. But he could easily add 5 points to the speed attribute by making a white modified core. At worst, you can use better materials and make advanced modification cores. No matter what, the purple or red modified core will definitely provide a greater improvement than a purple stigma. Hey, brother, listen to me. One purple stigma may not be very impressive, but once you put it together, it's amazing. Yu Ming pointed at the people around him and said, do you know why Hualgu, a small city in Binzhou, is so popular? Many of them come here for this holy mark. I don't know how many people have come here before you and how many have gone bankrupt, but now only you have won it. But? Su Chen still didn't understand. No buts. Yu Ming held Su Chen's shoulders and stared into his eyes. Do you know the secret realm of the nebula? Su Chen nodded. The logistics girl had already explained it to him before it was a material copy. Yu Ming continued, when you possess a purple level stigma, entering the nebula's secret realm will most likely give you a chance to experience the lives of important characters. After completing the nebula's secret realm, you will also have a high probability of obtaining similar stigmata. Therefore, the purple stigma is not just about the high level, it is also a key. A key that makes it easier for you to complete a set of stigmata, while others can only rely on luck to obtain a set. Su Chen suddenly realized. If that is the case, then it really can't be sold. First of all, he didn't know the specific situation of the nebula's secret realm, but he thought the probability of purple stigmata appearing was definitely not high. After all, Queen, an SS-class mecha-girl with such a prominent background, was only equipped with a blue Wild Hunt 3-piece set and a purple Heart of Eternity piece. To sum up, the value of the purple stigma must be extremely high. And it's the kind that's out of stock. If you are unlucky, you may never get the purple stigma in your lifetime. Su Chen doesn't think he is a very lucky person. Otherwise, the national highway is so wide, why would the semi-trailer with full insurance have to hit him? His driving skills are pretty good. He didn't even dodge such a heavy full-risk semi-trailer. It's like being equipped with a homing missile. Who can withstand this? I understand. I won't sell it. Su Chen thanked him sincerely, thank you for telling me so much. I'm glad you listened. Yu Ming breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Do you have a better impression of me now? Yes, it's completely sublimated. Oh? Tell me about it? You are a good Su Chen paused, heartfelt, fried fish dog. Yu Ming. He fucking regretted it. That piece of shit Su Chen should be allowed to sell the purple stigma for 1 million. Sir, I'm sorry to bother you. The logistics girl came over and said with a smile. Could you please sell us this purple stigma? Don't worry, the price will satisfy you. Oh my god. The logistics girl is about to collapse. This purple stigma is the owner's treasure. He just took it out as a gimmick. He never thought that anyone could get it. Su Chen pondered for a moment and asked seriously, then, if I don't sell it, will your salary be deducted? Yes. The logistics girl's smile was a little more forced, and she clasped her hands together. Please give me a chance. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled. Hee, then I won't sell it. Logistics girl. Are you sure? She clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and glared at him. Su Chen took a half step back and held the purple holy mark in his arms. What does this logistics machine girl want to do? Is he going to attack and hurt someone? Thinking of the strange power of the robot girl, Su Chen's heart was pounding, but he remained firm. I'm sure. Good. Very good. The logistics girl took a few deep breaths and suddenly took out a tablet from her skirt. She took a picture of Su Chen and then operated on the tablet. Su Chen was puzzled. What are you doing? What are you doing? He. The logistics girl sneered and pointed at Su Chen. You're finished. She held her chin high, as proudly as the queen announcing the beheading date of a condemned prisoner. I have already added you to the blacklist of all Hualgo Gasopon machines nationwide. From today on, you will no longer be able to gacha. He. Ha. Suffer. Wail. Tremble. Su Chen. A blessing in disguise. Maybe it's a good thing that I Haven T developed a gambling addiction? Anyway, just don't forcibly take back his prize. Oh, I'm sorry. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly sounded outside the crowd. A soft female voice was apologizing in panic. Su Chen frowned. This seems to be Xing Meng's voice? Chapter 29, Fried Fish. Su Chen looked in the direction of the voice. Outside the shop, Xing Meng was timidly apologizing to a young man in a racing suit. Her furry cat ears were nervously pressed against her head, and her tail was tucked uncomfortably between her legs. Next to the young man stood a stern-looking mech-girl, both of them looking unhappy. Don't you have eyes? Why don't you look where you're walking? The boy's tone was extremely harsh, and he looked down at Xing Meng condescendingly. Xing Meng opened her mouth to protest, but swallowed the words back. Her cat ears drooped in frustration, her large blue eyes fixed on her toes as she softly repeated, I'm sorry. She carefully presented a brand new white box with both hands. A faint blue light shone faintly through the gaps in the box. It goes without saying that the box contains the Starlight Stigma, which is of blue quality. Humph, the young man snatched the box and sneered, you're lucky you're sensible. It's only because the Starlight Stigmata can't be broken, otherwise you'd be broke and have to pay for it. But judging by the performance of your mecha, it's terrible. I guess your pilot is also a poor idiot and can't afford the compensation. After the boy finished speaking, he left with the mecha girl without doing anything excessive. Su Chen frowned and squeezed out of the crowd, then quickly walked to Xing Meng. What happened just now? Master. The moment she looked up and saw Su Chen, the grievance on Xing Meng's face was immediately replaced by a blooming smile. Her cat ears stood up excitedly and her tail wagged happily. Then he handed the racing suit he was holding tightly in his arms to Su Chen with both hands, his eyes flashing with anticipation. Mas, I've been waiting at the statue for ages. I couldn't wait any longer, so I came to see you. Look, this is the racing suit I picked out especially for you. Doesn't it look good? It's the same style and color as my jersey. There was a hint of coquettishness in her voice, like a kitten asking for credit. So you went to buy me a racing suit. Su Chen was stunned. He had always thought that Xing Meng was going to pick out a car cover for him. The racing suit looks very good, and the fabric feels different from the cycling suit he is wearing. It is obviously not a cheap item. I guess he spent all 5,000 yuan on it. I like the racing suit very much, thank you. Su Chen felt a soft touch in his heart, and he smiled and touched Xing Meng's little head. He. As long as Mas likes it. Xing Meng squinted her eyes and rubbed Su Chen's palm happily. Rather than buying a beautiful racing suit, she would rather see Su Chen wearing a better and more comfortable racing suit, and I wish I could hear more praise from Su Chen. After waiting at the statue for a long time without seeing Su Chen coming, she almost thought that Su Chen had abandoned her. He was so hastily searching among the crowd that he accidentally got into trouble. What happened just now? Su Chen asked again. Meow, it's nothing. Xingmeng shook her head and said embarrassedly, it's Xingming's fault. There are too many people here, and Xingming is a bit short. She was also anxious to find Moss, so she accidentally bumped into someone and knocked off the stigmata they just bought. In fact, she didn't tell the truth. When she arrived at the store door, she could already see Su Chen through the glass. Seeing that Su Chen seemed busy, he waited outside obediently. It was the young man and the girl who bumped into her when they came out without paying attention to the road, and they turned the blame on her. But the other party could afford expensive stigmata and was wearing a racing suit with obvious club logos, so it was obvious that he was not someone to be messed with. She didn't want to cause any trouble to Su Chen. It was just a little bit of grievance, nothing compared to the grievances she had suffered with Wang Tingting. She just had to defend the happiness she had now. Is that so? Okay then. Su Chen didn't know the whole story, and since Xingmeng said so, he didn't take the two people seriously. There are so many people shopping at Xingzhenhui.com that it's inevitable that some bumps and collisions will occur. Moreover, he has his own way of comforting Xingmeng. You gave me a gift, so I'll give you one too. Su Chen smiled mysteriously and put his hands behind his back. Meow. Can I have a gift too? Xingming's eyes lit up, and the kitten's tail twitched non-stop. Did Moss buy this especially for me? That's right. Seeing Xingmeng looking like a greedy cat, Su Chen took out the purple stigma and handed it to her. The moment the purple light burst out, the crowd at the store door burst into exclamations again. Wow! Purple stigmata! This mech-girl is so lucky! Master, look at her pilot! Is this the lucky guy who just won the grand prize in the gacha? What a lucky guy! Xingmeng was stunned. Her big blue eyes were wide open, her small mouth was slightly open, staring blankly at the holy mark that was blooming with purple light in front of her. Is this for me? Her voice trembled, as if she couldn't believe it. Purple stigmata, though I don't know how much they are worth. But the blue holy mark was treated as a treasure by the young man before. Even if he dropped it, he would feel pain on his face, and he would pick it up and check it over and over again. Purple stigmata are more advanced than blue stigmata, and their value is unimaginable. When she was with Wang Tingting before, let alone the purple stigma, she could only watch the white quality modification core from afar and never dared to hope to own it. And now. Of course it's for you. Su Chen smiled gently, do you like it? I like it. Xingmeng's eyes suddenly turned red, tears welling up in her eyes, but it's too expensive, I can't have it. She wanted to push him away, but couldn't bear to do so, and her little hands hung hesitantly in the air. You don't want it? If you don't want it, I'll ask Brother Su Chen to sell it to me he. Yu Ming put his arm around Zhui Ying's waist and twisted back and forth in front of Xingmeng, with an evil smile like a villain on his face. No! Xingmeng hugged Su Chen's hand and glared at Yu Ming fiercely, go away. This is given to me by Moss. Don't you want it? Yu Ming raised his two big nostrils towards Xingmeng. Xingmeng bit her lip and looked at Su Chen, confirming again and again, I really can have it? Silly girl. Su Chen stroked her cat ears gently, take it quickly. Meow. Xingmeng finally couldn't help but threw herself into Su Chen's arms, sobbing softly, thank you, Moss. Xingmeng is so happy. This is her first time. This is the first time I have received such a precious gift. This is the first time I've been cherished like this. Tisk, it's just a purple stigmata, why are you showing off? Yu Ming pouted, and his words were full of sourness. He glanced at Su Chen, hey. Are you going to participate in the Binzhou City Championship? Su Chen nodded, of course. Yu Ming smiled and winked, that's interesting. The little brat your robot girl just bumped into is called Fenghe. He's the T3 key player for Binzhou City Xingguan Club. He'll also be participating in the Binzhou City Championship, and he's the favorite to win according to the official website. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction where the boy and the mecha-girl left. In the vast sea of people, I could only barely see two heads. It was impossible to see the properties of the typhoon crane from such a distance. However, since he is a professional driver of the club, he must have some skills. At such a young age? Is he a genius? Or just showing off? Su Chen muttered to himself. The boy was too young, looking like he was not even an adult, but he was quite sharp-tongued. What are you mumbling about? Are you scared? Ha ha. Su Chen sneered and rolled his eyes at Yu Ming. I'm not even afraid of fried fish dogs, so why would I be afraid of a little brat? Yu Ming, you. Come on, Xingmeng, let's go home. Su Chen took Xingming's little hand and left, leaving Yu Ming standing there helpless and furious. Hey! Show off! Yu Ming took 2 deep breaths, looked at the backs of Su Chen and Xingmeng, and suddenly a strange smile appeared on his face. There was something he didn't tell Su Chen. He and Zhu Ying will also participate in the Binzhou City Championship. The main attraction is fried fish. Chapter 30, he will definitely participate. Star Crown Club Training Ground. Boom! The supercar, which was all light blue and dotted with flowing cloud patterns, spun smoothly and stopped steadily on the parking platform. The tires made a sharp hissing sound as they rubbed against the ground. The car door opened up like an eagle's wing, and a young man with a handsome face and a hint of arrogance between his brows jumped out from the driver's seat. Although he looks young, his eyes sparkle with a sharpness beyond his peers. Feng He, you performed well today. Your speed has improved a lot. The young man nodded with satisfaction and patted the roof of the car with his hands. Feng He switched from supercar form to mecha-girl form and stood beside the boy. She was wearing a light blue racing suit that matched the car's body. Her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, and a faint smile hung on the corners of her lips. After all, it was the blue stigmata wolf exorcist that Master bought me, Feng He said softly, with gratitude in his tone. Without this stigmata, no matter how much I train, I won't be able to improve so much in such a short time. Ah. The boy nodded slightly, his fists unconsciously clenched. We must win the city championship this time. His name is Su Che, the top-seeded player of the T3 level of the Star Crown Club. He just turned 18 and looks a little young, so he wanted to make himself look a little more dignified. He had to train his arrogant eyes in front of the mirror every day, and make himself have a mouth that would never suffer any loss and even a little annoying. Come to think of it, I bumped into that mecha girl today, and I ended up biting her back. Damn it! Su Che slapped himself in frustration. I usually train too much and get so caught up in the role that I'm already in arrogance mode when faced with this situation. Feng He covered his mouth and chuckled. It would be better if the master grew up a little bit. He would be more intimidating when he grows up. Are you saying I'm small? Su Che's mouth twitched and he glared at Feng He fiercely. No. Feng He looked up at the sky. Then what do you mean by holding out your index finger and thumb? Ahem, master, the information about yesterday's game has been prepared for you. An old man with a white beard and dressed in butler's clothes appeared behind the two of them like a ghost. The anger on Su Che's face disappeared instantly. He habitually shoved his hands into his pockets, raised his chin, and said coldly, Are there any opponents worth paying attention to? Yes. The butler bowed. Then stepped back. Yes, master. Just like usual, nothing of value appeared. Etc. Come back. Su Che shouted quickly. The old butler turned around again and said with a smile, What's the matter, master? Did you just say, yes? Right. Then why don't you give me his information? You made me step down. Su Che's eyes went dark, and he was furious. Then I ask you to eat shit, will you eat it? The old butler hesitated for a moment, as if seriously considering the feasibility of this matter. Then a blush appeared on his face. If it is the young master's order, it's not impossible. Su Che. After getting the information, he tiredly told the old butler to do what he needed to do. I started reading the information myself. Binzhou City Underground Competition Difficulty, 2.5 stars. Time, 9 p.m., July 7th. Ranking. Champions Yu Ming, Zhu Ying, average speed 200 km/h. Runner-up Su Zilong, Feng Su, average speed 171 km/h. Third place Su Chen, Xing Meng, average speed 170 km/h. Heh, Yu Ming, that stinky fried fish dog. Su Che shook his head and sneered. It would be embarrassing for the professional riders of the Northern Wolf team to come to such a small competition to compete, even if they let the game go, right? He would never do such a thing anyway. The champion and runner-up are both players he is relatively familiar with. Among them, Su Zilong and Feng Su are very famous off-road racers in Binzhou City, and they have already registered for the city championship. But the third place couple are newcomers? Never heard of it. Being able to run at an average speed of 170 kilometers is enough to participate in the club's reserve training. Does the housekeeper think that the players worth paying attention to are Su Chen and Xing Meng? But a 170-kilometer run wouldn't be a sure thing at the city championships. He'd definitely not place. However, he didn't question his steward's advice, as Mr. Li was not only his steward but also his track analyst. There had to be other reasons for this. He continued to look at the analysis report on the next page. At first, his expression was normal, and he even calmly drank a sip of coffee to calm down. After all, a Class C driver's license is nothing. He got a Class C on his first try. However, the next second, his eyes suddenly widened, and the coffee in his mouth spurted out. He read the analysis report word by word. After analysis, Su Chen's mech-girl piloting skills are very likely superior to Yu Ming's. Based on the video of his match against Jue Ying and the mech-girl Xing Meng, his driving skills can be roughly assessed to be around AS level. How is this possible? Su Che slammed the analysis report on the table. Suddenly he turned to Feng He and said, "He, slap me." Feng He didn't say anything. He raised his hand and slapped him, but he reduced the strength, almost like a caress. "Pia, it's really loud." Su Che covered his face, his defenses broken, and wailed, "Can you believe this? This is a newbie driver with no race record. And yet, he was rated as having S-level driving skills by this old man right off the bat. Damn, he's been practicing since he was in the womb." "Master, calm down." Feng He patted Su Che's shoulder. "Yes, stay calm. I want to become a world-class driver." Su Che took a deep breath and continued to read the information. It was then discovered that although the housekeeper had a high opinion of Su Chen, his opinion of Su Chen's mecha-girl was very average. Indeed, a D segment car. Even if it is modified into a C-class car after the competition, it will probably be at the bottom of the C-class cars. Su Che breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Chen had a mecha-girl of the same level as Feng He, then he would really be helpless. Thankfully, we're no longer in the last century, where technical skills dominated the racetrack. He put the information down, his lips subconsciously curling up in a hint of arrogance. He. Mecha girls have their limits. No matter how skilled a pilot is, they can't surpass the limits of a mecha girl's inherent attributes. Su Chen is a very good driver. But it did not become a stumbling block for him to win the Binzhou City Championship. Perhaps, I can recruit Su Chen to my team? Su Che touched his chin and thought for a while. As the chief of Star Crown T3, he will form his own team sooner or later. Without the team, he would never be able to defeat that man alone. That starts from birth. The man who had always been like a dark cloud hanging over him. Northern Wolf Club. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office, the night view of K-City along the river is brightly lit. The interior decoration is simple yet high-tech. One wall is covered with trophies and photos of various competitions, recording the glorious history of the club. The other side is a huge display screen that plays game videos in real time. The air was filled with a faint aroma of coffee, and several computers were running complex data analysis software. Behind the desk piled with documents and miscellaneous items, a person's figure can be vaguely seen. "Boss, hey, guess what? Jue Ying and I found a very interesting new racer in Binzhou City." Yu Ming pushed the door open with Jue Ying. The usual coldness on his face was gone, and only a beaming smile remained. "Ha?" The woman behind the pile of junk looked up, her long, light blonde hair sliding down her face, revealing a pair of dark circled, almond-shaped eyes. "Interesting? Tell me about it." "Boss, you're staying up late again?" After the city championships comes the 100 Cities Car King competition. "You can't stay up late like this again. Come on." The woman took a long drag on the cigarette but on the table and said lazily, "I'd still be like this even if I didn't stay up late. Didn't you meet an interesting driver? Tell me what happened." Su Chen, a newbie driver with no racing record. Yu Ming was a little surprised when he said this. "I feel like his racing skills are even better than mine." "Oh, and then?" Li Yini calmly picked up the coffee and took a sip. "And, what?" Yu Ming's eyes widened. "Isn't this shocking enough?" "Not bad." Li Yini nodded, then shook her head. "The main thing is that your skills are just average." Yu Ming rolled his eyes in anger. He was silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, Boss, I think this is our only hope. That bastard Li Pingji was poached by T2, and we're just short of one person. If we don't get satisfactory results in this provincial tournament, we'll have to face the club's dissolution agreement. Su Chen, although he's just a rookie driver, I sense an extraordinary aura from him. The key is. Yu Ming paused. The key is that he's incredibly lucky. Okay, I get it. Li Yini waved her hand nonchalantly. No matter what, we have to wait until after the city championships. Otherwise, no matter how good we think he is, the manager won't give him much attention unless he can achieve outstanding results in the city championships. Will he participate in the city championships? Yes. Yu Ming nodded. I confirmed it with him, and he clearly said he would definitely participate. Li Yini spread her hands and said, then we'll talk about it after the city championships. Yu Ming's face lit up when he heard that. Then I'll take this as your advance consent to Su Chen joining the team. Xueying, let's go train. The office door slammed shut. Li Yini turned around and looked out the window, slowly rubbing her eyebrows. The office returned to silence, leaving only the sound of her smoking alone. Hope. A soft sigh drifted through the air. Chapter 31, the third modification. Xingmeng, go lie down on the jack. I'll get ready and start modifying it right away. Okay, meow. Xingmeng obediently lay down on a corner of the jack, sticking out her little butt, and turned around to shout to Su Chen, who was busy at the workbench, Mas. I'm lying down. Su Chen subconsciously looked back and suddenly his vision went dark. Who told you to just lie down and unfold into racing car form? Oh, sorry. Xingmeng smiled awkwardly and quickly unfolded into a racing car form. This is fine, lying on it in the form of a mecha-girl is a pretty embarrassing posture. If she didn't trust Su Chen not to do anything strange to her, she definitely wouldn't lie down like that. Su Chen stood in front of the workbench with a serious expression. At this moment, various parts were piled up in front of him. Some of these parts are pre-modified Rubik's Cubes, while others are junk found in scrapyards. The so-called modified Rubik's Cube is the basic module of the modified core. Only a true modifier can turn the modified Rubik's Cube into a modified core. For example, by combining the tire modification cube and the engine modification cube, there is a chance that a modification core that increases horsepower and grip can be created. They can also combine and upgrade modified Rubik's Cubes of the same type into more advanced modified Rubik's Cubes. For example, 3 white tire modified Rubik's Cubes can be combined into a green tire modified Rubik's Cube, but this synthesis is not 100% successful. To put it bluntly, the way real modifiers in this world create modification cores is similar to the alchemy in fantasy novels. Add a modified Rubik's Cube number 1 and a modified Rubik's Cube number 2 to create a modified core number 3. There is a chance that the cube will be scrapped in the process. If you want to make a higher quality mod core, you will need a high quality mod cube. The basic white modified Rubik's Cube is produced by a specialized factory and is an expensive consumable. Of course, this kind of modified Rubik's Cube can only be used by modifiers. Ordinary pilots and mecha-girls cannot activate it, so there is no point in having it. Su Chen was also quite confused when he first learned about this situation. This world's equivalent of a tuner who doesn't even understand the basic structure of an engine, doesn't know what the intake system, exhaust system, camshaft system are. They just know it's an engine, that's all. Their role is to perform foolproof alchemy and patchwork operations, while those who have a high success rate and can create high-quality tuning cores are the masters of this industry. Let a group of ignorant tuners modify the racing car. Can you really improve the car? They don't even know what modifications are suitable for a racing car or what it needs more. What is the difference between this modification and going to a restaurant and eating pre-prepared meals? The attributes assigned to the mecha-girl are random and are not only suitable for that mecha-girl, but are only roughly suitable. But can the concept of probably be allowed to exist in the racing modification business? No. Racing car modification is an art of nanometer precision, a truth that has been tested countless times with near zero error. The modification concept in this world is a blasphemy to the word modification. It's time to show real skills. A gleam of light flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and he opened his 5 fingers and covered the engine modification Rubik's Cube that he bought for 15,000 yuan. Refine in an instant, oh no, unfold in an instant. One of the abilities of the God's hand is to unfold the modified Rubik's Cube into its original, unprocessed parts. Bang! Suddenly, a huge engine was placed horizontally on the workbench amidst the starlight. Fortunately, the workbench was strong enough and did not collapse, I wonder if all the old engines in the junkyard are used to make modified Rubik's Cubes. Anyway, Suchin couldn't find the engine in the scrapyard, so he could only spend a lot of money to buy a modified Rubik's Cube. The engine before us is cast from a high-strength aluminum alloy, finished in a matte silver-gray finish, reminiscent of the texture of a high-end camera body. The entire cylinder block has a slender rectangular profile, with clean, strong lines. There are no unnecessary decorative protrusions. Every design serves its purpose. The engine also looks like it has German craftsmanship. The 6 combustion chambers on the cylinder head are lined up in a row, like 6 precise circular grooves arranged neatly. Each combustion chamber is surrounded by precision machined intake and exhaust ports that are as smooth as a mirror. Suchin looked at the engine and felt it looked familiar. He quickly realized what was happening and slapped his head. Isn't this the BMW S54B32 engine? 3.2-liter inline 6-cylinder naturally aspirated engine, 340 horsepower. Although there are some differences in details, the sense of déjà vu is still too strong. There's no doubt this engine would be obsolete on Earth, but in this world, it's still the workhorse of the green engine modification cube? The most common green quality engine modification cubes on the shelves are of this type. This technology is a bit too backward. Suchin's lips curled up in a playful arc. He had only one thing to do today to modify this engine, which was already outdated on Earth, so that it could produce at least 500 horsepower. This was originally a big project, but everything was simplified by the special features of God Hand and the mech-girl. Replacing a race car's engine isn't as simple as swapping out a computer graphics card. It's more like replacing a human heart. Not only does one need to consider the heart itself, but also ensure the perfect coordination of the blood vessels, nerves, and immune system. All of a car's systems are designed around the original engine. Replacing it with a more powerful engine is like asking a horse to pull an elephant. A comprehensive upgrade of all supporting systems is necessary. The most common and simple one is size. The engine must be perfectly sized to fit the engine compartment. But the mech-girl has no engine compartment at all, so most of the precautions do not need to be taken into consideration. All he needs to do is the simplest and most brutal upgrade. First is the intake system. The engine is like a person's lungs, it needs more air to produce more power. The original intake system limits the intake volume for quietness and economy. Suchin dismantled the original air intake system and replaced it with a nearly new BMC high-flow filter element that he bought at a scrap car yard at a low price. The next step was to replace the cold air intake kit. Next is to upgrade the exhaust system. Just like people need to exhale deeply after exercise, the engine that produces more power also needs to discharge exhaust gases more smoothly. His choice was to replace the 200 mesh metal catalyst and replace the mid and rear end exhaust system with better titanium alloy material. After the intake and exhaust systems were replaced, God's eye saw that the engine's horsepower had increased to 400 horsepower. That's not enough. Suchin continued to replace the forged piston inside the engine to reduce the compression ratio. Replace the original connecting rod with an H-beam like forged connecting rod to enhance the strength and life of the connecting rod. The original valve springs are replaced with a German Schrick-like double spring set to support higher engine speeds. At this moment, the engine's horsepower has reached 420. Chapter 32, Hongwen is here. Meow? Mazda? Xingmeng waited for a long time, but Suchin didn't come to modify it. She looked up at the rearview mirror and saw Suchin waving his hands in front of the workbench. His hands formed a trail of afterimages, and countless mechanical parts fluttered in front of him like butterflies, and were pieced together on the huge mechanical creation on the workbench in bursts of starlight. From time to time, you can hear bursts of eerie laughter. It's over, I must be hallucinating. Xingmeng shook her head. Mosti actually turned into an octopus. Ha 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 ha. Done. After a while, an exaggerated laugh was heard beside the workbench. Suchin put his hands on his hips and admired his masterpiece. The engine, originally exquisitely crafted, has become larger, the upper plate has been removed, and all the mechanical parts are exposed, making it look more rugged and violent than before. This is because in addition to the previous ones, he also modified the camshaft system and installed a supercharger kit. After all, this is a naturally aspirated engine, and mechanical supercharging can maintain more linear output characteristics than turbocharging. Moreover, there is no need to turbocharge this engine at this speed, which would not be worth the effort. Otherwise, the turbocharger can also be modified. However, after all these modifications, he had spent all his savings on the junk he had found in the scrapyard, and there was almost nothing left. Mazda. What is this big thing? It looks awesome. Xingmeng couldn't understand this huge engine, but she could feel that it was buelling and seemed to be glowing. This is the engine I modified for you. I'll put it on you later. Suchen stared at the newly modified engine, activated the Eye of God, and a string of information emerged. Standard engine green modified. Horsepower, 510. Speed, +69. Burst, +47. Other attributes, slightly reduced. Condition, perfect. Evaluation, extraordinary masterpiece. When used in conjunction with other modified cubes, it is less affected by the other modified cube and moderately increases the success rate of modified core synthesis. It's worthy of me. Suchen felt happy. Goldfinger said that the engine he modified was an extraordinary masterpiece, so what else is there to say? He used the hand of God to transform the engine back into a modified Rubik's Cube. The modified Rubik's Cube, which was originally light green, has obviously become darker green and is approaching blue. Come on, Xingming, install this thing first. Suchen walked around to the front of Xingmeng with the engine modification Rubik's Cube in his hand. He first touched the headlights, then touched the hood, but he couldn't find the switch of Xingmeng's hood for a long time. Hey! Xingmeng? Xingmeng. I called twice but there was no response. Suchen had no choice but to go around to the car window. I saw Xingmeng in the car window with her head down, her whole body tense and trembling slightly. Xingmeng, what's wrong with you? Xingmeng slowly raised her head, her long silver hair falling down her shoulders. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were erratic, not daring to look directly at Suchen. Mas. Her voice trembled slightly as she whispered softly, you just touched that place, hum. Xingmeng clasped her hands together nervously, her body trembling slightly. She bit her lower lip, wanting to say something, but in the end she didn't say it and only made a woo sound. Suchen carefully observed Xingmeng's expression, and then he suddenly realized what was going on, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. I was too involved and treated Stardream as an ordinary racing car. He quickly waved his hands and explained, oh, sorry. I was just looking for the hood switch. I didn't mean to. Xingmeng lowered her head and spoke in a voice as thin as a mosquito, the hood switch is in the cockpit. No, it's not outside. She quietly raised her eyes to peek at Suchen, then quickly looked away, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. She pouted and said, it's okay, Xingmeng. Xingmeng knows that Masta is modifying Xingmeng. If it's Masta, it's completely okay. Although she said this, she was thinking something else in her mind. Masta is a very good modification engineer and he must know where the switch is. Now, including during the previous modification, he pretended not to know. It must be intentional. I just want to touch it. Big pervert. Humph carrot. I'll go look for it right now. Suchen touched his nose and sat in the cockpit. With Xingmeng's help, he soon saw a lighted switch. The moment he pressed the switch, Xingmeng's body trembled violently and she hummed delicately. If Suchen were to be in any place at any time under normal circumstances, he might be filled with evil spirits. But unfortunately, he was working at the moment. When he was modifying the racing car, he was even more sage-like than the sage mode, comparable to an old monk in meditation. Buzz. The front hood slowly opened. It revealed a special structure inside that was flickering with a faint glow, like an electronic board. In the center of this special structure there is a recess similar to a CPU. No matter how stupid Suchen was, he knew that the engine modification cube should be placed here. In the cockpit, Xingmeng's cat ears drooped and her pretty face was so red that it almost bled. She felt a chill in her chest, as if something cold was placed on it. It wasn't until Suchen closed the hood that she breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately afterwards, she felt a powerful force quietly brewing in her chest, ready to be unleashed. Like a dormant volcano. She could even sense when that power would be fully activated. Powerful power will burst out from it, be transmitted to every part of her body, and turn into absolute speed to allow her to speed along the track at lightning speed. The engine is done. The last step is to modify the tires. Originally, Suchen was considering an air kit or body structure renovation. However, the previous core solidification has resulted in the negative attribute of tire damage plus 40% being solidified in Stardream's attribute panel. When running the Binzhou City Underground race, the tires were a bit insufficient. The track for the city championship is longer, and if we still use the previous tires, we will definitely not be able to complete the entire race. So we found 4 90% new endurance tires in the junkyard. These 4 tires have asymmetrical tread patterns and use a wear-resisting compound that is very similar to the American-style Eagle F1 asymmetric 5 tires from Dixing. This type of tire is like a long-distance running shoe, not the fastest or most stable, but definitely the one that runs the longest. The functionality may not be as good as previous tires, but it should be enough to offset some of the negative attributes of the Xingming in terms of tire wear. Okay. Done. Replace all 4 tires. Su Chen's mind moved, and a brand new modification core emerged near the jack in the starlight. He picked up the modified core, and electronic fonts appeared on it. Unnamed engine power tuning core. Positive effects: speed +7, burst +5, cornering +2, tire wear 20%. Negative effects: stability 3, cornering correction 5%. Special effects: cup size +1 cup, body temperature +5 C, body sensitivity +2, leg strength +20 kilograms. Grade: green blue. This modification core is made for you. Please name the modification core. Let us not talk about the naming for now. As he'd anticipated, the engine and tires he'd authoritatively selected had indeed improved the Stardream's attributes with sufficient precision, reducing uncertainty. While the production process seemed essentially identical to that of a real tuner in this world, the variables were fundamentally controlled. There are only 2 negative attributes: stability 3, cornering correction 5%. Without a doubt, it is another top-notch product. But Su Chen was silent for a moment as he looked at Xing Meng, who had released the racing mode, with her cat ears erect and a curious look on her face, standing in front of him. Then, he lifted up Xing Meng's pajamas with lightning speed and installed the core. Then, he saw Xing Meng's pretty face turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only the face, but also the neck, collarbone, and the white thighs and arms exposed outside the pajamas were all faintly pink. Star Dream. Red Warm. Chapter 33, now, it's scrapped. Palmwan, in a broad sense, means angry or embarrassed. But at this moment, Xing Meng's red temperature is in the physical sense. The special effect of body temperature +5 is immediate. Mas, it's so hot. Xing Meng covered her chest, her pretty face flushed like she was drunk, and even her voice became sticky. It's so weird, meow. I feel like my chest is going to explode, meow. Su Chen subconsciously glanced at Xing Meng's chest. Amit ba. The effect of this +1 cup is also immediate. Originally, Xing Meng was a level, but when he was promoted to sea level, the modification core on his body was solidified, and the 1 cup was also solidified. A level evolved to be level, and now it has evolved to sea level. It can be said that she has exquisite curves. Cute yet sexy. Apart from the skin becoming pink and tender, the body temperature rising and the cup size +1, there are no major changes in other aspects. Xing Meng is wearing a pajama-style car cover. I just bought it today with the little money I had left. You can think of it as a skin. When you put it on, it can cover up the dressing effect brought by the modified core and the original car cover. The clothes made with this special technology are the special clothing for mecha-girls. When unfolded, there will be no embarrassing phenomenon of clothes bursting, which is very convenient. Hot. Hot, of course. Su Chen coughed lightly. This is the effect of the newly modified core. How is it? Do you feel that you have become more powerful? Xing Meng pricked up her cat ears and stared blankly for a moment. Then he reached out and pinched his face. Mas, my face is so hot. It's okay, this is a normal reaction to the modification, you'll get used to it. Really? But I've never been that hot before. Don't worry, it's hot. Su Chen smiled. Xing Meng was so confused by her smile. But she keenly felt that Mastas seemed to be thinking about something rude. But she is not the worm in Su Chen's stomach. I could only pout helplessly and accept the fact that I had become very hot. This is good. In winter, Mas doesn't need to turn on the electric blanket. She can just use her as a pillow. Please name the modification core. Electronic sound came from Xing Meng's waist. Su Chen thought about it. In ancient times, there were Crystal Love, Desert Storm, and Ice and Fire. Existing. Well, let's call it Flamestorm, hee hee. Su Chen raised his lips to an evil smile. Firestorm is good, hot is good. Later, when Xing Meng was promoted from sea level to B level, unless there was a modification core with much better attributes than this, he would insist on solidifying this for Xing Meng. This is too exquisite. It was already late when I simply cleaned up the workbench. There is a huge temperature difference between day and night in this world. It still feels like summer during the day, but it feels like deep autumn at night. The wind blowing in from the window was a bit chilly. Xingmeng, I want to take a shower. Su Chen stretched. I've been working on the modification for so long, I'm sweating and sticky. Meow, Mas, go take a shower. Xingmeng held up her blushing cheeks and nodded obediently. I will guard outside and will never let anyone in. No need. Su Chen raised his index finger and shook it coldly. Then he said calmly, go sit in the bathtub for 10 minutes, then get out. I'll go in and wash you. Xingmeng was stunned. Meow? Su Chen took out a thermometer and tapped it on Xingmeng's forehead. Your temperature is 42 degrees Celsius now. This is my favorite water temperature. Xingmeng was stunned for more than 10 seconds, looking at Su Chen with an incredible look, with the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. But, Mas, isn't there a water heater? Bang! Su Chen hit the water heater near the workbench with a wrench and turned around to give Xingmeng a friendly smile. Well, now, it's scrapped. Xingmeng. Sleep at night. Still the same old rules. Su Chen was at the foot of the bed and Xingmeng was at the head of the bed. The original shopping plan was to buy another bed for Xingming's room. But after buying Xingming a cat pajama-style cycling cover, he had no more coins besides tomorrow's rent. He didn't even have money for nutrient solution. Luckily, he'd gotten plenty of it from the gasopan machine, which should have kept him going until the city championships. In the early morning, Su Chen dreamed that he was walking in the desert, and while walking, he actually walked into an active volcano. The volcano suddenly erupted, and the lava splashed all over his face, scaring him awake from his sleep. Oh my god! Why is it so hot? When he woke up, he found his back was soaked with sweat. Aren't the nights in this world very cold? Lately he has to cover himself with 2 layers of quilts to feel warmer. But what happened tonight? Was the electric blanket on? He didn't have an electric blanket, so Xingming was the one warming the bed. Oh right, Star Dream. Su Chen realized it later and felt something on his stomach. Lift the quilt and take a look. My goodness, Xingming had crossed the Chu River and Han River at some point, and one of her thighs was directly across his stomach. Those perfectly proportioned slender legs were emitting amazing heat. The feet were right at his chest. It was these white and tender little feet that made him feel like he had entered an active volcano. Hiss. Su Chen frowned, without a trace of romance in his heart. At any other time, when he saw these feet, these jade feet, wouldn't he appreciate them carefully? And it was Xingming who brought it to my door. But now he just felt hot. It's so hot. Feeling hot and sleepy, he could only move Xingming's legs to the side and then lift the quilt to let some cool air in. However, 2 hours later, he was awakened by the heat again. This time it's even worse. Although Xingming did not invade his bed. But when her entire petite body lay directly on him through the quilt, the heat was even more terrifying. Su Chen was sweating profusely and quickly moved Xingming away. He got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash his face with cold water to cool down physically. When he came back, he found that Xingming had changed her appearance again. If the girl hadn't been snoring so loudly in her sleep, he would even have thought she did it on purpose. In fact, this girl has always been restless when sleeping, and he found out yesterday. It's just that Xingming wasn't that hot yesterday, and he was still happy about it. Now, he is completely honest. Su Chen sighed as he looked at Xingming lying in the shape of a tie on the bed. I could only take out another quilt from the cabinet and sleep on the floor. Looking out the window at the cold night. Su Chen's nose felt sore and he felt sad. Obviously he is a pervert. Why did he end up in such a situation? He was forced to be a gentleman. How sad. How lamentable. No more trembling. This time it's real. Phew. It was hot, but I had a good sleep, meow. Xingming stretched like a cat, and the first thing she did when she got up was to look for her master. As a result, there was no one by the bed. When she turned around, she saw Su Chen sitting cross-legged under the bed, looking at her with dark circles under his eyes and a face full of resentment. Mas, why don't you sleep in bed? Xingmeng shook her cat ears and said with concern, the city championships are less than a week away. We must get enough sleep every day to conserve our energy. Upon hearing this, the resentment on Su Chen's face suddenly deepened. Xingming, I'm going to clean up a room for you today no matter what. Meow. Xing Meng tilted her head in confusion and pouted, Master, didn't you say before that you just like sleeping in the same bed with me? And you also said that listening to my sleeping breathing is very hypnotic and can help you sleep better. Su Chen was silent for a moment and sighed. But you're very hot now, and you don't sleep well, rubbing against me like an octopus. It's so hot that I can't sleep at all. Xing Meng felt very aggrieved, and her pair of cat ears drooped listlessly. But didn't you say yesterday that hotter is better? Although I'm not a very good sleeper, because I only had a mattress at Wang Tingting's place before, and it was too cold at night, so I had to keep looking for a warm place. So? I'm sorry, Mas, I'll sleep under the bed tonight. Su Chen fell silent as he looked at Xing Meng's well-behaved and pitiful appearance. He even wanted to slap himself. He is such a piece of shit. I was just thinking about what to say to comfort Xing Meng. Suddenly, the doorbell rang outside. That's the doorbell at the modification shop. Xing Meng, I'll go check it out. You just stay in the bedroom. Su Chen gave some instructions, put on some clothes and went to open the door. He came early in the morning and his time card was so accurate. As expected, it turned out to be a rent collector. But Su Chen frowned deeply. Because behind the landlord, he saw a familiar figure. Chapter 34, Big Bed at Home. Su Chen, I know you rented this modification shop. Wang Tingting's face, though delicate yet full of sarcasm, was almost overflowing with pride. She said arrogantly, as if she was making a judgment, now, this modification shop is rented by me. Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Wang Tingting. God knows how this monster found out the location of his modification shop. He stared at the landlord, a middle-aged man with a potbelly who looked easy to talk to but was actually unkind. Mr. Wang, the contract hasn't expired yet, has it? I said I would pay the rent. Su Chen took out a card and said, I have already prepared the money. I will give it to you when you come to collect the rent. The middle-aged man chuckled, rubbed his hands, and said with a Philistine look, Mr. Su, the contract has not expired yet, and I have indeed breached the contract. I can pay you liquidated damages. Alas. I am also doing this to make money, right? I hope you can understand. Did you hear me? Move out now. Wang Tingting raised her chin and said proudly, I paid 3 times the rent. Now this store is mine. Get out of my store within 10 minutes. Triple the rent, no wonder. Su Chen understood. Based on the principle of profit first, if he were a landlord, he would also be willing to give the store to such a tenant. He looked Wang Tingting up and down, and his gaze passed over Wang Tingting and fell on the mecha-girl Jean Falcon. Perhaps because of the last conflict, Jean Xian didn't dare to look Su Chen in the eye and shrank back timidly. Name, Golden Falcon Star Emblem, Flowing Flame. Speed, 61. Turn, 48. Stable, 49. Burst, 47. Battery life, 44. Modification core, Vortex Basic Type White. Stigma, none. Current level, C. Special talent, none. Same frequency, 0%. Condition, good. This is the current attribute of the Golden Falcon. Compared to the first time I saw her, her speed increased by 4 points, her cornering increased by 5 points, her stability decreased by 3 points, her burst increased by 2 points, and her endurance decreased by 3 points. These improvements are undoubtedly the result of her promotion to C-rank mech-girl and the installation of the modification core. Such attributes are only considered average among C-class mech-girls. After all, to be promoted to a B-class mech-girl, 3 attributes need to reach the passing line of 60, and Jean Falcon only barely passes the test in speed. After Xing Meng got the purple stigma and modified the core, his speed and cornering skills were up to standard. After that, I will find a way to improve Xing Meng's endurance, and she will soon be promoted to a B-class mecha-girl. Of course, he did not mean to belittle or look down on the Golden Falcon based on its attributes. Every mecha-girl is a good girl, it just depends on whether she follows the right pilot or not. He stared at Wang Tingting with a strange look. Not only was he not angry, he even laughed. Can a fool like Wang Tingting really unleash 60% of the Golden Falcon's performance? What can she compete for in the city championship? What does your smile mean? Wang Tingting looked at Su Chen's smiling face and felt unhappy. The modification shop is gone, this is very important for the modifier, right? What she expected to see was Su Chen's expression of surprise, collapse, and reluctance. It would be better to add some pleading and regret. Instead of an inexplicable smile and a look of stupidity. Do you want me to say it again? She gritted her teeth. Get out of my modification shop now, immediately. Now Jean Falcon was a C-rank mecha-girl, with a decent custom core. She had also diligently learned launch and drift techniques. Although she wasn't very familiar with them, she was still confident in this city championship. Even though Lin Haijun had warned her many times not to provoke Su Chen. But who is she, Wang Tingting? How could she swallow the slap in the face at the door of the Aviation Security Association? So after finding out about Su Chen's situation, she immediately asked Lin Haijun for some money, saying that she was going to buy a car cover for Jin Xian, but in fact she was using the money to rent Su Chen's modification shop. In order to make Su Chen completely despair, she signed a 1-year contract directly. Su Chen looked at Wang Tingting deeply, and the smile on his face faded. Ms. Wang, congratulations. This remote, empty modification shop is yours from now on. You have to manage it well. After all, the rent is not cheap. After he finished his sarcastic remarks, he went back to the house to find Xingmeng. Just a shabby modification shop. The location is remote, the conditions are poor, and apart from the fact that he does not have a modification certificate, the business of this modification shop is not comparable to other modification shops. He had long wanted to change turf. It's just because the contract hasn't expired. It's okay now. Wang Tingting was forced to accept it, and the landlord broke the contract. Not only can he change the territory, but he can also get a penalty for breach of contract. Now I have the money to decorate Xiao Xingming's room and buy her a bed, right? On the busy street. Su Chen squatted on the curb. Xingming held her cat head blanket in her left hand and a small suitcase in her right hand. These were all their belongings. Mas, I'm sorry. Xingming lowered her head, her cat ears drooped, and her soft voice trembled with a hint of crying. Why am I sorry again? Su Chen rolled his eyes. It's all because of me, Masta, that Wang Tingting hates me. Otherwise, Masta wouldn't be homeless and living on the streets with me now. It's not as bad as living on the streets. Su Chen laughed dumbly. I'm just thinking about where we are going to live next. Xingming pursed her lips, handed the small blanket in her hand to Su Chen, and said seriously, Mas, I'm not afraid of the cold, you can cover yourself with my small blanket at night. Su Chen felt warm in his heart and touched Xingming's little head. The mecha-girl is a living being, how can she not be afraid of the cold? Even machines cannot withstand the extreme cold. He deliberately teased Xingming, with such a small blanket, you'll freeze to death at night. Who said that? Xingming pouted. As long as I unfold into racing car form, Masta can lie down in the cockpit and cover himself with a blanket. He won't be cold at all. I'll keep all the cold out. She spoke very seriously, her eyes sparkling, as if she was already practicing the scenario in her mind. Okay, it's not that serious. Su Chen pinched Xingming's soft face. It's not to the point of being homeless. We? Homeless? An extended commercial vehicle stopped in front of Su Chen and Xingming. The car window rolled down, revealing a pretty face that was so white that it was almost translucent. What do you mean homeless? Are you really homeless? Queen appeared in front of the two as if it had been arranged in advance. She leaned against the car window, her face resting on her smooth arms, her face slightly squeezed into a round curve. A pair of wine-red eyes stared at Su Chen without blinking, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. The modification shop I rented was repossessed. Su Chen was a little surprised by Queen's appearance. Before he could ask, he heard a chuckle. It's good enough that the messy doghouse can be rented out. Who would be so kind as to take it back? Su Chen. After all, it was the place where he had left beautiful memories. How can it be called a doghouse? Just as I was about to argue, Queen suddenly curled the corners of her mouth. Although her smile was still cold, it was not difficult to feel a hint of joy. Why don't you come live at my house? Su Chen and Xingming were stunned. No, this is too troublesome. Su Chen waved his hand quickly. So, do you plan to let your daughter sleep under a bridge or in a cheap hotel? The city championships are coming up in a few days, and poor food and accommodation will seriously affect the condition of the pilots and mecha-girls. Queen moved her hand to support her chin, and the smile on her face deepened, with a hint of temptation and teasing. My house is huge, and my bed is wide, are you sure you don't want to come and see it? So what? Su Chen felt disdainful. What's wrong with a wide bed? We don't sleep together. I will refuse again immediately. But then Queen whispered, by the way, my cat can do backflips. Su Chen narrowed his eyes when he heard that. Now. Have to go and see it. Chapter 35, the so-called win-win situation. No, your cat can really do backflips, right? Suchen looked at the big orange cat who fell over on the sofa after eating a freeze-dried food with a confused look on his face. Queen's home is not as luxurious as imagined. It is indeed very big, but the decoration is very simple. Unlike its cold appearance, the living room and the bedroom are all in gentle warm colors. Especially the sleeping room. Suchen glanced through the crack in the door. The wallpaper was pink and there were many dolls piled on the bed. It's hard to imagine that this girl in the mecha is surprisingly girly. There's nothing good in lying to you guys. Queen was teasing the orange cat around with a cat toy. This orange cat is actually very fat, and it looks like a cat pancake when lying there. I don't know how Queen was trained, but even though it is overweight, it is still very flexible. McFlurry is a stray cat. One day during a rainstorm, I saw it pitifully hiding outside my French window, so I adopted it. Queen stopped waving the cat toy in her hand, tilted her head in thought, and said uncertainly, probably about a year ago. McFlurry? What a nice name. Suchen looked away from Fatty Orange and took in the surrounding decorations. A hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. Did you buy this house yourself? Houses in this world are not cheap. The more developed the racing scene is and the more mecha girls there are in a city, the more expensive the houses will be. Binjo City is a typical example of high housing prices, especially as it is close to the city center. This is assigned by headquarters. Queen shook her head. She thought Suchen had something to mind, so she comforted him. No one usually comes here, and even if they do, they need my approval. You can all stay here until the housing problem is completely resolved. Xingmeng looked around nervously. She had obviously never lived in such a big house before. But from her eyes, it can be seen that she is a little eager to live here in Queen. Suchen was also very tempted. His original idea was to take Xingmeng to a hotel close to the Binjo City Championship venue for temporary accommodation. After all, he and Xingmeng didn't have much luggage. But it seems that there are many pilots and mecha girls who have this idea. As the city tournament approaches, the prices of nearby hotels have risen to an incredible level. Moreover, the slightly better rooms are basically booked, and the remaining rooms are very average, and there is no intention of compromising on the price. You can actually accept it by gritting your teeth, but it will be painful in the end. But, as the saying goes, you will be grateful if you receive something from someone else. We've only met once, and it's not a good idea for me to live in your house directly. Suchen still shook his head. No merit, no reward. Tisk. Queen's eyes flashed with impatience, and the corners of her mouth curled slightly. You humans are really troublesome. Ming Ming Mang didn't say anything. She put the cat toy aside and slumped lazily into the sofa, her long legs folded. After a moment's hesitation, she said, since you're living here, I have some questions about modifications I'd like to ask you. Also, could you please be my McFlurry's poop scooper for a while? Its poop is really stinky. The orange cat seemed to understand what Queen said. It turned its fat body and meowed a few times at Queen, cursing at her. Things have come to this point, it would be too pretentious for him to still be hesitant. Okay, sorry to bother you then. Suchen nodded. If you have any questions about the modification, feel free to ask. Lunch was made by Queen herself. The table was full, and Suchen's mouth was drooling with food. He had eaten a lot of delicious food in his previous life, but he still found it amazing, which shows that this machine girl's cooking skills are amazing. However, Queen refused to wash the dishes, so the matter fell on Suchen. In the end, Xingmeng was forced to take over. Suchen was driven out of the kitchen and sat face to face with Queen in front of the coffee table. On the coffee table was a document, which was Queen's next modification plan. Suchen flipped through it a few times casually and frowned deeply. Didn't you tell the tuner at headquarters about the modification direction I told you about last time? Why are you still leaning towards comprehensive enhancements, especially improving cornering? The modification plan in the file is luxurious. The equipment I plan to replace Queen with are all good stuff. But, it's not suitable at all. Queen is a high-burst mecha girl with Thunderstar. It's not a balanced star dream like the Radiant Star. If this modification plan were used on the Star Dream, it would barely be considered good. I told them, but they think it should be changed this way. Queen shrugged, her eyes full of helplessness. What do you think? Suchen asked. He knew that mecha girls like Queen who were signed to large groups probably didn't have that much autonomy. There were some things they could only fight for on their own, and if they really couldn't fight for it, they could only follow the arrangements. They promised that this modification would definitely solve my problem. Queen pinched her fingers, expressionless. I thought I'd just let them fix it. After all, if the problem can't be solved in the end, they'll give up. Give up what? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Give up the current modification plan? Give up on me. Queen looked up at Su Chen and smiled. But there is a hint of bitterness and helplessness in this smile. Su Chen was stunned, opened his mouth, but remained silent. Haven't you encountered many such things in your previous life? Clubs and chaebols inherently lack humanitarianism. When a car or a driver can no longer bring any benefits, simply abandoning them and terminating the contract is the most merciful approach. Both of them were silent. There was only the sound of water splashing in the kitchen and Xingming's cheerful tune. Can you contact your modification team? If possible, I would like to discuss your modification plan with them. Su Chen felt that he should do something. Although it seems a bit nosy. But he couldn't bear to see such an excellent mech-girl buried in obscurity. From the perspective of a tuner. He didn't want to see a racing car that could clearly shine on the track end up being left in a cold warehouse with no one paying attention to it. Of course I can. Queen's eyes lit up as she looked at Su Chen, but when she thought of those arrogant guys, she couldn't help but worry. They probably won't see you, and even if they are willing to see you, they won't take your words seriously. Gotta give it a try, right? Su Chen knew that he no longer had the aura of the chief tuner in his previous life. To put it nicely, one's words carry little weight. To put it bluntly, it means overestimating one's own abilities. So, he took a deep breath and thought carefully, let's do it after the city championships. Xingming and I will do our best to get a good result in the city championships. This will also make those people pay more attention to us. After all, Xingming was modified by me all the way. Queen pondered for a moment and nodded slightly, okay. There was finally a different kind of brilliance in those wine-red eyes. Until she noticed that Su Chen's eyes lingered on her legs and stockings from time to time. Does it look good? Good, looks good. Su Chen answered subconsciously. Then, he immediately noticed Queen's teasing look and quickly said seriously, well, I mean the decoration of your room is nice. Tisk. Queen snorted lightly, not showing any anger. Instead, she said with interest, desire is the driving force of human progress. I admire people who have desires, but unfortunately my driver is a woman. I don't like her and she doesn't like me. Otherwise, I would be happy to satisfy her sexual needs. After all, she deliberately lifted a corner of her skirt, exposing her long, artistic legs to the air. Just by satisfying a base lust, I can get a hard-working and ambitious pilot. It's a simple, efficient, and win-win situation. What do you think? Su Chen lowered his head and dared not speak. What does he think? What does he think? He thinks rebar should be mixed with pasta. Chapter 36, Binzhou City Championship. The next few days. Su Chen and Xingming both had a good rest at Queen's house. I study the Binzhou City Championship track every morning, and when it's cooler in the evening, I run around Binzhou to keep in shape. Queen doesn't seem to have any games to prepare for. No one had come to visit her these past few days. Every day she spent playing with cats, studying food, playing video games, training with Xingming, and occasionally teasing Su Chen. Time flies. The calendar flips back 5 pages. July 14, 8 a.m. Binzhou City Championship venue. Dear audience, hello everyone, this is the Binzhou City Championship. The most core and grand open racing tournament in Binzhou City. I'm your old friend, the tournament host Turkey Brother. Turkey Brother was wearing a bright red suit and a baseball cap, holding a microphone and beaming with joy. The city championships are world-class starting points. Regardless of the city championships track is 200 kilometers long. There are thrilling turns, exhilarating straightaways, steep slopes, and obstacles. It is worth mentioning that in order to enhance the competitive diversity of the city championship track, starting from this year, a section of gravel road and crushed asphalt road will be added to the city championship. At the same time, to increase the uncertainty of the competition, the location and total length of the gravel road and broken asphalt road will be completely random in each competition. Turkey Brother's words immediately caused a huge uproar. This news has obviously been kept secret by the authorities. It was not until the beginning of the game that the host said it. Many drivers and pilots present changed their expressions. Has a new track been added? Interesting. Queen had already taken her place in the VIP seat in the auditorium, accompanied by her assistant Jessica. At this moment, all participating drivers are preparing at their respective starting points, and there is still an hour before the start of the race. The intensity of this Binjo City Championship is quite high. Jessica flipped through the competition information and muttered to herself, let's not talk about the T3 seed ace Suche and Fenghe. What's the matter with Yuming and Zhueying? A K-City driver came to Binjo City to participate in the city championship? What's wrong with him? The rules don't say they can't come, Queen said nonchalantly. The city championship only bans I-class cars from participating. I remember Yuming's best finish in K-City was only third, right? Maybe he wants to come here and take first place and receive the Star God's blessing. Jessica didn't say anything. She flipped a few pages and said with a smile, Queen, the driver and the girl you bet with me are also participating in the competition. They are indeed newcomers and have great courage. Newcomer? Queen raised the corner of her mouth slightly. While Su Chen and Xing Meng were newcomers in Jessica's eyes, they were the real dark horses of the tournament, who might even win the championship. She held her chin with her hands and looked at the departure point. She could vaguely see Xing Meng's shadow among the rows of girls on the plane. She was not sure what kind of results Su Chen and Xing Meng could achieve. Because there are indeed many opponents who exceed the standard in this city championship. But she believed in Su Chen's driving skills and the performance of Xing Meng. Su Chen, Xing Meng, come on. Queen clenched her fingers and prayed silently in her heart. This time, we have the ace of the Star Crown Club T3 team, Suche, and his mech-girl, Fenghe, as well as the challenger Yuming from the K-City Northern Wolf team, and his mech-girl, Zhueying. There's no doubt that the addition of these two professional drivers will greatly increase the intensity of the competition and provide us with an even more exciting visual feast. As soon as Turkey Brother finished speaking, the entire audience was boiling. The large electronic screen showed images of Suche and Fenghe. The young man was standing next to the unfolded wind crane, with a cold face, slowly putting on his gloves. The screen then turns to Yuming and Zhueying. Yuming had entered the cockpit, but he kept looking around from time to time, not knowing what he was looking for. The footage of the other contestants went by very quickly, with each person having an average shot of less than 2 seconds. In the cockpit of the Golden Falcon, Wang Tingting looked to the side proudly from time to time, her mouth opening and closing, and no one knew what she was saying. Lin Haijun put on his helmet with a serious expression. In front of him, the staff were already standing in front of the puffing car with the starting plate. The city championships have individual starts, but with only 10 seconds between each car. He was unlucky and he and Pafong drew a relatively early starting position. This is his third time challenging the city championship, and his goal is not just the top 10, but the top 5. If he doesn't rank in the top 5, it will be difficult for him to be noticed by Binjo City's Xinghuan Club. This year, the Star Crown Club is going to form the T3 team, which is an opportunity for him. I heard that T3 team's seeded player will also be participating in this competition. What's his name? I think his name is Suche. Pufeng, you must do your best today too. Oh. Come on. By the way. Master, is your head really no longer hurting? It doesn't hurt anymore. Lin Haijun said as he took a painkiller. So if we run into Wang Tingting and Jin Xian, should we let them go? Bullshit. Lin Haijun rolled his eyes and said unhappily, I'm her boyfriend, not her father. Is the competition something you can joke about? Pafong breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Just don't add water. If she lets Wang Tingting off, then what does it mean that she and Lin Haijun have been training day and night for a long time? Su Chen, Xing Meng, what a coincidence. I didn't expect our departure order to be so close. Wang Tingting leaned against the lowered car window and kept giving provocative looks to Su Chen and Xing Meng. Where are you staying these days? Oh my, you're not living under a bridge, are you? That's so miserable. We're not living under a bridge. Xing Meng's face flushed, she clenched her fists, and her hair stood on end. How could I possibly let Moss live under a bridge? Okay, Xing Meng. Su Chen held Xing Meng's little head and said lightly, don't pay attention to it. But, Moss. Xing Meng pouted. She didn't care what Wang Tingting said about her. But she would not allow Wang Tingting to insult Su Chen in any way. Masta is her heaven. No buts. The best way to silence the enemy is to crush them head-on from all angles. He pinched Xing Meng's soft and pretty face and said with a smile, don't you have this confidence? Masta, I understand. Xingming nodded heavily and glared at Wang Tingting fiercely. Bad girl, just wait, I'll compete with Master to beat you to pieces. Oh my, you're going to blow me away? With your crappy stats. Wang Tingting sneered, then laughed. Isn't it just a modified core? What's a modified core? Do you know about stigmata? I gave the Golden Falcon a green quality stigmata. Ha Xingming, you haven't heard of stigmata, have you? How pitiful. Su Chen's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. He just took out the Emperor engine and gave Xingming a look. Xingming understood immediately. She glanced at Wang Tingting proudly, lifted the corner of her clothes with her small hands, revealing her snow-white waist and letting Su Chen put the holy mark on it. Stigmata installed successfully. A purple pattern shaped like shark gills suddenly appeared on Xingming's waist. Wang Tingting was stunned when she saw this scene, and her teeth almost chattered on the car window. This, you gave Xingming. Purple stigmata. Su Chen imitated Wang Tingting's expression, raised his chin, and tilted his mouth. Oh, I gave Xingming a purple stigmata. Ha Aunt Wang, you haven't seen a purple stigmata in your life, have you? How pitiful. Purple stigmata. No, impossible. How could you possibly afford a purple stigmata? Wang Tingting couldn't believe it, muttering hesitantly, you guys are kidding me, you must be kidding me. Purple stigmata, ah ha ha ha. How is that possible? Don't even think about fooling me. Su Chen shook his head and sighed. Jealousy and anger have driven Ms. Wang insane. He was too lazy to pay any more attention to this mad dog and was about to let Stardream unfold into racing mode. When I turned around, I saw Xingming staring at one direction angrily and making a low wool sound like a kitten. Su Chen followed Xingming's gaze. I saw a young man wearing a navy blue racing suit and with an arrogant look walking towards this side. Chapter 37, Ambition for the Championship. He comes with ill intentions. No friendly unit would rush into a confrontation with such an arrogant expression. So Su Chen immediately stood in front of Xingming. The person who came was Su Che, a T3 professional racer of the Star Crown Club. When I was shopping at Xingshenhui Tesco, I had a small conflict with Xingming. Xingming no longer cares about this matter. But Su Chen couldn't guarantee that Su Che would be petty and cause trouble for Xingming. Su Che stood in front of Su Chen and Xingming, his nose turned up. He first adjusted the collar of his racing suit, then glanced around casually, and finally, spoke in an almost condescending tone. Sorry. Su Chen Xingming? Ah. Su Chen was stunned. What are you feeling sorry for? Su Che puffed out his cheeks, looked away, touched his nose, and pretended to be casual. Tisk, just a while ago, when I was shopping at Star Godhui Tesco, I accidentally bumped into your robot girl. I'm sorry, I was a little anxious at the time and said some harsh words. Xingming stared at Su Che with wide eyes. The same arrogant face, the same arrogant expression, the same arrogant tone. What he said was an apology. Are you possessed by a ghost? Anyway, that's what happened. I was in a hurry at the time, and we just happened to meet today. Su Che looked up and down, his shoes creaking on the ground. Well, I came here to say sorry. After saying that, Su Che turned around and left. The moment he turned his back to Su Chen and Xingming, he seemed to have regained his arrogant nature and was even able to let out an arrogant laugh. He. Don't think that just because I apologize I'll let you win in the match. A bunch of rookies, prepare to die. Only the strong are worthy of fighting me. Ha 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 ha. Su Chen. Forget it, don't worry about it. As long as the other party is not here to cause trouble, it's fine. He ignored Wang Tingting, who was stunned, and said to Xingming. Unfold the car, Star Dream, the race is about to begin. Good meow. Xingming made a face at Wang Tingting and started immediately. At the same time, Su Che returned to his position. Master, have you apologized to them properly? Feng Yi handed the helmet to Su Che with a smile. Of course. Su Che put on his helmet, fastened the buckle, and said proudly, although it's embarrassing, this is exactly what a grown man should do. Feng Yi smiled and nodded repeatedly. Master, you have grown up and become more and more manly. Su Che remained calm on the surface, but the slightly raised corners of his mouth were showing signs of being unable to be suppressed. Until a voice sounded nearby. Hey! Little brat from Star Crown T3, long time no see. Who is the little brat? Su Che gritted his teeth and looked around with cold eyes. I saw Yu Ming leaning against the body of Zhu Ying's car and waving at this side, 3 parking spaces away. Su Che's expression suddenly turned bad. Hey! Why are you coming to Binzhou City instead of staying in K City? Fried fish dog, this is not a place for you to act wild. Surrender to this young master right now, and then go back to your K City in disgrace. Ha! Little brat, I'm your senior, what's with your attitude? I'll kill you. Heh, I don't have a senior who goes frying fish for no reason. Damn it, little brat. Are you going to tell me I'm frying fish again? Fried fish dog. Okay, shut up. Zhu Ying and Feng has stopped Yu Ming and Su Che from the left and right. Feng He leaned over and touched Su Che's head. Little Su Che, arguing is not gentlemanly behavior. You will be spanked. Zhu Ying crossed his arms and snorted coldly, Master, there's no need to waste time talking to him. He's a bunch of scum. There was silence in the air for a moment, and when the two mecha girls' eyes met, a murderous aura suddenly burst out. TSK, Feng He, long time no see. I wonder how your butt is? It must have hurt for several months when I pushed it that time. Zhu Ying covered his mouth with his hands and smiled faintly, his eyes cold. He glanced at Feng He's butt and sneered. Feng He still had a smile on his face, but there was no trace of smile in his words. Ms. Zhu Ying, today I will let you know how wrong it is to anger an elegant and powerful lady. One of the two girls moved her wrist and the other moved her fingers. It made a crackling sound and got closer and closer. The murderous intent in his eyes left no doubt that if these two came together, they would definitely fight. What were Yu Ming and Su Che going to do when they saw this? They hurried to stop the fight. Yu Ming pulled Zhu Ying's hand and said, Garlic bird, garlic bird. Say less. Su Che hugged Feng He's waist. That's right, it's not easy, garlic bird. Although I really want to fight, my own driver is still there. Zhu Ying and Feng He could only suppress their anger and hatred, snorted coldly, and turned back to the starting position. There is no point in fighting, the outcome must ultimately be decided on the track, which is the best way to avenge one's grievances. Brat, I hope you can give me some strength later. Yu Ming returned to Zhu Ying, opened the car door and entered the cockpit. Su Che sneered and shook his head. Are you hallucinating from the fried fish? Do you really think you are someone special? Ugh. A clown. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Yu Ming anymore, so he opened the car door and entered the cockpit to make final preparations for departure. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. Emergency rescue team, take your positions. Camera crew, take your positions. Tow crew, take your positions. Amidst the raging heavy metal music, only Turkey Brothers' shrill roar could be faintly heard, Radisson Underjet. The race is about to begin. Let's move the camera to the starting line. At the front of the departure point. The staff member stood in front of the first starting player holding the starting plate, and at the same time a red 30-second countdown began to appear on the electronic screen not far ahead. Boom! The roar of the engine rose like a strong wind. Not only from the first mech-girl, but also from the other mech-girls that are following closely and preparing to set off. In the cockpit of Pafeng, Lin Haijun gritted his teeth, sweat already oozing from his forehead. Yu Ming gripped the steering wheel, looking calmly ahead, as if he didn't regard the players around him as opponents at all, but there was a flickering flame hidden deep in his eyes. Blessing of the Star God, you will receive blessing after winning a certain open tournament for the first time. This blessing not only improves the performance of the mech-girl, but is also a badge of honor. Moreover, in order to become world-class, pilots and mech-girls must receive the blessings of the Star Gods at least 10 times. This is the minimum threshold. The blessing of the Star God in the Binzhou City Championship is his goal this time. Feng He, you have to give it your all today. Su Che stared at the track ahead with a serious expression. I want to break my brother's record at the Binzhou City Championship. Master, you can do it. Feng He chuckled. In the cockpit of the Golden Falcon, Wang Tingting kept looking at the rearview mirror, looking at the dazzling white machine with anger in her eyes. Just wait. I've practiced launch and drifting. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, muttering to herself, the most important thing in racing is skill. A mere tuner, even if he gets a tuning core in purple stigmata, what good does that do? Does he even know how to drive? Besides, Xingming's mech-girl stats are so poor, even with a tuning core in purple stigmata, she's only on par with the Golden Falcon at best. Jin Xian listened silently to Wang Tingting's chatter. Although Wang Tingting said this, her tone clearly lacked confidence. She sighed. The man with eagle-like eyes could not help but appear in my mind. In front of the man named Su Chen, she seemed naked, as if everything about her was seen through. Is this kind of person really just a tuner? Is he really, as Wang Tingting said, without any driving skills? Star Dream Cockpit. The game has finally begun. Su Chen took a last sip of water, screwed the mineral water bottle shut and put it into the storage box. In his field of vision, there was the steering wheel, the racetrack, Xingming's curvy back, and the snow-white cat's tail. And, a little bit that looks so perky and elastic. Why are you shaking? Su Chen couldn't help laughing when he felt the cockpit shaking. Mas da. I'm nervous, meow. In the rearview mirror, Xingmeng looked up, revealing a nervous and pitiful face. Don't be nervous. Su Chen smiled and said softly, just run like we usually do during training. The result is not important. Is it really not important, meow? Real. But Xingmeng wants to win the championship for Mazda and for herself. Xingmeng spoke in a firm tone, with her cat ears and a hug standing upright in a very serious manner, without any intention of joking. Why? Becoming the champion is not easy. Masti, don't you want to help Queen? Xingmeng clenched her fists, her face serious. Queen has helped us so much, we must help her too. And Mazda needs to achieve results in the city championships to have a say. Nothing is more convincing than a championship, right? So there's also a part of Queen's reason? Su Chen's eyes were gentle. Xingmeng will remember everyone's kindness to her and will work hard for it. He did contract a very good mech-girl. Doesn't Mas have any confidence? Despite being very nervous, Xingmeng actually provoked Su Chen. How could that be? Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth. He has never lacked the confidence and ambition to challenge for the championship, but he is afraid of putting too much pressure on Xingmeng. Now that Xingmeng is eyeing the championship, then. Okay. He nodded, a sharp cold light flashing in his eyes. We have only one goal today. That is. Champion. Chapter 38, Reclaiming the Trampled Dignity. Improving the attributes of the mecha-girl is very demanding. Short-term training has no effect at all. The training with Xingming these days is mainly to develop tacit understanding and adapt to the high temperature of 42 degrees Celsius in the car. Su Chen regretted it and decided to change the +5 effect no matter what. It would be best if it could be turned on and off at any time, rather than being permanently attached to the mecha-girl, which would be a torture. Less than 5 minutes after he sat in the cockpit of the Star Dream, sweat started to form on his forehead. Fortunately, when the car is moving, a pressure difference will be created inside and outside, and the hot air will be quickly discharged, making it much cooler. Otherwise, he would have suffered from heat stroke. After installing the purple stigmata, Star Dream's attributes are: Speed, 63. Turn, 64. Stable, 43. Burst, 39. Battery life, 52. In addition, there are two negative attributes: wheel damage plus 20% and cornering correction 5%. Judging from Xingming's current attributes, it is definitely in the upper B-class car category, coupled with his marginally acceptable driving skills. If we don't encounter a particularly abnormal opponent in this competition, we can indeed have a chance of winning the championship. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. The mind is locked onto the third star that has appeared in the mind. Get into the top 3 in any city championship. Unlock Talent 3. Talent number 1, Hand of God, and Talent number 2, Eye of God, can be said to be powerful golden fingers. If the Hand of God needs to be combined with the knowledge of him as a tuner to fully play its role. The Eye of God is a complete cheat, except that it cannot provide all-round vision, which is really a bit criticized. So, what's the third talent? God's Great Spear? Su Chen stared at the taillights of the Golden Falcon in front of him and began to look forward to it. Competitors number 21 to 25, please be ready to start. A car is sent out every 10 seconds. The broadcast will remind 5 players to prepare at once. Su Chen and Xingmeng were number 22, while number 21 Wang Tingting and Jin Sun in front had already started warming up their cars. The staff moved the license plate out of the way to make way for the lane. As the countdown entered the last 10 seconds, Wang Tingting in front took the lead in starting the Golden Falcon and drove away, leaving behind a trail of pale tire smoke. Su Chen gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, stepped on the clutch pedal with his left foot, and lightly pressed the brake with his right foot. The launch control indicator light on the Xingming's dashboard began to flash. The engine idle speed quickly climbed from 800 to 2000 RPM, and the supercharged engine emitted a deep, powerful roar. The supercharger began to pre-charge, and pressure in the intake manifold gradually built up. A puffing sound of pressure release came from the exhaust pipe that was the wastegate releasing excess boost pressure. Countdown 5 seconds. Su Chen looked straight ahead and finally adjusted his sitting position. Xingming looked nervously at the end of her vision. The taillights of the Golden Falcon were almost out of sight. This was her first time participating in such a formal competition. Even when she graduated with Wang Tingting, she thought the city championship was still a long way away from her. Perhaps it will take a year or even several years just to be qualified to stand on the competition field. But now, she is here. She could still think of a lot before the game, but now her mind is blank. She didn't even know how to be nervous. Time seemed to slow down at this moment, and only the clear sound of electronic countdown could be heard in my ears. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go! The moment the red light went out, Su Chen's right foot moved from the brake pedal to the accelerator like lightning, while his left foot quickly released the clutch. This action must be completed within 0.5 seconds. Any hesitation will ruin the starting advantage. Floor the accelerator. Boom! The engine roared as it soared from 2000 RPM to 6000 RPM. The four tires are twisted and deformed to maximize the contact area. The rear wheel slipped slightly at the moment of power burst, leaving 2 black tire marks on the ground. And Xingming was ejected like a cannonball. Su Chen's catapult start is very skillful. In the stands, Queen's mouth curled up slightly. She was right. Su Chen was definitely not just a modification engineer. Even when he was training with Xingming these days, he didn't use his full strength. What an interesting couple. Jessica also widened her eyes. After all, he is Queen's assistant and has watched many competitions. He can tell from the start that Su Chen is no ordinary person. However, we can't tell much from just a spring start, and we have 2 tough guys like Yu Ming and Su Che here today. What a pity. She was still not optimistic, but she had put away her contempt and arrogance. Inside the Star Dream cockpit. When the engine speed reached the red line area, the shift indicator light flashed, and Su Chen calmly turned the shift paddle. The rear wing starts to generate significant downforce after 100 km/h, pressing the car body tightly onto the track. Su Chen felt the strong push on his back, and his body naturally sank into the soft seat. In front, Wang Tingting and Jin Sun, who started 10 seconds earlier, appeared in sight again. Su Chen's eagle-like sharp eyes locked onto the Golden Falcon. It was this Wang Tingting who caused Xingming to suffer so much hardship and grievance. Even though he has abandoned Star Dream, he still finds ways to suppress Star Dream. Xingming was usually very cautious in everything she did, and always tried to please both him and Queen. Wasn't it Wang Tingting's PUA that brought it out? It's time. Let Wang Tingting be the sacrifice for Xingming to rebuild her confidence. Xingming, let's surpass her together. The launch makes up for a lot of distance difference. The speed of Star Dream is 63 and the speed of Golden Falcon is 61. The burst attribute determines the acceleration of the mech-girl rather than the maximum speed. On the straight sprint track at the front of the city championship, both robots were running at full speed and full fuel. At this moment, the distance between Xingming and Jin Shun is slowly and steadily closing. Xingming didn't say anything. She also stared at the Golden Falcon in front of her, gritting her teeth and showing a fierce determination. Now she is catching up not only with her competitors, but also with her dignity that was trampled upon by Wang Tingting. You have to take back your dignity yourself. In the cockpit of the Golden Falcon, Wang Tingting was still immersed in the improvement that the Stigmata and modified core brought to the Golden Falcon. Although Lin Haijun lacks the responsibility of a man, he is very generous in giving money. Let's continue to develop a relationship with him in the future. The Flowing Flame Starlight, Modified Core, and Holy Mark were all provided by Lin Haijun, and their total market value is over 200,000. Before she became a famous driver, she couldn't do without Lin Haijun, her cash cow. Boom! Wang Tingting was startled by the roar of the engine behind her. She subconsciously glanced at the rearview mirror and her face changed drastically. How is that possible? I saw that Su Chen and Xingming, who started later, had caught up at some point. Isn't there a 10-second gap between starts? How did they catch up? Master, the mecha-girl named Star Dream is faster than me. Jean Falcon was more sensitive to the speed of the mecha-girl and said in a low voice. Faster than you? Wang Tingting gritted her teeth as she thought of the purple stigma. It must be that purple stigma that gave him the boost. Where did he get it? You can't buy purple stigmata on the market. But even if he's faster than you, he can't close the distance that quickly. Maybe they did a better job of launching the ball. Gene Falcon replied. However, this sentence was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Wang Tingting punched the steering wheel, causing Jin Xian to groan in pain. Bullshit. He can do the launch, but I can't? Wang Tingting knew that Jin Xian's guess was correct. But she was unwilling to accept it. Xing Meng, who was unwilling to accept being abandoned by her, now has better performance than the modified Golden Falcon that she had worked hard to get by serving Lin Haijun. She was also unwilling to accept that the man who humiliated her in public was a better driver than her. Su Chen doesn't look much older than her, and he is not a professional rider. She has obviously trained so hard. The huge sense of gap made Wang Tingting anxious. Swish! The warning sign for the first bend flashed overhead. Although Jin Xian felt very uncomfortable after being punched, he still dutifully reported the route plan. Master, 200 meters ahead, there's a level 3 standard curve on the right. Slow down moderately and take the curve at a moderate speed. Wang Tingting snorted coldly, her eyes fierce as she stared at the track. Come on, I can drift. I don't believe it. You, Su Chen, can drift better than me. Chapter 39 Newcomers are all monsters. This is the first corner of the Binzhou City Championship. As the camera crew focused the lens, the smile on Turkey Brothers' face became excited. A straight line is the simplest track event in all forms of racing competitions. Who doesn't know how to accelerate? The most basic technical track item that truly tests a driver's skills is the corners. The first turn of the Binzhou City Championship is a standard level 3 turn with medium to high difficulty. There are 3 cameras shooting here, and often from this track you can see 80% of the level of the contestants. I can already hear the sound of tire grinding. The cameraman's voice came through the big screen, with the lens aimed at the exit of the corner. The other 2 shots are the entrance to the curve and the aerial view of the entire curve from a god's perspective. Boom! The roar of the engine was getting closer. When the first headlights appeared in the camera, Turkey yelled, "Ha, they're coming!" As soon as he finished speaking, the first contestant had already slowed down and passed the first corner in a normal manner. The 10-second interval between departures is not very generous. This is a time that allows most of the players to occupy the track alone, while also allowing a small number of outstanding players to compete with each other. In a blink of an eye, more than 10 cars had passed the bend. Lin Haijun and Pafeng were among them. Lin Haijun and Pafeng did well today. Brother Turkey observed Pafeng's drift trajectory, which was quite smooth. He smiled and said, "This is already Lin Haijun and Pafeng's 3rd time participating in the Binzhou City Championship. It's obvious that their proficiency and chemistry have improved significantly." In the cockpit of Pafeng, Turn 1 was rapidly moving away in the rearview mirror. Lin Haijun couldn't hear Turkey Brother's voice, but he felt that he was in unexpectedly good shape today. Pafeng, well done. Our recent training has not been in vain. Yeah. The master's operation is also very precise. Pafeng's energetic voice came from the front. Just keep it up like this. Lin Haijun narrowed his eyes. Just now at turn 1, his entry point was close to the limit, and his exit was also very clean and fast. He is in an unprecedentedly high state today, and this may be the closest he has ever been to winning the championship. Given his and Pafeng's current state, maybe they can really challenge 2 professional players? Mazda, 200 meters ahead, there's a level 3 right bend. Meow. Receive. Su Chen looked ahead calmly. Class 3 turns are of moderate difficulty, with angles typically ranging from 60 to 90 degrees. This angle of curve is more suitable for using e-brake drift, handbrake drift, and power over drift. Of course, turning directly without using drift deceleration is also a good choice. The current speed of Xingmeng is 230 km per hour, if you consider the cornering speed and ignore the technical difficulty. So, there is no doubt that the power is excessive. At the end of the field of vision, Wang Tingting had already slowed down and braked to enter the turn. Su Chen also slowed down Xingmeng's car, but only symbolically reduced it to 200 km per hour. This is the cornering speed that Xingmeng, with his current cornering properties, can help him feel more confident during training. Turn 1 is right in front of us in the blink of an eye. Su Chen's fingers, which were tapping rhythmically on the steering wheel, suddenly stopped. At the same time, lightly tap the clutch with your left foot and quickly change gears with your right hand. Boom! The engine speed soared, and the roar of the engine permeated the entire curve. This violent roar was like a roar to the whole world, and also attracted the attention of the host Turkey brother. This pair of players? He was just about to recall the information of Su Chen and Xing Meng, but the performance of Su Chen and Xing Meng on the track made him almost speechless. Turn in point. Su Chen lightly stepped on the brakes, and the weight of the Xingming car body quickly moved forward. The increased load on the front wheels provided more steering grip. While slowing down, he slightly adjusted the steering wheel to point the front of the car towards the center of the bend. This is the key preparation before drifting pre-steering. Just when the car speed dropped to about 180 km per hour, Su Chen decisively released the brake, while stepping on the accelerator with his right foot and pressing the clutch with his left foot like lightning. Amidst the sharp sound waves, the wheels of Xingming seemed to be untied, the rear end of the car swung outward, and the tires rubbed against the ground wildly, leaving two eye-catching black tire marks. White tire smoke gushed out from the red-hot brake pads, filling the entire curve. At this moment, the body of Xingming has formed an exaggerated angle of nearly 60 degrees with the direction of travel. The front end of Xingming's car was facing the center of the curve, less than 10 centimeters away from the guardrail, as if it would hit the guardrail at any time. But Su Chen's expression remained calm. His hands kept fine-tuning the steering wheel, and his right foot flicked on the accelerator. These operations seem impressive, but they were just okay for professional drivers in their previous lives. He had seen things even more awesome than this. The force with which people stepped on the accelerator could be accurate to the gram. Mas, it's going to hit, meow, it's going to hit. Xingmeng looked at the guardrail so close to her and her whole body tensed up. She wanted to close her eyes but couldn't. I can't hit it. Su Chen laughed dumbly. Now the body of Xingmeng is in an unstable state, relying entirely on the rear wheel speed controlled by him to maintain balance. If he stepped on the accelerator too high or too low, this balance would be quickly broken and the front of the car would hit the guardrail. If he turns faster, he really won't be able to control it. However, the instantaneous cornering speed of 180 kilometers is still under Su's control. But I'm really going to hit it, meow. Hey! Where's the guardrail? In a blink of an eye, Xingmeng found that the guardrail in front of her had disappeared, replaced by a straight road. I told you, we can't crash. After exiting the bend, Su Chen lightly lifted the accelerator and straightened the steering wheel. This process was a little difficult to control. He frowned slightly and quickly realized that it was the negative effect of the 5% cornering correction that was at work. But the impact is not significant. Full gas, out of the turn. The throttle was pushed to the floor, and the Xingmeng shot out of the corner like an arrow. The tires regained grip, and the car's posture instantly changed from a wild sideways slide to a straightforward movement. The engine roared and accelerated again, and the dust kicked up by the rear of the car formed a golden curtain in the sunlight. At this moment, they could not only see the taillights of Wang Tingting and Jin Sun's cars. One could even clearly see the athlete's number plate on the rear of the Golden Falcon. Amazing cornering maneuvering. It wasn't until Su Chen and Xing Meng had already sped past the bend that Turkey brother finally reacted. Dear audience members. Just now, Su Chen and Xing Meng showed us a wonderful drifting and cornering. This cornering is definitely at the level of a professional driver. Only then did he recall the information about Su Chen and Xing Meng, and he said in disbelief, but can you believe it? They are newcomers who have only participated in the city underground competition once. The cameraman who was originally serving as assistant commentator was stunned. It took him a long time to react and asked Turkey brother, what do you mean, boss, do we need to save that part? Save it. We have to save it. Turkey narrowed his eyes. Not only do we have to save it, but we also have to give more shots to this couple later. I have a strong feeling. The cameraman said, I understand. Boss, do you have a premonition of a pair of rising stars? No. Turkey shook his head, his face serious. I have a feeling that I will get a promotion and a raise. Cameraman. There was an uproar in the audience in front of the big screen at the entrance of the tournament. This has to be fake. How can a newbie have such a high level of drifting and cornering? Ha! The newcomers are all monsters. The value of this sentence is still increasing. But this one turn is a bit too arbitrary. What if it's just a blind cat that catches a dead mouse? Indeed, no matter how awesome the newcomer is, he can't beat our T3 seed player from Starcrown, not to mention there's this fish-frying dog from K-City. Listening to the various incomprehensible and amazed discussions from the audience around her, Queen unconsciously raised the corners of her mouth. She has a little pride in her heart that only she can understand. It's like seeing your idol or star dominate the competition. She felt gratified and proud. Queen, this is a bit exaggerated for a newbie. Jessica looked confused and puzzled. If I'm not mistaken, this level of drifting is definitely not something a C-class driver can do, unless this driver has excellent cornering skills. Exaggerate? Queen leaned lazily against the chair, her hands resting on her long black silk legs. She remained expressionless on the surface, but in her heart she snorted. What is this? There are even more exaggerated ones. Chapter 40, Breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. In the cockpit of the Golden Falcon, Wang Tingting was humming a song, still feeling proud of her wonderful performance. Thanks to her serious technical training during this period, coupled with her good talent and luck, she could give herself 120 points for the drift in the corner just now. That silky feeling. How can it not be considered the prototype of a professional racer? Golden Falcon, how's my big drift? Isn't it great? Speak. Gene Falcon curled the corner of his mouth. Drifting, does it mean the extremely slow drift at a speed of just 80 kilometers per hour? The turn-in point is a mess. The car body control is a mess. The quick correction after turning is also a mess. But it is indeed slightly better than when Wang Tingting usually trains. She couldn't bring herself to praise Wang Tingting, but after all, she was their own driver. After a long pause, she could only say awkwardly, well, Master's drifting has great potential. With serious practice, he'll definitely be able to improve to a professional level. Wang Tingting was happy and didn't understand the hidden meaning of Jin Xian's words. She hummed a cheerful tune, thinking about what to wear during the awards ceremony. Until... Buzz! The roar of the engine exploded behind me. The beauty in her heart and the song she was humming were torn into pieces. She looked in the rearview mirror. I found that Xingmeng, who I thought I had left behind, was following me like a shadow. Compared to before turning the corner, she and Jin Xian not only failed to get rid of Xingmeng, but were instead caught up by a large distance. Seeing that the distance between the cars was less than 50 meters. Master, Xingmeng is catching up. Jin Xian's reminder brought Wang Tingting back to her senses from her days. They caught up with us? We didn't get rid of them when we turned the corner? Why? Wang Tingting stepped on the accelerator with a distorted face. Obviously her drifting through the corners was so perfect. How could Su Chen and Xingmeng catch up? Gene Falcon was speechless. Why? Of course, it's because the other party has a high cornering speed and drifts fast. And after drifting, correct quickly and follow up with gas. Being able to close the gap so quickly, she estimated Xingmeng's cornering speed to be between 160 and 200 kilometers per hour. However, she said nothing and did not continue to provoke Wang Tingting. Wang Tingting has bad driving habits and is emotionally unstable. He gets violent when he's angry, even though it may not be intentional. But she was the one who felt the pain when she was hit. Gene Falcon pondered for a moment and offered a suggestion. Master, let's enter the long straight sprint tunnel immediately. The track is narrow. If you don't want them to overtake, we can try to block them. Yes, block them. Wang Tingting slapped the steering wheel and said angrily, how could I forget that we can block them? The track is so wide, how can we let them overtake so easily? Humph. Gene Falcon was speechless after being slapped and could no longer bear it. She silently activated the driver's recorder. If Wang Tingting uses such dangerous actions again, she will record it and submit it to the Aviation Insurance Association in order to get the opportunity to terminate the contract and receive mental compensation. Inside the tunnel, Su Chen, driving the Stardream, has entered the wake of the Golden Falcon. He was about to change lanes to overtake, but just as he switched to the side lane, Wang Tingting in front of him quickly cut in front of them. Oh? Change of line defense? Su Chen frowned. In rally racing, this kind of blockage is not common, because due to the intervals between the starting grid, most cars rarely have the opportunity to compete with each other. Generally, interceptions occur on underground tracks where the rules are unclear or the tracks are in a lap format. This is a dangerous maneuver and not a good one. A few races explicitly stipulate that the car ahead can only make a single defensive lane change. In most races, a defensive lane change violates blue flag rules, dangerous driving regulations, and fair play principles. However, before participating in the city championship, he did not see any restrictions on this in the competition rules. The absence of restrictions means that changing lanes is allowed here. Su Chen cautiously tried to change lanes again, and Wang Tingting continued to occupy the track ahead. The entire process was monitored by the competition organizers, but the referee radio station did not issue any warnings to Wang Tingting and Jin Xian. Su Chen had an idea in his mind. Since changing lanes in defense is not a foul, then his dangerous overtaking is not a foul either. In the cockpit of the Golden Falcon, Wang Tingting was complacent. So what if you have a fast speed and drift? You'll still be stuck behind me. She looked at Xingmeng in the rearview mirror and felt a sense of revenge in her heart. If Su Chen and Xingmeng were allowed to overtake like this, they would definitely be able to achieve good results, right? She even had the idea of deliberately slowing down the car to block Su Chen and Xingmeng. This would in effect ruin Su Chen and Xingmeng's performance in this competition. All their modified cores and even the purple stigmata would be wasted. When Su Chen realized that all his efforts for Xingmeng were in vain, would he continue to indulge her? But she didn't end up doing that. Because competition results are equally important to her. As long as I can catch up with Su Chen and Xingmeng and get better grades than them, that will be enough. Thinking of the excitement, she pushed the steering wheel twice, not knowing that it was captured by the driver's recorder that was secretly turned on. Dear audience members, something interesting is happening on the track right now. Before the two professional players started, Turkey Brothers' attention was all on Su Chen, and he immediately noticed Wang Tingting who was blocking Su Chen. He deliberately fanned the flames, saying, "It's clear our number 22 racer really wants to overtake, but the tunnel section is narrow, and he doesn't have an absolute speed or acceleration advantage. And number 21 is using a defensive lane change. If number 22 wants to overtake, he'll probably have to go to the next corner, which would be very detrimental to his performance. So, does he have any other way to break through? Moss, they are so annoying, meow." Xingmeng gritted her teeth as she looked at Wang Tingting who was blocking the road ahead. "We were obviously going faster, but they deliberately blocked us. Disgusting. Perverts. Villains." Just when he was about to surpass Wang Tingting, he encountered this situation. Xingmeng's voice was trembling with grievance. "It's okay." Su Chen remained calm, and even had time to touch Xingmeng's but to comfort her. Wang Tingting's decision was correct, but unfortunately she did not have the ability to implement this strategy. He drove the Star Dream to the center of the track, where he had enough space to change lanes to the left or right. Now he needs to get out of the Golden Falcon's wake area and prepare for the next operation. This is because the air pressure in the wake area is low, and turbulence will reduce the aerodynamic downforce of the Star Dream, resulting in a significant decrease in steering accuracy. "Jessica, how do you think they will break the deadlock?" Queen's voice was filled with tension and anxiety. Her fingers were clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white, but she didn't even notice it. But Jessica noticed it, and she was a little curious why Queen paid so much attention to a new contestant. But he answered honestly, "Generally, in this situation, you can only wait for the next corner and use your drifting advantage to overtake. Or you can feint, pretending to change lanes one way, then trick the car in front and immediately change lanes the other way. This can also achieve overtaking, but it requires a bit of skill from the driver. This newcomer might not be able to do it." Queen said nothing. She had a hunch although she had never seen Su Chen use it, Su Chen would definitely know how to use it. The moment of leaving the wake area. A cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. "Now." Su Chen turned the steering wheel about 20 degrees to the right, and the front of the Xingming car immediately shifted to the right side of the track. Wang Tingting reacted immediately and the Golden Falcon moved to the right in an attempt to block this possible overtaking route. Time seemed to be stretched at this moment. Hooked. Su Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and he gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands and turned it all the way to the left. The snow-white body of Xingming was like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, and the body instantly cut to the left. At the same time, Su Chen stepped on the accelerator pedal to the bottom with his right foot, and the engine instantly burst into a deafening roar. "They are cheating." Wang Tingting realized that she had been fooled and hurriedly tried to pull the Golden Falcon back to the left. But it was too late. Her weak skills were not enough to support her reaction force to pull the Golden Falcon back. Although it was only a mistake of 1 or 2 seconds, Xingmeng had successfully cut into the left side of Jinshan. The distance between the two mechas was less than half a meter. It was so close that Su Chen and Xing Meng could clearly see Wang Tingting's distorted face and red eyes in the rearview mirror of the Golden Falcon. The air was squeezed and torn between the two mechas, making a sharp whistling sound. "I won't let you pass," Wang Tingting roared, trying to push the Golden Falcon to the left. She was so angry that she actually wanted to crash into them and knock Su Chen and Xing Meng off the track. At this moment, Jin Xian took the initiative to stop Wang Tingting's behavior and pulled the car body back to be parallel to Xingmeng. "Jin Xian, what are you doing?" Wang Tingting screamed while hitting the steering wheel. "Master, the city championship doesn't allow you to actively bump into other players." Jin Sun's voice was cold and calm, like a bucket of cold water poured over Wang Tingting. "This is against the rules. You will be ejected and banned for 3 years." Wang Tingting's expression changed several times. After weighing the pros and cons, she finally gave in. Being sent off is not a big deal, but being banned for 3 years is too heavy a punishment and she can't afford it. Grass. Seeing that the two cars were gradually leveling, she could only punch the steering wheel again to vent her anger. Jin Xian ignored all this and said nothing, but was already wondering how much money he could claim based on the video. Su Chen just glanced at Wang Tingting and then looked away, his hand holding the steering wheel as steady as a rock. For him, overtaking the Golden Falcon was just a routine operation. But for Xingming, this moment must have extraordinary significance. He saw Xingming staring at the Golden Falcon, or rather, staring at Wang Tingting in the Golden Falcon's cockpit. Her shoulders were shaking and tears were in her eyes. In Xingming's eyes, what Wang Tingting was driving was no longer the Golden Falcon, but her former self. She was lying in front of the cockpit with her head lowered, and was insulted, beaten, and kicked by Wang Tingting. She always thought it was because she was not good enough, otherwise how could Wang Tingting, who was nice to her at the beginning, gradually become like this? So she worked hard and trained diligently. When she wasn't in class, she would work in the track's logistics department to earn money, hoping to make money to modify her car and improve her performance, until she realized that no matter whether it was the money she earned or the money Wang Tingting earned herself, it was just to replace her. If she attended classes properly, she wouldn't be as clumsy and dull as she is now. No matter what Su Chen asked her, she knew nothing. Even now facing Su Chen, she still feels inferior. But she understood one thing. It's not that she's not good enough. It's Wang Tingting, oh no. The engine roared unwillingly. The body of Xingming is like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon, slowly and resolutely breaking forward. Breakthrough, breakthrough again. Overtaking Wang Tingting's Golden Falcon inch by inch. First the front lip, then the hood, then the A-pillar, until her rear wheels were parallel to the Golden Falcon's front wheels. Overtaking, completed in the next second. Goodbye, Star Dream. Xingming looked up at the track, letting the tears slide from the corners of her eyes. In the tunnel, light and darkness alternate. There is darkness behind us and a smooth road ahead. She murmured, I am going to move on. Chapter 41 The so-called same frequency. Before entering the tunnel, Xingming was blocked by Jin Shun and saw no hope of overtaking on the narrow track. After leaving the tunnel, she was already far ahead of the Golden Falcon. I actually succeeded in overtaking? You're kidding me, you're telling me you're a newbie with this fake move? The competition organizers must have hired you for show effects. There was an uproar in the audience. Jessica's mouth was open so wide that an egg could fit in it. No, damn. He really can. Queen felt relieved when she saw Su Chen successfully overtake Xingmeng, but also felt that it was expected. The corners of her lips rose a little more, and she glanced at Jessica. How is it? Jessica swallowed her saliva and said, this driver named Su Chen is quite something. He really is quite something. Just a little something? Queen seemed dissatisfied. Jessica felt like Queen was paying a bit too much attention to this driver. She explained, honestly, his feint was indeed very smooth, but his opponent was a complete idiot after all. Professionals like Yu Ming and Su Che wouldn't have been overtaken so easily. Besides, his mecha wasn't much faster than the Golden Falcon. He'll probably just be in the top 10 in this race. This time, Queen's unhappiness was written all over her face. Did you guess their ranking in the competition? Why doesn't he have a swill bucket hanging from his mouth when it's so long? Jessica didn't dare to speak. Queen is good at being sharp-tongued and sarcastic. The best way to deal with it is to shut up, otherwise you will face a storm of attacks. Dear audience friends, this is unbelievable. Our Su Chen and Xing Meng actually fainted. The inexperienced contestant number 21 obviously didn't expect his opponent to be so cunning, and he could only suffer defeat on the spot. Brother Turkey was once again thankful for his sharp eyesight. He immediately gave the camera to Su Chen and Xing Meng. Just based on that move, the boss would give him a bigger reward today. Feinting and changing lanes to overtake is relatively rare in the city championship, and even rarer still is that such a maneuver actually came from a rookie driver. Turkey sighed deliberately. Contestant number 21 deserved to lose. The cameraman suddenly came over and whispered a few words. Turkey Brother's eyes suddenly lit up and he snapped his fingers. All right, everyone. Our two professional players have already started the race. Let's see how they perform. There was a full minute between the departure of Yuming and Su Che, with Yuming in front and Su Che behind. The two are of similar level and there is almost no possibility of them meeting on the track. However, they all have their own teams and will report their average speed and ranking from behind, so this can be considered a remote competition. Where does my cornering speed rank? After turning turn 1, Yuming immediately asked the Northern Wolf Logistics team. Don't worry, Brother Ming, your cornering speed is first. Su Che is behind you, and his cornering speed hasn't come out yet. But Feng Yi is a Thunder Starlight mech-girl, good at bursting, and should not be your opponent in terms of speed. Yuming raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Everything was indeed under control. If we keep this up, the championship will be ours, right? What about Su Chen? He thought of the newcomer who was very optimistic about him and asked, how much slower is Su Chen's cornering speed than mine? Su Chen? A moment of silence passed over the intercom, followed by the sound of a mouse clicking. 2 seconds later, a voice spoke up, Brother Ming, Su Chen and Xing Meng's cornering speed is 183 km per hour, 3 km slower than you and Sister Zhueying. This pair of runners is quite impressive. They're supposedly newcomers, aren't they? What? Yuming was so shocked that his head almost hit the steering wheel. Master, why are you so excited? Zhueying frowned and complained, it's a competition. Don't get so excited. Chasing shadow. Yuming said blankly, just now at turn 1, Su Chen and Xing Meng were 3 kilometers slower than us. Oh my god. Zhueying's car body shook, and his reaction was not much calmer than Yuming's. It's only been a few days? How did they improve so much? Zhueying was shocked. Although turn 1 is the first turn of the race, she and Yuming played it safe and did not go at the maximum speed. This was because they needed to adapt to the rhythm of the race, which was a form of warm-up. But Su Chen and Xing Meng are too outrageous. Remember at the Binzhou Underground race a week ago, Su Chen and Xing Meng's average speed was only 171 km per hour? Their cornering speed is already over 180 km per hour now? Purple stigmata. It must be purple stigmata. Yuming gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes red. Damn it! I can't imagine if I had drawn this purple stigmata. I'd be such a cheerful boy instead of a gloomy, fish-frying dog. Zhueying narrowed his eyes and his tone grew colder. What, master? You want to buy the blind box again? Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you buy the blind box again, I will put mustard in all your cigarettes, and if you don't smoke, I will beat you. Yuming smiled awkwardly and said quickly, I dare not. But there was a bit more seriousness in his eyes as he looked at the track. It seems today's competitors are more than just little brats. Su Chen is also a ruthless character. Butler, quickly report the data of Yuming and me. As soon as we passed turn 1, Su Che started yelling. The old butler's gentle voice immediately rang out over the intercom. Master, you're 5 km per hour slower than Yuming in cornering speed, but that's not a big deal. You and Feng Yi are faster in cornering correction and burst acceleration. The turning speed is actually 5 km slower? Su Che narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Sure enough, a fish-frying dog is a fish-frying dog. It must be quite capable to be able to fry fish. Feng Yi, even though there's a 1-minute gap between the departures, I'm going to make up for it today. Master, this might be a little difficult. Feng Yi tilted his head slightly, licked his red lips with a smile. After all, our opponents are not ordinary small fry. So, my master, do you want to adopt a more aggressive running method? Oh, of course. Su Che nodded. The trump card is the one that deals a heavy blow to the opponent. If you don't play it, it will become a useless card in your hand. He had been preparing for this moment for so long. It was also time to show the results of his and Feng Yi's training. I understand. Feng Yi's pretty face flushed, her eyes were as charming as silk, and she said delicately, "Since Master wants to be more radical, shouldn't he give the mecha-girl some encouragement?" Suche stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Under Feng He's burning gaze, he silently took out a whip from the storage box. Each mecha-girl is an independent individual. Everyone has different interests and hobbies. Catering to their preferences or stimulating their emotions can increase the same frequency. When the frequency reaches a certain level during the game, the mecha-girl can burst out with stronger performance. Feng He usually presents herself as a gentle older sister in front of others. It even often gives others the illusion that they are playing a master cultivation game. However, only Suche knew. These are just appearances. Feng He has a secret that only he knows. It is also his secret to increasing Feng He's frequency. Bang! Chapter 42 Scandinavian Flick 2 in 1. Everyone, Yuming and Zhuo Ying are faster, but our Star Crown T3 aces Suche and Feng He have extremely high burst acceleration. This means that after slowing down for each turn, they can accelerate to their maximum speed in a very short time. Overall, they seem to be somewhat evenly matched. Things are starting to get interesting. After the two professional players started, most of the shots were given to Zhuo Ying and Feng He. Brother Turkey was also very excited while explaining, and his mouth was dry. Thank you for your support of the city championships. Now we have a commercial. The city tournament's electronic screen flickered, and a giant red tomato appeared. Read books on fanshare.com, where the hit novel I'll Let You Cultivate Immortality with Kryptonian Gold, Not to Keep a Female Sword Immortal is waiting for you. Pure cockroaches are hot, and they're having a party in your kitchen. They'll turn into scum when they encounter a magic weapon. For a magic weapon to kill cockroaches, look for the roast goose brand. Too bad there's no camera in the cockpit. Otherwise, the scene in Feng He's cockpit would definitely be quite exciting. At the same time, in Xingming's cockpit, Su Chen was surprised when he felt the speed suddenly increase. The peak speed of Stardream is around 240 km/h. But now the pointer on the Xingming speedometer has climbed to 250 km/h. Don't underestimate this 10-kilometer gap. This is a data that will never appear in normal training, unless it is downhill. This is when the usefulness of the Eye of God comes into play. As long as you can see Xingming's condition, you are not blind. Name, Star Dream Star Badge, Radiance Team Enhancement Type. Speed, 63. Turn, 64. Stable, 43. Burst, 39. Battery life, 52. Modification Core, Flamestorm Cornering Correction 5%, Tire Wear plus 20% Special Effect, omitted. Stigmata, Emperor Engine Amethyst. Current Grade, C+. Special Talents, 1 Not Activated 2 Catgirl Appearance Specialization 3 Silent Movement. Same frequency, 60% basic 30% speed plus 5%. Status, Transformation, Excitement. Comment, she can play on the court and warm the bed, a sweet and soft catgirl specialization. Young man, you found your treasure. Su Chen blinked to make sure he was not mistaken. Before the game, the frequency of his relationship with Xingming was 30%, but now it suddenly soared to 60%. Synchronicity is a bit like a combination of rapport and favorability, though that's not entirely accurate, as it's influenced not only by daily life but also by the bot's emotions during the game. Building a close and trusting relationship with the bot, giving them small gifts they enjoy, and doing things they enjoy will build a certain level of basic synchronicity. But it is very difficult to obtain this same frequency, and it is accumulated bit by bit. And if the girl is not in good condition, unhappy, etc., the basic frequency will drop. The key is how to maintain the same frequency with the girl on a daily basis. More importantly, it stimulates the same frequency of the mecha girls during the game. It has not been a month since Su Chen and Xingming signed the contract, and he does not think that he can increase Xingming's frequency very high. He didn't do anything deliberately in his daily life, and let everything take its course. He also didn't want to treat Xingming with any utilitarianism. Unexpectedly, Xingming's frequency exploded at this moment. It also gained a 5% speed increase. That should be reaching the same frequency threshold that can stimulate attribute improvement in the first stage. It's great to be able to see the specific data. Su Chen sighed happily. If it were another driver, he might still be confused. A red warning sign flashed in the field of vision, and at the same time, Xingming's serious voice sounded in front. Mas da. 500 meters ahead, 3 consecutive hairpin turns, level 2, hold tight. Meow. Got it. Su Chen originally wanted to interview Xing Meng, but now he immediately calmed down. The lower the curve grade number, the sharper the curve and the greater the difficulty. Tight means driving very close to the center of the bend inside the track. There is no doubt that these 3 consecutive hairpin turns can definitely be regarded as one of the most difficult turns in the city championship. Su Chen and Xing Meng had practiced 3 or even 5 consecutive hairpin bends, but they still had to take it seriously at this moment. Amidst the loud roar of the engine. At a distance of 500 meters, the scenery on both sides of the road flew by quickly, and the trees and the spectators behind the fences were all stretched into blurred lines. But this did not affect Su Chen's focus on the approaching curve. 5 minutes ago. Quick, turn the camera to the 127th continuous curve. After hearing what Brother Turkey said, the cameraman immediately gestured to his men. Brother Turkey is a professional host and has mastered the art of knowing when to give the camera to which contestant. The cornering on the professional driver's side is indeed pleasing to the eye, but there are a couple of dark horses worth keeping an eye on. Dear audience members, turn 127 is the most difficult of the 3 hairpin turns in this race. After passing turn 127, there will be a short straight line adjustment, and then you will enter a 50-kilometer section of gravel and broken road combination. Brother Turkey gazed at the speeding women on the screen with a beaming expression. During the previous races, you might have noticed that most of the drivers' performances weren't significantly different. It seemed like the skills of both professional and amateur drivers were about the same. But after turn 127, you'll have a completely new understanding of each driver's technique. The consecutive hairpin turns on number 127 are the watershed. I can say with full responsibility that after turn 127, the top 10 in this race will be pretty much the same. Out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of a white phantom speeding from the end of the track. The voice suddenly rose. Now let's move on to watershed 127. I'm sure it's not just me, many viewers are also curious about how newcomers Su Chen and Xing Meng will handle these consecutive hairpin turns. Will they be lost in the crowd or make a splash? Right now. Many audience members in the auditorium stood up and looked at the big screen intently. In the 3-camera mobile shooting, the white phantom named Star Dream is approaching the number 127 hairpin turn at a very fast speed. Wow, what a fast speed. Has this mecha-girl been this fast before? It seems like this newlywed couple has gotten a lot faster since they left contestant number 21 behind. So what if the speed is high? You can't maintain that speed in a curve, let alone a series of hairpin turns. Come on, brother Su Che, you're the best, you have to take first place. The audience was talking about it. Jessica saw Queen's white and slender fingers gripping the railing tightly, squeezing it so hard that it was gradually deformed. This cold, arrogant, and sharp-tongued Queen who usually seems to have no interest in anything is actually nervous at this moment? Amazing. Is Queen also a fan? That's pretty unusual. It seems necessary to report this matter to the young lady. Crunch. Jessica looked at the railing that had been pinched flat and twitched her mouth. Queen, you have to pay for the broken railing. Shut up. Queen stared at the screen without moving her eyes. Chirp, chirp, are you a mountain sparrow? Jessica. She could only stare at the screen. To deal with this kind of continuous hairpin turns, the most classic operation is naturally Scandinavian flick swing drift, also known as pendulum drift. However, this type of drifting requires very high technical skills from the driver. This is a serious technique that only professional drivers can master. There is no place to learn if you don't join a club. Driving schools and league academies don't teach such advanced skills. Amateur players don't dare to try it easily, because if they make a mistake, the robot girl may be injured. She checked Su Chen's information, which was funny. This is a black tuner who does not have a tuner certificate and has never attended a league academy. He is basically an amateur among amateurs. The skills Su Chen had demonstrated before had already made her feel outrageous. Can Su Chen still use swing drift now? She doesn't believe it. If I make a mistake here, Queen will probably be disappointed, right? She couldn't help but look at Queen again. The profile of this mecha girl was absolutely beautiful, delicate, and lustful. At this moment, she was looking straight ahead with a serious expression. It's hard to imagine Queen looking at others so intently. The lady had never been stared at like this by the Queen. But it doesn't matter. Jessica retracted her gaze and thought silently in her heart. It would be good for Queen to come out and watch these competitions. After watching them enough, she would understand none of these drivers can compare to the young lady. It's time to focus and cooperate with the headquarters modification plan. The 3 consecutive hairpin turns are like a winding poisonous snake, twisting its body on the track, waiting for the arrival of its prey. In an instant, a complete plan for turning had formed in Su Chen's mind. I still remember my previous life. He once did a team building session with a top driver. It was also with the help of that driver that I learned Scandinavia. The driver named Su was called the king of the track. His pendulum drift was as smooth as dove, and anyone who saw him would call him a freak. Su Chen's pendulum drifting technique is somewhat similar to that one. But now, even if I only resemble him a little, it is enough to cope with the track in front of me. Su Chen gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, the sound of Stardream's engine roared in his ears, and there was a burning feeling in his heart ready to go. Xingming, are you ready? Meow. Xingming's voice was filled with enthusiasm and confidence. Her body leaned forward slightly, her cat ears erect, and she was completely focused. The first hairpin was just around the corner, and Su Chen glanced at the speedometer 192 km/h. The extremely dangerous speed is the limit that he cannot fully control, like dancing on the tip of a knife. But he did not continue to slow down. Instead, he lightly stepped on the accelerator to keep Xingming's speed on the edge of danger. Come on, he exhaled softly. Scandinavian flick. Chapter 43 is divided into 3 parts. Su Chen fixed his eyes on the center of the bend and decisively reduced the throttle. At the same time, apply the brake with your right foot. Crunch! With the sharp sound of tire grinding, a trail of white smoke stretched out in front of the curve. The body of Xingmeng moved forward under inertia. Su Chen silently felt the balance of the Xingmeng car, quickly stepped on the clutch with his left foot, and put his hand on the shift paddle to prepare for downshift. When I caught a glimpse of the curve warning sign out of the corner of my eye, time seemed to freeze for a moment. All that remained was the gradually enlarging curve. The moment time returned, he had already turned the steering wheel to the right. The rear end of the Xingmeng car suddenly swung to the left, drawing a graceful arc on the track. At this moment, Xingmeng is in a critical state on the verge of losing control. If no intervention is made, it will immediately collide with the nearby guardrail. Su Chen didn't care how close he was to the inside of the curve. His current skills are not yet at the level of perfection. All he has to do is proceed step by step. While maintaining speed, conquer these 3 consecutive hairpin turns. When the Xingming car was about to hit the guardrail, he quickly turned the steering wheel to the left, using the inertia of the Xingming car's rear end to the left to help the front of the car quickly point to the inside of the curve. The rear wheel, which had lost friction, bit the ground again. No collision with the guardrail occurred. Stardreams shuttle through the pale fetal smoke. For the spectators standing by the guardrails of the track, their vision was more intuitive. The rear end of Xingming's car was full of explosiveness and power. It was a war dance performed by the tacit cooperation of the driver and the girl in the car. The oppressive feeling that seemed like it would crash at any time made many spectators scream and step back. Boom! As for the sound of the exploding engine, it is a war cry that complements the war dance. As soon as he passed the first corner, Su Chen immediately adjusted his strategy using the heel-toe technique to downshift. While pressing the brake with the toe of your right foot, add the accelerator with your heel, and control the clutch with your left foot to keep the engine speed matched to avoid locking the rear wheel and losing control. When entering the second left turn, he adopted the conventional slow and fast outline to control the body posture at the center of the corner. Although there is little breathing room between the second and third hairpins. But with his operation, not only did the cornering speed of Xingming not decrease much, the body of the car also maintained a stable state similar to entering the corner in a straight line. The Scandinavian flick technique is usually only used in the first corner. It is extremely risky to continue using subsequent curves. That top driver once said if you don't have top technology and a top performance car, just make a smooth transition in the second corner. Using a castrated version of the pendulum float does not mean being inferior, it is wisdom and more rational thinking. If it can be achieved to the extreme, it will not be worse than the theoretically perfect pendulum drift. There may be some comfort in this, but Su Chen knows his own limitations. His greatest strength is that he knows who he is, what he should do and how much he should do. Mas! The angle of this third hairpin is so scary, wow! Xingming's exclamation came from the front. Su Chen's eyes were calm, with a slight smile on his lips. When studying the track before the race, he had already discovered that the angles of the 3 consecutive hairpin turns in the city championship were not the same, and each one was sharper than the last. This results in the driver's difficulty increasing exponentially with each turn. Even if you use Scandinavian flick to pass the first and second turns, you may still hit the guardrail at the third turn due to poor technique and poor performance of the engine. This is why he finally chose to play it safe. The most dangerous third right turn is coming towards us. Handbrake drift? Brake drift? All thrown behind. The hairpin bend in front of us is a level 1 bend. With Xingming's current speed of about 180 km and the cornering properties of just over 60, slamming on the brakes and drifting in a level 1 bend would be courting death. Fortunately, before entering the third corner, he had already driven Stardream close to the inner lane. At this moment, his operating space and tolerance have been maximized. In this situation, the only way is to use trailing turn. He muttered in a low voice, speaking professional terms that Xingming didn't quite understand. Trailing steering. This technique uses the rear wheel slip to assist with steering, by only slightly controlling the rear end. This technique is more stable and controllable than wild drifting. The steering wheel in Su Chen's hands no longer turned violently. Rather, it is as precise and elegant as a conductor's baton. The slight outward swing of the rear end combined with precise throttle control allows the Xingming rear wheels to always maintain the critical point of grip. These operations may seem complex and slow, but they are actually completed in just a few seconds. When the front end of the Xingming car came out of the curve, the body of the car was parallel to the sprint straight track. Everything is just right and under control. Although he did not use the Scandinavian flick perfectly, the precise trailing turn at the end omitted the process of cornering correction. This is the most suitable approach for Stardream. After all, there is that 5% cornering correction to reduce the effect. Call. Su Chen let out a long sigh and a relaxed smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Maybe this is the difference between how a tuner drives and a racing driver drives. That wild bunch was even crazier, following muscle memory and instinct. As a tuner, he is accustomed to precise and complicated work. He is more rational, prefers analysis and calculation, and cares more about protecting the car. Although his calculations are still far behind those of top drivers, they have already taken shape. Full gas, out of the corner. Progressive full throttle. Boom boom boom. The engine roared gradually higher, and Xingming rushed out of the corner like a wild horse. Oh! Go go go! She didn't know what kind of skill Su Chen had demonstrated in the 3 consecutive hairpin turns just now. She only knew that it was very comfortable and reassuring to work with Su Chen, which was completely different from the feeling of frustration and uneasiness that Wang Tingting gave her. Snap! The moment of passing the speed measurement strip at the bend. An incredible cornering speed was displayed on the electronic screen, 178 km/h. After a brief silence, the whole audience was boiling. Dear audience, this is amazing. I'm so excited. Brother Turkey stutters a bit when he speaks. He thought that Su Chen and Xingming would slow down, that an accident might happen, and even thought that they would slow down significantly to support the pendulum drift throughout the process. But he never thought that Su Chen would separate the 3 hairpins one by one. Each corner presents a different technical operation. Moreover, all of them are very skilled. To be honest, I'm just a commentator for a city tournament, and my professionalism is still a bit behind. Just now, Su Chen and Xingming handled the 3 corners. I could only tell that the first one was a classic pendulum drift. As for the second and third ones, I really don't know what kind of technical moves they were. He shook his head modestly, then poked the microphone into the cheek of the old man with a white beard and sunglasses next to him. Now, please invite our 5-star track analyst, Mr. MacArthur, to interpret it for us. MacArthur frowned, moved the microphone away, cleared his throat, and said, if I'm not mistaken, the second runner should be using the heel-toe technique combined with a slow-in, fast-out cornering strategy. The so-called slow-in, fast-out means entering the curve at a lower speed to ensure the stability of the vehicle body, gradually accelerating after the center of the curve and exiting the curve at a higher speed. This strategy requires precise control of the vehicle body's center of gravity, transfer entire load at the center of the curve. The third section is trail braking plus throttle control, which is one of the most advanced cornering techniques. At this point, MacArthur's expression had become serious. This technology no longer relies on aggressive drifting, but instead relies on precisely calculated optimal braking points. The choice of turning points is more precise, aiming for immediate success. This kind of operation requires extremely high technical requirements. Not only must the rear wheel lose a little grip but never lose control completely, but the degree of rear wheel slip must also be controlled through delicate throttle adjustment. Seeing Turkey Brother's confused look, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. The host is the host, he can't do anything except stuff the microphone into his mouth. To put it bluntly, this is a sophisticated micro-manipulation technique, no less difficult than the Scandinavian flick. The number 22 player did not brutally implement the Scandinavian flick's common view of the supremacy of consecutive corners and the 3 consecutive hairpins. Instead, the 3 hairpin bends are split to ensure stability and safety while also guaranteeing cornering speed. He looked at the white phantom on the screen, galloping away from the crowd, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a player who is not only skilled, but also very smart." Which is more important, a flexible brain or technology? MacArthur thought silently. When he was still a child, racing technology had just exploded under the inheritance of the Star God. At that time, technology came first. But now, after a century of development, technology has basically reached saturation. Although new racing technology is still being developed, only minor changes are being made to the original racing technology inherited from the Star God. At least in his opinion. In today's era, a flexible mind is more advantageous than technology. Chapter 44 Worry 2 and 1. In the audience, some people said that the organizers were putting on an act, while others were puzzled. After all, it is really rare to pass these 3 hairpin turns so smoothly and at a speed of about 180 kilometers. But more viewers remembered the names of Su Chen and Xing Meng, and remembered this pair of underestimated contestants. That girl on the mecha is called Xingming, right? Does anyone have a poster of her? Wow! It's a Catgirl specialized mecha. Among Catgirl specialized mechas, 99 out of 100 have subpar performance. Su Chen has found a treasure. I'm so envious. Tisk, when the Star God opens 2 windows, he'll definitely close a door. Maybe this mecha girl isn't just irritable but also aloof. A sour voice said, "Aloofness is fine, but what if you run into one of those 1 in 100,000 fake mecha girls?" TSK. As expected, the shady rats in the sewer only know how to gossip behind people's backs. Queen's cold voice rang out. What a shame. Xing Meng is not only very gentle and soft, but she also warms her pilot's bed every night. Are you envious? You're right to be envious. A stinky maggot like you will never dream of owning a mecha girl like this in your lifetime. You'd better continue licking shit in the sewer. Her voice was neither loud nor soft. But it was enough to echo throughout a large number of VIP seats. The ridiculed driver's face darkened. He stood up with his neck stiffened and pointed at Queen. Who are you? What we are discussing is none of your business. Queen raised her chin, a smile of interest playing on the corner of her mouth. It has been a long time since she had a good time arguing with someone, and her mouth really feels a little lonely. However, Jessica had already anticipated this and stepped in front of Queen, revealing her identity to the man. Sorry, you bumped into our robot girl. Please return to your seat immediately and keep quiet. What else did the driver want to say? But when he saw the cross-crescent voice of the knight's work ID card or an assistant ID card, his face suddenly turned pale and he sat back in his seat, keeping silent. It is true that this kind of work permit may be forged, but the person who can sit in the front row of the VIP seats can only be a member of the Voice of the Night. Because those who can sit here dare not forge this kind of work permit, otherwise if it is found out, wouldn't it cause trouble for their own club? Jessica, you shouldn't stop me. You're a bit of a hindrance. Queen sat back in her seat, still feeling upset, but she didn't say anything else. Jessica laughed awkwardly. By the way, Queen, how did you know Xingmeng was so gentle and would even warm the pilot's bed? You guys? I guessed. Queen didn't blush or feel nervous, but her fingers clenched tighter. She glanced at Jessica expressionlessly, her red lips moving slightly. You have a lot of questions. Are you an elementary school student? Jessica. Well, she shouldn't have messed with this lady. Puffing, we just turned the hairpin and our performance was great. It was completely beyond our usual level. In the rest area in front of the gravel track, Lin Haijun took another painkiller with mineral water. He now has neurological pain in his head, not traumatic pain, and can only be suppressed by painkillers until he recovers. If he didn't have a headache, he wouldn't have come to the rest area. After all, the city championship schedule is not long, and this rest area is usually just for decoration. Few players would choose the 3-minute break because it greatly affects the condition of the pilot and the pilot girl. But he really couldn't bear the pain. Master, this is the result of our hard training. Po Fong stood behind Lin Haijun and rubbed his temples with a smile. What was our cornering speed just now? Lin Haijun closed his eyes to relax his tense nerves. Let me see. Pafong looked up at the electronic screen in the rest area. It displayed the cornering speeds of all the competitors who had passed the triple hairpin turn 127. Master, our cornering speed is 138 km per hour, which ranks first among all the competitors so far. Lin Haijun's lips curled up slightly when he heard Pafeng's excited voice. This is the Scandinavian flick. Even just learning the basics will significantly improve our cornering speed. I remember last year when we took these 3 hairpins, our speed was only around 110. The rewards of hard work are right in front of you. Is there anything more wonderful than this? Pofeng looked at the electronic screen happily. From time to time, I could hear the roar of the engine and the clicking sound of the speed tape. Groups of data were updated one after another, but none of them could surpass her and Lin Haijun's results. It seems that she and Lin Haijun can really fight for the championship of this year's city championship? Until... boom! A roar that was obviously louder than other engine sounds gave both of them goosebumps. With the click sound of the speed measuring tape, a set of data was refreshed on the screen, and Pofeng suddenly exerted force on the hand that was pressing on Lin Haijun's temple. Ah! Lin Haijun screamed and fell off the stool to the ground. Pofeng, why are you so strong all of a sudden? He rubbed his head and got up from the ground, only to see Pofeng staring at the screen in a daze. Following Pofeng's gaze, Lin Haijun took a deep breath. Contestant number 22, Su Chen, Xing Meng average cornering speed, 178 km/h. Fuck! Lin Haijun shuddered, and the mineral water bottle in his hand fell to the ground. Dear viewers, this is the City Championship Network broadcast. As I just said, the triple hairpin turn number 127 is definitely a watershed in the technical level of all the players. Contestants number 21 Wang Tingting and Jin Sun crashed into the guardrail due to poor control of their turn entry and speed, and are now being towed away by the tow truck crew. Well, Wang Tingting is a rookie driver after all, so this mistake is understandable. I hope she continues to work hard in the second half of the year. The big screen gave a close-up of Wang Tingting hitting the guardrail. You can clearly see her banging her head against the steering wheel, and the golden falcon in front of her also looks like she has lost all hope in life. Runner number 28, Wang Dong, and Hellfire seem to have had some sort of altercation? They actually stopped and started arguing at turn 127? A disagreement over cornering strategy? Either way, this could easily lead to an accident. The tow truck has been dispatched. And then there's driver number 41. It's such a shame. He had already cleared the triple hairpin at turn 127 using a standard pendulum drift, but because he didn't make the corrective exit properly and brake too suddenly, his car flipped over. Luckily, he didn't hit any spectators. Turkey Brother paused and raised a finger. Speaking of which, I have to interrupt with a commercial. Watching a game can be risky, but with $1 million insurance policy, you and everyone else can rest assured. One person buys insurance, and everyone enjoys happiness. When buying sports insurance, choose Roast Goose Pinyin. Commercial over, let's continue commentating the game. Here they come. Our professional players Yu Ming and Zhu Ying. Very beautiful pendulum drift, smooth and perfect. But the cornering speed, it seems, not very high? Turkey turned his head and glanced at the electronic screen behind him with a surprised expression. Yu Ming and Zhu Ying's cornering speed is 175 km per hour. This speed is very good. They have been performing steadily. They can be said to be strong contenders for the championship. After finishing the explanation with gritted teeth, Turkey Brother just felt it was ridiculous. He finally understood why he felt that Zhu Ying's cornering speed was not fast enough, because there was a faster one in front. But he was just a newcomer. How could Yu Ming and Zhu Ying not be able to match the cornering speed of a newcomer? A moment later, another engine roar was heard. The green car cover of Fenghe was reflecting soft light in the sunlight, and it was coming through the wind with white smoke. Our Binzhou City pro racer Su Che and his mech-girl are here too. They're also performing flawless pendulum drifts. Although their cornering speed is slightly slower than Zhu Ying's, their incredibly fast cornering and explosive acceleration instantly erase that slight gap. The two pros' results are practically identical. Let's get our high-speed drone closer to film and see if we can capture some of Su Che's amazing moves. Hey, that's strange. Did Su Che actually open Fenghe's privacy filter? And why can't we still hear that pop sound? Is it an illusion? Turkey Brother looked confused. Su Che and Feng He's logistics team were also confused. Who would use a privacy film during a rally? However, there is no explicit rule prohibiting it, and it is the freedom of the young master in Feng He, and they have no control over it. Pa. In the Feng He cockpit, Su Che's face flushed red as he tightly gripped the steering wheel with one hand, while he shamefully and vigorously waved the whip with the other hand. In his eyes, there is only the desire for victory. Feng He, keep speeding up. Don't lose to that fried fish dog. Okay, little Che is so awesome. After a short sprint on the track, Su Chen drove the Star Dream into the gravel road. Moss, the road here is so hard to walk on. My butt is about to break. Xingmeng pouted, with her pair of soft cat ears drooping, looking very unhappy. Not only Xingmeng felt uncomfortable, but Su Chen also felt uncomfortable. These gravel roads and broken asphalt roads are really as good as their reputations say, they are even worse than the roads in the countryside. In the past, a sports car like the Star Dream would have been impossible to drive on this kind of road. Only the chassis of the machine can automatically rise and fall to the appropriate height, otherwise the chassis would have been smashed to pieces long ago. Hold on, it's only 50 kilometers, it will be over soon. Yeah. Don't worry, Master, Xingmeng can handle it, meow. With the encouragement from her driver, Xingmeng was obviously in a much better mood. Although she was obviously very uncomfortable, she gritted her teeth and said nothing. Be good. Su Chen stretched out his hand to comfort Xingmeng, hoping that it could relieve the pain in his butt. Looking at the increasingly broken track, he frowned. What he is most worried about now is not what kind of results he can achieve in the end. It's the toll that gravel and broken asphalt take on tires. Who would have thought that the city championship would suddenly change the rules, increase the randomness of the gravel road, and increase the length? The gravel roads at the last city championship only totaled 12 kilometers. Even though he had replaced the tires on Xingmeng, there was still 20% damage that had not been resolved. Xingmeng and him. Can you really reach the finish line smoothly? Chapter 45, The More Pain, the Happier 2-in-1. Xingmeng, how about we go back to the rest area and change the tire? In Su Chen's impression, tires can usually be replaced midway in such large-scale competitions. Although there are no relevant regulations in the Binzhou City Championship rules. However, the time wasted changing tires will also be counted in the results. But compared to the results, he cares more about Xingmeng's safety. The championship is held every 6 months. If the results this time are not ideal, the worst that can happen is that I will have to live a shameless modification life for another 6 months. At that time, neither Xingmeng nor he knew how strong they were. Mas. Xingmeng tilted her head slightly, her ahog bouncing. But, tires can't be changed at the city championships. Only races over 500 kilometers have pit stops for changing tires. And even if there were, going back now would take up a lot of time. Don't worry, I'm fine. My butt just hurts a little. Rub it a little bit, and it'll be fine, meow. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Well then, he won be polite. He. Mas. In the rearview mirror, Xingmeng's pretty face flushed, and she said faintly, I mean, after the game, I will go back and rub it myself. What's the difference between you rubbing yourself and me rubbing you? Su Chen disagreed, speaking righteously and doing his own thing. Pervert. Masta is a big pervert. Although Xingmeng expressed strong protest, it was all it could do. The cockpit position is completely fixed. She can't do anything. At most, he would use his tail to smear Su Chen's face. But we are in the middle of a competition, so there is no room for jokes. But let me be frank. Although Masta doesn't look serious, the massage effect is really good. Accept it reluctantly. We're about to enter the gravel section. In the cockpit, Zhueying looked at the dilapidated track in front of him with a grim expression. The race organizers have been getting more and more crazy in recent years. 2 years ago, they added a gravel track, and the 12 kilometers were barely acceptable. This year, not only are the positions random, but they've also increased the length to 50 kilometers. What's wrong with that? She kept complaining. Every time I finish running on this kind of gravel road, my butt and feet will hurt for a while when I get back. After running 50 kilometers today, if she doesn't take care of herself, she will probably have to stay in bed for a week. Chasing the shadow. Yuming hesitated and said carefully, actually, I can help you massage your legs and buttocks to relieve the pain. Although it's not convenient to massage your legs now, but... What do you want to do? Zhou Ying looked at Yu Ming through the rearview mirror with a cold gaze. You want to take advantage of me, right? Yu Ming gave a flattering smile. Oh, am I that kind of person? Your hands were not honest when you slept last night. Do you think I don't know? Zhou Ying sneered and said this, leaving Yu Ming gone speechless. She continued, if we lose this competition to Feng He, that big-ass bitch. He, from today on, I'll sleep in the bedroom and you'll sleep on the sofa. No, I'm cold at night alone. If you keep talking nonsense, you can sleep at the door. Entering the gravel road section. Su Che silently put down the whip he had been swinging all the way, his face flushed and sweat on his forehead. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Che. In the rearview mirror, Feng He half closed his eyes, looking lazy and satisfied. He didn't look like he was driving, but rather like he was a little tipsy after drinking. However, she still accurately handed the wet wipes from the storage box to Su Che. Wipe the sweat off, little Che, don't let it get in your eyes. Can you please stop calling me Xiao Che? The corners of Su Che's mouth twitched slightly, and he took the wet wipes and wiped the sweat off his face. Just after entering the gravel section is a straight track. This section of the track can be temporarily driven by the girl herself. It wasn't a big deal for him to just wipe the sweat off his face and adjust his helmet. Feng He pouted and covered his mouth with a smile. But, Master, you are small everywhere, but you are much more manly than before. I look forward to your growth. This should have been words of encouragement, but Su Che's face turned even redder when he heard it. There's no need to whip once we get to the gravel section. He quickly changed the subject. Yes, amidst the crackling and bumpy sounds, Feng He's gentle voice was filled with obvious enjoyment. Master knows that I like these kinds of broken roads the most. The broken the road, the more exciting it is to run, and naturally the faster the speed. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Hao began to climb up at a speed that had already been fixed on the gravel road. This extremely painful road for all mech-girls seems to be a reward for Feng Hao? Su Che breathed a sigh of relief. No need to keep pushing. It was too torturous, and he just needed to take a break. Dear audience members, the race is already 2/3 complete, and most of the runners have already entered the gravel road section. It's clear that this year's decision by the league committee to lengthen the gravel road for the city championships will be a severe test for all the competitors. Turkey handed the microphone to MacArthur, who took it and continued. Gravel roads not only test the performance of the driver, but also the driver's skills. Because the loose surface causes the tire grip to constantly change, it is difficult for the driver to accurately perceive the vehicle's status, and it requires faster reactions and more precise throttle and steering adjustments. And before he could finish his words, the microphone was snatched back by Turkey Brother. This was followed by a frenzied roar. Dear viewers, the situation has changed. While all the competitors' speeds have decreased by 20-30% upon entering the gravel road, there's one competitor whose speed hasn't fluctuated much. That's our Binzhou Xingguan Club's T3 ace, Su Che, and his mecha-girl, Feng He. This is astonishing. Wouldn't Su Che's robot Feng He feel uncomfortable on the gravel road? If that's the case, then the 50 km gravel track will be a one-man show for Su Che and Feng He. They can easily overtake the other professional pair who are only slightly ahead, Yu Ming and Zhou Ying, within these 50 km. As soon as Turkey Brother finished speaking, the audience began to cheer. Obviously, in Binzhou, the home of the Star Crown Club, even though they are just the aces of the T3 team, Su Che and Feng He are extremely popular. Especially Su Che's weak and handsome appearance, coupled with his arrogant and cold poker face, is a physical killer for some female fans. Brother Ming, Su Che is catching up, so fast. What? Yu Ming's face changed drastically when he heard the voice on the intercom. He quickly asked, how far ahead of him am I now? 6 seconds. No, only 5 seconds ahead, catching up very fast. Oh shit. Is this fake? Yu Ming's eyes went dark and he was completely puzzled. There is no doubt that his biggest opponent in this game is Su Che. He knew that this 50 kilometers of gravel road was also an opportunity to widen the gap. As a result, not only did he fail to widen the gap, but he was caught up by Su Che? What exactly happened between Su Che and Feng He? He subconsciously glanced at Zhou Ying. I saw that Zhou Ying's racing suit was soaked with sweat, and the fabric that was already close to the skin further outlined her graceful curves. But he was in no mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery. He just felt heartbroken. Since Zhou Ying doesn't like this kind of track, she must be feeling very uncomfortable. I am also trying my best not to let my performance be affected by the track and physical discomfort. This is her limit. From the moment he made the contract with Zhou Ying, he knew that Zhu Ying was a mecha-girl with a strong character. She is not afraid of hard work or fatigue, and she won't say a word about this gravel track. At most you will complain a few words. But what the hell are Su Che and Feng Yi? The more uncomfortable you feel, the faster you run? A masochist, huh? Master! Come on! The shadow chaser in front suddenly growled. What? Yu Ming was stunned. I say. Zhu Ying said, gritting his teeth and pausing over each word. Step on the gas. Speed up. But you. Don't be so fussy. Zhu Ying said hoarsely, if Feng He can do it, I can do it too. I'm no worse than any other mecha girl. Yu Ming looked at Zhu Ying's frail but determined back, took a deep breath, and his eyes looking at the track also became firm. I see. He gradually stepped on the accelerator with more force. I was afraid that the sudden increase in speed would make chasing the shadow even more painful. Track glory is not only the glory of the driver, but also the glory of the driver. As a qualified pilot, you can feel sorry for your pilot, but what is more important is respect and support. The gravel and broken asphalt sections are like a sea of fire and swords. Cars with high stability, light bodies, or relatively sturdy bodies will have a slightly better time on this type of track. But most mecha girls don't have these special qualifications. They can only move forward on this track with difficulty and persevere. The same is true for Stardream. She liked talking to Su Chen while driving. Because when she was with Wang Tingting before, Wang Tingting always told her to shut up and not say anything except reporting the route plan. Especially, she was not allowed to meow. There was no mutual encouragement, no jokes to liven up the atmosphere, it was like a cold tool and a machine. After being with Su Chen, she gradually became active again, because Su Chen never disliked her for talking too much. But since entering the gravel road section, Xingming has not spoken for a long time, and sometimes his shoulders would tremble when encountering larger bumps. Su Chen looked at the girl's thin shoulders, his heart full of worry. Xingming, how is the tire wear now? Mazda. Xingming lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. The tire wear is currently 20%, 20%, just 20%. 20%? Su Chen was shocked. The tire damage is already very high. Before entering the gravel road, the tire damage was less than 10%. But there are still 10 kilometers to go, and with the current tire damage, it should be no problem to make it to the end of the gravel road. Then control the speed in cornering slightly to avoid certain technical moves that may burn the tires too much. This way it won't be a problem to make it to the end. However, Su Chen didn't know. Xingming lied. Chapter 46, Determination to make Master win 2-1. Only she knows the tire wear and tear. It's not 20%, it's 25%. Generally, when the tire wear reaches 30%, only a very thin layer of tire remains. At this time, the tire needs to be replaced. When it reaches 40%, only a layer of tire skin is left and the wheel hub will begin to be damaged. When the loss reaches 50%, it means that the tire bead has been completely worn away, leaving only the wheel hub in direct contact with the ground. Subsequent tire wear is entirely based on wheel wear. It is equivalent to a person running barefoot on the ground, and the speed is definitely enough to tear skin and flesh apart. Xingming knew how much Su Chen loved her. During the city underground competition, Su Chen had the idea of pulling over and giving up the race. If she told Su Chen the actual tire wear at this moment, Su Chen would definitely not let her continue running after a quick calculation. Mas, I'm sorry. Xingming stared at the track, biting her lip, her heart filled with apology. Xingming didn't mean to lie to you. Coming out of the final bend on the gravel track, Su Chen did not use any drifting that relied on handbrakes and brakes. Instead, use the basic Scandinavian drift, in a medium gear, and steer slightly to the outside of the curve. Release the accelerator briefly to use the weight of the Stardream to move forward to increase the grip of the front wheels. This way you don't need to apply the brakes, which can prevent the tires from locking and causing extra wear. Xingming, the last bend, the track will be easy after that, and we're very close to the finish line. Su Chen encouraged Xingming while turning the steering wheel smoothly towards the inside of the curve. The Stardream transfers the lateral weight of the car body and guides the rear end to slide at the same time. This gentle drift hardly produced much tire smoke on the track, but the speed was not slowed down. Of course, there is also a reason why this bend is not that difficult. The bend was approaching, and Su Chen immediately straightened out. The four tires of Xingming gradually regained their grip and successfully and smoothly left the gravel section. Entering the normal race section, Xing Meng in front was obviously relieved. Su Chen saw that Xing Meng's racing suit was completely wet, with drops of water running down her elbows and thighs. The mech-girl does not sweat, but has the characteristic of expelling water vapor like a normal racing car. The taste of this water vapor is partly related to the nutrient solution that the robot girl drinks. For example, what Su Chen smelled now was a mixture of plum and lemon fragrance, mixed with the toffee smell that Xing Meng had itself. Because the way the mecha girls emit water vapor during the game is very similar to human sweating. So over time, it was generally believed that this was the form of sweating for mecha girls. Finally got out of that devilish track. Xing Meng stretched her stiff body, raised her pretty pale face, and smiled sweetly at Su Chen in the rearview mirror. Then she shook her ears in distress. My body is soaked, my fur is wet too, it's sticky and uncomfortable. Moss, I'm going to take a good shower when I get home. No problem. I'll take you to a professional maintenance shop to wash it. Su Chen agreed readily. Throughout the game, Xing Meng was undoubtedly the most tired. Although I am tired as a driver, it is mainly mental fatigue. A professional maintenance shop. Xing Meng's big blue eyes flashed with longing, but won't it be too expensive? Even after so many years of birth, she has never been to a professional maintenance shop. Wang Tingting refused to take her there, saying that maintenance was too expensive, costing 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. It is said that a robot girl like her will recover slowly on her own, since she doesn't participate in competitions often anyway. I'm a modification engineer. Su Chen pinched Xing Meng's, but unhappily, I'm not short of money. Su Chen is also a big liar. Although he is short of money, he will definitely find a way to let Xing Meng have a comfortable rest after the game. After leaving the gravel track, the rest of the track wasn't too challenging. Obviously, the atmosphere in the cockpit became much more lively. Xing Meng's tone when reporting the route became lighter. 8 kilometers to the finish line. Su Chen glanced at the fleeting road sign and asked again, Xing Meng, what is the current level of tire wear? Meow, let me take a look. Xing Meng closed her eyes and felt it for a while. When she opened her eyes, there was obvious panic in the depths of her eyes. She wasn't very good at hiding her expression, so she could only lower her head and say guiltily, well, the tire wear is not bad now, only 25%. I feel like making it to the finish line shouldn't be a problem. 25%? That's really thrilling. Su Chen leaned back in his chair and took a deep breath. I can only say that it's a good thing that I installed a set of wear-resistant tires on the Xing Meng before, which reduced the original plus 40% tire damage to plus 20%, otherwise it would have been sent away by now. To protect your Xiaowu documents from piracy, choose Xiaowu, a stable and reliable robot that won't let you fall into traps. 2 kilometers to the finish line. Xing Meng suddenly groaned. Su Chen was startled, but there was an uphill jump not far away, and Xing Meng's steady voice sounded at this moment. Mazda, 200 meters ahead, take a flying jump, pay attention to the landing slope, take the right level 3 turn, advance the center of the turn, and pass at medium speed. Su Chen didn't have time to think about it. He leaned forward slightly and adjusted his hands on the steering wheel to the standard 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock positions. 100 meters. Su Chen saw a traffic light flashing on the right side of the slope. It's very likely that a contestant had an accident there, and before the car was towed away, he immediately veered into the left lane. The vehicle speed is stable at around 200 kilometers. 50 meters before the end, he took a deep breath and slightly lifted the accelerator, allowing the weight of the car to shift slightly forward. 3, 2, 1. I beat the rhythm silently in my heart, and the rising slope was right in front of me. Su Chen made sure the wheels were aligned and Xing Meng rushed up the ramp. When the front of the car touched the edge of the slope, Su Chen adjusted the throttle for the last time. The world was silent for a moment, and the Star Dream car took off into the air. The familiar feeling of weightlessness came, and Su Chen saw the guardrail on the right side of the ramp. There was a drone with its chassis facing the sky, and a group of logistics drones were dragging it away from the track. Mazda, move to the right. Xing Meng suddenly spoke. Before he finished speaking, Su Chen had already turned the steering wheel 5 degrees to the left with his left hand and fine-tuned the throttle at the same time. The suspended vehicle body immediately adjusted its posture. This scene made Xing Meng's eyes filled with amazement. In fact, Su Chen didn't need her to remind him just now. Every second in the air is stretched. Su Chen locked his eyes on the landing zone and slightly increased the throttle to keep the front of the car at the ideal angle. At the same time, adjust your body and tense your muscles to prepare for the impact. Keep your left foot on the brake and your right foot ready to control the accelerator. Bang! All four tires touched the ground almost simultaneously, accompanied by the dull compression sound of the suspension system. There wasn't much impact. This is the difference between mecha-girls and ordinary racing cars. It can be said that in terms of driving experience, no real vehicle can be compared with the mecha-girl. Mazda, land steadily. Xingming's voice was a little trembling, just like a brave child getting an injection. It was obviously painful, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. Su Chen was concentrating on the track and didn't notice it. There was a sharp right turn coming up, and he took control of the accelerator with his right foot again, and the car speed quickly picked up. Same Scandinavian basics. This is also the last corner of this city championship. However, just as Xingming was turning, suddenly, a sharp pop sound came from the right rear, and the right side of the Xingming car body sank significantly, and the whole car began to shift to the right uncontrollably. Su Chen's scalp tingled and he instantly realized what had happened. Flat tire. Xingming has a flat tire. The steering wheel vibrated violently, as if it suddenly had a will of its own, constantly trying to break free from his control. Every tiny unevenness in the road was magnified infinitely and transmitted to his palms. The damaged tire made a harsh click-click sound. The sound of the metal wheels rubbing against the ground was like nails scratching on a blackboard. Xingming, how are you? Su Chen immediately released the accelerator to slow down, looked up at the rearview mirror, and found that Xingming's face was pale, with beads of sweat on his forehead. He was in so much pain that he couldn't speak, and could only grit his teeth and let out a faint groan. The vehicle's speed is felt to be decreasing. Xingming grabbed Su Chen's arm with her backhand, her eyes flashing with unprecedented determination. "Mas, don't worry about me, just keep going, we're almost reaching the finish line." Su Chen ignored Xingming's words. But the next second, the four wheels of Xingming spun wildly and the speed of the car suddenly increased. "You?" Su Chen looked at Xingming in surprise. He doesn't step on the accelerator and Xingming drives itself. In the last century, drivers still needed to learn technical moves to drive a mecha, which was like a nanny car, and the driver could completely free his hands. But after the technological revolution and technological explosion in this century, the robot girl doesn't need to learn anything. The remaining straight tracks do not require any technical maneuvers, you can just accelerate and rush forward. Xingming clenched her teeth, her eyes reddened, and a flat tire made it extremely difficult to control her car. She is so stupid that she has never learned anything. I can only charge forward. She didn't know how to control her car body as smoothly as Su Chen. So, she simply twisted the left rear wheel hard. An even louder bang came from the left rear. Su Chen suddenly felt that the entire rear of the car had lost its support and sank suddenly. The left rear tire also burst. The tire had been shaky for a long time and it was Xingming who deliberately caused the bursting of the tire. The two rear tires were blown out. Although the car body was still unstable, for Xingming this was already within her controllable range. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The two metal wheels rubbed against the ground at the same time, making a sharp scream and sparks. The car body vibrated violently, as if it would fall apart at any moment. Su Chen felt a pang of anxiety in his heart when he heard the noise. For a mecha girl, what is the difference between a wheel and a bone? Xingming is rubbing his bones on the track. How painful would this be? You could already see some of it from her pale lips and sweaty forehead. Parking. Su Chen stepped on the brakes and roared. But Xingming did not stop, gritting her teeth and rushing forward. Why? Looking at the finish line getting closer and closer, there was no joy on Su Chen's face. Because the girl in front raised a forced smile on her face. Mas is worth it. It has always been Mas who took care of me. So I don't want Mas to have any regrets. I want Mazda to know, I want everyone to know, that Mazda's choice was not wrong. I am no worse than any mecha girl. Xingming almost shouted. There was an unprecedented determination in the faint crying tone. That kind of obsession and determination is like a blazing fire. It seems that even the pain of being torn into pieces can be burned away. 100 meters from the finish line. The two rear wheel hubs were almost worn flat, with half of them worn away. Mas, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, meow. Xingming mumbled in a daze. The sound was so quiet that it was almost inaudible. She was in so much pain that she gasped and trembled while speaking. But she still did not forget to comfort Su Chen, and still used her last bit of will to move forward. Xing Meng is willful just this once. She smiled and assured Su Chen, saying coquettishly, I just want Mazda to win. In front of the driver's seat, Su Chen stared blankly at Xing Meng, who had fainted from the pain. No matter if he had come to this world with the skills of a chief tuner in his previous life or the various golden finger talents that were constantly awakening, the high spirits and pride that all of this had bestowed upon him were instantly torn to pieces by the girl's pale face and bloodless lips. He only hated himself for not being fully prepared. He hated himself for not doing well enough. The end of Binzhou City Championship. In the shocked eyes of all the audience. With Turkey Brother and Old Mac losing their voices. Star Dream crosses the finish line. Chapter 47, within 3 minutes. Xiaohu protects files from piracy. If you are looking for books or robots, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into any traps. Time goes back to 5 minutes ago. Su Chen and Xing Meng's jumps were very stable, and their takeoff and landing postures were perfect. It's hard to believe that such a well-rounded athlete is just a newcomer. Seeing Xing Meng flying and jumping, Turkey Brother exclaimed again. Bang! The Xing Meng landed, the car body returned to the right position, and the launch started smoothly. However, analyst MacArthur frowned. I thought I heard an unusual friction sound just now. Host, did you hear that? Turkey was stunned. No? MacArthur still felt something was wrong. He has been a track analyst for over 60 years. He was even more sensitive to the sounds of racing machinery than many of the top drivers in major clubs. He was sure that the fleeting sound was abnormal. Please keep the camera on this pair of contestants. He made a request to Turkey Brother. Brother Turkey didn't have any objection. After all, the two professional players were still on the gravel road, and the potholes were really nothing to look at. Su Chen and Xing Meng are now also seeded players to win the championship. It's totally fine to give it more shots. Next, Su Chen and Xing Meng seemed to have no problems in the camera, but Su Chen's handling of the curves was obviously much more conservative. Until the last jump before the finish line. With the same skillful vehicle control, MacArthur frowned again the moment he landed. This time he was sure that the strange noise did exist and it was not a misjudgment on his part. After landing, Xing Meng spun into a sharp right turn. At this moment there was a loud bang. Everyone heard it. Turkey Brother paused holding the mineral water bottle, and MacArthur's breathing stopped. In the audience, Queen suddenly stood up. At this moment, in front of the big screen, all the audience's eyes were focused on Xing Meng. They watched as Xing Meng's car body sank to the right, and she swayed helplessly left and right on the track, the wheels rubbing sparks on the ground, and then the left tire burst. Both wheels sank and came into contact with the track, and the friction sound of metal against the ground was so sharp that it hurt people's ears. Tire blowout, a less common but not uncommon accident during racing. This usually happens when the driver is not skilled enough and is not proficient in many technical movements, resulting in excessive wear of the tires. Also, the track conditions were too bad, and the tires equipped on the machine could not adapt to the track conditions. Another possibility is that you may encounter sharp objects on the track and directly puncture your tires. The third situation is relatively rare because before the race, there will be professional logistics girls to inspect the entire track. Of course, it is impossible to avoid it completely. For example, it is entirely possible that rocks falling from a mountaintop could create very sharp spikes on the track. There is no doubt that the current situation at Xing Meng is that the road conditions are too bad, resulting in tire blowouts. If a car has a flat tire, the normal solution is for the driver to slow down slowly and let the car stop in a safe area of the track and wait for a tow truck. If you brake suddenly, it will not only cause the robot to lose control and encounter more dangerous situations, but it will also cause greater damage to the wheels of the robot. What a shame, Turkey sighed and shook his head. The track for this Binzhou City Championship is truly bizarre. It's a new track set by the Xingguan Club. While they've added over 30 kilometers of gravel, they've eliminated 3 consecutive hairpin turns. So, the difficulty is about the same as other city championships, just a little picky. MacArthur sighed with regret as he watched Xing Meng gradually slow down. When the tire blew out, Su Chen didn't brake suddenly. This shows that he's either experienced or has the ability to remain calm in the face of danger. This pair of players could definitely be strong contenders for the championship. It's such a pity. The dust seems to have settled, and even many viewers feel regretful. In the city championship dominated by professional riders, Su Chen and Xing Meng are undoubtedly a brighter shooting star. He has won the hearts of many viewers with his smooth handling and skillful cornering techniques. However, just as Turkey Brother and MacArthur fell. Boom! The roar of the engine suddenly exploded. As if he was not convinced. Xingmeng, which had been gradually slowing down, suddenly accelerated again, dragging its two wheels as it sped along the track. What's going on? They want to continue the race? Turkey was dumbfounded, staring at the screen and stuttering. The wheels are rubbing against the track. That must be painful for the girl, right? Could it be that contestant Su Chin is forcing her to keep running? It's possible. MacArthur's face darkened. We're not far from the finish line. It's entirely possible that contestant Su Chin won't give up the race, so he's forcing the car. Brother Turkey immediately ordered, "Quick, send a high-speed drone to catch up and see." In the audience, Jessica and Queen looked equally unhappy. What a jerk. How could you treat your own mecha-girl like this? It's just a city tournament. It's not like you can't participate in 6 months. Is it really that serious? Jessica crossed her arms over her chest, shaking with anger. She is also the driver. Although she has very few competitions to participate in. But he also takes good care of his own machine and never misses the monthly maintenance. She couldn't bear to see Xingmeng being forced to continue speeding despite having a flat tire. The damaged wheel hub can be repaired. But it was like the rubbing of bones against the ground, a painful memory that could never be repaired. Once experienced, the girl would remember it for the rest of her life. Queen clenched her fists as she watched Xingmeng speeding on the track. She and Jessica have different opinions. Su Chan is not that kind of person. She murmured to herself, her voice so soft that only she could hear it. This race should be what Xingmeng wanted to win. This race is her gift to the pilots, a medal she got up from the ground and put on herself. Jessica has never gotten along with Su Chan and Xingmeng. But she did. She knew Xingmeng's story. She understood how persistent Xingmeng was. So her first move was not to question Su Chen and Xingmeng's decision, but to turn and stare at Jessica, call my medical team and logistics team, and have them wait at the finish line. Ah! Jessica was stunned with her mouth wide open. Within 3 minutes. Queen said calmly, within 3 minutes, I want to see them reach the destination and see them give Su Chen and Xingmeng the most thorough treatment. If they can do that, I will cooperate with your subsequent modification work, sign a waiver agreement, and have no further objections. Is there such a good thing? After a brief surprise, Jessica immediately trotted off to make a phone call. She didn't want to care about the relationship between Queen and contestant number 22. After all, wasn't she working like a slave for Queen every day just to make her cooperate with the modification? After all, the regulations of the Aircraft Protection Association cannot force aircraft girls. However, every policy has its own countermeasure. Regulations are regulations, and there are still many loopholes in them. For example, Disclaimer Agreement. Chapter 48, Timely Support. The high-speed drone struggled to keep up with the speeding Stardream. Although the two rear wheels were rubbing against each other wildly on the track, the speed of Xingmeng did not drop much, and it still maintained an average speed of about 170 to 180 kilometers. The situation inside the Stardream cockpit appeared on the electronic screen in front of the audience seats. Su Chen was seen saying something with a pale face. From his actions, it was obvious that he was trying his best to stop Xingmeng. But Xingmeng just gritted her teeth and rushed forward. Even if Su Chen took his hands off the steering wheel and his feet off the accelerator. Is Xingmeng driving automatically? Brother Turkey was dumbfounded. He was already filled with righteous indignation and ready to criticize Su Chen. It turned out that it wasn't that Su Chen didn't stop the car. But the girl doesn't want to stop. This mecha-girl, what a strong will. MacArthur's eyes widened, he held his breath, his voice trembling. You know what? A blown tire on a mecha-girl is like a human leg rubbing against the ground at high speed. Most mecha-girls would instantly pass out from the pain, but she actually endured the excruciating pain and continued racing? The audience stared at Xingmeng in amazement. From a drone's perspective, the girl arched her back in pain, her legs cramped unnaturally, and tears welled up in her eyes. But even in such pain, she still gritted her teeth and persisted. Until she fainted from the pain. Everyone stared at the big screen in silence, feeling as if something was blocking their chest and making them uncomfortable. The audience seats, which should have been noisy, were now so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. On the track, Xingmeng crossed the finish line. After Xingmeng fell into coma, Su Chen immediately slowed down and braked. After all, he and Xingmeng had a bond contract, and he only had 40% control over the car. Only now could he brake and slowly drive Xingmeng into the safe zone. But before he could stop steadily. Because of the continuous damage, the Star Dream, which has exhausted its endurance, has automatically stopped its deployment. Su Chen picked up the girl who was soaked all over and subconsciously looked at her bare feet. Her originally white and cute soles were now covered with wounds. It cracked into pieces as if it had been burned by fire. The cracks spread from the soles of the feet to the entire calves, like a piece of porcelain that had been broken in half and would shatter into pieces with just the slightest touch. Su Chen felt a lump in his throat, and holding back his tears, he ran down the track holding Xingmeng's small body. "Doctor," he yelled, his voice breaking. "Where's the medical team? Where's the logistics? Help!" The hoarse roar continued throughout the entire track finish line. Echoing in front of the parking lot, a symbol of honor. The logistics team and the medical team are still on the track. A staff member saw Su Chen running around with Xingmeng and quickly responded, "We are short of manpower at the moment. Please wait a moment." "Why are we short of manpower?" Su Chen glared at him. "Now my robot girl is injured, but she can't get treatment from the rescue team." "Is this how you hold competitions? Because it's not just your scooter that has a flat tire." A driver who had already reached the finish line after starting early laughed wryly. "This track is really weird. 2 scooters have flat tires right now at the gravel exit. The medical team is over there. Fuck." Su Chen cursed angrily. Holding Xingmeng, he ran out of the competition area. There was no medical team here, so he took Xingmeng to a treatment center outside the competition area. It was a quick taxi ride there, better than waiting here. Just then, there was the sound of a rapidly approaching propeller. A helicopter came above Su Chen's head. Following the lowered rope, 2 healing mecha girls wearing white coats and with crescent cross emblems on their chests came down. One of the mecha girls waved to Su Chen. "Mr. Su Chen, please come here." Su Chen didn't have time to think about where these 2 healing mecha girls came from. He said thank you and hugged Xingmeng over. After getting on the helicopter, Xingmeng was taken to the rear cabin for preliminary wound treatment. Su Chen saw Queen and a short-haired woman who was obviously dressed as an assistant. "Queen, what's going on?" "This is the medical team from the Voice of the Night, boy." Jessica looked Su Chen up and down with a scrutinizing look in her eyes. "Is this the guy who is obsessed with Queen, who usually has a sullen face towards everyone?" "There is nothing special about him except that he is handsome." The girl doesn't look at the face. "As for technology, it's indeed okay. It depends on who you compare yourself to. There is still a big gap between me and the young lady." Jessica frowned, feeling unhappy no matter how she looked at it. "Unfortunately, I can't find a reason for the attack." After all, it was not Su Chen who forced Xingmeng to run in the race just now. It was Xingmeng who insisted on finishing the race. Moreover, after Xingmeng had a flat tire, Su Chen's handling of the situation was comparable to that of a professional driver. Su Chen ignored Jessica and looked at Queen with a questioning look. Queen nodded to Su Chen. "This is my medical team. Don't worry, Xingmeng's problem isn't serious. It won't affect future competitions. That's not what I'm concerned about." Su Chen glanced at the tightly closed medical hatch behind the helicopter, pursed his lips, and said hurriedly, "I want to know if it will affect my body and if there will be any sequelae or something." Queen's stern expression softened upon hearing this, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her lips. "There won't be any sequelae, especially for a brave mecha girl like Xingmeng. A little pain won't be a big deal to her." That's good, that's good." Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. His originally tense body collapsed on the seat as if a string had suddenly broken. Only then did he feel the pain in his back. He also felt uncomfortable after the bumpy ride. "Thank you so much today, Queen," he said sincerely. "If your medical team hadn't arrived in time, I would have had to carry Xingmeng to the hospital outside the stadium today, which would have delayed me a lot." "Yeah, you should thank me." The Queen slowly adjusted the wrinkles on her skirt and said with a smile, "After all, Xingmeng's condition will cost a lot of money to repair." "If I remember correctly, you don't seem to have any money?" Su Chen gave an embarrassed smile. "He really has no money. I will find a way to return the money to you. Please help Xingmeng recover. Money means nothing to me." Queen snorted softly, glanced at Jessica beside her, then leaned over to Su Chen's ear and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. You and Xingmeng continue to live at my house. I'll cook, she'll wash the dishes, and you'll be responsible for cleaning up McFlurry's poop. 3 months, just 1 month will be enough. That way you can pay me back. Su Chen knew that this was Queen's good intention. He didn't refuse or act pretentiously, but nodded and said, no problem. Queen smiled with satisfaction. The smile disappeared in a flash as he turned around. When facing Jessica, he turned into that world-weary face again. Jessica pricked up her ears but still couldn't hear what Queen and Su Chen were discussing in secret. She could only glance at Su Chen curiously, then thought about Queen's temper, and finally chose to keep her mouth shut. Turn a blind eye. Just pretend you didn't see anything. At the same time, at the city championship, the competition is still going on. Just left the gravel road stage. Zhueying, who had been silent all this time, suddenly looked gloomy. Master, I'm afraid we're in big trouble. Her usually calm voice was now noticeably flustered. My tire wear is now already 20%. Chapter 49, Flying Jump Error. This gravel road is really disgusting. Yuming's face darkened. This is the first time I have encountered a situation where the tire loss exceeds 20% before the end of the race. After all, it was just a 250 km city championship, and he used standard performance tires instead of wear-resistant tires for the Shadow Chaser. At the beginning of the race, the host announced that the gravel stage, which was originally more than 10 km long, would be increased to 50 km. By that time, there was no time to replace the worn tires. Slow down to save the tire, Yuming said helplessly, 20% is already a risk of a blowout. But Zhueying gritted his teeth unwillingly. Don't worry, slowing down won't have much of an impact on our results. Yuming consoled with a smile. This 50-kilometer gravel road treats everyone equally. It doesn't matter if it's Su Chen or Su Che, aren't their tires worn out? I don't believe they'd risk a flat tire just to keep speeding up. Besides, the drivers themselves know how painful it is to have a flat tire rubbing against the wheel hub. Zhueying pondered over Yuming's words and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. It's like an exam that suddenly becomes more difficult, and it's the same for all candidates. Everyone is unhappy and their grades are not good, but the top few in the class are still the top few and there will be no change. But what if there are such stubborn pilots and pilot girls? Yuming shook his head and scoffed. Any driver who forces a driver to continue racing even with a flat tire should expect to be arbitrated by the Aviation Insurance Association. The minimum penalty is a 3-year suspension, forced termination of the contract, and a fine. As for the mech-girl, he paused, unable to come up with a scenario that matched her. Who would be so foolish? It's just a city tournament, is that her whole life? She can participate in this kind of competition twice a year. Wow, that's right. Zhueying couldn't imagine this situation. If it were a national-level competition, there might be girls who would fight hard for victory and honor. But it's just a city championship. There's really no need to make a big fuss. Thinking of this, she felt at ease and slowed down a bit under Yuming's control. After all, the finish line was not far away. At the same time, Su Che and Feng He also left the gravel road. Compared to other mecha girls crying and yelling on the gravel road, Feng He seemed very calm. Even a little unsatisfied. This is due to her excellent stability and heavy, thick, wear-resistant tires. Of course, it also has a lot to do with her hobby. After all, this hobby allows her to get off the gravel road faster, which in turn reduces tire wear. Luckily, I listened to the modification team's advice and replaced your tires with more wear-resistant ones yesterday. Su Che sighed in relief as he looked at the gravel road receding in the rearview mirror. This is outrageous. What idiot designed a 50-kilometer-long, broken road? My butt is sore from all that shaking. Master, hold on a little longer. We're almost at the finish line. Compared to when he was whipped before, Feng He has now returned to his usual gentle appearance, but he still did not forget to tease Su Che. Your butt won't hurt for long. When we get back, I will give it a good rub myself, master. Well, that's better not to do that. Su Che touched his nose with a red face. He had a very strange feeling. It was as if today's track was designed specifically for him and Feng He. Feng He is not good at continuous bends, so there are far fewer hairpin turns in this race. The special road surface that Feng He is more proficient in is a full 50 kilometers long this time. There was no time to think about it, and soon we arrived at the first jump after the gravel road. Master, 150 meters ahead, flying uphill, remember to reduce the gas. 150 meters passed in the blink of an eye. Suche jumped as usual and adjusted the body of the Thingha to land. But after landing, he frowned and muttered to himself, I feel very awkward today. I'm not as flexible as before. The tires are too heavy. Fenghe's expression was not quite right. Master, did the modification team really replace our tires with Type 3 wear resistant tires yesterday? The feeling I got during the jump just now was more like a 20 kg Type 2 wear resistant tire. Among the standard wear resistant tires of the Star Crown Club, Type 2 is 3 kg heavier than Type 3 and has a wear resistance that is about 20% higher. But he clearly remembered that when he changed the tire, the label on the tire said it was Type 3. Thingha, are you sure the weight is wrong? Well, I didn't feel it during normal driving, Fenghe said quietly, but the feeling was very obvious the moment I jumped. It's definitely not a Type 3 wear resistant tire. It's too heavy. Damn it. Suche's face was gloomy. He was almost certain that the modification team had taken the wrong tire. He should have done a thorough inspection before the race instead of relying solely on the modification team's inspection. Master, it's not a big problem. Fenghe was still comforting Suche, the extra unsprung mass will make my car's response sluggish. We will need to make some adjustments to the flying jumps later. After all, we are not familiar with the weight. I know. Suche nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the next more difficult flying jump corner combination appeared in sight. Master. 100 meters, big flying slope, left after leaving the ground, and then right turn after landing. Fenghe's voice was urgent, and Suche responded immediately. He tapped the brakes lightly, keeping the speed at 170 km per hour. This was not the highest takeoff speed he usually practiced. Instead, the takeoff speed was reduced by 10 km to accommodate the weight. The moment Fenghe's front wheel touched the jumping point, he decisively released the brake, stepped on the accelerator pedal with his right foot, and maintained an opening of about 25%. Bang! The front wheels left the ground and the Thingha body became airborne. Suche felt the sense of weightlessness, and the seatbelt was tightly around his chest. Flying jumps were a routine move for a professional driver like him, but he still had too little track experience. The unfamiliarity brought on by the increased tire weight was constantly increasing, and a drop of cold sweat fell on his forehead. During the brief moment of being in the air, Suche keenly noticed something unusual. The Thingha's pitch angle is larger than usual, and the rear end of the vehicle is noticeably lowered. Heavy tires change the distribution of the vehicle's moment of inertia, making it difficult to control the vehicle's posture in the air. He instinctively pushed the steering wheel forward. Tried to correct the body posture by using the air resistance of the front wheels, but the effect was minimal. Bang! The rear wheel hit the asphalt road first, and the sound of the tire hitting the ground resounded like thunder throughout the track. Immediately afterwards, the front wheel touched the ground and the entire car bounced violently. An inexplicable feeling of panic made Suche tremble with fear. The heavy tires of the Thingha produced greater uneven ground pressure at the moment of landing. The ground pressure of the left rear wheel is completely asymmetrical with that of the right rear wheel. This asymmetric load instantly destroyed the dynamic balance of the Thingha vehicle. If he were an experienced professional driver, he could resolve this imbalance through temporary reactions. But unfortunately, he is not. He panicked. There are only 80 meters left to the right turn after the slope. Suche must complete braking and turning preparations within this distance. This would have been a simple matter for him, provided Fenghe landed smoothly. He pressed the brake pedal hard and the ABS system worked like crazy. But heavier tires reduce braking effectiveness. The braking distance was approximately 5 meters longer than expected. These 5 meters meant that he and Fenghe could not turn at the ideal turning point. It's over. Suche's heart sank and his mind went blank. Faced with the oncoming curve, he was forced to turn in advance. At this time, Fenghe had not yet completely escaped the imbalance of the rear wheels, and she began to lose grip. The swing angle of the rear end of the car is getting larger and larger. Suche immediately reversed the steering wheel, but it was too late. The body of the Thingha car has entered an uncontrollable drifting state, the rear wheels have completely lost grip, and the entire car has begun to rotate 360 degrees. The mech-girl who had been silent and calm in front seemed to have realized what was going to happen. All the protective measures in the cockpit popped out instantly, protecting Suche behind him. Fenghe. Suche's body fell into the protective bag and he shouted in panic. The world was spinning, and he could only see the guardrail on the outside of the track coming towards him. Bang! Chapter 50, Who is the champion? Xingming, you disappoint me so much. I spent so much money on all the modifications I put on you, and yet you couldn't even place in the city championship. I'm sorry, Master. It's Xingming who is so useless. I won't make things difficult for you. Let's go to the Aircraft Insurance Association to terminate the contract and go our separate ways. No, can you give Xingming another chance? Xingming will definitely work harder next time. There's no chance. Her hand was shaken away forcefully, and Xingming stared blankly at the man's receding back. Fear and helplessness swallowed her up instantly like a huge mouth of the abyss that was ready to devour anyone. Master, don't go. You said you wouldn't abandon Xingming. She stretched her hand forward, but couldn't grab the corner of the man's clothes. She stumbled forward, trying to catch up, but no matter how hard she tried, there was always an invisible wall between her and the man. My feet hurt so much, it was suffocating, and every step felt like walking on a knife edge. She gradually became weak and fell to the ground. In the vision blurred by tears, the man finally disappeared. Master! Master! Xingming opened her eyes, and the soft white light dispelled the cold darkness. What came into view was an unfamiliar ceiling, and the air was filled with the smell of maintenance fluid. Maintenance fluids are generally only found in mecha treatment centers and maintenance centers. But a huge sadness still lingers in my heart. Xingming stared at the ceiling blankly, not reacting for a long time. Xingming? Until Su Chen's voice sounded. There was suddenly a hint of focus in Xingming's empty eyes. Like a spark that suddenly bursts out from a burning charcoal fire. She turned her head and saw Su Chen lying on the edge of the bed, his hair messy like a bird's nest, looking like he had just woken up. Her right hand was being tightly held by Su Chen's hand, and it seemed that it had been held for a long time. The coldness in the body quickly receded like the tide, and warmth began to spread from the clenched hands to the whole body, and the stiff limbs finally regained consciousness. Su Chen slept very late last night. I just woke up when I heard Xingming's voice. Xingming, you're finally awake. He looked at the girl with a pale face, and his heart ached again. He held Xingming's hand a little tighter. How is it? Do you still feel uncomfortable? Xingming blinked and her eyes fell on Su Chen's slightly haggard face and the bloodshot in the corners of his eyes. She gently raised her other hand and finally touched Su Chen's face. Nightmares and reality are separated at the moment they touch. A relieved smile appeared on Xingming's face. Master, are you always by my side? Her voice was soft, weak, and a little hoarse. Yeah. Su Chen let Xingming's hand caress his stubbled face and nodded. The doctor said she gave you a special medicine, but you'll be dazed when you wake up and might be scared, so she asked me to stay with you. That's good. Xingming moved her lips. The unshed tears from the nightmare slid down from the corners of her eyes as her eyelashes fluttered. It turned out to be just a dream. Dreams are indeed the opposite of what they actually are. Why are you crying again? Did you have a nightmare? Su Chen hurriedly took a wet wipe to wipe the tears from Xingming's face. I didn't have a nightmare. Xingming looked away slightly, pouting and whispering, I dreamed. I dreamed that Master said he wanted to sign a spiritual contract with me, but I knew it was just a dream. How could Master just sign a spiritual contract with a mech-girl? Sign. Su Chen immediately replied, sign now. Sign a shit. Queen pushed the door open and came in, her eyes glancing at Xingming's bare feet. Seeing that the wound had almost healed, she relaxed her tense shoulders almost imperceptibly. Then she squinted at Su Chen and said, Xingming just woke up and is still very weak. You want to sign a spiritual contract? What? Are you afraid she'll run away? Or why not just tie her to you and hang her on you? Su Chen smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to speak. Now Queen is his creditor, and he really doesn't know what the process of signing a spiritual contract is. Sister Queen, it's okay. Xingming propped herself up and wanted to excuse Su Chen, but was pushed back by Queen the next second. A pilot's mind core can only be extracted once in a lifetime, and it's very draining. You'd better heal your injuries first. It won't take a few days. She reached out and tapped Xingming's forehead, saying unhappily, both the pilot and the pilot are impatient. No wonder you two are a couple. After saying that, she took out a copy of the League Daily and placed it on the bedsheet in front of Su Chen. Here, the results of the city championship are out. I'm out now. Su Chen moved the newspaper away and smiled. I don't care much about grades or anything like that. As long as Xingming is okay, that's all that matters. Queen tooted, just because you don't value it doesn't mean your mecha-girl doesn't value it. Su Chen subconsciously glanced at Xingming and saw that Xingming was staring at the newspaper in a daze with burning eyes. Although the tire burst near the finish line, Xingming's speed dropped sharply in the final stretch, which undoubtedly affected the results. It is impossible for the competition organizer to give Xingming extra points just because Xingming had a flat tire. This is unfair to other players. Therefore, he no longer had any expectations about the results of yesterday's city championship, and he had no regrets. Both he and Xingming tried their best and burned themselves out. And there was no feedback from the nebula in my mind, which meant that I did not make it into the top 3 in the city championship. However, seeing that Xingming seemed to care a lot about the results, Su Chen still opened the league daily report dated yesterday. What catches the eye is a row of large characters that take up half of the layout. Binzhou City Championship unexpectedly wins. Below is a photo of the car collection station. Yuming, Zhueying, Suche and Fenghe took second and third place respectively. But the position of champion is empty. How to say it? Su Chen was stunned. Is it possible that there is no champion in this competition yet? Su Chen continued to read. Hello everyone, I am the host of the City Championship Turkey Brother. This race features all new rules and a new track, making it one of the most twisted city championship level tracks we've encountered in years. Some newcomers retired early on this track, some veteran players were forced to leave before reaching the finish line, and even professional drivers could not avoid mistakes. But in such a fierce competition, there was a pair of players who emerged as newcomers and won the championship. The driver seems to have extensive track experience and his driving skills are comparable to those of a professional driver. His driver was even more brave and fearless, showing her competitive spirit and track honor to the fullest. Even when her 2 rear tires were flat, she still dragged the wheels and rushed to the finish line. That's right. I believe that the audience present and those who have watched the live broadcast already know the answer. The champion of this city championship. It's the pilot Su Chen and his pilot girl Xingming. Even though they didn't come to receive the championship trophy due to injuries, I believe it doesn't matter. Because trophies will be covered in dust and tracks will be renovated, only the wheels that roll over thorns when chasing dreams can leave an immortal mark in time. At last. Congratulations again to Su Chen and Xingming for winning the championship of this city championship. Snap. A tear fell on the newspaper. Su Chen looked up and found that Xingming had come to his side without him noticing. There were big tears in the big blue eyes. Master. Her voice was trembling, unbelievable, and cautious, as if she was touching an unattainable dream. Is this true? We are the champions? Without waiting for Su Chen to speak. Queen has already answered this question first. She snapped her fingers. At the door, Jessica walked in breathlessly, holding the heavy championship trophy. It was placed on the table with a thud. Congratulations, Mr. Su Chen and Miss Xingming. Queen narrowed her eyes and smiled. You are the champions. Chapter 51 Little Pill. Winning the championship was a real surprise and worth celebrating. But there was one thing Su Chen couldn't understand, why he and Xingming could be the champions. Are Yuming and Su Che so close? He and Xingming both had flat tires, so how could these 2 professional racers still give up the championship? Could it be that Zhueying and Fenghe also had a flat tire? Turning to the other side of the newspaper, he quickly found out why. Yuming, a professional racer from K-City, said, the track design is outrageous. They don't treat the runners as human beings at all. I will never come to Binzhou City to participate in any competition again. The detailed report below explains that after Yuming and Zhueying left the gravel stage, they reduced their speed to around 170 km per hour to avoid tire blowouts. Their final race result was an average speed of 208 km per hour, with a time of 72 minutes and 7 seconds, slightly behind him and Xingming, who had an average speed of 209 km per hour and a time of 71 minutes and 58 seconds. After reading Yuming and Zhueying's reports, Su Chen felt ashamed. After all, Yuming protected Zhueying, but he failed to protect Xingming. He glanced awkwardly at Xingming, who was reading the newspaper with him, but the girl just shook her cat ears and smiled sweetly at him. You wouldn't know unless you read the report, but after reading Su Chen's explanation, it seems reasonable. Xingming's speed is 63, while Zhueying's is 62. The difference is reflected in the burst, with Zhueying's burst being 66 and Xingming's only 39. However, there are not many corners in this city championship, which means that Zhu Ying's burst of speed is not fully utilized, and the impact of tire protection is also a factor. If they were to race on a track with more bends, he and Xingmeng would probably not be a match for Yuming and Zhu Ying. As for the professional racers Su Che and Feng He of Star Crown T3, they had many regrets. Star Crown Club T3 ace Su Che stated, "The mistake was caused by a wrong tire replacement, or it may have been manipulated by Capital, and the investigation is underway." Su Che and Feng He made mistakes when passing the last flying jump and sharp right turn combination. But he is a professional driver after all, and he handles danger better than ordinary drivers. He is not like Wang Tingting and Jin Xian, who were unable to drive after being hit. After hitting the guardrail, Feng He, who was thick-skinned and strong, did not lose the ability to continue the game. The two returned to the track, but the time lost due to mistakes made them miss the championship. In the end, Su Che and Feng He achieved an average speed of 205 km per hour and a time of 73 minutes and 11 seconds. Su Chen had never seen the attributes of the Fenghe mech-girl. But seeing the various muscle car features when the wind crane is unfolded, it must be very durable? Although there was a lot of drama, Xingming and I deserved the championship this time. Su Chen put down the newspaper and sighed with mixed feelings. But next time, it won't be that easy. We can never build victory on the mistakes of others. Hey, Xingming didn't hear what Su Chen said at all. She was hugging the huge gold-plated trophy, rubbing her pretty face against it and kissing it from time to time. This trophy was not just a simple proof of her own identity for her. It is also a souvenir of her and Su Chen's first victory. Her and Su Chen's names are engraved under the trophy. It sparkles with gold and shines brighter than the sun in the sky. We'll talk about it next time. This is the reward for the city tournament. Queen gave Jessica a look, and Jessica sighed and dragged 2 more suitcases in. One of the suitcases was opened, revealing neatly stacked banknotes. In the other suitcase were 3 primary star elements with radiant attributes and a capsule-shaped medicine. 100,000. Queen crossed her arms and curled her lips. Honestly, this little prize money for the champion of an official competition is a bit stingy, but the other things are pretty good. 3 primary star coins are just enough for Xingming to upgrade from C to B. As for this capsule, she picked up the small red pill from the suitcase. This is a training memory pill made by Star God Technology. It can provide the mecha-girl with a training memory of a top-level mecha-girl, helping her improve a certain aspect of her ability. This pill increases her burst. Su Chen stared at the small pill in shock. Experience pill? What experience pill? Queen rolled her eyes. This thing is very powerful, but you can't take too much, only 1 pill per month at most. Because the pills contain the training memories of other mecha-girls, they will affect the mecha-girls who take them, and taking too much will cause memory confusion. A 1-month interval between doses is safe, does not put too much mental pressure, and provides enough time for memory integration. Su Chen understood. When he was a child, he was a poor student and often dreamed of whether he could lend him the brain of a top student. This little pill and borrowing a brain have the same effect, and it is an epiphany in another sense. Will this have any side effects? Su Chen took the pill and could clearly see photons similar to the DNA spiral structure rotating and flashing in the pill. No side effects if taken at normal dosage, Queen said confidently. This stuff is very expensive. You can only get it by participating in official competitions or at certain auctions. Don't worry about taking it. Otherwise, the training time required to improve the performance of the mecha-girl will be too long. Have you eaten it too? Su Chen looked at Queen. Of course. Queen frowned slightly and suddenly tilted her head. Hiss, when did I take this training pill before? Su Chen stared at Queen's face and narrowed his eyes. Queen told him that there seemed to be some problems with her memory. Could it be related to this memory training pill? It is difficult for ordinary drivers and mecha-girls to get this pill. But is it difficult for the huge and powerful voice of the night group? Assuming a once-a-month dosage is safe, will they give Queen the safe dosage? Anyway, he didn't plan to give this pill to Xingmeng. Just find an auction to sell it, and use the money to buy modification materials for Xingmeng. He cannot trust things he is not familiar with. For Xingming's safety, he only trusts his own modifications. Okay, Queen, if you can't think of it, forget it. He interrupted Queen's memories, fearing that it would stimulate Queen's brain and cause something bad to happen. Now that I'm the tournament champion and a tuner, I have some say. I can try what I promised you before. Queen's eyes lit up when she heard this. She no longer worried about the training pills, but just looked at Su Chen steadily. Recalling her first encounter, she was just curious about Su Chen's identity as a tuner and driver. Because in her circle, there is no one who is both a tuner and a driver. So she took the initiative to visit Su Chen's modification shop. After that, she had a special feeling towards Su Chen, just like a ship lost in the fog found a lighthouse. It was a feeling of knowing a close friend. She consulted many other tuners, both unknown and well-known. But those modifiers all think that the modification plan of Voice of the Night is perfect, and expressed envy and recognition of her modification. But only Su Chen raised questions. She still remembers Su Chen's expression when he saw the modification plan of Voice of Night. He was stunned at first, then frowned for a long time. When his brows relaxed, the seriousness on his face finally turned into a disdainful sneer. Su Chen didn't care how powerful these modifications were or how much they cost. He only cared about how she could be more comfortable, freer, and what she preferred. So, Queen has been paying attention to the movements of Su Chen and Xing Meng. When they were homeless, she immediately reappeared in front of them like an NPC. Now Su Chen is finally ready to confront the Voice of the Night modification team. She had been looking forward to it, but at this moment she hesitated and became worried about Su Chen's decision. Are you ready? Those are all recognized masters in the circle. Master? Su Chen was speechless and even wanted to laugh. He is China's chief racing car tuner. Even though in this world, he is nothing. But what kind of people could those masters be who could transform Queen into what she is now? In the circle of tuners, there is only one truth: technology is the bottom line. No need to prepare. Su Chen said lightly, we can start at any time. Chapter 52, so-called Fairness 2-in-1. Northern Wolf Headquarters, T2 Team Activity Area Office. Boss, have you finished watching the video? How was it? Li Yini raised her head, the shock still in her eyes. Amazing. She gave a thumbs up. Are you sure Su Chen and Xing Meng are newcomers? That's awesome. Both their skills and personal qualities are excellent, especially this mecha-girl named Xing Meng, hiss. The image of the girl on the machine dragging two wheels speeding on the track appeared in her mind again, and she couldn't help but get goosebumps all over her body. This kid really treats the city championship as a world-class competition and is fighting hard. Is that so? Yuming sat down opposite Li Yini and sighed. When the results came out, Zhueying and I weren't convinced, but after watching the video, we were completely convinced. You know Zhueying's personality. It's hard to find an opponent who can make her keep silent. Before, she always looked unconvinced and looked down upon T1 Acedongzi. Su Chen and Xing Meng do have great potential. I will report this to the manager. Perhaps he can become the final piece of the puzzle for our team? A glimmer of hope ignited in Li Yini's heart. Now Northern Wolf T2 urgently needs to achieve good results in provincial competitions. Whether it is a team competition or an individual competition. If they are crushed by T1 again, they may face a ruling from the Northern Wolves Club. There are generally two outcomes: either they are split up, with some eliminated, or some sent to T1 as starters or substitutes. Or everyone can disband and find another way. As the captain, Li Yini dreams that Wolf T2 can survive and reach higher heights together, so that every team member can have a bright future. But the cruel reality is, in recent years, Wolves T2 has been declining. The individual points and team points of the players are always a little short of each other. They can't even reach the threshold of the provincial competition, and the gap with T1 is getting bigger and bigger. The iron rule for participating in the provincial competition Cannon Lake Rally is that the team members' individual competition points must reach 12 points, and the team competition points must reach 64 points. The champion of the city championship will only get 1 point. The champion of the city Car King competition will get 2 points. There are 5 provincial qualifiers, and the top 3 in each game will get 3 points, 2 points, and 1 point respectively. Both individuals and teams must meet the standards, neither can be neglected. Now Wolves are T2, but they are missing a player. If this hole is not filled, how can the team meet the points requirement? It's simply a pipe dream. This time, Yuming brought Zhueying to participate in the Binzhou City Championship, not only to obtain the blessing of the Star God, but also for that 1 point. He did his homework before the game, and the only opponent he needed to pay attention to was Su Che. It should have been a sure win, but who could have thought that Su Chen and Xing Meng, a pair of dark horses, would emerge halfway and snatch the championship in such a brutal and stunning way? Are you feeling uncomfortable? That was really uncomfortable. But when he thought that Su Chen might very well become his buddy, Yu Ming's frustration disappeared and was replaced by strong anticipation. Okay, boss, I'll be waiting for your good news. Be sure to talk to the manager. Yu Ming stood up, and thinking about the future that this might revitalize for T2, he couldn't help but smile. Then, Jue Ying and I will go train first. Other cities will also be holding city tournaments soon, and Jue Ying and I will quickly get that 1 point this year. Okay, go ahead. Watching the door close gently, Li Yini took a deep breath. Li Pingji voluntarily quit the team and went to T1 as a substitute. Now that I think about it, it might be a blessing in disguise. At least the spot is vacant. The strength and character displayed by Su Chen and Xing Meng are much more dazzling than Li Pingji. The fresh blood and fighting spirit brought by the newcomers may really be able to completely revitalize the lifeless wolf T2? Recruiting new team members requires submitting a report. Li Yini has already thought of the wording. Su Chen and Xing Meng have too many and obvious advantages, so writing this report is extremely easy. However, just as her fingertips were about to hit the send button, the door was knocked again. Club manager Zhang Baochuan walked in with an overly enthusiastic smile on his face. Manager, I was looking for you for something. You came just in time. Li Yini was about to show the video to the manager first. But when she looked up, she saw that there was someone following the manager, a young man with glaring yellow hair, his hands in his pockets, and an impatient look on his face. Captain Li, I have some good news, really great news. Zhang Baochuan said without hesitation, pushing the yellow-haired young man behind him forward, straight to Li Yini's desk. Aren't we in Northern Wolves T2 short of a player? Look, my nephew. He's been in the top 3 in underground tournaments several times. He's a real potential player. Ah? Li Yini's eyes moved back and forth between Huang Mao's face full of hostility and the manager's smiling face. He was stunned for several seconds before he suddenly realized that this yellow-haired guy was a reserve player forced in by the manager. What? Huang Mao said with a look of arrogance and insolence, it's a blessing for you Northern Wolves that I, a genius, join you. Don't be so shameless. Hurry up and complete the formalities for me. Su Che, you disappoint me. The atmosphere in the Star Crown Club office was depressing. Su Che sat across from the desk. Facing the man's scrutinizing gaze, he lowered his head and twisted his fingers. After a long while, he managed to tremble and say, I'm sorry, brother. I made a mistake. It's my fault. If it's not your problem, could it be my problem? Su Che's brother, the T1 ace of Star Crown and also the owner of Star Crown Club, Su Lin, slammed the table loudly. I heard the sound of slamming the table. Feng Yi outside the office was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. But he could only lean against the blinds and stare at Su Che, who was being criticized at the desk. You know what? My dear brother, to make sure you win, to build momentum for you. This time I modified the track under pressure. 50 kilometers of gravel road is nothing for a highly stable mech-girl like you and Feng Yi. But you guys messed it up. Su Che raised his head in surprise, his eyes blank at first, then ignited by surging anger. Why are you doing this? He growled, stiffening his neck. You're destroying the fairness of the game. Fair? Su Lin sneered, not caring about Su Che's anger. He slowly took out a cigarette, lit it, and blew out a smoke ring frivolously, letting it slowly spread in the stagnant air. Is it fair that you have a mecha-girl that others will never get in their lifetime? Is it fair that you are born with the best training resources? Ridiculous. Naive. When you get to where I am, you realize the fairness of the game is a joke. That's nonsense. Su Che's voice turned cold. Different backgrounds, that's fate. But at least when we compete on the same stage, it should be clean. What you're doing is killing the Binjo competition. He stared at Su Lin intently. Did you have someone replace Feng Yi's tires? Yes. Su Lin nodded and flicked the ash off his cigarette. If you hadn't changed that tire, I wouldn't have made the mistake. Su Che clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Even if there wasn't that 50-kilometer gravel road, I wouldn't necessarily be a match for that guy Yu Ming. Su Che. Su Lin's voice suddenly rose. To be on the safe side, I replaced your tires with more wear-resistant ones. But despite all my considerations, I didn't expect you to be so useless that you couldn't even handle a slight increase in weight. He shrugged, his face full of contempt and sarcasm. It's very simple for me. After all, your skills are not good enough. Trash is trash. It's useless. You still want to surpass me? A loser like you wants to be the captain of T3? Suche, Suche. Su Lin stretched out his tone and pressed the burnt cigarette butt hard into the ashtray, making a sharp hiss sound, as if extinguishing Suche's last bit of fantasy. But you're my younger brother, after all. He changed the subject, his tone icy. I won't interfere in your affairs from now on. But if you keep failing to achieve the results expected of an ace, as your older brother, I'll have no choice but to take drastic measures like getting you a better mecha, one more worthy of the Star Crown racing team. Now. Su Lin pointed at the door, get out. Suche walked out of the office with his head down. Looking at Feng He running towards him, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Where is this talented young man who is the center of everyone's attention? In front of Su Lin, he was just a puppet that could be manipulated and suppressed at any time. From childhood to adulthood, he always lived under the shadow of his brother's dazzling honor. He tried desperately to prove himself, but was met with ruthless ridicule and denial time and time again. It was Feng He's company that helped him gradually come out of the shadows and rekindled his fighting spirit. But now, Su Lin actually had the idea of replacing Feng He. He couldn't accept it. Looking at Feng He's face full of concern and worry, Suche clenched his fists. He couldn't imagine it. If he fails to meet the requirements next time and Su Lin replaces Feng He will be devastated. Master. Feng He said nothing. She just held Suche in her arms, and her warm and majestic chest overwhelmed him. She knew Suche liked it, and every time she did this, she could calm him down. Crane. I want to eat the scrambled eggs with tomatoes that you made. Okay, I'll make it for you when I get home. Feng He's voice was as gentle as a feather, but you can't be sad after you eat it. She gently stroked Suche's back. Just like the countless times before when Suche buried himself in her arms and cried. Okay. Suche agreed in a low voice, wrapped his arms tightly around Feng He's waist, and buried his face deeper into the reassuring warmth, his tense nerves gradually relaxing. He won't cry anymore. He is no longer the little boy who would hide and cry after being scolded. There is only one ending between him and Su Lin. Or be completely crushed. Or, break open this cocoon and tear apart this shadow. Queen has already arranged for a modification team. But that was 3 days later. Suchen just happened to have a lot of things to do during these 3 days. For example, selling the memory training capsules, purchasing modification materials to upgrade Xingming, and Xingming can also receive the blessing of the Star God once. As soon as Xingming is able to walk, he will take Xingming there immediately. At this moment, he was lying on the hospital bed next to Xingmeng with his eyes closed. The deep nebula in my mind slowly rotated again. A new star quietly emerged from it, emitting a soft light. His mind sank into it, and in an instant, a torrent of information rushed through, eventually condensing into a line of shimmering starlight handwriting. Unlocked Talent 3, Heart of God. Good luck in the middle and college entrance exams, old gay. Chapter 53 Heart of God. God's hand, God's eye, God's heart. Su Chen felt like he was about to become a god. But don't you really consider getting a divine spear or divine tongue? If that doesn't work, God's kidney is also excellent. So what is the function of the heart of God? Su Chen touched the area where his heart was. I could clearly feel that his heart had changed. It's like a flesh and blood body replaced with a big V8. Buzz. A faint ringing sound came over me. The vision blurred and shook instantly. The silent nebula deep in my mind suddenly expanded and exploded into a dazzling star map. The star map continued to spread, with billions of stars twinkling and converging in it, outlining one gorgeous constellation after another. When Su Chen's mind curiously touched one of the constellations. Launch control. 1 catapult start expert level 1 LV5, increases starting acceleration by plus 4% per level and plus 20% at full level. 2 clutch control LV1 LV3, reduce tire slippage at start. 3 starting preload LV1 LV3, optimize suspension preload response. For torque distribution LV1 LV3, improve starting directional stability. 5 perfect start max not activated the art of launch, the ultimate in driver vehicle harmony. Requires launch start expert level 5, and clutch control, launch preload, and torque distribution all at level 3. Su Chen was stunned. Oh my, skill tree. He turned his attention back to the other nebulae. Just as he thought, it was all skill trees. Cornering control. 1 tracking brake LV1 LV3 improves deceleration efficiency when entering a corner. 2 center of bend control LV1 LV3 increase the minimum speed when cornering. 3 drift control LV1 LV3 reduce drift speed loss. For shoulder utilization LV1 LV3 more stable when passing over the shoulder. 5 max cornering control not activated, master the corners, achieving a state of unity between driver and vehicle. Requires level 3 in traction braking, corner control, drift control, and curb utilization. Drifting skills. 1 handbrake drift master. 2 power transition drift veteran. 3 brake drift master. 4 clutch kick drift veteran. 5 Scandinavia veteran. Special skills. 1 overtaking by hanging on the wall rookie. 2 blade overtaking veteran. Love, drainage channel bend rookie. 4 kiss of death rookie. 5 side wheel driving rookie. Mecha driving department. Mecha combat system. All 6 constellations are skill trees. The first 4 constellations cover almost all the technical movements of racing, including some realistic and theoretically feasible techniques. For example, overtaking by hanging on the wall. He had only seen this stuff in movies. I haven't seen anyone use it in reality. But, what are these two at the back? There are mechas in this world? The corners of Su-chan's mouth twitched slightly. He suddenly remembered that the logistics mech-girl seemed to have mentioned something when he was at Stargod while shopping before this world was once invaded by aliens, and at that time human pilots controlled the mechas deployed by the mech-girl to fight the aliens. Including the 4 star gods, they are still floating in the universe hunting down alien creatures. So, this world has mechas. But he might not need it at all. This golden finger is getting more and more awesome. Su-chan shook his head and sighed. So, there is the skill tree. What about skill points? As soon as this thought came to mind, the center of the nebula surged again. In the middle of the 6 constellations, a fiery red star appears. The star pulsed like breathing, and the distorted number 2 at its core gradually became clearer. 2 skill points? Su-chan pondered. Skill point acquisition. 1 The champion, runner-up, and third-place winners of the official tournament will receive 1 to 9 skill points, depending on the scale and difficulty of the competition. The champion of the city tournament already receives 1 skill point, which cannot be obtained again. 2 Upgrade the mech-girl, 1 skill point per level. Information about the source of skill points emerged in Su-chan's mind. He used up all the skill points he gained from upgrading Xing Meng once, and the skill points he gained from winning the city championship matched up. It only took 1 skill point to upgrade the control ability from level 1 to level 2. For special skills like overtaking on the wall, it takes 3 points to upgrade from rookie to veteran. But in the long run, there will be so many competitions in the future, and Xingmen will have to upgrade so many levels. In addition, the status threshold of the mech-girl means that a mech-girl cannot participate in multiple competitions in a short period of time, so he must have other mech-girls as backup. By this calculation, the skill points obtained from competitions and mech-girls will definitely be surplus in the end. After all, he doesn't drive a mecha. Su-chan pondered for a while. Try allocating a skill point to launch control's expert level. He was very curious about how the golden finger would help him acquire more knowledge. Was it some sudden enlightenment that suddenly gave him some more memories? Or just transform his body? I saw that the catapult start expert level went from level 1 to level 2. Buzz. Su-chan's vision suddenly went dark. When I opened my eyes again, I was already in a cockpit, not a mecha, but a 2-seater standard rally car like in my previous life. He was sitting in the driver's seat. The cold touch of the steering wheel made him a little confused about what was real. Did he travel back to Earth? He just added a dot, so how did he put it back on? No. Su-chan wailed. He can't bear to part with Xing Meng. There are no sweet and soft cat girls on Earth. He would die without the sweet and soft cat lady to warm his bed. He was about to get out of the car and lie down on the road, but a hand held the car door tightly. He turned his head and was stunned. What the hell, Lao Su? He knew the person sitting in the passenger seat, who was the undisputed king of the Earthstar Racing Circle. He had also held team building sessions with this person, and later when this person had a car accident, he went to give him a bouquet of flowers. So, didn't he travel back to Earth, but ended up in heaven? Your goal today is to master the launch control. If you don't, you'll stay in the driver's seat until you die. Lao Su's tone didn't sound like he was talking to an old friend who hadn't seen him for a long time, but rather like he was scolding a student. Moreover, Lao Su seemed not to recognize him. Lao Su. It's me. I used to be the chief tuner of your team. I've been the one who modified your cars for over 10 years. Have you forgotten? Su Chen was anxious to meet old Su. But the hand passed through Lao Su's body. He stared blankly at his hands, and the enthusiasm in his heart seemed to be poured with a bucket of cold water. It turns out that it was not a meeting in a different place. Reluctantly, he reached out again, trying to grab Lao Su's hand that was holding the car door. Still got through. Old Su next to him had a blank expression on his face, his eyes fixed like a hawk on the stationary track ahead. There was no sound of wind, no roar of engines, the sunlight was frozen on the leaves, and the falling leaves hovered in the air. Su Chen took a deep breath and he understood. The heart of God is not only a skill tree, but also a learning space. The so-called skill point allocation means allowing him to study in an independent space. The originally dangerous learning process is completed safely in the form of a simulator. At the same time, in this space, he will have a coach who is the embodiment of the strongest driver he subconsciously identifies. That is Lao Su. He was once the ace driver of China's top club. With the help of the heart of God, he will gain the lifelong learning of this ace driver. Chapter 54, You Can Push Me There. The speed dropped. What are you doing? Can't you control something so simple? No, you're so slow, why don't you go drive a tractor? What are you afraid of? Just charge and it's over. How can I kill you? 1 hour of training, half an hour of criticism. Su Chen was so confused that he thought he was quite good at launching. After all, the standard that God's heart gave him was to upgrade from the expert level. As a result, his performance was a piece of shit in front of Lao Su. Nothing. As long as there is something he is not satisfied with, the car will immediately return to the starting point, and this will be repeated indefinitely until one of his operations is approved by Lao Su. Su Chen no longer remembered how long he had stayed in this space or how many times he had performed the catapult start. Anyway, his mind was a little dazed. It's not bad this time. All operations for a launch are completed. Old Su finally nodded. Compared to your previous performance, your launch control can now speed up your car by at least 4%. Don't underestimate this 4%. In any race, even the smallest advantage can determine your final ranking. Okay, the class is over, bye. The words fell. When Su Chen came to his senses, Lao Su disappeared, the cockpit disappeared, and the nebula disappeared. He returned to Xingming's bedside and stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. The clock on the wall showed that only a minute or two had passed. Xingming was eating plum and bitter melon nutrient solution in her left hand and a packet of nutritious potato chips specially provided by Jin Yang in her right hand. A race scene from a certain track was playing on the TV opposite. The host passionately explained. Competitor number 12's launch start is incredibly skillful. It seems he and his mech-girl have put in a lot of effort since their last loss. Racing is like that, both talent and hard work are essential. Shoot, take off. Su Chen's eyes went dark, and a strong discomfort began to rise from his stomach. He turned over and rushed to the toilet. Vomit. Master? Xingmeng looked towards the toilet in confusion, her cat ears stood up and trembled, and her little mouth opened slightly. I'm fine. Su Chen rubbed his face and came out of the bathroom, saying helplessly, I just suddenly felt a little nauseous. Are you really okay? Xingmeng patted the bedside. Master, if you feel uncomfortable in your stomach, you can come and lie down. I will massage it for you. Forget it then. Su Chen looked at the time and it was time. This treatment center for mechanized girls does not belong to Voice of the Night, but is the largest treatment center in Binzhou. However, the healing mecha girls here are very busy, and things like applying and changing dressings need to be done by Xingming's family member to help her. The healing mecha girl had already demonstrated it yesterday, and today he, the pilot, needed to do it himself. Su Chen's gaze subconsciously swept towards Xingming. She sat cross-legged on the hospital bed, and the loose trouser legs of her hospital gown rolled up because of her posture, revealing her slender ankles. On the side of that fair skin, large, glaring purple-black cracks suddenly caught his eye. There was obvious redness and swelling around these cracks, and some even spread to the knees. Although they were not as serious as yesterday, they looked particularly pitiful against her smooth skin. Su Chen's heart seemed to be gently twisted by something. He walked to the bedside with the medicine box, his voice softening unconsciously. I'll apply medicine to you today. Ah. Xing Meng was stunned for a moment and lowered her head following Su Chen's gaze, only then noticed the exposed crack. She curled her toes unconsciously. The cracks were no longer as painful as they had been yesterday. Actually, I can do it myself. No need to trouble Master. She was a little embarrassed, and her cat ears drooped a little. That won't work. Su Chen said seriously, this is a task assigned to me as a parent by the nurse. How can I let you do it alone? Come sit by the bed and put your feet down. Perhaps it was because Su Chen's tone was too unquestionable. Perhaps it was the word parent that caused ripples in Xingming's heart. In short, she sat obediently on the edge of the bed, with her perfectly proportioned legs hanging down. However, because the bed was relatively high, the toes were slightly suspended in the air and did not touch the ground. Su Chen knelt on one knee on the cold floor beside the bed. This posture allowed him to see the side of Xingming's ankle clearly by lowering his head. Thinking of the healing mecha-girl's instructions, he stretched out his finger and touched the edge of the crack very lightly, and felt an unusual warmth at his fingertips. Does it hurt? He looked up at Xingmeng, frowning slightly. Xingmeng trembled slightly at the slightly cool touch of Su Chen's fingertips, and her toes curled up tighter. Looking at the master's worried face close at hand, she felt her face getting a little hot, her eyes slightly turned away, and she muttered softly, It's okay. Su Chen didn't say anything, but took out the special ointment from the medicine box swiftly. I don't know what this ointment is made of, but the potion in the bottle emits a faint glow. In his impression, only heavy metal materials with high radiation can glow like this. But since it is used to treat the robot girl, and he, a human, applies the medicine personally, there must be no problem with its safety. It might be a little cold, he warned in a low voice. Then he used a cotton swab to apply some ointment and gently held Xingming's heel with his palm. Lift it up a little? Oh meow. Xingming held her breath, with a little imperceptible stiffness, and slightly lifted her injured ankle and placed it on Su Chen's warm palm. When the cotton swab dipped in ointment gently touched the sensitive skin, a strong stimulation made her take a sharp breath. His body subconsciously wanted to shrink back, but Su Chen held his ankle steadily and extremely gently. You still say it doesn't hurt? Su Chen's movements became more careful and gentle, and the cotton swab only lightly touched the crack. Xingmeng lowered her head and could only see Su Chen's black hair and focused profile. The warm breath brushed across the ankle, and the skin seemed to be ignited by a small flame, and the heat spread rapidly. She felt her heart beating so fast as if it was about to jump out of her chest, and all the heat in her body seemed to flow to the foot that Su Chen was holding. Xingming felt very strange. She clearly didn't feel this way when the healing robot girl applied medicine to her yesterday. Why did Master come in person? She bit her lower lip, her fingers unconsciously gripping the bedsheets, her knuckles turning slightly white. A warm feeling that I had never experienced before, a mixture of shyness, tension and strange comfort, ran through my limbs. She wanted to hide, but she was inexplicably craving the gentle touch and warmth from Su Chen's palm. I could only keep my body stiff, feeling the slightly cool ointment gradually dissolving on the wound and seeping into my skin. The ward was very quiet, with only the voice of the TV host chattering on and on. Contestant number 73 Ferretti and his phantom perfectly navigated the hairpin. Such smooth maneuvers are inseparable from the judgment of engine speed and tire grip. The pilot and the mecha-girl worked together very well. What? This pilot and the girl are in a relationship? Ha, no wonder. In short, this kind of tacit cooperation is the cornerstone of victory. In reality, there is only the extremely faint rustling sound of a cotton swab sliding across delicate skin. It's just that the air between the two of them seemed to become a little sticky. Hey, Master. When do we sign the mind contract? Wait until your leg is healed. The spiritual contract requires us to swear under the statue of the star god, right? It's not convenient for you. Su Chen's heart was not calm either. He held Xingming's small feet in his palm, and the arch of her foot fit softly into his palm. Through the smooth and delicate skin, you can feel the warm vitality. Without these cracks, this would be a perfect work of art. He could clearly feel every slight tremor of Xingming, and every time her toes curled up quietly because of his touch. In his previous life, as the chief tuner, he was never short of women around him. As a Sigma man, women are just entertainment for him, and his ambition has always been in his career. But only when facing Xingming, he felt an indescribable throbbing in his heart. For the first time, I wanted to protect a girl. For the first time, I wanted to give her a happy future. For the first time, I wanted to fight for a girl. Master, there's a wheelchair, you can push me there. Su Chen raised his eyes and met Xing Meng's eyes. Those beautiful big blue eyes were now watery and misty. Her cheeks were flushed, like a burning sunset. I want to sign a spiritual contract with you. Xing Meng quickly looked away, and the two little feet that had just been treated with medicine were retracted into the quilt. Only a barely audible murmur came out of his throat. Is it okay? Meow. Okay. Su Chen answered without thinking, I'll go prepare the wheelchair now. He hurriedly put the ointment and cotton swabs back into the medicine box, then went to the utility room next door to push out the folded wheelchair. There are 3 steps in the soul contract. You must first register with the Aviation Insurance Association. Then you have to swear an oath under the statue of the Star God. Finally, the mech-girl extracts her mental core, and the pilot signs a mental contract with her. Seriously? How come this process is a bit like getting married? Su Chen glanced at the girl lying on the hospital bed who was looking at him tenderly, and felt a little panicked for no reason. Chapter 55, Why don't you go and rob it? The Binzhou City Machinery Insurance Association was also crowded early in the morning. When Su Chen pushed Xing Meng to the door of the Aviation Security Association, he found a large group of people gathered there and could vaguely hear a noisy quarrel. The voice sounds familiar? After bringing Xing Meng closer, the sounds of quarreling inside gradually became clearer. What the hell, what are you doing? Just cancel the contract, do you think I can't find someone better? My former contracted mech-girl Xing Meng is 10,000 times better than you. She won the championship, but you are a performance loser. Ms. Wang Tingting, please calm down. Your insults to the driver will increase your compensation for mental damages. Compensation is fine, I don't need that little money. No wonder the voice sounds so familiar. After all this time, it turned out to be that stupid woman Wang Tingting. In the center of the crowd, Wang Tingting and Jin Xian were facing each other, with a staff member of the Aircraft Security Association standing between them. However, compared to the previous 2 meetings, Jin Xian was obviously much more haggard, and his expression was cold, with his eyes full of anger and disgust. Since Ms. Wang is willing to terminate the contract, I will submit the evidence. Jean Falcon reached out and touched the back of his neck. He took out an object that was shining brightly and looked like a USB flash drive. Submit evidence? Wang Tingting put her hands on her hips and looked disdainful. What evidence can you submit? Did I give you less food or clothes? Didn't I buy you a modification core and stigmata? I've been so good to you, and you actually want to terminate the contract with me? You ungrateful bastard. These resources are indeed important and precious to mecha girls. Jean Shen didn't refute this. She looked at Wang Tingting with a hint of sadness in her eyes. But mecha girls need respect and care even more. These modification cores and stigmata have been returned to you. I will compensate you for the primary star coins used for the upgrade according to the market price. Ha, paying the market price. Wang Tingting said disdainfully, do you have money? Jin Xian pursed his lips and said, it will be there soon. She motioned for the staff to take the USB drive. This was not the first time the staff had to deal with such a matter. They immediately inserted the USB drive into the laptop and connected it to the large screen at the entrance of the Aviation Security Association. This is a routine operation of the Machinery Insurance Association. After all, many pilots and pilots pass by here every day. They are natural witnesses. At the same time, broadcasting the video directly on the big screen also serves a warning and educational purpose, calling on drivers to respect their drivers and letting drivers know how to properly protect their rights. Wang Tingting probably knew from the look on his face that Jin Xian was secretly recording the video. She was a little panicked. But I thought I hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. Then I felt at ease again. Seeing this, Lin Haijun, who was standing nearby, asked quietly, what's going on? Did Jin Xian turn on your driver's recorder? Did you do anything bad to her? Brother Lin, am I that kind of person? Wang Tingting pinched her throat and looked aggrieved. Don't you know how I feel about Jin Xian? I poured all my resources into her. She's clearly an ungrateful person. Lin Haijun thought about it and agreed. Wang Tingting had previously terminated her contract with Star Dream because of its poor performance, but it was a temporary contract in itself and had no authority. To put it bluntly, it was just a temporary makeshift contract, and no one could say anything about it. The Golden Falcon is different. A serious bond contract. That is a partner, a friend, a partner, and a family. Can we treat the girls with bond contracts and temporary contracts the same way? He has seen Wang Tingting's efforts during this period. After all, his back ached, his concussion hadn't recovered, and his kidneys were already a little weak. So he still trusted Wang Tingting. And Wang Tingting did give all the resources to Jin Xian. Logically speaking, Jin Xian should like Wang Tingting very much. Why do you need to secretly turn on the driver behavior recorder? However, he soon changed his mind. As the staff worked on it, the video footage soon appeared on the big screen. Damn it! Why can't I catch up? I spent so many resources. Bang bang bang. The sound of Wang Tingting hitting the steering wheel was piercing even through the screen. And those unbearable insults. You're useless. You can't even make such a simple turn. I didn't make the turn, can't you help correct it yourself? Speed up, speed up. How can I give a useless person like you a stigmata? It's useless. Bang bang bang. Gene Falcon's face can also be seen in the video. Every time Wang Tingting patted the steering wheel, Jin Xian's face would turn pale for a moment. The cockpit of a mecha-girl is the softest interior space for a mecha-girl. They entrust the most vulnerable parts to the driver not only because they trust the driver, but also because they can easily deploy various protective devices to save the driver's life when encountering danger. Steering wheel connected to the nerve center of the mecha-girl. The action of slapping the steering wheel is no different from hitting someone on the head with a hammer. Jin Xian gritted his teeth in pain and broke out in sweat. But he didn't say a word because he didn't want to be distracted on the track. As recorded in the video. In one game, the Golden Falcon's steering wheel was hit 8 times. After hitting the guardrail, Wang Tingting went crazy in the cockpit, hitting and kicking, rolling left and right in the cockpit, and waving her claws and fangs. These pictures burst out one after another. One could clearly feel the anger building up among the crowd. Wang Tingting felt it. She shrank her head a little guiltily and asked Lin Haijun, "Brother Lin, I just hit the steering wheel a few times, didn't I? It shouldn't be that serious." Lin Haijun's face was gloomy, and he clenched and unclenched his fists. Then he slapped Wang Tingting in the face. "Fuck, it's just a few hits on the steering wheel. How many times do you want to hit it?" Wang Tingting was stunned by Lin Haijun's slap. It took her a long time to utter a word in a trembling voice. "Lin Haijun, you actually hit me?" Lin Haijun took 2 steps forward and kicked. "Not only will I hit you, I'll kick you too." He pointed at Wang Tingting, who had been kicked to the ground, and said coldly, "I hate people who smash the steering wheel of a car the most. How come I didn't realize you were such an idiot before?" Lin Haijun was so angry that he was shaking and his head started to hurt again. Pafom, who was standing next to him, quickly helped Lin Haijun to the side to rest. "Lin Haijun, are you still a man? You actually hit me." Wang Tingting went completely crazy. He didn't care whether his words were vulgar or not, and just said, "You love your girlfriend so much, why don't you let her sleep with you? Don't bother with me, you're not the only one who bothers with me, but you're also taking medicine." The crowd around them erupted in boos, whether it was jeering or mocking. It was undeniable that while Gene Falcon's fate was infuriating, the big melon before them was clearly sweeter and more palatable. Pafon lowered his head, his blush spreading to his ears. His fingers were tightly tugging at the corner of Lin Haijun's clothes, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Lin Haijun's face was gloomy and he stared at the frantic Wang Tingting with a fierce look. "The rule of my Lin family is that you cannot have a romantic relationship with a robot girl before you have made a spiritual contract with her. Otherwise, you will be punished by the family law. I didn't make a spiritual contract with Pafom because I was afraid of delaying her. I don't think I'm worthy of her. I haven't become a good driver yet. Otherwise, what do you think you have to do? Pafing is my family. You are at best a tool, my entertainment, and a plaything. Do you really think that just because I call you my baby, you will become my baby? Luckily you hit the Golden Falcon instead of the Broken Blade. Otherwise you wouldn't know which river you'd be sinking in right now." After taking the painkillers, Lin Haijun suddenly felt exhausted. After saying so much, he was too lazy to waste words with Wang Tingting anymore. "You're on your own, idiot." He said this coldly and turned away with Pafeng. Wang Tingting sat on the ground in a daze, as if she couldn't believe it. Isn't Lin Haijun her bootlicker? Lin Haijun had never treated her like this before. Just because she turned the steering wheel of the Golden Falcon? Miss, you are suspected of intentionally harming and humiliating the contracted mech-girl. Given that you and the Golden Falcon have a bond contract, this meets the prerequisites for the Mecha Protection Association to intervene. The staff's voice brought Wang Tingting back from her trance. She looked at the staff's serious and disgusted faces and said in a daze, What do you mean? How are you going to intervene? The evidence is conclusive. First, Jean Falcon can terminate the bond contract without any liability. Second, you need to compensate Jean Falcon for mental damages and medical expenses. The staff member paused and took out a suitcase. Since the Golden Falcon has upgraded once in your care, she will first refund you the money for the primary star coins. Here is 50,000 yuan. We are using the market price of primary star yuan as the judgment standard. Wang Tingting glanced at the suitcase, then at Jean Swan, a sneer rising from the corner of her mouth. Okay, then cancel the contract. I don't care. Just tell me how much compensation you want. The staff member frowned and calculated with a calculator on his mobile phone. Then he looked up at Wang Tingting. According to the regulations of the Aircraft Insurance Association and our judgment and calculation of your misconduct, you need to pay 300,000 yuan in compensation to the Golden Falcon. 300,000? Wang Tingting widened her eyes. Why don't you just go and rob it? Chapter 56, Towards Our Own Light. For Wang Tingting, 300,000 is definitely not a small amount. Especially when Lin Haijun had already broken up with her. She never thought that she would have to pay so much money just for hitting the steering wheel of the Golden Falcon a few times. She even suspected that the Aircraft Security Association and Golden Falcon had teamed up to cheat her. But her remaining sanity told her, this is impossible. The Machine Protection Association has been established in every city. It is an independent organization for the protection of machine girls. It is said that half of the legal persons who established this organization are machine girls, and the others are also well known in various industries. To put it bluntly, they have a wealthy family and a great business. There was no need to specifically target her for the Golden Falcon. Furthermore, she had no power or influence, and could not defeat these organizations, so she could only grit her teeth and swallow her anger. Okay. I'll pay. Wang Tingting gritted her teeth and took out a card. This was given to her by Lin Haijun. She didn't know how much money was in it, but Lin Haijun said it was enough for her to spend. She usually doesn't want to spend the money here. Compared to those girls who spend money on cosmetics and clothes, she prefers to spend money on her future. She planned to save this money to pave her own way. For example, to get into a better club. So she didn't know how much money was in it. But 300,000 in compensation should be more than enough. At worst, isn't there's still 50,000 yuan in compensation? The staff took the card and swiped it on the card reader. Ding! Your balance is insufficient. How is that possible? Wang Tingting was stunned, staring at the card reader eagerly. You try to swipe 100,000? Ding! Your balance is insufficient. Not even 100,000? Then, what about 10,000? Ding! Your balance is insufficient. Wang Tingting was dumbfounded. The staff member curled his lips and directly swiped $1. Ding! Your balance is insufficient. Ms. Wang, do you have any money on this card? Do you have any other payment methods? The staff were starting to get impatient. He pointed to the store next to the Aviation Insurance Association. If all else fails, you can apply for a loan there. The interest rate is reasonable. If you default, your credit score will be affected, and your water, electricity, and gas will be cut off. Your driver's license will be revoked, and you won't be able to leave Binzhou City. No, I can't get a loan. Wang Tingting panicked. The loan is over for her and she will be banned. Lin Haijun, it must be Lin Haijun. Lin Haijun transferred the money in the card. Brother Lin. She suddenly turned her head to look for Lin Haijun, but there was no trace of Lin Haijun. I hurriedly took out my phone and called Lin Haijun, but the number you dialed is turned off. Please call again later. How can it be shut down? Wang Tingting's face turned pale. Then she realized that Lin Haijun had blocked her. What should she do with her money? Where can she find 300,000 yuan to compensate Jin Xian? Can you give me a few days, please? Wang Tingting forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, and her tone softened. She looked at Jin Xian again. Jin Xian, stop it. Master was wrong. Master promises to treat you well and respect you in the future. I will never hit your steering wheel again. Give Master a chance, okay? As she was talking, she wanted to pull Jin Xian's hand, but Jin Xian casually moved away. Not good. Jin Falcon shook his head firmly. Although I'm just a C-rank mech-girl, if I had known you were this kind of person from the beginning, I wouldn't have signed a contract with you. She had regretted it a long time ago. She regretted it the moment she saw Wang Tingting's mean face when she abandoned Xingmeng. Under normal circumstances, it is amicable for graduates to terminate their temporary contracts with the machine girls. Some pilots will feel bad and give some compensation to their former partners. Wang Tingting did not provide any compensation to Xingmeng. There is only ridicule and suppression, just like an enemy. It can be seen that Wang Tingting is not a good person. But at that time she had no reason to terminate the contract with Wang Tingting. Golden Falcon is unwilling to reconcile. Ma'am, we must complete the compensation within 1 day. The staff member's expression was serious and his voice became cold. Please cooperate with us, otherwise we will take coercive measures. Where am I going to find 300,000 in 1 day? Wang Tingting looked around desperately at the crowd, and her eyes suddenly fixed on Su Chen and Xing Meng. Su Chen just won the city championship. There must be a bonus. Su Chen, if Xingmeng and I hadn't terminated the temporary contract, you wouldn't have met such a good mecha girl like Xingmeng, right? She rushed to Su Chen and Xing Meng as if grabbing a life-saving straw, with a flattering smile on her face. Look, if it weren't for me, you two wouldn't have met. This fate was given to you by me. So, can you lend me some money? I can write an IOU, and I will definitely pay you back slowly. Su Chen looked at Wang Tingting with a strange look. It was like looking at some unknown creature, a pseudo-human? No. How could Aunt Wang be so shameless? It seems that the official crackdown on borrowers and those who have lost their credibility is indeed harsh. He was so ruthless that Wang Tingting would rather shamelessly ask him for money than take out a loan. No. Even sitting in a wheelchair, Xing Meng still stood in front of Su Chen, with her arms crossed in front of her to form a big X, her pair of furry cat ears pressed tightly together like airplane ears, her brows furrowed, and a low sound coming from her throat. You wicked woman. That's the money Master and I earned together. It's our honor, how could I possibly give it to you? Wang Tingting looked at Xing Meng, who used to obey her every word, and felt extremely unfamiliar and surprised. In fact, she was very surprised when she saw the video of the race where Xing Meng tried her best to reach the finish line. She really couldn't understand why Xingmeng had never shown such amazing qualities under her before. If she had known that Xingmeng was so ruthless, she would never abandon Xingmeng. But it's too late to say anything now. Xingmeng followed Su Chen to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. He also won the city championship with Su Chen, and now he must be completely devoted to Su Chen. However, the difference between a stupid person and a smart person is that a smart person will not waste his energy on hopeless things. But stupid people always like to hold on to that ridiculous mentality of luck and make a last-ditch struggle when they are at a dead end. Xingmeng, how about you come back and be my mecha girl? I was wrong. I was blind before and didn't see your potential. I promise to treat you well in the future and give you the best modifications. I'll buy you whatever flavor of nutrient solution you want to drink, and it's absolutely fresh. As much as you want. Wang Tingting's face was full of sincerity. When Xingmeng heard these things in the past, she would be overjoyed. But she never said it, because she was too lazy to even paint a rosy picture for her star dream. I don't want it. Xing Meng hugged Su Chen's waist, her pretty face pressed tightly against him, and glared at Wang Tingting angrily. I want Master. I don't want you to transform me into an X-class mecha girl or an EX-class mecha girl. Bad woman, I won't follow you anymore. Give up, meow. Su Chen couldn't help laughing when he saw Xing Meng protecting her food. She was obviously very angry, but the tone of her voice was almost like she was acting coquettishly. No wonder she was suppressed and bullied by Wang Tingting. Maybe in Wang Tingting's eyes, Xingmeng had never been angry. I'm going to sign a spiritual contract with Master today. Do you know what a spiritual contract is? Xingmeng snorted, raised her chin, and said in a super proud tone, no other girl will be willing to sign a spiritual contract with you in this life. And I, Xingmeng, will take the initiative to sign a spiritual contract with Master. Bad girl, envy me for the rest of my life, meow. Friendly laughter came from the crowd around. Xingming's pretty face turned slightly red and she shook her cat ears, but she still maintained a proud look. For her, being able to sign a spiritual contract with Su Chen is something to be proud of. What's there to be embarrassed about? She wants to announce it to the world. She is about to have the best master in the world. Woman, all you have to do now is pay the 300,000 yuan compensation as soon as possible. Seeing Wang Tingting getting closer and closer to the edge of the crowd, the staff member immediately stopped her and said with narrowed eyes, "Don't even think about running away. You're a student at the academy. Your information has been entered. We can find you no matter where you go." "I don't have any money." Wang Tingting said, "What can you do to me?" Not only did she have no money, she also had to pay rent, and that shabby modification shop had no business at all. Even if used as a living quarters, it would seem shabby. What had gotten into her head to demand triple the rent to rent that junky place? Also signed a 1-year contract. Wang Tingting felt a splitting headache when she thought about these intuitions. But the staff of the Aviation Insurance Association did not give her time to fully experience the headache. He took out the walkie-talkie and said, "Brothers, it's time to work." As soon as he finished speaking, an angry roar was heard from the Aircraft Security Association. Then 2 lowly-looking mecha-girls rushed out from inside. But with every step they took towards Wang Tingting, their bodies grew larger. When he arrived next to Wang Tingting, he had already transformed into a 2-meter-tall super brother. The originally cute and lovely face is also approaching the JoJo style. "What do you want to do?" Wang Tingting was shocked. The 2 brothers and their wives held her arms on both sides, and she couldn't move at all. The staff member looked at Wang Tingting and curled his lips. According to Article 192 of the Association's Regulations on Protecting Women, if the violating party is unable to pay compensation, our association has the right to take compulsory measures against the violator, including but not limited to escorting the violator to a professional institution for forced loans. "Take it away." He waved his hand and said to Jin Xian, "Come and collect your compensation tomorrow. We need to deal with this today." Amidst Wang Tingting's constant struggle and cursing, the 2 brothers dragged her into the loan institution like a dead dog. "I want to know what will happen if she can't repay the loan?" Su Chen asked curiously, looking at the closed door of the institution. "She might be sent to the mining industry," the staff member said grimly, pushing up his glasses. "If they don't even dig properly, the only valuable things she has are her organs. But we generally don't take such extreme measures. At most, we'll use her as a blood cow or for drug experiments. After all, we have to respect her right to life." Su Chen. What a respect for the right to life. However, when this kind of respect happened to Wang Tingting, he unexpectedly felt that it was pretty good. "I heard you're here to sign a spiritual contract?" The gloomy and serious expressions on the staff's faces disappeared, replaced by gentle smiles. "Xingmeng, right? I know you." He looked at Xingmeng in the wheelchair with a smile. "You are a brave child. Whether for yourself or your master, you perfectly embody the spirit of competition and the glory of the track. Come with me." After saying that, he nodded to Su Chen, "I will be responsible for registration today." Jin Xian watched Su Chen push Xingmeng's wheelchair towards the gate of the Aircraft Security Association. The afternoon sun filtered through the glass, casting a light golden veil over them. Su Chen lowered his head slightly as he spoke, while Xingmeng tilted her head back, her cat ears twitching lightly, her smile audible. The 2 figures, gently enveloped by the halo, gradually blurred. Jean Falcon didn't turn around until the door closed. She took a step forward and headed in the opposite direction. The sunlight also generously fell on her, outlining her figure as she walked alone. She was happy for Xingmeng, and the happiness on the corners of her mouth was so dazzling. Perhaps in the future, she will be able to meet a master with whom she can confide. She was looking forward to it. The golden falcon straightened its back and walked towards the road ahead that was also paved with sunshine. They had their backs to each other. They all walked towards their own light. "The map was ganked yesterday, so I changed it." Chapter 57, I would rather not sign. The registration process is not complicated. It's just updating the information on the computer, but compared to the bond contract which only had basic information, this time the soul contract requires recording more information, such as height, weight, age, and prospects for the future. There is also a different world inside the Machinery Insurance Association. After registering the information, the staff took Su Chen and Xingmeng into an area shaped like an auditorium. Compared to the bustling crowd outside, this place seems particularly empty. The number of mecha-girls and pilots who came to sign the spiritual contract was small. They sat in pairs, scattered on the seats in the auditorium. They were very close to each other, talking in low voices, and the atmosphere was like that of a couple. Moreover, there seemed to be an atmosphere of natural harmony between them, unlike those pilots and pilot girls outside, who always seemed a bit makeshift at first glance, and the better ones were at most just friends they had just met. These are the mecha girls and pilots who have come to sign a spiritual contract. The staff took Su Chen and Xing Meng through the seating area and introduced them in a low voice. Some are newcomers, and some haven't met the requirements before. They have one opportunity every month. Conditions? Su Chen was stunned. Do I need to meet the prerequisites? That's right. The staff member pushed up his glasses and raised a finger. It's a very simple condition. As long as the basic synchronization frequency of the mecha girl meets the requirements, then we can sign a spiritual contract. Su Chen silently glanced at Xing Meng's basic frequency 50%. This was not the value after winning the city championship, but the value that had increased after taking care of Xing Meng in the past 2 days. Especially after applying medicine to Xing Meng, it had strangely increased by a full 10%. I don't know if this value is qualified. After all, in his impression, the so-called qualification is linked to the number 60. If you fail, it will be embarrassing. There's another couple ahead of you. I'll test them first so you can see the specific testing process. The staff took Su Chen and Xing Meng to the front row and asked them to wait. Then he turned around and changed into a black priest-like robe, looking like a wedding host, and stood on the podium. Mr. Li Changxian, Ms. Lingju, both of you come up. The pilot and the pilot girl who were called stood in front of the staff a little stiffly. The staff took out a device shaped like a Rubik's Cube and placed it solemnly on the table. Let's start. He nodded to the two of them. The pilot and the pilot girl looked at each other, and there was a look of tension and mutual encouragement in each other's eyes. Then, they each stretched out a hand and placed it on the Rubik's Cube at the same time. Meow. Xing Meng shook her cat ears curiously, and saw that the originally ordinary Rubik's Cube suddenly lit up with a faint milky white light. The staff member stared at the Rubik's Cube for a while and then sighed. No, your synchronization rate is only 23%, there's still a lot to go. Go back and keep working on it. This. The driver named Li Changxian was a little surprised. He glanced at his own mecha girl who was lowering her head with a similarly lost look, but ultimately said nothing. Don't just act on your feelings, the staff member warned sternly. You need to truly understand what your mecha girl, your partner, truly needs. Please go back. I hope you can make a breakthrough next month. Looking at the two people who left sadly, Xing Meng muttered softly. Master, this test is tough, meow. She was a little nervous. What if we can't pass the test? We can't sign the spiritual contract today. What a shame. I even went to a fortune teller online today and spent 99 yuan on it. She even said today is a good day. Xing Meng twisted her fingers together, pouted, and looked like she was in pain. For her, as long as it was not spent on Su Chen, she would feel it was a bit of a waste even if it was only 100 revolution yuan. Moreover, she realized that she might have been deceived by the machine girl master on the internet. Su Chen laughed dumbly at Xing Meng's angry look, then he touched her head and comforted her softly. Don't worry, we are close friends, there will definitely be no problem. In fact, he was not sure either and was already thinking about how to comfort Xing Meng later. Mr. Su Chen, Miss Xing Meng, come here, both of you. Xing Meng swallowed hard. The little hand hurriedly tried to grab the corner of Su Chen's clothes, but in a panic she grabbed Su Chen's hand. Just when she was about to let go, the warm big hand wrapped her little hand tightly. Xing Meng felt her breathing suddenly quicken, and heat surged on her face and in her heart. Then the wheelchair was pushed forward by Su Chen until it arrived in front of the table. The staff member looked at Su Chen and Xing Meng, whose pretty face was blushing, sitting in the wheelchair and smiled slightly. He knew that Xing Meng was inconvenient, so he picked up the Rubik's Cube and held it in front of the two of them with both hands. Try it, and see if your bond is strong enough. The star god will be the judge. Su Chen took a deep breath and placed his hand on the Rubik's Cube. Xing Meng stared at the Rubik's Cube, silently chanting "Star God bless you" in her heart, and put her hand on it, right next to Su Chen's big hand. Buzz! A milky white light that was much brighter and softer than before suddenly burst out from the Rubik's Cube. The entire auditorium fell silent in an instant. All the pilots and mecha girls stared at the Rubik's Cube. 50%? You two have only known each other for a short time, right? The staff looked at Xing Meng and Su Chen in disbelief, their eyes full of confusion and surprise. There was a sudden gasp and suppressed exclamation in the auditorium. Hiss. 50%? Oh my god. Maybe they've known each other for a long time, maybe 4 or 5 years? They haven't changed mecha girls for 4 or 5 years, and they've been training the same mecha girl. It's indeed possible to achieve this kind of synchronization. Master, look at others, then look at yourself. What's wrong with me? I don't have the final say on the frequency. Xingming's palms were sweating from nervousness, but she still stared at the staff, waiting for the final verdict. Su Chen heard the discussion behind him, and his heart was already relieved. How is it? Did you pass? Qualified. The staff nodded. Of course she's qualified. Our rule is that the frequency must be at least 30% the same before a mind contract can be signed. This is to prevent the mecha girl from meeting an unsuitable pilot. After all, a mind contract is not an equal contractual relationship for the mecha girl. Meow. I told you, Master, and I will definitely pass. Xingming stroked his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the machine girl immortal was right, today is indeed a good day for her. She looked at Su Chen with a smile, but saw that Su Chen was frowning. Master? Her smile faded, her cat ears drooping as she asked softly, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? Su Chen touched Xingming's head, pondered for a moment, and said to the staff. I don't like an unequal relationship with Xingming, even if she's willing. So I want to know why signing a spiritual contract is necessary and what benefits it will bring to Xingmeng. If it only benefits me as a pilot, I'd rather not sign it. Chapter 58, the so-called same frequency. Behind Su Chen and Xingmeng. These pilots and pilot girls all looked at Su Chen with incomprehensible eyes. Even the staff are the same. He has been working as an MC for 7 or 8 years, but this is the first time he has encountered someone like Su Chen. But soon, he understood something from Xingming's eyes, which were first stunned and then slightly red. He can already have 50% common sense with the mecha girl in less than a month of knowing her. Isn't it because he cares more about the mecha girl's feelings? If Xingming didn't have a master who cared about her and treated her well, she wouldn't push herself so hard on the track either. Now that I hear Su Chen say this, I can completely understand it. Mr. Su Chen, I completely understand your concerns. The staff member's smile softened a bit. The soul contract is not without benefits for the mecha girls. First of all, the basic frequency is almost locked, and there is basically no rollback. This makes it easier for the mecha girl to enter the synchronous frequency mode on the track. When the synchronous frequency is increased to 60%, 80%, and 100%, respectively, it corresponds to the 3 stages of the synchronous frequency mode. Each time a stage is entered, the mecha girl's attributes will be temporarily improved. If your mecha girl is a top-tier mecha girl with awakened talent skills, then the 3 synchronization stages will unlock advanced levels of talent skills, with stronger effects. Furthermore, when the synchronization state exceeds 100%, there is also an extremely difficult to trigger overclocking state. I don't know what the improvement is specifically. Such cases are relatively rare and are not made public. I just know that different gaming machines get different results in overclocking mode. Su Chen listened to the staff's words silently. This is indeed a benefit to the driver, but it is only a benefit to the track the driver also benefits. Anything else? Yes, when the basic synchronization frequency reaches 60%, 80%, and 100%, the mecha girl's body will change and become more beautiful, which is equivalent to having a better looking and cooler car livery. In front of other mecha girls, the mecha girl with this special transformation will have more face. Su Chen. Oh my god, the companion skin unlocked by the favorability system. This is a bit of a benefit for Stardream. After all, there will be limited edition beautiful clothes. Anything else? Yes, the staff member continued, racing is a very dangerous sport after all, especially the closer you get to a world-class racetrack, the more dangerous it becomes. No one can guarantee the safety of the driver and the pilot. As we all know, if a mecha girl is on the verge of death after a serious accident, she can be resurrected as long as her mind core is not damaged, but if her mind core is damaged, she will die completely. However, if there is a mind contract, a mecha girl whose mind core is damaged can be revived with the help of the pilot. Su Chen nodded slightly. Finally, some tangible benefits. If there is danger during the race, the mecha girl will give priority to protecting the driver. Therefore, even if a serious collision occurs, most drivers will not have any major problems, at most a concussion. In this case, the mental contract becomes a life guarantee for the mech-girl. But he felt it was not enough. He looked at the staff, and the staff looked at him. Before he asked, the staff had already spoken. Mr. Su Chen, I understand your original intention of giving Miss Xingming an absolutely equal relationship. After all, once a mech-girl signs a spiritual contract, she only has 40% of the driving rights left. This means that in major decisions, as long as the driver is conscious, she can only obey the driver's orders. At the same time, she will also listen to the driver's words in life. This is not mandatory, but because of this relationship, the girl will have unconditional trust in the driver. And even if the driver dies, they can no longer sign any contracts with other drivers. This means that even if the pilot hurts the mecha-girls, they will have no complaints. A century ago, there was no requirement for synchronization between pilots and mecha-girls when signing a mind contract. It was precisely because of the many infuriating and frustrating things that the star gods enabled a special status attribute called synchronization for mecha-girls. Only when synchronization reaches 30% can a mind contract be signed. The staff's words echoed in the empty auditorium. Not only Su Chen and Xing Meng, but other pilots and mecha-girls were listening attentively. Those restless minds gradually calmed down. Although using the same frequency as a threshold can't absolutely screen out scumbags, I haven't dealt with any disgusting incidents since I started working here. Everyday gentleness and thoughtful gifts are the foundation for building trust, the cornerstone for taking the frequency of engagement from 0 to 10, 20. They make the mecha-girls feel cherished and respected, which is the foundation and extremely important. But the staff's gaze became distant, as if they were seeing countless scenes from the past. What truly makes the same frequency change, breaking through that critical 30% and moving towards 60%, 80%, or even higher, is often the choice you make together at the turning point of fate, in the midst of a storm, in front of a seemingly insurmountable peak. When faced with a treacherous track, the engine whines, the car is under extreme pressure, and victory seems just out of reach. When the driver trembles with fear, or is on the verge of losing control due to a malfunction. When the outside world is full of doubts and the road ahead is uncertain. It's the driver who grips the steering wheel tightly, says with a firm look in his eyes, "Believe in me, and believe in yourself, we can make it," and never gives up. It is the girl who, despite enduring immense pain and risk, still places her complete trust in him, responding with unwavering loyalty, "Master, I can still hold on. We're together." It's that most sincere instinct in your darkest moments when you're not thinking about how to save yourselves, but how to get each other out of danger. These moments, these choices that transcend rational calculation and personal safety, are what ignite the fire that resonates deep within the soul. When you face the abyss together, choosing to stand side by side instead of turning around and running away when you are under extreme pressure, you can still feel the resonance of each other's heartbeats at that moment. Your souls truly begin to blend on a deep level. The cold numerical value of same frequency will break through because of the friendship and will tempered by the hardships we have experienced together. Mr. Su Chen, when you brought Xingming here, I knew that you and Xingming must be in the same frequency, because you have experienced storms and achieved glory and victory. The staff looked at Su Chen with eyes full of understanding and approval. Even your hesitation now shows how much you cherish Xingming. I just didn't expect that you and Xingming are so in tune with each other. If you insist on asking what the greatest benefit of a spiritual contract is, I can only tell you it's happiness. The mind contract locks in more than just basic synchronization. It also locks onto the light that shines together in those darkest moments, and the chapter that you write together with trust and courage. It means that no matter how many twists and turns the road holds, no matter how many storms we face, you will remain united in spirit and purpose. This is the most precious and irreplaceable benefit of this contract, and what we are willing to prioritize above all the glory of the racetrack happiness. As soon as the words fell, the auditorium fell into silence. The man's words were like a stone thrown into the lake of one's heart, causing ripples. Those chaotic thoughts about speed, performance, and victory were quietly suppressed, replaced by a deeper thinking. The pilots subconsciously looked at their mecha-girls, and the mecha-girls' gazes also became much gentler. Su Chen felt Xing Meng holding his hand tighter. The slight trembling was not fear or tension, but seemed to be a deeper throbbing. "Mr. Su Chen, I've said everything I need to say." The staff member calmly drank a sip of water. "Are you willing to sign a spiritual contract with Xingmeng?" Or he paused, looking at Su Chen solemnly. "Are you willing to give happiness to the mecha-girl next to you?" Su Chen took a deep breath. Every detail of his and Xingming's daily interactions flashed through his mind. Although we haven't known each other for very long, there are surprisingly many such images, almost filling my mind. In the end, everything froze at the city championship, Xingming's faint smile before she fell into a coma. That smile had a heat that could melt the soul and made his heart tremble. There was no more worry or hesitation in his heart. I do, he said seriously. Every word carries weight. Chapter 1, Chapter 59, Making a Wish. When you say the 3 words I do. Su Chen's face turned red. He didn't know why someone as thick-skinned as him would blush. But the feeling of being married suddenly became stronger. He could clearly feel Xingming shudder beside him. He looked down and saw that Xingming's head was hanging down, her expression invisible, but her ears, which were once pale pink, were now red and purple. Clearly, the combination of the staff's words had stimulated her quite a bit. Very good. The MC looked at Xingming. Then are you willing to devote yourself wholeheartedly to the pilot beside you? I do, meow. Very much willing, Xingming said without any hesitation. But she didn't dare look at the MC or Su Chen. She felt her chest pounding and her face was blushing. She didn't know what her situation was now. After all, it was the first time I signed a spiritual contract, and I didn't know how the mech-girl would react. She attributed this to the special feeling she experienced during the ceremony of signing the spiritual contract. The host had an anti-smile on his face. It's great to finally witness a pair of mech-girl and pilot with a spiritual contract. Although it took a lot of talking, if there was such work every day, he would just do it without any problem. Unfortunately, there are very few drivers and mech-girls who have reached the threshold of the soul contract. It is very good to meet a pair in half a year. Next, you will sign a spiritual contract under the watchful eyes of the star god. At the same time, you can make a wish to the star god. The MC smiled mysteriously. It is said that when you make a wish to the star god during the spiritual contract, the star god can hear it, so it is very effective. Make a wish to God? Started coaxing the child again. Su Chen curled his lips. Meow? A wish that comes true? Xingming's eyes lit up and she was eager to try. The MC took out something that looked like a car key and pressed it gently. Boom! The ground shook. Then a statue that almost reached the ceiling of the auditorium rose up in front of Xingming and Su Chen. The statue was not an individual, but a team, or in other words, 3 mecha-girls and a human pilot. After years of corrosion, the statue's face has become a little blurry, but Su Chen still feels vaguely familiar. Why does he feel that the man standing in the front of the statue looks familiar? Before I could think about it, the MC had already spoken. Miss Xingming, please extract your mind core under the watchful gaze of the star god and make a wish to him. By the way, you can only make one wish. Xingming nodded and closed her eyes. She took a deep breath and placed her hands lightly on her chest. Followed by a gentle and melodious singing that came from nowhere. A faint starlight gradually bloomed on Xingming's body. Her hands gradually spread out like blooming petals, and a Rubik's Cube-shaped mind core gradually took shape while rotating in her palms. This is the core of the mind. Su Chen stared blankly at the slowly spinning Rubik's Cube in Xingming's hand. The azure light on the Rubik's Cube connected to Xingming's right heart. It was as if Xingming had taken out her heart and was holding it in front of him with both hands. The gentle chanting gradually became solemn and dignified. Looking at the scene in front of him that could almost be described as sacred, Su Chen couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body, and his body unconsciously tensed up. Miss Xingming, make a wish to the star god. The host said with a smile. Make a wish. Xingming subconsciously looked at Su Chen and blinked her big eyes. Then he held the mind core and prayed to the statue. Xingming wants to become a world-class mecha-girl, wants Masta to live 100 years, and wants to be with Masta forever. A friendly laugh echoed in the auditorium. The MC was also amused and jokingly said, Miss Xingming, you can only make one wish. Don't be too greedy. You already have 3 wishes. Think carefully and choose the one you want most. Xingming scratched his head, his cat ears drooping, a bitter look on his face. It's so hard to choose. Can't I have a few more wishes? I'm sure Lord Star God won't mind. Master of Ceremonies. Well, this is a necessary rule. Let me remind you that since you have signed a spiritual contract with Mr. Su Chen, your wish to be with Mr. Su Chen forever has almost come true. If you want Mr. Su Chen to live 100 years, you must win the World Championship. Then you will receive the ultimate blessing from the Star God. You can use this blessing to do many things, including granting Mr. Su Chen eternal life. Eternal life. Unfamiliar vocabulary. Su Chen looked at the host in surprise. The MC was very serious when he said this. Obviously, this is not just something to coax children, it is really true. Does this world actually have the ability to give people immortality? Oh meow. I get it. Xingming's eyes lit up, and her cat ears stood up alertly. She looked at the statue intently and said earnestly and devoutly, Master Star God, please bless me and Master to successfully win the world championship and become world class. After saying this, she added silently in her heart. Then use the ultimate blessing to grant Master immortality. This way she can be with Master forever. The plan works, meow. The MC was not surprised by such a wish. This is what most mecha girls wish for. He turned to look at Su Chen. Mr. Su Chen, you can also make a wish to the star god. Me? Su Chen pointed at himself. Yes, you can only make one. Okay. Su Chen stood in front of the statue. Although he knew that this so-called wish was just a formality like celebrating a birthday, the solemn atmosphere around him still made him subconsciously take it seriously. My wish is Xingmeng's wish. I hope that I can fulfill my dream of becoming a star in the future. As soon as the words fell, the eyes of the statue lit up with a faint light as if it had appeared. Immediately afterwards, a beam of starlight fell from the circular dome, covering Star Dream like a spotlight. Su Chen was confused. After a brief moment of surprise, the MC suddenly realized what was going on and whispered. Mr. Su Chen, you and Xingmeng won the city championship, but you haven't received the star god's blessing yet, right? In fact, whether it's witnessing the spiritual contract or the star god's blessing, it will establish a connection with the star god. The star god saw that Xingmeng didn't have the championship blessing, so he gave Xingmeng the blessing as a bonus. Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. So, when Xingmeng and I make a wish, the star god can hear it? Of course. The MC nodded cautiously. Do you think the star god's statue is just a decoration? Su Chen was speechless. Because he really thought so. Just by relying on a statue, he could establish contact with the 4 star gods who were floating somewhere in the universe. This is too fantastic. Shouldn't the world he traveled through belong to the urban high-level martial arts? Just now he almost thought that the star god had appeared to fulfill his and Xingmeng's wish. The starlight that fell on Xingmeng did not last long. When the starlight disappeared, Su Chen discovered that all of Xingmeng's attributes had increased a bit, becoming Speed, 64. Turn, 65. Stable, 44. Burst, 40. Battery life, 53. Is this champion's blessing actually equivalent to an upgrade? Pretty impressive. What surprised him even more was that Star Dream originally had a negative effect of plus 20% tire wear and tear. After being blessed by the star god, this negative effect disappears immediately. Then, he was stunned to see Xingmeng stand up directly from the wheelchair. Holding the core of her mind, she skipped over to him and picked up the Rubik's Cube with both hands. A pair of big blue eyes looked at him eagerly. Hey, Master, I want a mind contract, meow. Chapter 2, Chapter 60, Are they thick-skinned enough? The spiritual contract has been signed. The final process is very simple, just drop a drop of blood on Xingmeng's mental core. However, Su Chen also asked the host some questions that he did not understand. For example, since the mecha girl can extract the core, can't the mental contract be signed without a ceremony? The host's answer was since the last century, all mecha girls born have had mental shackles. A mental contract that has not undergone a mental ceremony and the approval of the star god is a failure. Even if the pilot's blood is drained, it will not succeed. This also prevents the persecution of mecha girls by some hypocritical scumbags to the greatest extent. For example, why can the star goddess blessing heal Xingmeng's injuries? He didn't remember that the star god's blessing had this effect, otherwise Queen would have told him long ago. The host's answer was also ambiguous. The general meaning is that both the spiritual contract and the blessing will strengthen the connection with the star god. The combination of the two made the connection between Star God and Star Dream clearer, so Star God could mobilize more power to help Star Dream solve some problems, so helping Star Dream recover from injuries became a natural thing when blessing. When the mecha girl wins the world championship and receives the ultimate blessing, her connection with the Star God almost reaches its peak. Therefore, the Star God can fully mobilize his divine power and even achieve the seemingly fantastical condition of granting the pilot and mecha girl immortality. But it is indeed true. The MC gave examples of several pilots who had achieved immortality. This year's World League Association chairman Lin Yifeng is an immortal and the champion of the previous World Championship. At the entrance of the Aviation Insurance Association, Suchen looked at the girl in front of him who was jumping and skipping, obviously in a good mood, and his mind was still pondering the information provided by the host. Mecha-girls have a lifespan. Compared to humans who have a lifespan of less than 100 years, most mecha-girls can live to over 1,000 years old. But there comes a time when their lifespan runs out. If he wants to be with Xingming forever, he must become the world champion. He had previously taken Xingming to the track with the ultimate goal of helping her out and getting her out of her psychological trauma. But in reality, his passion for racing wasn't as strong as his love for tuning. He was a rational person. He was rational enough to make him less accustomed to the adrenaline rush and oxygen deprivation in the brain on the track. But now, his mind has changed. He wants to be world class. He wants to fulfill his dream of becoming a star. He wants to live forever with Xingmeng. God's hand, God's eye, God's heart, and the modification knowledge in my mind that surpasses this era. Suchen muttered to himself and clenched his fists. He was worried that his skills were not enough, and the heart of God would complement his skills. He was worried that Xingmeng's performance could not keep up, but his modification knowledge and divine hand would allow Xingmeng to grow rapidly. He was worried about not knowing his opponent's background, but the information obtained by the eye of God allowed him to see everything. He already has all the conditions to become a world champion. Although the journey may not be smooth, becoming a world champion is by no means an unattainable delusion. Since you've already traveled through time, don't hold on to your idle thoughts. Suchen laughed at himself. In his previous life, he resigned from a top club because he was too insignificant. If he hadn't resigned, that top driver probably wouldn't have been killed. In this life, for Xingmeng and for himself, he can no longer be a lazy guy. Master. Xingmeng, who was walking in front, turned around and waved at him with a smile. What are you babbling about? Walk faster, meow. Sister Queen said we're having a big dinner tonight, so let's go back early. Okay. Suchen responded and quickened his pace to catch up. With the quiet and complete change of mentality, the gears of fate began to turn at this moment. A chief tuner from another world will declare war on all the top drivers and top mecha-girls in the mecha-girl era. Sword pointing, world class. Do you want to know if there are any open tournaments soon? At the dinner table, Queen looked at Suchen in surprise. She glanced at Xingmeng, who was devouring a chicken drumstick in her right hand and a handful of fries in her left, and frowned. There's a city car championship in half a month, on August 1st. Only the top 3 drivers from all city championships are eligible to participate. But Xingmeng's condition shouldn't allow her to compete for a month, right? Suchen glanced at the status on the Star Dream panel and replied. Just now at the Machine Protection Association, the Star God's blessing not only repaired Xingmeng's injuries, but now Xingmeng's status is also full. Previously, she was haggard, unable to participate, but now she has become high morale, suitable for participating. After each competition, the mecha girl's condition will decline according to the intensity of the competition, just like human athletes cannot participate in multiple competitions in a short period of time. Mecha girls also need maintenance and rest. In the case of a serious injury like the one Xingmeng suffered in the city championship, including treatment and maintenance, she basically can't even think about participating in the competition for a month. So later on, famous pilots were always accompanied by more than one mecha girl. Because the intensity of the competition is getting higher and higher, a mecha girl cannot continue to participate in Event B after participating in Event A. Another mecha girl is needed to take over so as not to affect the accumulation of competition points for that year. Generally speaking, a pilot with 3 mecha girls is enough to reach the world level. Of course, some nouveau riche like to surround themselves with groups of beautiful women. However, ambitious and aspiring mecha girls will not accept such nouveau riche pilots. The pilot's energy is limited, and the more pilot girls there are, the less care and resources they can allocate. Compared to this kind of nouveau riche driver who is just rich, mecha girls tend to choose pilots who have potential and are not promiscuous. Are you sure? It was the first time that Queen heard that the blessing of the star god could restore the condition of the mecha girl, but when she saw that Xingmeng's injuries had healed, she believed it a little. I'll get some equipment to test Xingmeng later. If there's nothing wrong with it, you can participate in the City Car King competition in early August. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly changed the subject. The competitors in the City Car King contest are all experts. Be careful not to get beaten to a pulp tisk. Suchen was not affected by this blow. He smiled and nodded. The main thing is to experience it. Only by fighting with masters can we learn new things. He is very open-minded about the results of the competition and is not too eager for quick success. After all, he and Xingming have had opportunities for decades. It doesn't matter if we take a few years to accumulate strength. Humph, you have a pretty good attitude. Queen pouted, but a subtle gloom appeared in her eyes. Tomorrow we'll face the voice of the night modification team. How are you? Are you scared? Afraid? Su Chen was stunned. He is China's chief modification engineer. What is he afraid of? His only problem was that he had no qualifications or certificates in this world. But he has real talent. As long as the modifier of Voice of the Night still has some dignity and relies solely on modification technology, he can kill all these modification masters without leaving a single one alive. I just want to ask one thing. Su Chen wiped his mouth with a wet towel. Are the modifiers of your night voice modification group shameless? Queen took a while to react before she understood what Su Chen meant. She smiled faintly, giving Su Chen some peace of mind. They're all masters. Any one of them is at least twice your age. They wouldn't bully the weak. As long as your theory convinces them, that's all that matters. That's no problem. Su Chen nodded. In the field of modification, older people are of course more experienced. But we still follow the basic principle of learning from the most accomplished. He was afraid that the tuners in this world were a group of arrogant guys. This kind of situation is very difficult to deal with. After all, people who commit the sin of arrogance basically have one thing in common. Deaf and blind. Chapter 3, Chapter 61, Night Modification Team. The next day. I had a simple breakfast made by Queen herself. Su Chen and Xingming took Queen's helicopter to the headquarters of Voice of the Night. Queen kept her body tense all the way. Su Chen was not nervous, but she was nervous for Su Chen. Jessica, on the other hand, looked like she was enjoying the show. The day before yesterday, she relayed Queen's original words to the modification team. The team leader, Master James, was stunned for a long time, and then he burst into laughter. He slammed the table and cursed, saying that a black modification engineer who didn't even have a modification engineer certificate actually wanted to compete with their master team. Was he crazy? However, they are now responsible for the Queen's modifications, following the young lady's orders. Therefore, it is necessary to resolve Queen's doubts so that Queen will not be bewitched by this unconventional modification engineer. It is also to make Queen more willing to accept the modification. So, they decided to take out their precious time to have a go at this arrogant, unlicensed tuner. Let him know that not everyone can touch the porcelain of Voice of the Night. 10 o'clock in the morning. The Sound of the Night is in a conference room that is luxuriously decorated yet solemn. All the tuners from the Queen tuning team have taken their seats at the long conference table. They all wore tuner uniforms bearing the Voice of the Night logo, and the youngest among them was already in their 40s. Almost every tuner had 5 or more medals adorning their chests, all earned from participating in various prestigious tuning competitions, a symbol of their status and strength. Mr. James, I don't understand why you're making such a fuss. He's just an insignificant little character. A tuner complained to James, who was sitting in the first seat. I was planning to go fishing on my yacht today, but now I have to attend this ridiculous meeting. Even if we send one of our apprentices, they'd be more than enough to deal with that clueless brat. James adjusted his white gloves and said slowly, "Do you think Miss doesn't know about this? We are sitting here to tell Miss, and to tell Queen, that we are serious about modifying the Queen and will not allow anyone to interfere. It is precisely because of our different attitudes that I am the person in charge, and you are just the modifiers on the team." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other and kept silent. They are a modification team recruited by Voice of Night and named Night. They have high salaries and their work is usually very easy. At present, they are only responsible for Queen. They only need to work when Queen is being modified. The rest of the time they just play. Apart from the Voice of the Night, they probably won't find a more comfortable job than this. James hits the nail on the head. Attitude is key. If your attitude is negligent, you will be fired soon. Mr. James, the Queen is here. An apprentice knocked on the door and reminded him. James nodded and signaled everyone to be quiet with his eyes. The modification engineers of Night Team were all looking at the door, and heard the sound of high heels click 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 getting closer and closer. Then they saw Queen in a black long skirt walking in with a young man, and behind the young man was a cat-girl specialized mech-girl. Is this the tuner Queen mentioned? Aren't you too young? Are you so arrogant? You're challenging the Night Voice modifier team before you've even fully grown your hair? You're crazy. The modification engineers of the night team couldn't help but criticize Su Chen when they looked at him. Although they tried hard to maintain basic decency and calmness, contempt and disdain still emerged from various micro-expressions. Su Chen also looked at this group of modification engineers curiously. Middle-aged uncle, old man, all old men. I'm really speechless. He's lived to such an old age, but his cognitive ability is still like that of a child. So, living for those few decades is like living a dog? He wanted to remain calm and humble on the surface, but silence and disgust still overflowed from his eyes. The two groups of modifiers, representing the T1 and T0 levels of their respective worlds, were staring at each other due to the cultural and knowledge differences between the two worlds. Queen saw the contempt and disdain that the night team showed towards Su Chen. Her breath became even colder, her slightly furrowed brows were filled with chill, and her sharp eyes swept across the conference room like knives. But the constant tightening and loosening of her fingers revealed her inner tension. Queen felt a little regretful. It seemed that she shouldn't have dragged Su Chen into this dispute for her own sake. It is hard to imagine how much grievance and blow Su Chen will suffer here today. Since Mr. Su Chen is here, let's get started. James, who was sitting in the first seat, cleared his throat and looked at Su Chen. He just wanted to end this farce quickly. Mr. Su Chen, everyone here is a master level modifier. Modifiers are divided into 6 levels, D, C, B, A, S, and X. The lowest among us are A-level modifiers. What I want to say is that if you want to discuss the modification of the Queen with us, you must first demonstrate the ability of an A-level modifier. Queen's eyes narrowed. Su Chen didn't even have a modification engineer certificate, so how could he prove that he was A-level? Moreover, could Su Chen be an A-level tuner? An A-level tuner wouldn't have no business in his shop. All she cared about was Su Chen's respect and understanding for her. She believed that Su Chen's theory on modification was more advanced. As for technology, although she was optimistic about Su Chen, she was not that arrogant. Level A that requires decades of accumulation and innate talent. Just as she was thinking about how to say a few words to help Su Chen had already taken 2 steps forward, his eyes fixed on James, who was sitting in the first position, and he asked loudly, "What kind of skills do you need me to demonstrate? Modification experience, modification techniques, modification theory? Or perhaps an understanding of the vehicle's computer system?" James was stunned for a moment, then laughed, and there was a sense of helplessness and absurdity in his laughter. From Su Chen's questions, he could already tell that Su Chen was a layman who knew nothing. Maybe he's not even a tuner. Queen is still too naive. It looks deserted, but it is actually very deceptive. But it's okay this way, their night team will let Queen watch it today. Who is professional and more trustworthy? It's not that complicated. He leaned back in his chair and spread his hands. C and D level modifiers don't have the ability to create modification cores. They can only see the vague properties of the modification cores. The difference between B-level and above modifiers is that they can see the properties of the modification core more clearly, can accurately judge the category and function of the modification basic module, and have a higher synthesis success rate for modification cores of different levels. For example, an S-level modifier can clearly see the properties of a mod core, perfectly determine the type of base module, and make a preliminary assessment of the potential properties it will improve. Their accuracy is less than 20% lower than machine detection, and their success rate for creating blue mod cores is over 80%, and they can even create gold mod cores. He knew that Su Chen understood nothing. So he spoke in great detail and was also observing Su Chen's expression. What surprised him was that Su Chen was very calm and didn't show any sign of panic. So, he leaned forward, staring into Su Chen's eyes, and said solemnly, "We will provide 10 sets of materials. As long as you can make a blue modification core within these 10 sets of materials, we will recognize you as an A-level modifier, and you can explain to us your understanding of the Queen modification plan." Chapter 4, Chapter 62, Arrogant at first and respectful later. 1 copy of the material is enough. Su Chen stretched out a finger. James was stunned, and the other modifiers' expressions also changed. But then someone laughed out loud. Arrogant. But this is the first time I've seen someone so arrogant that it's ridiculous. Is he trying to say that the probability of him creating a blue modification core is 100%? Don't say that, he might not even be able to make it. James wanted to laugh too. But he is the person in charge and an S-class tuner. He couldn't laugh, he had to be serious. Ahem, silence. He shut up all the modifiers and ordered his apprentice to get the materials. Although Suchen said that one set of materials would be enough, he still asked his apprentice to bring 10 sets. Even 10 pieces of materials cannot produce a blue modification core. Then Queen should see clearly. The night team prepared a workbench for Suchen, and soon 10 sets of materials were placed on the workbench, all of which were basic modification modules. Suchen stood in front of the workbench, put on gloves, and pretended to be doing preparatory work. Queen looked at Suchen's back, listening to the faint sarcasm and ridicule, feeling both guilty and distressed. Suddenly she felt someone holding her hand, and turned around to see Xingmeng looking at her with concern. "Sister Queen, don't worry. I believe Masta won't do anything without preparation." Xingmeng also looked at the man standing in front of the workbench. He was much younger than all the tuners in the room. But he was the only one who could give her a sense of security. "I know Masta. He wouldn't make a promise easily if he wasn't sure. Since he's standing here, it means he's already considered the storm he's about to face, and all we have to do now is trust him." Meow. After listening to Xingmeng's words, Queen's tension and worry gradually subsided. She clenched her fists and looked at Suchen's back, her eyes becoming more determined. "Okay, I believe him." For Suchen, using basic modification modules to make modification cores is like dealing with pre-made dishes. For example, if you want to make a braised pork rice bowl, you just need to heat the packaged pre-made braised pork, open the bag, and then pour it on the rice. In this way, a braised pork rice bowl is successfully made. Isn't this something even a fool can do? He didn't understand why there was such a success rate for such a simple thing. The modification he made to Star Dream involved a complete process of material selection and modification, with extremely high accuracy. The core attributes of the modified products are all top-notch, no matter which aspect. He randomly picked up a blue engine modification module and a blue weight reduction modification module from the materials. This is an engine modification module. It will increase the speed and burst attributes of the modification core, reduce some stability and endurance. The increased speed and burst range are 7, 8 and 3, 4, but due to its average quality, it is greatly affected by other modification modules. Suchen faced James while holding the engine modification module. As soon as he finished speaking, the discussion in the entire conference room stopped abruptly. The contempt and casualness on James' face disappeared, replaced by astonishment and shock. What Suchen said is very right. He could see the properties and modification direction of this basic modification module, which were almost the same as what Suchen said. But he didn't understand what Suchen meant by poor quality. And what does it mean that it is significantly affected by other modification modules? Isn't the quality of this modification module blue? What other qualities could there be? But he didn't know that in Suchen's eyes, blue was just the basic quality of the modification module and modification core. Above this basic quality, there are also distinctions of poor, medium, good, excellent and perfect. The 10 materials in front of me are all of medium or poor quality, not a single one is of good quality. Pre-prepared meals are just pre-prepared meals. Suchen felt disdainful. No matter how perfectly packaged the pre-prepared meal is, it can't compare to a 5-star chef like him personally preparing it. Then, what about the other basic module in your hand? James asked. He was wondering if Suchen was just lucky and hit the mark. This is a basic weight reduction module, mainly for reducing chassis weight, and the quality is very poor. Suchen played with another basic module and said slowly, its properties are to increase speed, reduce stability and cornering performance, and the speed increase is about 4-5. It is also greatly affected by other modification modules. Right again. James's face darkened and he no longer dared to underestimate Suchen. This young man is really something. I'd like to ask you a question. He stroked his watch and pondered, what do you mean by significantly affected by other modified modules? How did you tell? Oh. Suchen curled his lips and said helplessly, so you guys didn't know anything? I thought the top modification team should know this. He shrugged, imitating James's previous behavior. Let me give you an example. Let's say basic module A's attribute is to increase speed, and basic module B's attribute is to increase cornering. If these two are significantly affected by the other modules, the final speed and cornering attributes of the modified core they combine will not meet the expectations, and their negative effects may even exceed expectations. Oh, I see. James pushed his glasses and said thoughtfully, we also encounter this situation when we modify it, but we only regard it as a probabilistic attribute loss, which is very normal. Occasionally, there will be little or no attribute loss, but the exact cause has not yet been studied. And if A is a purple quality module and B is a blue quality module, a blue modification core will be finally synthesized. Generally, there will be no loss in the properties of module B when it is inherited to the modified core, but most of module A will be lost. Without taking the cost into account, we will use this method to improve the properties of the modified core products. However, with this combination, the success rate of synthesizing the core will be greatly reduced. James has already treated Su Chen as a real modification engineer and started to exchange experiences with him. The other tuners in the conference room all had serious expressions and were taking notes diligently. James is an S-class modification master, and any experience he has is a valuable asset to them. Su Chen noticed the arrogant and respectful attitude of the modification engineers and laughed in his heart. What could be the reason? It's simply that I happen to get a good quality basic modification module. The blue quality modification core made by combining the purple basic module and the blue basic module relies entirely on the higher quality of the purple module to preserve the attributes of the blue module. The disadvantage is that most of the attributes of the purple module will be sacrificed. It seems very powerful, but in reality it is not worth the effort. He looked at these tuners who were writing furiously, and felt sad for a moment. Sad for the tuners of this world, sad for the pilots and mecha-girls of this era. To put it bluntly, these modifiers are just a group of pre-prepared food processors. All they know is how to make pre-prepared dishes a little more delicious by combining them with pre-prepared meal packages. They don't know how to cook, and they know nothing about modification. They are just a bunch of outsiders who are high and mighty. Su Chen felt bored and disappointed. He had originally had some expectations for today's debate. However, discussions with these tuners didn't feel like a duel of equals or a showdown between the strong. He also gave up hope of persuading these tuners. A group of guys who don't know how to modify, their thinking only stays on the surface. It can't even be called modification, it should be called patchwork. It's like a weapons engineer from the firearms age explaining airplanes and cannons to a weapons expert from the Iron Age. That's talking at cross purposes. He said that no matter how many technical details he used, it would be like talking to a cow because they simply couldn't understand it. However, we still need to make the necessary efforts. Su Chen combined the two basic modification modules and produced a blue modification core in less than 10 seconds in front of James and all the modification engineers. The Rubik's Cube-shaped modified core slowly rotated in his hands. The pale blue light reflected in his indifferent eyes looked like a dancing flame. Everyone watched the scene in amazement. Can it really be made successfully with only one ingredient? And the production speed is so fast? The air seemed to be stagnant at this moment. You could hear a pin drop in the entire conference hall. Chapter 5, Chapter 63, Deeply Rooted. Normally, it takes 2 to 3 hours to make a modified core. During this time, the tuner needs to continuously transmit energy to the basic modules to enable the basic modules to merge with each other. It is precisely because of this that the production of modified cores is difficult to increase. Some modifiers may not be able to synthesize a modification core in a whole day, and one modification core may require the consumption of several or even dozens of materials, which is why the price of modification cores remains high. But what did they see? A perfect modification core in less than 10 seconds? Mr. Su Chen. James didn't realize his voice was trembling. He said with difficulty, "Could you please make another modified core?" I think. Without thinking, Su Chen picked up 3 basic modules and rolled out a modified core. This time it took a little longer, but still less than half a minute. Looking at the modified core slowly rotating in Su Chen's left and right hands, a series of gasps were heard in the conference room. How is it? Am I qualified to discuss the Queen's modification plan with you now? Su Chen threw 2 blue modified cores onto the table. He didn't even bother to touch these pre-made dishes, they were complete garbage. Yes. You are fully qualified to discuss Queen's modification plan with us. James agreed immediately. He didn't know what was going on with Su Chen. But at present, the qualities Su Chen has demonstrated are at least A level. As for whether it is S level, it depends on whether Su Chen can manufacture purple and gold modification cores. The so-called lack of certificate is probably an intelligence issue. How could an A-level modification engineer not have a certificate? As for why Su Chen is so young, that can only be attributed to his extraordinary talent. After all, the main strength of the modification engineer still depends on his innate awakening. Although he can improve his ability through training, it is very limited, and the upper limit has been fixed there, with almost no possibility of further breakthrough. Sister Queen, did you see that? Xing Meng put her hands on her hips, raised her chin, and said proudly, I told you Moss will be fine, meow. In fact, she was not sure whether Su Chen would be recognized by these old men. After all, humans become very stubborn when they get old, and these are the so-called masters. She simply trusted Su Chen. This is what a spiritual contract is like. Even if Su Chen said he could pick the stars from the sky, she would believe it, without considering whether the feasibility of this matter is real. Queen said nothing, but clenched her fists and calmed her heartbeat and breathing. She seldom praises others, because there are so few people who can make her sincerely convinced. I thought that today's confrontation between Su Chen and Knight's modification team was just her futile struggle. Unexpectedly, Su Chen actually created a glimmer of hope for her. A projector screen was lowered in the center of the conference room, and a PPT based on Queen's modification plan was displayed on it. James explained the entire plan to Su Chen, even feeling a little complacent. Mr. Su Chen, as you can see, there is no problem with our modification plan. In order to make Queen a powerful and perfect mech-girl, our Knight team can be said to have gone all out. And Voice of the Knight has also spared no effort in investing various resources in Queen. Su Chen had already seen the modification plan. After watching it again, I still feel sick as if I had eaten gutter oil. The seemingly gorgeous and comprehensive modification is just a mindless piling of materials, which is in line with the thinking of pre-prepared food processors. So, what do you think of our modification plan? Feel free to ask any questions you have. Su Chen took a deep breath. He wanted to say, your modification plan is a pile of maggot-infested shit, but he held back. If you want to negotiate, it's best not to irritate the other party. Everyone should talk calmly and rationally, so that we can win more rights for Queen. I don't quite agree with your modification plan. Su Chen shook his head. Oh? James raised an eyebrow. Tell me your reasons? Queen is a Thunderstar burst-type mecha-girl. Your modification emphasizes comprehensiveness, but completely obliterates Queen's personality. Su Chen said lightly, your modification plan should tend to improve Queen's speed and burst. While taking into account speed and burst, improve other attributes, rather than thinking about all attributes. If you had modified it according to what I said, Queen's burst and speed should have exceeded 100 long ago. That's how she can realize her full potential. In the conference room, the tuners looked at each other, but most of their eyes were filled with disapproval and confusion. But Queen looked at Su Chen's back with sparkling eyes. That's right. That's what she wanted. Extreme speed and burst. You don't have to think about anything, just have the freedom to rush forward, just feel the unrestrained wind whistling around you. When did I start to forget? She felt like she had forgotten a lot. Something that already exists in the blood. James frowned deeply, pondered for a long time, and then slowly said, Mr. Su Chen, I don't understand your idea. No matter what type of mecha-girl Queen is, it is better to improve all the attributes or specialize in only 2 attributes. Specializing in only 2 attributes is a partiality, not a perfect mecha. But what the lady asked us to build is a perfect mecha. In the words of the game, a hexagonal warrior, without any shortcomings. This is the goal of our Knight modification team. So we have temporarily sacrificed the burst and speed of Queen, and will make up for it through modifications later. Ultimately, this ensures that all of her performance is at an extremely excellent level. The goals of James and the Knight modification team are easy to understand. Su Chen could also understand. They just want a student with straight A's. However, due to the characteristics of the modification, while the A attribute is increased, other attributes will be reduced. This is also in line with the modified characteristics of various racing cars in the past. A car with top straight-line acceleration must have the disadvantages of poor cornering control, single aerodynamics, and unbalanced weight distribution, while a muscle car has strong power and stability, but it will also have the defects of cumbersome control, obvious side tilt in cornering, and insufficient steering precision. They forced Queen to become an all-round top student. However, they ignored and obliterated Queen's potential to reach the highest level of explosiveness and speed and directly be promoted to a famous brand. Which one has a better future, being excellent in all subjects or being extremely specialized? Without a doubt, it is the latter. Only by focusing on one thing can you reach the pinnacle of success. There is no perfect car in the world, only perfect car and driver. The meaning of a driver's existence is to become one with the car, complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses. The defects of the racing car are made up by the driver's operation. The advantages of racing are also continuously expanded by the drivers. This is real racing. Unfortunately, the tuners from the night tuning group don't understand at all. In other words, all the drivers and tuners in this world, and even many of the mecha girls themselves, don't understand it. Comprehensive improvement. This may have become a deeply rooted idea. Chapter 64, 3 months 2 and 1. Since you want a well-balanced and excellent mecha girl, why not choose a mecha girl with a brilliant star emblem? Su-Chen tried his best to keep his tone calm. When a mecha girl advances, not all attributes will be increased. For example, speed-type mecha girls will tend to increase their speed attribute. However, mecha girls like Xingmun with shining star emblems have all 5 attributes slightly improved. Because the radiant star emblem mecha girl plays a supporting role in the team, her future awakened special abilities will also be more supportive. James spread his hands and said matter-of-factly, it's almost impossible for this type of mecha girl to become the center. The center position needs to be the flowing flame star emblem or the thunder star emblem. The special skills they awaken are also to serve as a means of grabbing the center position. The corner of Su-Chen's mouth twitched. Have to. Is there really a contempt chain for mecha girls in this world? It's like the C position looking down on the support in the game, right? Have you ever considered that the reason Queen can't start now is because your modification plan is inappropriate? Absolutely not. James refused flatly, saying, we've encountered many situations like Queen's before. As long as we improve all the attributes to a near balanced state in the later stages, it will naturally activate. So please rest assured about this. In short, our modification plan is in line with the general acceptance of the times and there are no problems. Speaking of this, Su-Chen has already seen the problems of these modifiers. Arrogance, yes. After he demonstrated his strength, this arrogance was hidden. But in addition to arrogance, there is also stubbornness and self-righteousness. Even if he demonstrated his strength, these tuners remained stubborn. It's like the old feudal system nailed to the coffin, unwilling to listen to anything. Su-Chen could also understand. When old ideas are completely formed and become a trend, they will not be able to accept or tolerate the emergence of new ideas. Unless the impact of the new ideas is fierce enough to tear them apart alive, these decadent souls will slowly awaken. It is impossible for him to just raise his arms and make these modification masters who lead the trend of this era listen to him. He doesn't have any aura of lower intelligence. Su-Chen sighed and felt deeply powerless. If I want to participate in the Queen modification plan, what conditions do I need to meet? Su-Chen retreated and persuaded, if you continue like this, you will completely destroy the characteristics of the Queen. The Queen will be useless. Nonsense. There was a hint of anger in James's high voice. Mr. Su-Chen, you may be a genius, and I will respect and treat you as one, but that doesn't mean you can arbitrarily humiliate the modification plan created by our night team. Queen will not be ruined by the modification, she will become a perfect mecha girl. He loosened his tie, took a deep breath, and lowered his voice. As for participating in Queen's modification plan, you must at least show your A-level modification certificate and be recognized by the Night Voice Group. At the very least, our night team does not have the authority to allow you to join. Su-Chen rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. The tiger tries to eat the sky but doesn't know where to start. He thought about asking them to provide the gold module, and then he would directly make the gold modification core by hand, or even better, the platinum and diamond modification core to show his greater value. But he wasn't sure, and the move was too risky. He had only been in this world for a short time and had no background at all. What if he was arrested, placed under house arrest, and tied to an electric chair, and was shocked if he didn't rub the modified core? What would he do? Just when he was wondering if there was any other way, Jessica suddenly appeared at the door of the conference room and knocked. Silence, the young lady is here. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze the moment Jessica's voice fell. All the arguments and angry glances came to an abrupt end. The tuners, including James who had just been arguing and even angry, seemed to have pressed the pause button. Their bodies subconsciously tensed up and their eyes involuntarily drifted towards the door. With the sound of high heels, a tall woman came in from the door. She was wearing a beige haute couture suit, with thin lips slightly pursed, a straight nose, and a pair of phoenix eyes without any emotion. This woman is only of average appearance, but she has a unique aura. Just standing in front of her creates psychological pressure. Looking at the woman who stopped in front of him, Su-Chen knew that this was the mysterious lady from the Voice of the Night group. He is also Queen's future driver. My name is Qin Xian, the T1 ace driver of the Black Knight group. Qin Xian looked at Su-Chen carefully for a few seconds and continued, Queen is not my starting mecha-girl, but the third mecha-girl I plan to add as a substitute when the other mecha-girls are not in good condition. I heard your discussion earlier. Mr. Suchin, you are very talented, but I want to tell you clearly that my first two mecha-girls were modified by the night team, and they are both very versatile. I believe that if they can do it, Queen can do it too. What do you think? Shin Xin has the aura of a young lady. That noble air was cultivated from years of being in a high position and living a life of luxury. James and the modifiers from Knight's team didn't dare to speak, and didn't even dare to look Shin Xin in the eye. But Su Chen didn't care. He has met too many noble people. Some even had to beg him to modify their cars. So he could look Shin Xin in the face without being servile or arrogant. If you ask me, the Knight modification team's modification plan is a piece of shit. He stopped pretending. He laid his cards on the table. Since the old antique was stubborn, he was too lazy to maintain his basic dignity. You? James' face turned red with anger. He pointed at Su Chen but didn't dare to curse out loud. All the modification engineers around glared at Su Chen. In the quiet room, only the sound of high heels moving could be heard. It was Queen who took a small step towards Su Chen. Xingmeng had already run to Su Chen, with her arms outstretched like a hen protecting her chicks, protecting Su Chen behind her. She stared at the modification engineers around her with fierce eyes, baring her teeth and shaking her cat ears, looking like she was ready to bite someone at any time. Although, it has no deterrent effect at all. It seems like Queen is worried about you. Shin Xin noticed the subtle concern and panic on Queen's face. She looked at Su Chen with surprise, her lips slightly raised. Queen is a very unique mecha girl, with unique abilities and a unique personality. There are few people who catch her eye, but she is definitely not an ordinary person. For example, I'm an S-class driver. Shin Xin smiled narcissistically. Perhaps Queen saw my uniqueness and signed the agreement with the Voice of the Night group. What I want to say is... Shin Xin paused. Since Queen has recognized you in the field of modification, it means that you are not ordinary, so I am willing to give you a chance. I've looked at your information, and you don't have a modification certificate yet. So, if you can get an A-level modification certificate within 3 months, then if Queen is willing to follow you, you can take her away directly? How do you do that? The conference hall fell silent again, and James and other modification engineers looked at Shin Xin with incredible eyes. Jessica opened her mouth. She probably knew what the lady meant by doing this. But was Su Chen worth the lady's sacrifice? That S-Queen, the queen they invested so many resources in. She is a top-notch mecha girl who was carefully selected by the lady and has great potential. Is this Su Chen really so special? 3 months. Su Chen frowned slightly. There is no such thing as a free lunch. He had learned before that if he wanted to get a modification engineer certificate, he must have enough time to study. Just like it is usually impossible to skip from elementary school to junior high school, and it is also impossible to skip directly from junior high school to high school. As long as the students have excellent grades, they can only skip 1 or 2 grades at most. So no matter what, he has to take classes for at least 3 years. I still have to go through a series of exams. Where can I go to get the certificate in 3 months? Moreover, the certification of a modification engineer is not a one-step process. The test starts from D, and you can only take C after finishing it, and proceed step by step. That would take too much time. Shin Xin saw the confusion in Su Chen's eyes and explained. You've just demonstrated the basic abilities of an A-level modifier. Through the connections of the Voice of the Night, I can immediately get you a D-level modifier certificate. Furthermore, the modifier promotion exam, which was originally held once a year, will be held once a month for you. This way, you'll be able to reach a level in 3 months. This is the limit of what our Voice of the Night group can do. After all, the assessment of tuners is managed by the government, and 3 months is the shortest time we can get for you. Of course. She changed the subject. If you don't get the A-level certificate within 3 months, I hope you will join our Voice of the Night modification team. Of course, you can no longer ask about the Queen's modification plan. I appreciate talent, and we at Voice of the Night also need people like you. Compared to a comprehensive top-level mecha girl, your presence can bring more possibilities to Voice of the Night. I hope you will consider my sincerity. The real purpose was revealed, and Su Chen looked at Shin Xin deeply. As expected of the eldest daughter of Voice of the Night, her demeanor is different. When he first saw Shin Xin come in, he thought he would be kicked out directly. Qin Xian certainly doesn't want to change Queen's modification plan, nor will he be foolish enough to give him the Queen contract. Her purpose in doing this was to use Queen as bait and recruit him to join the Night team and work for Voice of the Night. Since there is a 3-month limit and Queen is used as bait, it means that it must be extremely difficult. It is estimated that the assessment is not as simple as it seems, and many conditions need to be met. But Su Chen's gaze involuntarily turned to Queen. As if by telepathy, Queen's deep eyes were also looking at him. The moment their eyes met, time seemed to stand still. At that moment, he seemed to see a canary trapped in a cage through Queen's gaze, gazing through the bars at the blue sky that seemed so close yet so far away. She was wailing silently, struggling desperately, longing for true freedom. That unwilling look, filled with pain and hope, deeply shook Su Chen's heart. In his previous life, as the chief racing car tuner, he only knew that the racing car would burst out with its full potential after passing through his hands. The racing car was a cold, dead object, a machine without emotion, and he could not feel the machine's praise for him. He never imagined that one day, a girl who could transform into a racing car would look at him with such eyes. Queen was asking him for help. She didn't want to wither away in a cage. An indescribable emotion suddenly surged in Su Chen's chest, and it was not entirely because of the help Queen had brought to him and Xingmeng during this period. Anger? Sympathy? Or is it the responsibility that a chief tuner should shoulder in the face of all this absurdity? 3 months. So what if there are many difficulties? He couldn't bear to see Queen lose her most precious gift. Let him tear apart the cage that blocks freedom with his own hands. Good. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and stared at Qin Xian, his voice low and firm. I took it. Chapter 7, Chapter 65, Saying Goodbye. Miss, have you decided? Do you really want to give Queen as a reward? Jessica and Qin Xian stood side by side in front of the conference room window, looking at Su Chen and Xingmeng walking towards the entrance of the manor, still a little bit unbelievable. It's decided. Qin Xian said calmly, as a veteran employee, you should know how difficult it is to pass the A-level modification exam in 3 months. Almost no one can do it. Well, what if? If he really succeeds, then I'll just give him the Queen, so what? Qin Xian's eyes darkened slightly, a hint of indifference flashing in the depths of his eyes. I don't need that top-tier mecha-girl. Now Queen is a junk car and can't be started at all. The other 2 top-level mechas she had also experienced a period of being unable to start up. The 2 mechas with the flowing flame star emblem were also undergoing the same process of average attribute enhancement as the Queen, except that the period during which they were unable to start was very short. Queen is like a stubborn child, no matter what Knight's modification team does. She stood there stubbornly, not moving an inch. Qin Xian knew that Queen was unwilling to cooperate with Knight's modification team from the bottom of her heart. In a sense, the other 2 mecha girls in her hands should have been compromised in the end. Sometimes she really didn't understand. They were just a bunch of tools, so why did they have to deal with so many unnecessary emotional entanglements? And why did the driver even have to accommodate their moods? She didn't have the time or patience for that. In addition to Queen, she has other reserve mecha girls who are undergoing modification. Whoever can modify it first and whose attributes meet her standards will be her 3rd mecha girl. So Queen is dispensable to her. Su Chen was able to produce 2 blue modified cores in less than a minute. I don't know if there's some luck involved though. But in this respect, his value is far above Queen. Miss, does our team still need to continue modifying Queen? James exchanged a glance with the other modifiers and asked cautiously, or should we just leave Queen alone for the next 3 months? Of course we have to continue modifying it. Qin Xian turned and looked at James. Her back was to the sun, casting a shadow on James. You are already considered the top modification team in the country, but you still haven't figured out the reason why the mecha girl can't start during the modification process? Don't you feel guilty? You need more modifications to figure this out. Whether Su Chen is there or not, the Queen's modification must continue. Even if I don't need other mecha girls in the future, will you have nothing to do? No. There are many mecha girls that have signed agreements with the Voice of the Night group, and they are all your modification targets. Understand? Understand. James wiped the sweat from his forehead and lowered his head to stare at his toes. Being with this young lady is incredibly stressful. Especially those eyes, so scary. Everyone looks at him like an object. Whether it's the mecha girl or these assistants. I can only send you here. In front of the iron gate, Queen stared at Su Chen and Xingmeng. When her eyes fell on Su Chen, an imperceptible tenderness quietly blended into her usual coldness. Queen, I have a question. The grill door of the manor slowly closed, separating the two worlds like a cage. Su Chen looked at the queen through the iron bars. Why did you join Voice of the Night in the first place? Now that they've changed it so that you can't activate it, you should have the right to terminate the agreement, right? Back then. Queen frowned slightly, her mind only having very fragmented and vague memories. She remembered that Qin Xin had told her a lot at that time, probably that Voice of the Night would make her a top mecha-girl. Thanks to the fame of Voice of the Night and the praise from many predecessors, she signed the agreement. It was just that the modification plan of the Voice of the Night made her very uncomfortable, but other than that, the Voice of the Night did not abuse her in any way. Guess I was blinded by the glamorous facade of the large corporation. Queen gave a wry smile. There's no way to cancel the agreement, because Voice of the Night didn't mistreat the mecha girls. All their modifications meet or even exceed the standards. However, if I continue to be unable to start, they will take the initiative to terminate the agreement with me, and then I will be free. She looked at Su Chen with pure and sincere eyes. Thank you, even though your modification plan was not accepted. But I can understand your concern and intention for me. It is difficult to become an A-level modification engineer in 3 months. You don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. You must focus on the subsequent competitions. Sister Queen, aren't you going back with us? Xingmeng stared at Queen through the railing, her little fists clenched quietly. She used to envy Queen so much she envied her for being able to provide Su Chen with a warm home, cook delicious meals, and solve all the problems they encountered. But when I was next to Su Chen, I often felt like a burden and couldn't help at all. She longs to become a powerful mecha girl like Queen. But today, she witnessed firsthand that even someone as powerful as Queen couldn't control her own destiny, and can only allow those modifiers and young ladies to discuss her like a commodity. Even now, she felt like she was trapped in a gorgeous cage. The envy vanished in an instant, leaving only indescribable bitterness and discomfort in my heart. No. Queen shook her head and said softly, I signed an agreement and must obey the orders of the group. You can continue to live with me and help me take good care of McFlurry. We can contact each other occasionally by phone. She originally had a month's vacation. However, this vacation was used in exchange for a meeting between Night Team and Su Chen. So, her vacation is over and she will need to cooperate with the work of Voice of the Night. But Mas and I don't have cell phones. Xingming suddenly grabbed the railing, tears streaming down her face, and said to the security guards beside her, Please be kind, meow, and let Queen come with us. We won't kidnap Queen. We won't go abroad and we don't have passports. If all else fails, you could just install a tracking device on us, meow. Security. Su Chen. Queen smiled and touched Xingming's head through the railing. Be good, it's not like we'll never see each other again. I'll give you my phone number so we can keep in touch. She borrowed a pen and paper from the security guard and wrote down the number neatly. When he handed the note to Su Chen, there was a bank card between his fingertips. You are. Su Chen was stunned. I don't need money in the group. Queen didn't give Su Chen any time to reason. She stuffed the phone note and bank card into Su Chen's hand and said, On the road to success, money is indispensable. Even though there isn't much here, it's all what I've saved for a long, long time. Queen's pretty face turned slightly red, and she looked away slightly, seeming a little embarrassed. But soon, her eyes that looked at me showed a different kind of momentum and pride. Su Chen, I'm a top-tier mecha girl, and I'm used to a life of abundance. If one day I have the chance to become your robot girl, and you are still a poor boy, I will not let you off easily. After saying that, she turned around without even looking back. Come on. The cold voice drifted in the wind. It also blew away the inaudible whispers. Break through the thorns and thorns with your star dream, and see the whiter sky for me. Chapter 8, Chapter 66, Me? Help. Su Chen took Xingming to buy a mobile phone, one for each of them. The previous phone was a cheap product that had long been eliminated and often wouldn't turn on. This time I bought a big brand with basic functions to make do with. However, he picked a flagship phone for Xingming, as well as a cat print phone case, which perfectly matched Xingming's style. Mas, does Queen dislike us for not having money? Xingmeng pouted while holding the phone, entered Queen's number on the green bubble, but was still upset about what Queen had said before. Su Chen laughed in silence. It's just something Queen would say given her personality. Anyone with a little bit of intelligence would know that this is a cover-up and a tactic of provocation, right? So, do you want Queen to be my mecha-girl? Of course I hope so. Xingmeng answered without thinking, Sister Queen is beautiful, virtuous, and has decent performance. If she becomes Masta's mecha-girl, Masta and I will be so unhappy. Goddamn cool. Su Chen touched his nose. He felt like he was thinking too much. Before signing a spiritual contract with Xingming, he automatically put Xingming in the role of his girlfriend. Since Xingming is his girlfriend, she should be angry about what happened to Queen, right? So he bought a mobile phone for Xingming, and asked this question nervously when Xingming was very happy. He didn't know what he was feeling uneasy about. He had never felt this way in his previous life. But Xingming didn't seem angry at all. Come to think of it, the high-intensity racing career in this world means that a driver cannot have only one mecha-girl. So for Xingming, accepting Queen is a very normal thing. In fact, because she likes Queen very much, she also hopes that Queen will become her partner. After figuring this out, Su Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Xingmeng probably doesn't understand what love is. He was just being too sentimental. Queen said that on purpose. If we want her to become our partner, then our task will be very difficult. Su Chen looked solemn. The competition cannot be delayed, and the modification engineer's certificate exam must be taken. Suddenly, I went from being a freeloader to a spinning top. The most urgent thing is to understand what preparations need to be made before taking the exam and the specific content of the exam. Su Chen had a hunch that the exam content was definitely not the modification knowledge from his previous life, but some messy things that he had never understood before. Mas, I understand. Xingmeng clenched her fists and nodded seriously, we want to make a lot of money, meow. Su Chen. She understands nothing. Su Chen looked at the girl fiddling with her phone beside him and smiled helplessly. This is also good, just stay simple and cute forever, which is much better than Queen facing all the intrigues and rules every day. Ah ha ha. Masta, Queen's sister accepted my friend request meow. Su Chen glanced over and saw a blooming lotus head out of the corner of his eye. My WeChat name is Happy Every Day. Well, a profile picture in WeChat name that feels very disconnected. Xingmeng came close to Su Chen, made a cat paw gesture, held up her phone in her other hand and took a selfie, then sent it to Queen. Ding dong. The reply came almost instantly. What did the Queen say? Su Chen was curious. Meow. Sister Queen said your nose hairs weren't trimmed cleanly and are sticking out of your nostrils. Su Chen. He poked his nostrils and quickly pushed his nose hairs back. I thought to myself that Queen is really observant. He came into this world with nothing, and with so much going on recently, he is indeed not as refined as before, as if he has returned to the days when he was an apprentice to a modification engineer. Perhaps, this is called never forgetting your original intention. Su Chen honestly bought a set of tools for trimming nose hair and beard, plus some daily skincare products at the supermarket at the entrance of the community. A man can be rough but not sloppy. Walked to the door of the apartment building. He unexpectedly saw two acquaintances. Maste, it's fried fish dog. Xingmeng pointed at Yuming and spoke loudly. Yuming, who was standing at the door of the apartment building looking around, was shocked when he heard the voice. He turned his head and glared at him. The coldness on his face disappeared, and he turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. I told you, don't call me fried fish dog. Damn it, I have a name. My name is Yuming. Yu means especially, and Ming means tomorrow. Meow, fried fish dog, I understand meow. Xingmeng corrected her mistakes as soon as she knew them. Okay, fried fish and dog. Su Chen nodded, knowingly doing it anyway. You fucking. Yuming pointed at Su Chen and rolled his eyes in anger. There really isn't room for two kinds of people in the same cockpit. This Xingmeng and her pilot are birds of a feather. Master, don't struggle. Jueying patted Yuming's shoulder with a condescending look. Your reputation as a fish-frying dog is well known far and wide. The worst that can happen is that you just admit that you fried the fish. It's not such a shameful thing. She looked at Xingmeng beside Su Chen, her eyes full of complex and imperceptible admiration. Hello again, Xingmeng. I hate to admit it, but you're the one for the city tournament. Jueying gave Xingming a thumbs up. Then he changed the subject, but to be frank, the reason you were able to win was because this track was too outrageous. Future races won't have just a few curves. I won't give you another chance then. Just expect to be left far behind by me. Yu Ming was already giving Zhu Ying a look. But the words were spoken. After all, these words are provocative, and they also feel like a dead duck trying to hold its ground. Yu Ming was just about to say a few good words to Su Chen. Xing Meng nodded nonchalantly. Oh meow. I will work hard and try not to be surpassed by you. Zhu Ying looked at Xing Meng in surprise and was ready to have a fight with Xing Meng. As a result, Xing Meng's humble attitude made her feel a little embarrassed. Anyway, you're still pretty awesome. She blushed, snorted softly, and turned her head away, only occasionally glancing here out of the corner of her eye. Well, I say this because I acknowledge you as my opponent. Anyway, keep up the good work. Yu Ming looked at Zhu Ying with a look as if he had seen a ghost. Su Chen found the interaction between the two mecha-girls interesting. Then he looked at Yu Ming. As a K-City native and a professional racer for the Northern Wolf Club, you suddenly came to a Binjo community, and it seems that you were waiting for me here. What do you want from me? Yu Ming seemed to have finally come to his senses. He rushed to Su Chen and shook Su Chen's hand enthusiastically. Su Chen! Help! You must save the life of our Northern Wolf T2. He blinked, trying to force out a tear. Unfortunately, my talent is limited, and after trying for a long time, I could only squeeze out a sticky eye booger. You Northern Wolves T2 want me to save your lives? Su Chen pointed at himself, looking confused. What's wrong with you? Good luck on the high school entrance exam. Chapter 9, Chapter 67, The Olive Branch of the Northern Wolf. We Northern Wolves T2 have a hard time. Yu Ming sighed, his face full of gloom. As you know, the provincial championship requires both individual and team points to meet the requirements, so. Su Chen shook his head. No, I don't know. Yu Ming. It's okay, you know now. He continued, originally our T2 team's points were a bit tight, and a player left not long ago and went to T1 as a substitute, so we have been thinking about recruiting a new player recently. But recruiting new team members is not easy. We don't like those who like us, and the ones we like are from other teams. I finally found one I liked, but guess what? Ouch. Our club manager actually wants to squeeze his nephew in. Isn't this going to cause trouble for our team? Su Chen understood. It turns out that someone with connections has been inserted into Yu Ming's fleet. It's understandable, after all, this is a society based on personal connections. What do you mean? Is your manager's nephew one of those people with poor skills? I'm not sure if he's any good or not. He's said to have won first place in several underground competitions, but he's never won an open competition. What's his value? Yu Ming sighed as he sat on a stone block next to the unit door. The point is, he's so annoying. I don't know what he's talking about all day long. He even has dyed yellow hair. It's so annoying just looking at him. The boss is so worried. So? Su Chen blinked. What does this have to do with me? Of course it does. Yu Ming coughed lightly and said seriously, do you know who the new team member we had our eyes on was? Have no idea. It's you. Su Chen, oh. Oh? Yu Ming slapped his thigh, gritting his teeth. Oh my. Are you a hen? Can you react normally? This is the approval of Northern Wolf T2, the largest club in K-City. It's not one of those idiot clubs. Do you understand? Not really, I understand. Seeing Su Chen pretending to be crazy, Yu Ming simply said, it's like this. The manager wants to give us a person to join the T2 team, and we can't refuse because he is in charge of recruiting people, and this guy can pass all the tests. We don't like that yellow-haired boy, so we said we had already picked out a reserve player, and it was actually you and Xingmeng. Our big sister has the right to review new team members, so, as long as you can crush that yellow-haired guy, the manager won't be able to force him into our team. The new members of our team will be you and Xingmeng. Yu Ming stood up and opened his arms. Su Chen, Xingmeng, welcome to join our Northern Wolf T2 team family. Convoy. It was something quite far away for Su Chen. He has never been very sociable. It was the same in my previous life. He doesn't like other tuners to be present when he's tuning. He always sleeps alone, eats alone, and travels alone. A man goes to a nightclub to find women. Joining the team meant having a group of teammates, so his first reaction was reluctance. But reason told him that if he wanted to integrate into this world and become world-class, a racing team was a must. Because the provincial championship is a team competition, one person cannot represent an entire team, and forming a club or team on his own is a very troublesome matter. Just thinking about the series of problems he might face, he began to have a headache. So, joining a good team might be a good choice? Su Chen did not refuse, nor did he agree immediately. He just asked, "So, what are the benefits of joining your Northern Wolf T2? Benefits? Isn't being a member of Northern Wolf T2 a benefit?" Yu Ming was confused. Su Chen rolled his eyes, took Xing Ming's hand and walked around Yu Ming. "Sorry, you're blocking the door, I want to go home." The capital's PUA has been applied to him, right? You really don't know how to live or die. Doesn't he know that he would go on strike immediately if he was PD? Hey, don't go. Yu Ming immediately stopped Su Chen with a flattering smile on his face. "I was just joking. How could there be no benefits to joining us Northern Wolves? First of all, as long as you successfully sign the agreement, the basic materials for your future mech-girl upgrades will be covered by the club. There is also a salary, which is at least 100,000 yuan per month. There are also rewards for winning the first, second and third place in popular tracks, and the rewards do not overlap with those won in the competition. In addition, we have our own modification team, and we have various modification cores exclusive to Northern Wolf models. The same level of modification cores are better than those on the market." Anything else? Su Chen was very calm. As China's chief tuner, what kind of rewards has he not seen? In his previous life, the top racing teams paid him $2 million a month. Regardless of whether there is a modification task or not, the money will be deposited into his card on time. Even with such good treatment, he was fed up with it and just resigned. Also, Yu Ming scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Su Chen's reaction was completely different from what he expected. Shouldn't you be especially happy to hear that you can join the Northern Wolves? You know, those wild racers, like Lin Haijun, would be ecstatic if a decent club extended an olive branch, right? What's wrong with Su Chen? But apart from these, it seems that there are no other benefits of joining the Northern Wolves. Alas! Just as Yu Ming was racking his brains, Jue Ying's eyes fell on the hands of Su Chen and Xingmeng. Su Chen's big hand almost completely covered Xingmeng's fair and delicate hand, and Xingmeng just let himself be held obediently, without any intention of resisting. These two people have an unusual relationship. Looking at the clothes on Xingmeng, it is obvious that she is wearing a pair of human women's casual clothes over the original car cover. Jue Ying blinked, his eyes rolled, and he suddenly said, "Join the Northern Wolf Club and you'll get exclusive Snow Wolf jerseys. They're so beautiful. There are over 10 styles in the Snow Wolf series alone, including hidden and erotic styles. You can't buy them anywhere else. Look, I'm wearing the Snow Wolf race jersey now." Jue Ying turned around in front of Xingmeng and said proudly, "How is it? Doesn't it look good?" Oh meow. Xingmeng stared at Jue Ying's racing suit with her big eyes without blinking. The overall color is mainly matte white, with two sharp black lines extending from the shoulders to both sides of the torso, like the outline of a wolf's spine. The waist has a fish-scale silver carbon fiber texture, and it is a tight design, which especially highlights the figure. Even in a level like Jue Ying looks slim and graceful when wearing it. The logo of the Northern Wolf Club is on the chest. It is a simple wolf head with sharp edges and corners, which looks very domineering. Good, it looks good. Xingmeng swallowed and stared. It is indeed a professional design, much better looking than those mecha racing suits I saw at Star God Hui Tesco. Xingmeng quickly put the situation into her mind. If she puts on this racing suit, she will be the most aloof snow wolf in the far northern wilderness. And those mecha girls who stand in her way are her prey. Wolf, hunting. Woof. Meow 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 meow, omega. Su Chen couldn't help laughing as he watched Xingmeng, who was immersed in fantasy and meowing with bared fangs and meowing. Yu Ming glanced at Jue Ying and said speechlessly, "It's just a car cover, what kind of benefit is that?" "It's just a team uniform, but with more styles." "Auntie, go and rest. Don't make things worse for me." Jue Ying rolled his eyes and thought to himself, "You know shit. Is this what she calls causing trouble? Is this what she calls cleverness, catering to his needs?" Yu Ming held Su Chen's hand again and smiled sincerely. "Su Chen, our club's benefits are limited for now. If you have other ideas, you can talk to our big sister. As long as it's not too excessive, we can discuss it. Your Snow Wolf series of car covers are great." "Yu Ming, what?" Su Chen leaned close to Yu Ming's ear and said seriously, "If you can give me the sex toys in advance, then I will consider going to your club to see the situation." "Yu Ming? He took a half step back and stared in amazement at Su Chen, who had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a serious face. No, you agree now? Just for a sexy car cover? Damn, you pervert. Chapter 10, Chapter 68, Can't you just talk properly? Su Chen and Xing Meng went back to clean up the poop for McFlurry and refill its cat food and water. Then they took the Northern Wolf Club's helicopter to K-City. K-City is a small to medium-sized city next to Binzhou. It is slightly smaller than Binzhou, but its level of development is no less. The office area of Northern Wolf T2. As soon as he walked in, Su Chen saw a conspicuous figure, a yellow-haired young man lying casually on the sofa in the office area, with his shoes taken off, one foot on the armrest and the other foot on the coffee table. Sitting on the sofa opposite him was a petite machine girl who looked very quiet. When she saw the stranger approaching, she immediately lowered her head and moved her butt to the corner of the sofa. As he looked, the information about the mecha-girl appeared before his eyes. Name, Cloud Piercer, Star Badge, Storm Control Type. Speed, 58. Curve, 70. Stable, 61. Burst, 45. Battery life, 37. Modification core, Little Siren Blue. Stigma, none. Current grade, C+. Special talent, none. Same frequency, 13% pilot, Huang Shixuan. Status, good, hidden injury. Evaluation, on a track with many turns and a short distance, she is a sharp blade. Yo! When Su Chen saw the performance of this robot, he couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. No matter how strong this yellow-haired guy is, his robot girl is pretty good. Especially the attributes of the 70-degree curve, which shows at first glance that it adheres to the strategy of concentrating on one point to reach the pinnacle and maximizes its strengths. Apart from anything else, at least the modifications that this yellow-haired guy made to the mecha-girl are in line with his modification aesthetics. So even though the yellow-haired man looked unremarkable, he did not underestimate him. Big sister, Su Chen is here. Yu Ming opened the door and rushed to the innermost office. The roar also successfully woke up the yellow-haired man who was sleeping soundly on the sofa. He sat up and looked at Su Chen with cold eyes, then lay back down. His eyes were half closed, and it was obvious that he was not asleep. Yu Ming soon brought out a tall, blonde lady, but she had dark circles under her eyes and looked very tired. But when she walked in front of Su Chen, her eyes were fully open and sparkling. Hi, handsome boy, you must be Su Chen. You look clean and handsome. I like people like you who don't dye their hair and come from honest families. Li Yini shook Su Chen's hand enthusiastically, her face full of joy, but it was obvious that her words were attacking the yellow-haired man who was dozing on the sofa. Su Chen glanced at Li Yini's golden hair, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he pulled his hand back. I haven't said I want to join yet. I just brought Xing Meng over to take a look. It's okay, just take a look. We at Northern Wolf T2 have a lot of benefits, and we're sure you'll be satisfied. After Li Yini finished speaking, she saw Yu Ming winking at her, so she followed Yu Ming to the corner, and no one knew what the two of them were discussing. In the end, Li Yini looked at Su Chen strangely and left in a hurry. Su Chen followed Yu Ming around the office area. The infrastructure here was quite complete, with a restaurant, gym, and modification room. The only thing is that there are a few people. Where are the rest of your northern wolves? Su Chen asked as he looked at several modifiers who were rubbing the modification core behind the glass door. Isn't it not too far away until the provincial qualifiers? Everyone is training hard to get enough individual points in the qualifiers. Yu Ming sighed, we're under a lot of pressure this year. If we can't make it to the provincial competition again, T2 will be disbanded by the club. That's why I'm so anxious about the new players. Su Chen nodded and asked, these are your T2 modification team, right? What level of modification engineers are they? Yes, 1A level and 3B level ones, they were assigned to us by the club. Speaking of this, Yu Ming was quite proud. A-level modifiers are considered masters among modifiers, and there are only a few of them in the entire K-City. There is a powerful modification team to customize the mech-girl modification plan, which is a treatment that can only be enjoyed by joining the club. And you have to spend a lot of money to buy the modification core outside. We just provide the basic modification modules to the modifiers here. Su Chen did not agree with Yu Ming's words. After knowing the general perception of the world's tuners, he has already denied all of them. Anyway, it is impossible for him to give the Star Dream to these modifiers for modification. However, there is another benefit to joining the Northern Wolf. He can use his status as a club member to talk to A-level tuners. Rather than collecting useless information like a green-headed fly, directly asking an A-level modification engineer is undoubtedly the best choice. At the end of the day, it all comes down to joining a club. Because of Yu Ming, he had a good impression of the Northern Wolf, so why not choose the Northern Wolf? Plus, Xingming seems to like the Northern Wolf team uniforms. Su Chen was a little moved. During the conversation, Li Yini came and went. She was holding a box in her hand and looked a little mysterious. "Mr. Su Chen, this is the car cover you asked for." She coughed lightly, glanced at Xing Meng, who was clinging to the glass door with her face pressed against it, and said in a low voice, "This car cover is quite special. It's not recommended for mecha-girls to wear it outside. It's only suitable for wearing at home. You should know the specific reasons. If you really have a special fetish and I absolutely insist on wearing it outside, I suggest you find a deserted place at night." After saying that, she solemnly stuffed the box into Su Chen's hand. "This is the sincerity of our Northern Wolf team, even though you haven't decided whether you really want to join us." "Ha!" The yellow-haired man on the sofa turned over and snorted coldly. "Huang Shixuan, there's a fishbone stuck in your throat, are you humming?" Yu Ming didn't like Huang Shixuan and he wouldn't tolerate him, so he said directly to him. "A guy who made the robot girl endure so much pain just to get first place, is he worthy of your admiration? How ridiculous." The yellow-haired man stopped pretending to sleep and sat up. His cold eyes pierced Su Chen's face like knives. "Hey! Brat, don't think that winning the city championship is so great. That's because you hurt the robot girl. If you meet me, I guarantee that you will die without knowing how you died." "Huang Shixuan, shut up." Yu Ming instantly lost his temper, pointing at the man and cursing, "You don't even know what happened, why are you gushing over it? Is this obvious to you? You're not even a member of Northern Wolves T2 yet. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kick you out." Tisk. The yellow-haired man seemed to have not heard the threat at all and remained unmoved. It's a fact that he hurt the robot girl. I don't know what kind of magic potion he gave her. You don't understand what I'm saying, do you? Enough. That's enough. An angry roar suddenly exploded, instantly penetrating the entire building. "Shut the fuck up." Li Yini's face was gloomy. She put her hands on her hips and glared at Huang Shixuan and Yu Ming fiercely. How could she look sleepy at this moment? She looked like a lion awakened from sleep. The entire office was silent. The chandelier above my head swayed slightly, and the water in the glass was trembling. Su Chen's head was buzzing. Xing Meng frowned and pressed her cat ears, her forehead banging against the tempered glass. Yu Ming was standing next to Li Yini and was the first to be hit. He seemed to be used to it and wiped the blood from his ear without any care. On the sofa, Huang Shixuan hugged his knees with his hands, his face pale, and he was stunned for a long time. Why are you yelling so loudly?" He swallowed and stammered. "Can't you just talk properly?" Chapter 11, Chapter 69, interesting. Everyone was stunned by the roar. The arrogant yellow-haired guy is no exception. Li Yini took a deep breath, her emotions gradually calmed down, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. "That's right, let's talk calmly and don't keep arguing and hurting the harmony." "What?" Yu Ming tilted his head, looked at Li Yini, and shouted, "Big sister, what did you say? I can't hear you clearly. Can you speak louder?" Li Yini didn't say anything, and looked like she was trying not to smile. Zhe Ying took out a tube of cream from her bag and squeezed it into Yu Ming's ear with ease, then took out a pair of hearing aids and put them on Yu Ming. Yu Ming shook his head, and the quiet world became colorful again. He laughed out loud. "Oh, I told you, my eardrum ruptured again after all this time, ha 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 ha." Su Chen looked at Yu Ming with a strange look. The word is used well. It seems that Yu Ming has been a deaf person for more than 1 or 2 days. But he felt relieved when he thought about how his broken jaw was healed in one night. Medical technology in this world is very advanced, and a ruptured eardrum is as insignificant as a cut finger. The medicine that Zhe Ying just squeezed into Yu Ming's ear canal was probably the medicine specially prepared for repairing the eardrum. During the recovery period, there is also a transition to hearing aids, so I'm quite well prepared. It's true love at first sight. Yu Ming's side returned to normal, and Li Yini continued, "Huang Shixuan, Su Chen, one of you was recommended by the manager, and the other was a talent that our team members liked. Both of you meet the recruitment requirements of the Northern Wolf team. However, we don't need a replacement, and we don't have the resources for another person, so ultimately, only one of you can join the team." She pointed at herself. As the captain of T2, I have the right to review new players. The way I use this right is very simple. When there are 2 reserve players, I will decide who will actually join the team. This judgment requires sufficient evidence, which means you two will have to compete in a match to determine the winner. If Su Chen had heard these words before, he would have withdrawn on his own initiative. He didn't have to join this Northern Wolf. At worst, he can pay for the Snow Wolf car cover and then scratch off the wolf head logo on it. I believe that Northern Wolf T2 would not care about a car cover that the mech-girl can only wear at home. But now, because of some words from Huang Mao, he changed his mind. He was a little angry. This anger is not only due to slander and misunderstanding, but also due to others' denial of Stardream's efforts. It seemed as if Xingmeng won the championship entirely because of him, the driver, but in fact, Xingmeng mustered up the courage to win it on his own. This is the glory that belongs to Xingmeng. She does not need any sympathy and will not accept any misinterpretation. Okay. Huang Shixuan had recovered from the state of being stunned by Li Yini's yelling and put on his arrogant look again. It just so happens that I also want to see, if we change to a normal track, can this bully driver who won by bullying the mech-girl win the championship again? In racing competitions, the most important thing is tacit understanding, followed by technique, and finally the performance of the car girl. A squeezing machine girl can win a championship once, but she can't always be a champion, let alone become a world-class player. Here we go again. Li Yini frowned. Some people's thoughts are stubborn and deep-rooted. Even if you watch the news, you still feel like there is something fishy going on. Huang Shixuan is such a person. He adheres to the principle that seeing is believing and hearing is false, but he will not listen to anything others say. To put it nicely, it means being independent and unshakable. To put it bluntly, it means being extremely selfish and stubborn. She was about to say something when Su Chen next to her raised his hand. Su Chen stared at Huang Shixuan with a slightly cold look. The club is very cautious in recruiting players, especially since Northern Wolves T2 is in a critical period right now, so I don't think one game is enough to determine who will actually join the team. How about this, he said calmly, before the provincial championship, there are a total of 7 open tournaments, including the city championship, the city car championship, and 5 provincial qualifiers. All 7 competitions will accumulate points. We'll see who has the qualifying points in the end. Whoever has the highest points will be the next team member. After saying this, except for Huang Shixuan, Li Yini, and Yu Ming were all stunned. There is no doubt that the plan Su Chen proposed is absolutely fair and Justin can accurately provide a large amount of comparative data. It is easy to tell the strengths of the 2 players at a glance with these comparative data. It's just that almost no club does this because the cycle is too long. The pilot and the pilot girl also have to think about their future, right? If you are unfortunately eliminated in the end, it means you will miss the opportunity to participate in this year's provincial competition, because before the provincial competition, all major clubs have almost formed their teams, and team competitions require running in. How can you form a team temporarily 1 or 2 months before the competition? What made Yu Ming stunned was that didn't Su Chen know the rules of the upcoming open tournament and points? It was still there before. Damn pervert, so evil. However, he quickly followed Li Yini's train of thought and clearly grasped the risks that Su Chen and Huang Shixuan had to take in this duel. He also understood that Su Chen was really angry. Sure. No problem. Huang Shixuan looked Su Chen up and down, as if he had gotten to know him all over again. Apart from anything else, although your methods are shady, you're still a man, unlike those. Anyway, if you have the guts, if you can finally get more points than me, not only will I voluntarily get out of Northern Wolf T2, I'll also call you Dad. You don't have to call me Dad. Su Chen shook his head. I don't have a bastard descendant like you. If your final points are not as high as mine, then you should apologize to Xingmeng. Huang Shixuan looked at the angry Xingmeng, not understanding what Su Chen meant. Why? Because your words negated her efforts and made her unhappy. Su Chen touched Xingmeng's earphones that were pressed against her head. When she's unhappy, I get angry. Huang Shixuan still looked confused. He didn't understand why Xingmeng was unhappy. Isn't he seeking justice for Xingmeng? It must be that the evil guy Su Chen brainwashed Xingmeng too severely. Look at what he has done to this girl. How could a girl fight so hard for a city championship? This doesn't make sense at all. When he thought of this, his eyes became even colder as he stared at Su Chen. Alright, although it's impossible for you to beat me, in order to teach a rat man like you how to cherish your own mecha-girl. Huang Shixuan snorted coldly, I accept this boring competition. I will qualify for the City Car King Championship within a week. I hope you won't regret your impulsiveness and stupidity when you see my results. After saying that, he stood up, without even putting on his shoes, and casually put on his clothes and walked towards the door. Xiao Yun, let's go. On the sofa, the girl woke up from her dream when she heard the yellow-haired man calling her. She jumped up like an ant on a hot pan and wanted to follow him, but noticed that Huang Shixuan was not wearing shoes. So he stopped suddenly again and bent down to pick up the pair of shoes that were already a little worn out. When he passed by the crowd, he hurriedly bowed deeply and murmured, "I'm sorry." Only then did he follow Huang Shixuan's figure and walk away with a did sound. He looks busy, but I don't know what he is busy with. Damn it, you yellow-haired guy, what are you so arrogant about? You want to clear the city championship in a week? Dream on. Yu Ming pouted. Li Yini sighed, rubbed her swollen eyebrows, and felt a little sleepy again. In the corridor of the office building, sunlight shines through the windows and leaves white squares on the ground. Two figures, one tall and one short, shuttled back and forth in the cube. They walked side by side, and the petite figure had to jog to keep up. She reached out and grabbed the corner of the tall and thin figure's clothes. The man paused and immediately slowed down his pace. Suchen stared at them disappearing at the end of the corridor, his eyes slightly narrowed. Interesting. This yellow-haired guy is quite interesting. Chapter 12, Chapter 70, Excessive Enthusiasm. Mas Da. Xingming's face was full of unhappiness. What's wrong? Suchen rubbed her cat's head and said with a smile, "Are you still angry about what happened just now?" No, I don't want to be his dad. Xingming's face was full of grievance. If we win, he will call me dad, but I don't want to lose to them, and I don't want him to call me dad. She sighed, patted her head and said distressfully, "It's too difficult. Why does this world make things difficult for me?" Suchen laughed dumbly. "Xingming, you are wrong. If we win, he only needs to apologize to you, not call you dad." Meow? Xingming looked at Suchen in confusion, then shook her head vigorously. "So if we lose, we have to call him dad?" "No, that's too bad. Mas, why don't you tell him that if we win, let his daughter call me sister?" "I can accept that, he. Suchen. Isn't that still a huge loss?" However, in the mech-girl world, it seems that age is not the only criterion for measuring seniority. When Robot Girl feels that Robot Girl B is stronger than her, A will call B sister. For example, Xingming would call Queen sister Queen. But in fact, if we really want to talk about which one was born first, it is possible that Stardream was born earlier than Queen. So for the mech-girl, being called sister should be a very pleasant thing. It is equivalent to being called dad by friends or rivals in male social relationships. It seems that it is actually feasible? Let us talk about it next time we meet Huang Shixuan. It is estimated that they will not meet in the office area of Northern Wolf T2 until the other party gets into the top 3 of the city championship. Do you know about Huang Shixuan's past? Suchen asked Li Yini. I don't know much about him, but he's a relative of our manager. I'm not sure what his family does, but he's won first place in several track races. Li Yini touched her chin, thinking for a moment. Now that you mention it, I realize this guy's identity is quite mysterious. But we're a club, not a criminal investigation department. As long as he has a driver's license and isn't from another club, he can apply to join the team normally. Suchen didn't say anything. Huang Shixuan is not simple. Assuming his confidence comes from his skills and experience, he has definitely received professional training. But Huang Shixuan didn't look like someone with that kind of strength. After all, his clothes were a bit old. Oh. Could it be some melodramatic scenario about a genius disciple from some downtrodden sect? What? Suchen, what did you say? Yu Ming put the ear wearing the hearing aid very close to him. I said you were a fried fish dog. I fried the fish and dog? Then you're a pervert. Yu Ming was filled with righteous indignation. He turned to Xingming and said, Xingmeng, your driver is not a good person. He has bad intentions towards you. You'd better be careful when you sleep at night. It's best to lock the door, otherwise he may do something strange. Meow? Xingmeng tilted her head, hugged Suchen's arm, and put her pretty face against his, but Maz and I sleep together at night, meow. Yu Ming was stunned, and his eyes immediately turned red when he looked at Suchen. Damn it. You beast. Xingmeng is such a cute and well-behaved cat girl, and you have to eat her? What gives you the right? The more you talk, the more outrageous it gets. When does he have to eat? Doesn't the car cover have collection value? Can't we study the artistic beauty of human clothing design from the perspective of a modifier? Fortunately, he doesn't need to take action, someone else will take action naturally. Zhou Ying pinched Yu Ming's ear and dragged him into a small room with a gloomy face. The hearing aid fell to the ground with a click. Ah! Zhou Ying. Be gentle, be gentle. My ears are about to fall off. The door slammed shut. But Yu Ming's pig-slaughtering screams still came from the room. Su Chen didn't know if it was an illusion, but he could faintly hear a hint of enjoyment in the screams. Yu Ming is just like that. He likes to mess with his robot girl whenever he has nothing to do. Li Yini held her forehead and shook her head. Anyway, you have to get used to it. It's common for them to fight with each other. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. This guy Yu Ming turns out to be a masochist? Even though he usually looks like a cool celebrity racer, he seems to have quite a few female fans because of it. If those fans knew what Yu Ming was like in private, they would definitely be disillusioned, right? Come and register. Li Yini waved to Su Chen. You can choose to walk around our club later, or go home, but we suggest you come here every day. Although you are not a member of our team yet, you can experience some of the benefits in advance. For example, we will have a track analyst to explain the race map to you. This is a nice benefit. Su Chen secretly praised him in his heart. After all, he was not a racing driver and was not familiar with the competition map of this world. It would be great if someone could explain the City Car Championship game map to him from a professional perspective. He simply filled in the information about himself and Xing Meng as Li Yini requested. Then he asked, "Can I ask your tuner some questions? Although I'm a racing driver, I'm very interested in tuning." Of course. Li Yini stared intently at the computer screen and nodded without thinking. Our level tuner here, that sister named Nua Lei, is an overly enthusiastic person. If you go to her, she'll be happy to share with you, well, share everything about her. What? You mean you want to know what the exam content is for the tuner certification? What materials do I need to prepare? Yes. Su Chen looked at the girl sitting opposite him and nodded. Compared to those old-fashioned and stinky coffin boards in The Voice of the Night, this girl has a distinctly youthful and energetic feeling. Her smooth purple princess-cut hair just reached her shoulders, and her fair oval face was adorned with small yet delicate features. Even the black-framed glasses that nearly covered half her face couldn't conceal her vibrant energy. She wasn't dressed like a modifier, but more like a cute repairman, a beige short-sleeved t-shirt with a bear print and a pair of pocket-filled overalls. He had noticed Miss Noer when he was outside the modification room just now. But he didn't connect her with the tuner and thought she was the daughter of a tuner. I never thought that she was the A-level modification engineer herself. Then you've asked the right person, ha ha ha. Nua Lei pushed up his glasses, and the exotic light green pupils behind the frames suddenly brightened a little, and a joyful arc appeared between his eyebrows. This is the first time a driver has asked me this question. Do you have a green bubble? Add me as a friend and I'll send you the information later. I'll also send you the study plan I made and the various test papers I collected. I guarantee you'll get a good score on the test. By the way, have you and your robot girl eaten yet? I had hazelnut and pine nut cakes for lunch today. Would you like to try some? They taste really good. Your mecha-girl is so cute. Are the ears real? Wow. They actually move. This is the first time I've seen a mecha-girl specialized in cat girls. Eh? Can't I touch the tail? That's a shame. Su Chen looked at the girl Nua Lei who was chattering around Xing Meng. He finally understood why Li Yini paused just now. This girl is really nice and enthusiastic, and she talks a lot. Ah. You're victorious. You're victorious, meow. Xing Meng had been forced back into the corner, her ears pressed against her shoulders, her tail tucked in, her claws and teeth bared. Retreat. Retreat, retreat. Meow. Come to think of it, wouldn't a cat-girl-specific mecha-girl's underwear have to have more holes in the back? Nua Lei stared at Xing Meng's tail with curiosity in his eyes, still studying it, or? It's not worn at all? Ah, don't be shy actually, I'm not wearing anything either. Su Chen. What I'm saying is, the desire to share is fine, but it doesn't have to be that strong. Real. Chapter 13, Chapter 71, about the Starlight Pilot. It turns out that a lot of professional stuff can never be found on the internet. I chatted with Noor for a while, who was enthusiastic and eager to share. This girl almost stripped the tuner's underwear off. Many things are different from what Su Chen thought. For example, basic modification modules are not mass-produced by machines, but are made by a special group of people called modelers. It's not really special to say it's special, because the first step to becoming a tuner is to become a modeler. The modifier is equivalent to the awakened and transferred version of the modeler. The threshold for becoming a modeler is not as high as that for a modifier. One can become a modeler through a series of learning and training and successfully awakening star energy. The treatment of these modelers is equivalent to that of the middle-level elites in the previous life. They are better off than white-collar workers, but not as rare as modifiers. Things were indeed not as simple as Su Chen thought. Because the prerequisite for obtaining an A-level modification engineer certificate is to have the basic qualities of a modeler awakening star energy. He does have a D-level modification engineer certificate now, but he does not have star energy. After all his modifications came from the hand of God. Are you interested in awakening your star energy? I have a training program I can send you. Noor paused and looked at Su Chen and Xing Meng with an ambiguous look. She chuckled and lowered her voice, saying, "It's very difficult for ordinary people to awaken star energy, but you have the mech-girl. The mech-girl is a high-purity carrier of star energy. With her help, you can understand and awaken star energy faster. That way, you can at least become a modeler. What if you have the talent to become a starlight pilot? That would be a huge profit." Starlight pilot? Su Chen caught a new word and was stunned for a moment. What is that? Hey, your knowledge is even more limited than I thought. But after all, you've just entered the professional racing world, so it's understandable. Nuale patted his chest, which was still quite impressive, and said proudly, "If you have any questions in the future, just ask me. I'm absolutely reliable in this area." The so-called starlight pilots and tuners are a group of guys favored by the star god. Modifiers can make special use of star energy analysis modification modules to create modification cores. The starlight pilots use star energy to awaken their special abilities, helping the mecha girls gain an advantage on the track. Noor held up a finger, his expression serious. For example, suppose a mecha girl hits a guardrail and is seriously injured, depleting most of her battery life. Wouldn't she be able to complete the race? Yeah. Xing Meng and Su Chen nodded together. Both the big and small ones sat very straight, like primary school students listening attentively to the class. So, if the pilot of this mecha is a starlight pilot, and he possesses a starlight skill called Resurrection of Glory, which not only instantly repairs the mecha's injuries but also replenishes its battery life, then this mecha will be able to complete the race. This is the power of starlight pilots. Nole put his hands on his hips and raised his chin, as if he had turned into a starlight pilot. Then Su Chen, do you understand? Su Chen understood. Summoner skills. Flash, teleport, heal, weaken, paralyze. In short, it means the same thing. Where's Xing Meng? Do you understand? Xing Meng shook her head, then nodded, her eyes a little uncertain. If you understand, repeat what I just said. Nole knocked on the table. Oh, well, suppose the pilot of a starlight pilot is a mecha girl, and she possesses starlight skills. She can instantly heal the pilot's injuries and replenish the pilot's endurance, and then the pilot can successfully complete the race. Hey meow. Xing Meng was stunned. Cat Ears and Daima stood up at the same time, and tilted their heads. It seems that something is wrong, meow. Hey, where did you find such a cute cat girl specializing in mecha girl? Nuale looked at Xing Meng with lustful eyes, and said to Su Chen pitifully, "Can you lend Xing Meng to me for one night?" No, 3 nights. I can't imagine how nice it would be to sleep with such a cute cat girl specializing in mecha girl, and I can play with her tail and ears at will. The modification lady seemed to be defeated and beat her chest and stamped her feet. Damn it, how can you eat so well, you bastard? Su Chen. Just speak. Why are you cursing suddenly? I don't want to sleep with you. Xing Meng came back to her senses, hugged Su Chen, and glared at Nuale fiercely. I only sleep with Masta. I won't let you touch my tail and ears, only Masta. Give up. You weird woman. Miss Noor seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and became completely depressed. But she had a good ability to adjust herself and soon recovered. Anyway, starlight pilots are ubiquitous. As you gradually climb up, you'll encounter them sooner or later. Noel shrugged and soothed with the tone of a senior. Well, don't be too nervous. As long as your skills and performance are good enough, you can also compete with these wall hangers. Su Chen's mind was rapidly processing the information provided by Nuale. Didn't this reveal the special people and cultivation systems of another world? Starlight pilots were undoubtedly superior to ordinary pilots, but judging by what Nuale said, these Starlight pilots weren't yet invincible. It turns out that becoming world-class is not that easy. Speaking of which, as a time traveler and the former chief modification engineer of China, what type of ability would he gain if he awakened the star skill? Temporarily modify your own mech-girl during the competition? Or, just take off the equipment from other mech-girls? Su Chen fell into unreasonable associations, and an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Su Chen, what are you thinking about? I didn't know when Noer had come closer. She crossed her arms and stared at him with an angry look. Are you thinking of playing with baby Xingmeng's ears or her tail first while she's sleeping at night? Damn it! A winner in life like you should have been burned at the stake. Su Chen was speechless and casually grabbed Xingmeng's tail and squeezed it. I'm not as vulgar as you. I always play openly. Ah! Miss Nuoli's defenses were broken when she saw Xingmeng's pretty, blushing face. She roared in despair, burn you to death, burn you to death. But I have to say it. Miss Nuol is still very responsible. Although the hatred value was already full, when Su Chen asked to obtain modified accessories, she was still very enthusiastic in offering her own channels, and did not show any desire to explore Su Chen's proposal. This is a passionate but also very measured person. I've sent you the location via Green Bubble. This is a secret flea market reserved for us modders. The parts there are much cheaper than at Star God Huilugo. Nole pushed his glasses and reminded him seriously, just browsing and broadening your horizons is perfectly fine, but if you want to buy parts, many sellers will require a modification certificate. If that's what you need, I can go with you. Nuale looked at Xingmeng from time to time, with a malicious smile on his lips. She probably thought that Xingmeng would need her to modify it sooner or later and it would not be able to escape from her control. That's not necessary. I'm just curious and want to take a look. Su Chen politely refused. He himself has a D-level modification engineer certificate, and Voice of the Night has already registered it for him. Moreover, he didn't want Northern Wolf T2 to know that he was a tuner. Chapter 14, Chapter 72, You know nothing about my power. The flea market that Noer mentioned is in an abandoned underground garage in K-City. When Su Chen brought Xingmeng here, there weren't many people here. People like him who bring a mecha-girl with him attract the attention of people around him. After all, there are generally only two types of people who visit this flea market: tuners and ordinary people who are preparing to become tuners. Where is the driver coming from? After all, becoming a tuner is a very energy-consuming job. According to Noer, tuners usually need to buy a lot of basic materials to hone their abilities. So if you choose to become a tuner, you basically say goodbye to the racetrack, and you have no time to train at all. Su Chen's goal this time is very simple: to improve Star Dream's burst and acceleration performance. Today, the cornering performance of the Star Dream is basically sufficient, but its main weakness is its burst. For a mecha girl with strong burst performance like Shadow Chaser, even if the cornering speed is not high, it can make up for the time difference by accelerating extremely quickly after cornering. There are only 3 ways to improve the explosive acceleration of a mecha: moderate weight reduction, suspension adjustment, and power improvement. There are big projects and small projects when it comes to weight loss. Major projects include replacing the entire body material with equally strong but lighter materials, lightweight chassis, etc. Small projects include lightweight wheels, simplified interior, lightweight air components, and removal of left and right exterior rear-view mirrors. Suspension tuning is more complex, requiring expert adjustments to the geometry, spring rates, shock absorbers, and anti-roll bar system. In terms of power, upgrading the mechanical supercharger to a turbocharger and upgrading the 6-cylinder engine to an 8-cylinder engine can significantly increase kinetic energy. But which of the above options should be adopted specifically? It also depends on what the flea market has and what he has enough money to buy. Queen has 200,000 yuan in his card, plus the 100,000 yuan transfer money he won from the competition, so he is quite confident. But this confidence only lasted until Su Chen entered a stall at random. It's so expensive, why don't you just go and rob it? Su Chen's face turned green as he pinched a purple quality basic module. This is a full carbon fiber frame basic modification module. If it is made into a modification core, the inevitable effect is to replace the Xingmeng frame material with full carbon fiber material. Currently, the Xingmeng frame material is still relatively backward low-carbon steel. In the past, it was the mainstream material in the 1950s and 1960s. Su Chen thought that the price of this basic modification module would be at most 100,000. As a result, the boss asked for 188,000. Young man, this is a purple modification module, and it has the two popular performances of burst and speed. The boss didn't even look up from the seat behind the stall, just fiddling with his phone. If you can use it to make a purple modification core, you can make a profit. If you can't afford it, look for something else. I don't bargain here. Su Chen's eyes went dark. There are so many stalls here, what's the point? He pulled Xingmeng and turned away. Half an hour later, he came back dejected. The boss looked at Su Chen and Xingmeng, who came back and grinned proudly. Young man, what do you think? Other stalls don't have frame modification modules like mine, right? Do you know how much carbon fiber I wasted just to make this module? It's certainly expensive, but it's certainly rare. If you put it in Xingshan Huailgu, you can get it for at least 250,000 yuan. Su Chen didn't say anything, but just gritted his teeth secretly. What the boss said was correct, the other stalls did not have that. He immediately fell in love with the modified module. On the way to the flea market, he also went to the scrapyard in K-City, but didn't find any carbon fiber frames. Now looking at what the boss meant, it is obvious that modelers also need to consume raw materials to make basic modules, and it is impossible to create something out of nothing. So the carbon fiber in the junkyard was sold out long ago. Only some worthless basic materials are left. He didn't want to give up this basic modification module. Su Chen looked at the various materials on the stall and rolled his eyes. Boss, do you accept modification cores here? Yes. The boss was stunned for a moment, looked Su Chen up and down, then looked at Xingmeng, who was obviously a mecha-girl next to him. So, you want to sell the modification core? What quality? How many do you want to sell? Let me make it clear first, you must have a modification certificate before I can accept your modification core. I won't accept used ones from mecha-girls who have already signed a purchase agreement. He didn't think Su Chen looked like a modification engineer. I thought Su Chen wanted to sell the modification core on the mecha-girl. Isn't that funny? Don't rush to close the stall. I'll bring the modification core over later. Su Chen didn't agree immediately. He still had to make some preparations, so he pulled Xingmeng away. The boss sighed as he looked at their backs. Another fantastic idea. Su Chen changed to a stall farther away. Directly purchase two blue basic modules that increase burst and speed. One is the engine type and the other is the lightweight chassis. The total cost was less than 50,000 yuan. Then he sneakily took Xingmeng to a corner. Mas, what are you doing? Xingmeng looked at Su Chen curiously. I found a way to make money. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and raised a sinister smile. Now that I have a modification engineer certificate, I can sell modification cores. Then I just need to buy basic modules at a low price at this flea market, synthesize them into modified cores, and then sell them at a high price to make money. Wow! Xingmeng's eyes lit up and she clapped her hands. Masta is amazing. Won't we be rich soon? That's right. But isn't synthesizing a modification core a probabilistic event? Xingmeng. Su Chen looked mysterious and touched Xingmeng's little head. You know nothing about my power. As soon as he finished speaking, he used the hand of God to merge the two blue basic modules into a blue modified core. Unnamed Burst Acceleration Modification Core. Positive effect, speed +4, burst +7. Negative effects, stability 5, endurance 3, cornering 3. Grade, blue. This modification core is made for you. Please name the modification core. No special effects? Su Chen frowned slightly, then quickly relaxed. That's normal. After all, it's a pre-made dish. How can it be compared with the effect of the one I modified myself? Moreover, the total value of the negative attributes is equal to the total value of the positive attributes, which is completely a case of robbing Peter to pay Paul. In Su Chen's eyes, such a modified core is unqualified. The negative effects are too many and too high, and the cost outweighs the benefits. But for the drivers and tuners in this world, this kind of modification core with high negative effects is a common occurrence for them to replace the modification core. Queen is a typical example. If the negative effect of the modified core was not too strong, her burst attribute would not be reduced to only 61. What Su Chen is more curious about now is The three most popular attributes in the tuner and driver circles are speed, burst and cornering. The blue modification core in his hand increases speed and burst, while having little impact on cornering performance. What level of product does such a blue modification core hold in the eyes of these modifiers? And how much profit can it bring to him? Li Yini, not the female lead. Chapter 15, Chapter 73, Raising the Price. Boss, this is the core I want to sell. What do you think? It was still the same stall. Su Chen returned. Hand the freshly made blue modified core to the boss. Did you take this from the mech-girl? The boss took the modification core and stared at Su Chen with suspicion. I tell you, I'm a professional. You can't hide those little tricks from me. Seeing Su Chen silent, the boss patiently spent some time to modify the core. The more information the player received, the more something seemed to be wrong. He frowned and looked at Su Chen. After thinking for a while, he looked at Su Chen again. Suddenly he cursed, "Fuck." The boss stared blankly at the modified core in his hand. He had figured out the properties of the core, but not believing it, he put it in the machine next to him for testing, and the result was similar to what he had figured out. As for why it takes so long to disk even though there is a machine. Naturally, training and improvement are reflected in the daily details. Young man, are you really planning on selling this blue modification core? The uncle scratched his head and said thoughtfully, this is a modification core with acceleration and burst attributes. It's very rare. Are you sure you want to sell it? He glanced at Xing Meng next to Su Chen and asked again, don't you need your robot girl? I want to buy her a better one. Su Chen smiled, so can I sell it? Yes, of course. The uncle nodded repeatedly. Compared to his previous indifference, he now had a completely smiling face. But the basic process still needs to be followed. You have to show your modification certificate, otherwise I dare not accept this core. Not being willing to accept it does not mean not daring to accept it. He deliberately left his words unspoken. That's because he was going to lower the price. As long as Su Chen doesn't have a modification engineer certificate, he can find 10,000 reasons to lower the price. The uncle is very sure about this. The reason is simple: how can there be someone who is both a driver and a tuner? Do you have the energy? Aren't you afraid of learning everything but mastering nothing? So he guessed that this modification core was a gift from someone else, or that it came from a shady source. Then he could openly offer it at a super low price. Su Chen doesn't care what the boss is thinking. He looked at the smiling boss and took out his D-level modification engineer certificate with a smile. The uncle was confused. No. Are you really a modification engineer? Yeah. Su Chen nodded as a matter of course. How do I know about this flea market if I'm not a tuner? Why would I come to this flea market if I'm not a tuner? The uncle was silent for a moment and pointed at Xingmeng. You, or the driver? Yes. Su Chen nodded again. Can a modification engineer also contract a mecha-girl? Besides, the main function of Xingmeng is to warm the bed. Oh, the uncle stretched out his tone. He understood. There are indeed some people in this society who contract robot girls not for the purpose of racing. That means he really treats the girl as his wife. Although the mecha-girl is not fertile, she is still pleasing to the eye. And the mecha-girl doesn't have the concept of monogamy. So there are some people who have a normal girlfriend and secretly have a girlfriend who is a girl. However, it is difficult to have a girl who is a girl because she pursues the glory of the track and she will not be happy if she is not taken to the track. No matter how many bags or lipsticks you give me, it won't help. The girls don't buy it. There was only one way to please them, and that was to become a responsible, excellent pilot. Even if you were less than 1.6 meters tall, weighed 180 pounds, and looked like a caveman, the pilot girl wouldn't be disgusted. As long as she can see that you are working hard on your path as a driver. She will be full of expectations for you and then develop a good impression of you. The uncle didn't know how Su Chen had tricked Xing Meng into falling head over heels in love with him. This is someone's privacy. Now he just wanted to get a good price for this blue modified core. Little brother, the market price of a blue core is between 100,000 and 150,000. I see you're very interested in my purple basic module. How about you add 30,000 transfer points and I'll give you the purple basic module in exchange? Su Chen grinned. Boss, a modified core that increases acceleration and burst at the same time, I haven't seen it in other stalls. How about I take it and ask again? If their price is not as good as yours, I will come back and exchange it with you, how about that? The uncle's face changed slightly when he heard this. Seeing Su-Chen reaching out for the core, he was reluctant to let it go no matter what. For things like modified cores, grade is the standard for measuring price, but it is not everything. Another point is suitability. For example, this modified core, although it has many negative effects, if it encounters a buyer who is in urgent need of speed and burst and does not care about these negative effects, then the blue core with a market price of around 100,000 to 150,000 may be sold at a higher price. There are too many rich guys in the mech-girl market. They are willing to spend a fortune to find the right mod core, even willing to pay the price of a purple core for a blue one if it's the right one. The characteristic of this type of blue modification core is that the positive effects are concentrated on speed, burst and cornering, and among these three attributes, speed and burst are the most popular. Because most mecha-girls lack these two attributes. These two attributes can significantly improve track performance. The uncle glanced at Su-Chen and saw a half smile on his face. He knew that Su-Chen had seen his reluctance. His mind has been taken advantage of. Ah! The uncle sighed and compromised. You don't have to go to another stall. I'll give you this purple module directly. Let's be friends. If you need a top quality core like this in the future, remember to think of me first. Boss, if you give me the purple module and give me another 50,000 yuan, this modified core will be yours. Su-Chen was unmoved, but not greedy either. He just wants to get something for nothing. What? I have to pay you extra? The uncle's eyes widened, his face filled with anger. Boy, this is an ultra-rare carbon fiber frame purple module. If this thing were made into a modification core, do you know how much it would be worth? Yeah, you said it, too. If it's made into a modification core, you know how low the chances are of it being made into a modification core. If it fails, it's all for naught. Before it becomes part of the modification core, it means nothing to the mecha-girl. I have to take the risk of that happening. The two people argued with each other, and the atmosphere was full of tension. Xingmeng looked at the boss, then at Su-Chen, and suddenly bent down to pick up a brick from the ground. The mecha-girl cannot actively attack humans, but she can show threats. If Su-Chen is attacked by the boss, she can stop the boss's violence. This doesn't count as harming humans, it's called self-defense. Just use this brick to hit this fierce uncle's feet. As soon as she thought of this, she quietly hid the bricklayer behind her, her eyes wandering around, but she had actually locked onto the boss's feet. Su-Chen and the uncle were still haggling over the price. Boss, boy, don't be so cruel. I can only give you 10,000 at most. Su-Chen, 55,000 more. Boss, at most 20,000, this is my bottom line. Su-Chen, give me 60,000 more. Boss, 30,000, no more. Su-Chen, 65,000. No. The uncle was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. He pointed at Su-Chen and trembled. Why are you getting higher and higher? Will you buy it? If not, I'll take it. I never bargain when I sell things. If you bargain, I'll raise the price. Su-Chen looked smug and repeated what his boss had said to him before. Xingmeng is standing next to him with a brick in his hand, who can touch him? Even if the boss was furious, he could only stare blankly. So cool. The uncle saw that his argument with Su-Chen had attracted the attention of other vendors around. In order to avoid complications, he could only curse inwardly. He has been setting up stalls for so many years, and he has always been the one setting up stalls for others. Today, I was tricked by a young man. He gritted his teeth and pulled out his phone. Alright, stop yelling. 65,000 is 65,000. Give me the payment code and I'll transfer it to you. Chapter 16 Chapter 74 Exclusive Secret Modification. Mas, you're amazing. You bought what you wanted without spending a penny. Xingmeng wants to learn from me, too. On the way back, Xingmeng's eyes were full of admiration. Su-Chen's lips curled up slightly, and he rode his horse at full speed with great satisfaction. Want to learn? Then continue to warm my bath water tonight. No problem, meow. Xingmeng patted her sizable chest, her cat ears erected as she looked serious. I guarantee the mission. Xingmeng will strictly control the water temperature at 42°C. You also have to make sure the water smells like you. Why is that, meow? If that's the case, it'll need to soak for a long time, meow. Because I like it. Yes, sir. Xingming's little brain doesn't think too much. She just needs to know that Su Chen likes it. As long as Su Chen likes it, she is willing to do it no matter how strange it is. Su Chen was stunned. He was just joking, but he didn't expect Xingming to agree so immediately. This little girl, she really has no scheming at all, she's so naive. He couldn't help feeling a little guilty, but it was quickly washed away by the joy of buying the accessories. I didn't spend a penny of the 300,000 yuan I had. But he bought a lot of things. In addition to the purple basic module, he also used the same method to make modified cores and sold them at a different price to buy a set of carbon fiber air component basic modules, a set of blue quality lightweight wool modules, a set of purple quality semi-hot melt tire modules, and a fine fabric made outfit mech-girl car cover. It doesn't cost a penny, just buy it for free. However, the 2 blue modified cores he made later were not so excellent. He is not stupid. He dares to do this because the flea market is so big. Otherwise, this behavior of reselling cores will easily be seen as problematic. When he presented the payment code today, he caught a glimpse of a green bubble group chat popping up on the uncle's mobile phone interface, which was the flea market owner group. After closing their stalls tonight, these bosses will definitely communicate in the group and will definitely talk about him, the strange buyer. Needless to say, he would definitely be exposed by these bosses, and then after several bosses communicated with each other, they would immediately discover that something was wrong with him. Su Chen knew this a long time ago, but he still did it. This is because he will never go to that flea market again. Let these bosses guess. After returning home, Su Chen gave McFlurry some cat food and water, and cleaned up its poop. Then he put all the things he bought on the balcony. Queen didn't have a workbench at home, but fortunately the balcony was spacious enough, so he sat down on the floor and started tinkering with these basic modules. These basic modules cannot be used directly. It also needs to be carefully inspected by the hand of God, and then converted into a modified module after his adjustment and processing. Su Chen was not sure whether doing so would lead to any improvement. He was just acting on the basic responsibilities and professional ethics of a chief modifier. He would feel uncomfortable if he didn't see or understand the detailed accessories. "Mas, the maid outfit looks so good." Xingmeng walked to Su Chen's side, having already changed into that exquisite maid outfit in Cyborg Girl's car coverall. She lifted her skirt and turned around, the pure white skirt fluttering, and the slim fabric was tightened with her movements, outlining her exquisite curves. Black lace trims the neckline and the edge of the skirt, and the waist cinching design creates a slender waist that can be held in one hand. Under the pleated skirt are 2 slender legs wrapped in delicate black stockings and wearing small round-toed leather shoes. The most deadly part is the back. There is a small round hole cleverly opened at the back waist of the skirt. Her fluffy and soft cattail just happened to stick out from it, swaying from side to side, and she was obviously in a good mood. The swaying of her tail occasionally caused the hem of her skirt to lift up a little, revealing the absolute territory at the base of her thighs, which was wrapped in black stockings and was barely visible. Very sexy. It can be said to be quite sexy. In addition, Xingming also raised her cat ears and made a cat paw gesture, which brought the feeling of cuteness and sexiness to the extreme. However, Su Chen just glanced at it indifferently and then focused his attention back on the accessories in front of him. He has already unfolded the lightweight wheels. It's beautiful. It suits you very well. While unfolding, don't forget to give Xingmeng some emotional value. Wow. Xingmeng stared at Su Chen blankly, pouting her lips. "Mas, you were so perfunctory." However, seeing that Su Chen was working seriously, she nodded obediently. "Okay, Mas, I'll show it to you later. I'll go show it to Sister Queen first." She turned and walked away with her phone. After a while, Su Chen heard a series of clicking sounds behind him. Obviously someone was taking a selfie. Xingmeng made a scissors hand gesture with Su Chen as the background, and then she found a sweet angle, squinted her eyes and smiled, and then click. She first sent the selfie to her only friend Queen, then opened her empty moments and scratched her head. After hesitating for a while, I finally added the picture and edited it. Mas bought me a new bike cover. It looks great. I love it. Mas worked hard as soon as he got back. He bought a lot of good things today without spending any money. Super awesome. Click send. This is her first circle of friends. She used to be very envious of the other mecha girls in the League Academy. Because these girls all have mobile phones given by the drivers, and some of them bought them with their own money. It would be convenient to make friends if she had a mobile phone, but she didn't have one, and she couldn't afford to buy one with her little money. This resulted in every time I met a mecha-girl who I could talk to, I would end up losing contact with her because she didn't have her contact information. After all, the League Academy is so big, it would be difficult to meet that mecha-girl again. This resulted in her spending 3 years in the League Academy. While other girls had several close friends, she didn't have a single friend to contact. So when she needed help, she could only ask from one modification shop to another, only to be looked down upon and scolded when she returned home. But all this is in the past. Xingmeng looked at her empty circle of friends filled with only advertisements, but she felt very satisfied. Now she is following Su Chen, and her days will get better and better. She will have many girlfriends, and her circle of friends will become more and more lively. Bite. Xingmeng was about to turn off her phone and look for Su Chen, but she saw that someone had liked her post. It's Queen. A chat box popped up immediately afterwards. Xingmeng, your car cover is so beautiful, did Su Chen buy it for you? Yeah. Xingmeng quickly typed, and Moss didn't spend a penny. He first bought, I forgot, meow. Anyway, he bought a lot of stuff and sold a few modification cores, and then he became very rich, meow. Although Xingmeng's description was vague, Queen still understood it. Su Chen should have bought the basic module, synthesized it into a modified core, and then resold the modified core to the boss. There's just one thing about her that's weird. Is it true that the success rate of Su Chen's modified core synthesis is 100%? Where is your master? What is he doing? Xingmeng looked back and found that Su Chen was surrounded by 4 tires and a huge frame. His hands danced quickly, performing some operations that Xingmeng couldn't understand. Moss to him, he should be modifying it? Xingmeng tilted his little head, and his cat ears trembled. That should be a modification, although it is completely different from before in front of Knight's team. Queen remembered that she had never really watched Su Chen's modifications. Since he could guarantee the success rate of core output, he must be different from the Knight team, right? Even if she didn't have the chance to enjoy Su Chen's modifications, she could still watch from afar. So she typed, "Can you show it to me? I want to appreciate a man who works hard." Xingmeng hesitated. What Moss is doing now is her own special secret modification. Some of the process is quite embarrassing. She wasn't sure if she could show it to Sister Queen. Chapter 17, Chapter 75, The Real Advantage. Moss, Queen wants to see you, can you show it to her? Xingmeng approached Su Chen with a flattering look on her face and said coquettishly, Can I? Can I? I want to share my handsome Moss with the whole world. Su Chen didn't even raise his head. He was looking at the 4 wheels that were obviously not suitable for Xingmeng in size and was worried. He just said casually, I'm not ashamed to be seen by others, so you can look at it if you want. Great. Xingmeng cheered and typed to Queen, Moss said he's willing to show Sister Queen everything about him. Sister Queen, you can look at it all you want. At the voice of the Knight headquarters, Queen blushed as she looked at the message on her phone screen, her wine-red eyes narrowed slightly. Su Chen really said that? Humph. He's showing off everything about himself. Slippery mouth. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she didn't even notice it. Soon Xingmeng's video call came. What came towards me was Xingmeng's cute face. She wandered in front of the camera, her face full of confusion, but soon her eyes lit up. Aha, found it, meow. Big camera flip. Amidst the inexplicably loud slogans, the camera turned and faced Su Chen on the balcony. Queen was stunned looking at the huge frame and the pile of original accessories. What did Su Chen buy these original parts for? These parts were completely useless to mecha girls. Nowadays, only modelers would use them to learn modeling, and the ultimate goal was to copy them and make basic modification modules. But she didn't say anything, just watched silently. Since Su Chen was able to modify the Star Dream, he must have his own set of plans. Su Chen didn't know that there was a camera pointing at his butt. The human-machine response to Xingmeng just now was completely instinctive. He was very annoyed at the moment because the wheel hub module was the size of a truck after it was unfolded. Can this be used by Xingmeng? It's like wearing size 44 shoes on a size 34 foot. How can that be comfortable? First of all, one thing is very clear, this basic modification module will not affect the production of the modification core, and it can also be used for mecha girls, and the final size displayed on the mecha girls is appropriate. But Su Chen just felt uncomfortable all over. It's not perfect, it's a pre-made dish. Even if it's braised pork, it won't suit everyone's taste. Some people like sweet taste, some people like salty taste. As a chef, how can you do things perfunctorily? It's a pity that there is no machine tool. Suchen sighed as he stroked the brand new wheel hub. It would be great if this divine hand could modify these parts to match the size of Xingmeng. This idea just came up. Suchen felt his head go numb, and then he saw the wheel hub in his hand shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The result is a 23-inch wheel that clearly fits the racing car's body. Oh my god, it's really possible? Suchen was stunned and touched the wheel in disbelief. The tires we found for the Xingmeng modifications the first 2 times were all in line with the Xingmeng body size, and when modifying the engine, parts were added and replaced. If he had known earlier that the hand of God was so awesome. Well, it seems that it would have been useless to know it earlier. At that time, he knew too little about the basic modification modules. After changing the wheel size, Suchen converted the wheel into a basic modification module. As expected, this basic module has undergone some changes, just like the last engine. Precise lightweight wheel basic module blue. That's right, Suchen found that the name of this basic module had changed, with an additional suffix precise in front of it. At the same time, the original information of this basic module is speed plus 1.3, burst plus 1.3, stability 3.5, and is greatly affected by other basic modules. Now it becomes speed plus 2.4, burst plus 2.4, stability 3, and is generally affected by other basic modules only for sports car mech-girls. In other words, he just processed it a little bit. Even if it's just making the wheels fit the body size of the Stardream, the quality of this basic module has been improved? No, it's not the quality that's improved, but the adaptability that's improved. Suchen stroked his chin and pondered for a while. He hadn't seen a mecha-girl in truck form so far, but he couldn't be sure that there weren't any. Most of the mecha-girls are in the form of sports cars and off-road vehicles. The former has the largest number, so it only improves the adaptability of the basic module by modifying the size. Therefore, this basic module has the premise of only sports car type girls. Next, Suchen continued to unfold the semi-hot melt tire module purple and the carbon fiber air component module blue. Just as he expected, the original dimensions of these basic modules after unfolding were very strange. Take the hot melt tire module for example, the 4 unfolded tires look like those on a bicycle. The air component is even more outrageous. It is so big that it can be installed on a small helicopter. Ha ha! I finally understand why the success rate of modification engineers in this world in synthesizing modification cores is so low. Suchen looked at these original accessories with a variety of sizes and material purity, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. To put it simply, the core of modification is to connect and piece together the basic modules. But how to put it together if the size is wrong? He boldly guessed that the modifier succeeded in making the modification core because he happened to get a basic module with the right hidden size, or the size was not so suitable, but it could be forcibly put together, which would cause the quality of the modification core to drop significantly and the attributes would be a piece of shit. The reason why he can make modified cores with 100% accuracy is partly due to the hand of God. If he didn't expand the accessories to correct the materials and dimensions, the core he made would still have major flaws. For example, the 3 defective items he sold to the flea market. This is a problem that a tuner simply cannot solve. Because neither the modifier nor the modeler knows the original accessory size of the base module and whether the material is qualified. The base modules purchased by the tuner are completely random. The size of the basic modules made by the modeler should also be random, or simply one style for each person. It is strange that such a core that is randomly pieced together without any standardization can be mass-produced. But he can fix it. He can expand the basic modules. He can see and correct the dimensions of the original fittings. Even if it can't be unfolded, he can find accessories that fit the size of Stardream in the scrapyard. If that doesn't work, as long as he has machine tools and basic materials, he can make it for Xingming himself and customize it. This is my advantage. Suchen breathed a sigh of relief, with flames flickering in his eyes. Not only does he possess modification knowledge that is ahead of all the modifiers in the entire Star God era, he also possesses a unique golden finger that these modifiers do not have. Relying on modification knowledge and cheat codes such as the Hand of God, his mecha-girl can become a perfect numerical monster. This kind of perfection does not require suppressing the nature of the mecha-girl, but rather releasing the performance of the mecha-girl to the extreme through his perfect modification. Become a true boss-level existence on the track. The thinking of the tuners in this world is rigid, data-driven, and inflexible like a group of robots. They don't understand how the aeronautics kit works. Suchin played with the wrench, looking up and down at the huge aerodynamic component in front of him, with a slight smile on his face. So they never guess. And there's also this nice thing called a retractable tail. Chapter 18, Chapter 76, Succubus Core? There are many types of lifting tails. The most basic one is of course the automatic trigger type, that is, it rises when the car turns and hides in the car body to reduce wind resistance when driving in a straight line. Further up there are electric rear wing, angle adjustable electric rear wing, dual motor 3-stage active lifting rear wing, and AI chip real-time electronically controlled rear wing. This last type of system, which can precisely adjust the air components in real time based on the speed and status of the car on the track, has no other disadvantages except its high cost. Currently, Suchen can only consider the basic version. He took the time to look up some information on his phone. There really is no fully automatic air component in this world. There certainly aren't any machine tools to manufacture these components. If he wants to develop high-tech such as AI chip electronically controlled air kit, not only machine tools are needed, but also corresponding electronic systems, which requires too much basic preparation. Now there is simply no time and money to complete this massive project. But in the future, maybe. My thoughts return to the aerodynamic kit in front of me. Since the God's hand can control the size of original accessories, then it should be no problem to control the size of small parts such as screws, right? Suchen tried it and found that it worked. Not only can you control the size, but you can also change the cross screws into slotted screws. He could even make various materials bend and deform according to his will. Apart from not being able to replace the raw materials, he could do whatever he wanted. Less than half an hour. Suchen built a basic automatic lifting tail wing. This automaticity comes from the balance bar inside it. The stabilizer bar senses the body state based on the body inclination angle and determines whether the car is driving in a straight line or in a corner. When the balance is broken, the tail wing will pop out instantly. As the car returns to normal balance after exiting the corner, the rear wing will immediately retract. But only the tail wing. He can't modify the racing side skirts and front shovel for now, and the balance bar is not easy to fit on them. The air kits in these two places can only be controlled mechanically or by motors. And all this is under the watchful eyes of Queen and Xingmeng. Xingming sat back on the chair, hugging the backrest, with her chin resting on the top and her eyes hazy, looking a little drowsy. But Queen was concentrating, watching Suchen's operation without blinking. She saw Suchen tilting an accessory shaped like a tail wing left and right. Then the tail wing automatically popped out and retracted, which was very strange. Suchen, are you modifying this? She finally couldn't help but ask. Yes. Suchen nodded and looked at the camera on his phone. To make it easier for Queen to understand, he explained, you can think of it as the preparations before the modification. It's equivalent to building a basic modification module that is more suitable for Stardream. The process looks very complicated. It's completely different from Team Night. Of course. How can it be the same if you pay attention or not? Suchen shook his head and smiled. With all your heart? Queen's eyes lit up, as if she was thinking about something. Next, it depends on whether the self-lifting tail wing can be perfectly inherited by the Stardream. Suchen merged the tail wing and other kits into the basic modification module. It's true that I could install it directly on Xingmeng like I did the first time and wait for it to automatically transform into a basic module, but since I've already arrived in this world, I should try to adapt to the customs of this world without affecting the final quality, so as not to be mistaken for a weirdo. Holding the newly converted basic modification module, some information appeared in the field of vision. Exquisite self-lifting air kit purple. Cornering +5, speed +3, burst 1, stability 1. Quality, perfect, less affected by other basic modules. The blue basic module has become a purple basic module. Suchen narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it because of the upgraded technology? But it is also reasonable. The transformation of the old tail wing into a lifting tail wing is indeed a qualitative improvement, and the quality should indeed be upgraded. In this way, it seems that he has one more way to make money in the future? But it seems difficult to expose. Suchen scratched his head in distress. It's not that he is too cautious, it's mainly because this is a world of advanced martial arts, and he is not yet comfortable enough with a wonderful life right in front of him. The rest is easy. With the help of God, the carbon fiber frame and tire sizes were all changed to the same size as the Stardream. These basic modules also have affixes such as precise, and their properties are also better. However, since the material of the original accessories has not been changed, there has been no qualitative leap. He held two basic modules in each hand, and when his hands came together, a mysterious power surged out from the hands of God. About 2 minutes later, a modified core emitting a blue-purple glow appeared in Su Chen's hand. Huff, huff, huff. Xing Meng had fallen asleep, breathing evenly behind Su Chen. Only Queen was still watching the video attentively with her cheeks in her hands. This is the purple modification core. Did it work in one try? After all, the video was of average clarity, so she didn't notice the faintly flickering blue light in the Rubik's Cube. He just stared blankly at the modified core spinning in Su Chen's hand. I vaguely remember the grading standards for modifiers. The blue modification core is the upper limit of A-level modifiers, the gold modification core is the upper limit of S-level modifiers, the platinum and diamond above it correspond to SS and SSS level modifiers respectively. As for the legendary modification core, it is no longer possible to grade it, but anyone who can create a legendary modification core will be a figure who will be recorded in history. Su Chen can make a purple modification core, which means that Su Chen is at least an S-level modifier, and his status is the same as James from the night team. But, how old is Su Chen? Queen rarely develops an admiring mentality towards a person or a mech-girl just because they are strong enough, because she knows that everyone has his or her own growth trajectory, and she will not necessarily be weaker than those people and mech-girls in the future. But now, looking at the young Su Chen calmly playing with the purple modified core, she couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. She didn't even feel any admiration for a young S-class driver like Qin Xin. The reason why we were willing to sign an agreement with Voice of the Night was entirely because of the rich resources and the praise from our predecessors. However, it turns out that what others think is good may not necessarily be suitable for her. For example, the Night Team's modification plan. Su Chen held the modified core that was blue to purple. Mechanical lines glowed, and electronic fonts appeared on the core. Unnamed Comprehensive Component Modification Core. Positive effects: speed +9, burst +7, cornering +4, endurance +7. Negative effects: stability 3, crash resistance 20%. Special effects: body fragrance +5, cup size +1, uprightness +1, weight 5 kg, flexibility +3, elasticity of special parts +2. Grade: blue-purple. This modification core is made for you. Please name the modification core. So many special effects? Su Chen was stunned, and half of them increased critical strikes and attack speed. The names of the previous modification cores were too hastily chosen. Today this modified core must be given a loud and appropriate name. Su Chen pondered for a moment, his eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. Aha! It's called the Succubus No. 1 Modification Core. Chapter 19, Chapter 77, Somewhat Excessive. Star Dream. Su Chen called out but no one responded. He turned around and found that Xing Meng had fallen asleep hugging the back of the chair. But even so, the girl still held the phone steadily in her hand, and the screen showed Queen's delicate face. Queen seemed to be sprawled on the bed, wearing only a thin nightgown. Her long, smooth, dark hair fell over her shoulders, a pink suspender peeked through. Between the bare printed sheets and her smooth jawline, a snowy white line and a deep ravine were outlined below her neck. Su Chen swallowed his saliva. It tastes so good right after the renovation? No, that's not right. He was stunned. When did Xingmeng make the video call? Why is she still pointing it at me? Doesn't that mean that all the modifications he just made were seen by Queen? It's over. Exposed. Queen wouldn't mistake him for an alien, would she? What? Queen frowned slightly and said curiously, "Didn't you just say you wanted to show me everything about yourself?" Xingmeng only turned on the camera to show me with your permission, and, where are you looking? Although Queen said this, she deliberately propped up her half-lying body a little, and there was a hint of playfulness in her eyes. A mecha-girl with a spiritual contract actually has inappropriate thoughts about other mecha-girls? What a restless jerk. Ahem, don't talk nonsense. Su Chen looked away guiltily and said stubbornly, "I just think your collar is pretty." Does it look good? This is the symbol of a malfunctioning mecha-girl. Queen touched the collar around her neck with her fingertips and laughed at herself. Even if you think it looks good, I don't want to wear a collar like this. Of course, I can accept the lace ones with heart bells. Sorry. Su Chen didn't expect that the collar with warning written on it had such a meaning. However, the content of the chat has gradually gone astray. When facing Queen, he already felt like he was a pure boy in his previous life, and was flirted with by a beautiful older sister in the bar because of his handsome appearance. Don't ever think that your sister likes you just because she flirts with you. Maybe people find it interesting and fun. Don't ask why. The reason is that Su Chen suffered this kind of loss, which laid the foundation for him to become a Sigma man later. It's okay, I'm used to it. Although Su Chen only said the word sorry, Queen's eyes softened a little. She changed the subject and asked, is this purple modification core custom made for Xingmeng? What attributes can it improve? Su Chen thought that Queen had seen it anyway, so he said openly, it's not actually a purple modification core, it's just blue with purple, closer to purple. In terms of attributes, it mainly improves acceleration and burst, but has little effect on other attributes. After all, Xingming's foundation is not very good, and she is a balanced type of Guanyao Xinghui, so I gave her a relatively free modification plan, mainly adjusting the attributes according to the track she is about to face. I'm planning to take her to the City Car King Championship. It's said that the race requires a high average speed for the driver, and there are a lot of bends, which really tests the driver's ability to accelerate after cornering. Queen listened carefully, her eyes lingering on Su Chen's face. When Su Chen was talking about the modification plan, he had a kind of emotion that the night team modifiers did not have. This feeling is full of consideration for the mech-girl, confidence and seriousness in his own modification work. He really treats Xingming as a partner, not a tool to gain glory. Queen was very envious of this. Unfortunately, Su Chen is neither his driver nor her tuner. The City Car Championship. She lifted the hair from her ear and covered her frustration with a sigh. That track is quite difficult and there are so many experts. If you don't prepare well, you and Xingmeng will easily fall flat on your face. We will try our best. Su Chen nodded. He knows what's going on. Since it's called the King of Cars Championship, there must be a lot of experts. Even if they are not all professional drivers like Yu Ming and Su Che, they are definitely not much different. What about you? Su Chen glanced at the collar around Queen's neck and said carefully, what are your plans for the future? Oh, are you really concerned about me? Queen's brows were clearly filled with joy. She blinked and said with a smile, it's much more comfortable here at Night Sound than at home. Everything is provided for me. Jessica is almost like my nanny. The most important thing is that I don't have to get up in the middle of the night to clean up the poop of the McFlurry. The fat orange cat lying beside the sofa seemed to understand what Queen was saying. It meowed in dissatisfaction towards Su Chen. Do you want to see the McFlurry? Su Chen asked. Queen pursed her lips, let's see. Su Chen held the McFlurry in front of the camera. This orange cat is very friendly, and has an especially good relationship with Xingmeng. I'm a little bit cold towards him, but I can hug him casually without him getting mad. McFlurry, you have to be a good boy. No scratching or biting anyone. Queen waved to the orange cat, her tone gentle but words that could choke a cat to death. I'll come back to see you when I'm done here. Eat less on a regular basis. You should lose weight, otherwise you'll die of high cholesterol, high blood sugar and high blood pressure in the future. And don't howl or scream at night. You've been neutered, no female cat would be interested in you. McFlurry meowed angrily, then broke free from Su Chen's hand and ran away without looking back. It ran to the floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony and sat down, looking at the night view outside, with a somewhat sad look on its back. Is it really okay for you to attack McFlurry like this? Su Chen withdrew his gaze from McFlurry and twitched the corner of his mouth. It can't understand anyway, maybe. Queen squinted her eyes and yawned, her voice soft and drowsy. It's late, let's stop here today. Remember to say goodnight to Xingming for me. Queen stretched, and the pink straps of her pajamas slid down her smooth and round shoulders, making the snow scene under her neck even brighter. It's hard to say whether it was intentional or not, but when Su Chen widened his eyes and prepared to observe carefully, the video was suddenly disconnected. Su Chen stared at the completely black screen for a few seconds. Fairy. He shook his head vigorously to dispel all the snow scenes in his mind. Xingming, get up. It's time to change the core. Su Chen poked Xingming's soft and pretty face. Xingming, who was sleeping, grabbed his hand like a kitten that had found a cat strip and started biting it with her mouth. Small smacking, mango and big banana, eh? Salty. The taste was wrong, so she licked it again and said dazedly, oh meow, it must be a brand new taste. Su Chen. He looked at the cute saliva-stained teeth marks on the back of his hand and sighed. Forget it. He can replace Xingmeng's modification core without Xingmeng waking up. The girl had been running around with him all day and must be tired. He took the purple modified core and walked around behind Xingmeng, gently lifted the hem of the maid's outfit, revealing her fair and soft waist. Then take out Flamestorm and replace it with Succubus number 1. The original Flamestorm core's attributes are: positive effects, speed +7, burst +5, cornering +2, tire wear 20%. Negative effects, stability 3, cornering correction 5%. After being blessed by the Star God, the negative tire wear effect that Star Dream had solidified last time has been cleared. Therefore, Flamestorm is still a very good modification core. The attributes of Succubus number 1 are: positive effects, speed +9, burst +7, cornering +4, endurance +7. Negative effects, stability 3, anti-collision 20%. The lightweight body greatly improves the Star Dream's burst, speed and endurance, but of course the body will also become weaker. If it collides with a muscle car, the muscle car may not move at all, and Xingmeng will be bounced away. Despite this, Succubus number 1 is still superior and can completely stack Star Dream's attributes to the threshold of C to B. Once Xingmeng is promoted to AB class mech-girl, you can put Flamestorm back. After replacing the Succubus number 1 core, Star Dream's attributes become: name, Star Dream Star Badge, Radiance Team Enhancement Type. Speed, 66. Turn, 67. Stable, 44. Burst, 42. Battery life, 60. Modification core, Succubus number 1 blue-purple effect, NA. Stigmata, Emperor Engine. Current grade, C+. Special talents, 1 not activated, 2 catgirl appearance, specialization 3 silent movement. Same frequency, 51%. Status, happy. Evaluation, she's capable of warming the bed and racing. Setting aside where you'd find another such exceptional catgirl, specialized mecha-girl, it's just that her mod core and purple stigmata are a bit excessive. Chapter 20, Chapter 78, I Become Prettier, Meow 2 and 1. All 3 attributes reach level 60. Xingmeng has met the basic requirements for promotion to be level mecha-girl. But what made Su Chen a little unsure was: does this retractable tail really work? After changing the core, Xingmeng is still wearing the maid outfit, but there is a purple bow on the soft tail. This should be the effect of the modified rear wing. As for whether the properties currently displayed by Succubus number 1 are before or after the tail wing is raised, he will have to wait until Xingmeng wakes up and unfolds the car body to find out. Suddenly, a faint scent of toffee wafted into my nose. Su Chen was stunned. In the past, you had to bury it in Xingmeng's chest to smell it. Now it's better. Even after stepping back 3 steps, the fragrance is still very clear. The body fragrance +5 special effect is immediate. This +5 should mean an increase of 5 meters in distance. Because the fragrance is not very strong, within a range of 5 meters, no matter how far or close you are from Xingmeng, the degree of fragrance is just right. This is a good thing. Otherwise, any fragrance that is too strong will be unacceptable. What made Su Chen even more relieved was: although it was only temporary, Xingmeng's body temperature, which had been as high as 42 C, finally dropped. Last night, he didn't dare sleep next to Xingmeng. Tonight, he would be the king of the bed and the quilt. However, he had to heat the bath water himself. Finally finished everything. As Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, his vision suddenly went dark and he felt the world spinning. What's wrong with me? He stood still, holding onto the chair, and looked at his hands. It seems like I'm feeling a bit sleepy after rubbing 3 cores in a row today. The reason he was able to stay focused while rubbing the purple core was entirely because his passion for modification stimulated his adrenaline secretion. But now, the purple core has been rubbed out and the adrenaline has subsided. Intense fatigue and sleepiness swept over my brain like a tide. So, rubbing the modified core has side effects. Su Chen smiled bitterly. Before he could figure out what the side effects were, he felt like he was hit by a club and fell asleep. McFlurry heard the sound of a human falling to the ground behind him and looked back. It didn't understand why the man who had just been emitting a strong scent of male hormones suddenly fell asleep under the dining table. If it were it would only want to find the little female cat. It turned its head and continued to look out the window, thinking about the future. The room was quiet. No one noticed that Su Chen had a tuft of white hair on the back of his head. Voice of the night headquarters. After closing the video, the sleepiness on Queen's face disappeared instantly. She opened Su Chen's chat box, wanted to say goodnight, but eventually deleted it. I opened my moments again, but unfortunately it was blank. What a monotonous man. She sighed. How could she sleep in this cold, lonely room? I just don't want to disturb Su-chan and Xing Meng's rest. On the bedside table were the night team's modification plans and a disclaimer. The modification plan has been signed. The disclaimer is on the last page. The ballpoint pen is placed horizontally on it, but has not yet been used. The above content is not much, it probably means. If the modifications made by the night team cause irreversible problems with the mecha, Voice of the Night will not bear any responsibility. Of course, any agreement will be directly invalidated in this case. No matter how much resources the Voice of the Night expends, they have no right to hold on to this machine girl. This is the final bottom line of the Machine Protection Association against the major clubs exploiting loopholes in the terms. It's not that the Aircraft Protection Association doesn't want to fight for more rights for aircraft girls. But this world is full of compromises and helplessness. Queen has no regrets signing the waiver. Even if they don't sign, it won't have much impact on Voice of the Night. They will just have to pay compensation to the mech-girl if something goes wrong, and the thing Voice of the Night has the most is money. She signed a waiver in exchange for giving Xing Meng the best chance of rescue. Minimize the possibility of sequelae. It's worth it to her. Because she saw her own shadow in Xing Meng. But she was still imprisoned. And Xing Meng has broken through the darkness and emerged from the dawn. Even though it is covered with wounds, it still spreads its wings with all its strength and soars in the vast blue sky. She hopes that her star dream will fly farther and higher. Rather than being unable to race due to mental illness caused by injuries sustained during competition. Xing Meng still has a bright future, with a pilot named Su-chun who truly loves her, but she is just a broken-down mecha that has been modified and scrapped, and it is unknown whether it can be restarted. Her future is dark. Then it doesn't matter if it's a little darker. At least her broken body brought some light to others. At least she had followed that ball of light and felt hope and happiness up close, even if it was only for less than half a month. That's great. Queen hugged the pillow tightly in her arms and looked at the pale ceiling above her head. For the first time, you don't need to sleep with the lights on at night. For the first time, I didn't have to hold a doll and didn't have nightmares. It was the first time someone praised her cooking. The first time I started running a business with friends. For the first time, there are bright colors in the black and white daily life. Tears gradually blurred Queen's eyes. She sighed with relief. Then, he picked up the pen. Xing Meng was awakened by the sound of McFlurry parkour. As cats, they are most active at night. She looked around in a daze, and her first reaction was that something was wrong with her body. The previous high temperature of the skin has disappeared. Instead, there was a sense of strength and relaxation throughout the body. She quickly realized that Moss had replaced her modification core. Based on the experience of the previous modifications. She lowered her head immediately. Call. Thank goodness, meow. It's not getting any bigger here. She felt that it was fine as it was before, and if it got bigger it would cause her body to be out of proportion, which would not only be embarrassing but would also make her look ugly when she wore clothes. She patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. But then I felt a completely different kind of elasticity. Meow. Xing Ming's eyes widened. What happens? This doesn't feel right. She immediately ran to the entrance to look in the mirror. Wah! Looking at herself in the mirror, Xing Ming exclaimed. It was still the familiar black and white maid outfit. But the curve of the chest is fuller and rounder than before. It outlines a more beautiful and smooth curve. The lace on the front of the maid outfit is now perfectly propped up without any wrinkles, which not only makes her look more lovely, but also makes the lines of her shoulders and neck more delicate. She thought something terrible had happened. It turns out that my posture has become more upright. Xing Meng turned left and right in surprise. The pretty figure in the mirror also turned lightly. No matter from which angle you looked at it, the maid costume seemed to be cast by magic, perfectly fitting the new silhouette, appearing more fitted and playful than before. It's amazing, it really looks better, meow. She looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help but stretch out a finger and poke it carefully. The amazing elasticity made her stunned, and her mouth opened into an O shape. Now that it looks better, I must share it with Moss as soon as possible. Xing Ming rushed into the bedroom but found that no one was inside. He rushed into the bathroom again. There was still no one inside. Finally, she found Su-chan sleeping soundly under the dining table. Why does Masta sleep on the floor? Don't you like sleeping in bed? Or do you think she's too hot, just like yesterday and the day before yesterday? Xingming squatted beside the dining table, tilted her head and twitched her cat ears, looking at Su Chen sleeping on the floor and thinking for a moment. "Moss," she called softly, poking Su Chen's face with her finger. But Su Chen's breathing was steady, and there was no sign of waking up. Meow. Xingmeng looked at the remaining parts on the balcony and roughly understood. Masta must be too tired. After rubbing so many cores in a row, especially the one she has now. Moss must have spent a lot of energy on it, right? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel distressed. What should I do now? The floor is hard and cold. Moss will catch a cold if he sleeps here. Xingmeng immediately wanted to pick up Su Chen and carry him to the bed in the bedroom. But she hesitated again. Masta is sleeping soundly now. Any big movement might wake him up. That way you won't be able to rest well. Xingmeng's delicate eyebrows slightly frowned. If I move, I'm afraid of waking him up. If I don't move, I'm afraid of catching a cold. She blinked her big blue eyes, and a glimmer of inspiration flashed in them. God meow. Xingmeng carefully lay down next to Su Chen. First, she turned sideways and squeezed her soft body into Su Chen's arms, then pulled Su Chen's arm around her slender waist. After doing all this, she curled up like a cat that had found a comfortable nest, with her pretty face pressed against Su Chen's chest. Hey, that's fine, meow. Xingmeng muttered softly, I really am a genius mech-girl. Her temperature is not as alarmingly high as it was before. But the temperature of the mech-girl itself is still warmer than that of ordinary humans. At this moment, she was like a small heater, curled up in Su Chen's arms, transferring her body temperature to Su Chen. In this way, even if she slept on the cold floor, Masta would not feel cold. The scent of Masta lingered on my nose. It was a slight mixture of sweat and soap. She didn't find it smell bad, but instead made her feel more at ease. Xingmeng also felt a wave of fatigue coming over her. Finally, she adjusted her posture, letting her soft body fit tightly in Su Chen's arms, then she giggled and closed her eyes with peace of mind. The soft cat tail unconsciously and with a little attachment rested lightly on Su Chen's calf. The cool moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room. It flows on the floor in a quiet silver glow. Suddenly, a little starlight overflowed from Xingmeng's body and flowed towards Su Chen's body along the arms wrapped around her waist. Su Chen subconsciously tightened his arms, and the domineering force made the girl in his arms moan unconsciously. In less than half a minute, the starlight gradually faded. The white hair on the back of Su Chen's head also disappeared. The room was silent. There was only the sound of the McFlurry licking its fur. Chapter 21 Chapter 79, What Have I Done? Su Chen had a dream. He dreamed that he was flying in the sky, holding a soft cloud. The key is that the cloud is not only soft and elastic, but also emits a toffee aroma. The clouds that tasted like toffee were not only comfortable to hold, but also very sweet. He licked them a few times, but they didn't taste like toffee. But it's understandable that clouds have no taste. Anyway, as long as they are comfortable to hold and don't fall, that's all that matters. He hugged the cloud tightly, rubbing it against the soft cloud from time to time. The feeling was much better than the life-size pillow he bought when he was in college. However, what made him feel strange was, every time he tightened his arms, the cloud would make a soft meow. Can clouds meow like cats? Interesting. Yun Duo, you have successfully caught my attention. Wait, why does this voice sound familiar? Su Chen suddenly woke up. The expected touch of the soft bed did not come, and the slightly cool and hard floor beneath me was. He was stunned for a moment, and when his vision focused, he saw not the familiar ceiling, but the wood grain under the dining table? More importantly, he was holding something in his arms. The cloud is still soft, with real warmth and a faint sweet scent of toffee. He subconsciously tightened his arms and rubbed it. Top-notch touch. Softer and more comfortable than a pillow. Woo! A soft sob, tinged with a hint of grievance and sleepiness, sounded against his chest. Su Chen froze, completely waking up from the aftermath of the dream. He lowered his head suddenly. What caught the eye was a head of smooth silver-white long hair, between which two furry, slightly trembling cat ears were drooping pitifully. Xingmeng's incredibly delicate little face was buried in his chest, and was now slightly raised because of his actions. There was still confusion in the big blue eyes after waking up and a hint of accusation after being ravaged. The tip of her small nose wrinkled slightly, her pink lips pouted unconsciously, her slender arms were still wrapped around his waist, and her whole body was like a large, warm doll, held tightly in his arms, unable to move. Star Dream. The toffee-flavored cloud in his dream was now being used as a pillow by him and pressed on the floor. Xingmeng seemed not to be fully awake yet, her eyes were confused and a little aggrieved. She sniffed, her voice soft and nasal, a hint of doubt in her coquettishness. "Moss, are you awake? But, why are you licking Xingming's face? It's itchy, like a puppy." Su Chen. He noticed that there was indeed saliva on the right side of Xingming's cheek. No wonder the clouds in my dreams smelled sweet but tasted bland. What has he done? Their eyes met. His face was clearly reflected in Xingming's clear eyes. The distance was so close that Su Chen could clearly count Xingming's long and curly eyelashes. He could feel her warm, toffee-scented breath brushing against his chin. Her face was filled with the confusion of just waking up, mixed with a hint of naive innocence, and she was as defenseless as a newborn animal. Those slightly pouting pink lips exude silent temptation at such an ambiguous distance. A strong impulse surged in Su Chen's heart. At this moment, it's like an engine in gear, and the speed is gradually rising. It is an instinctive desire. If I could give him a kiss, it's hard to imagine what a sunny and cheerful boy he would become. Gudong. His Adam's apple rolled involuntarily, and his body seemed to have its own thoughts, slowly and tentatively leaning downwards. His eyes were fixed on those two delicate lips. Xingming noticed Su Chen approaching. She blinked, her eyelashes trembled, and a hint of confusion and shyness flashed across her clear eyes. She didn't know why she was shy, but her cheeks involuntarily turned pink, gradually spreading to her ears. "Most is so close. Do you want her to help check your nose hairs?" After being criticized by Queen's sister last time, I have trimmed it well and it is very clean. However, the stubble has grown back. Getting closer and closer. Xingmeng stared at Su Chen blankly. There was only one thought in my mind: is it necessary to get so close to check the nose hair and beard? Masta's body pressed down on her completely, and she could hardly breathe. Although this feeling is not unpleasant, it always feels weird. Xingmeng didn't dodge, but just tilted her head slightly in confusion, her eyes as pure spring water. It was this purity that cooled the impulse in Su Chen's heart for a moment. Just then. Boom! Crackle, clackle, crackle, clackle. An unusually loud and rhythmic sound of digging in the cat litter, with the unique force of a McFlurry, as if digging 3 feet into the ground, burst out from the cat litter box in the corner of the living room with great penetrating power, instantly breaking the delicate atmosphere under the dining table. Su Chen's movements froze instantly, as if the pause button was pressed. Xingmeng turned her head to look at the cat litter box and sniffed. Her keen sense of smell made her frown immediately. "Ah! Moss! McFlurry pooped. It stinks, meow." McFlurry, who was trying hard to defecate, squinted his eyes and looked at the two men and women stacked together with disdain. "Humph! Stupid pilot and pilot. This McFlurry has no balls, so you can't do anything." Su Chen hadn't smelled the cat poop and the McFlurry yet, but he was completely awake. Xingmeng doesn't know anything. She's such a simple girl, but he was actually about to do something to this cat girl in his arms who had no idea about human emotions and only depended on him instinctively. A strong sense of self-contempt that I had never felt before came over me. Nightclub girls are nightclub girls, and star dreams are star dreams. How can he treat Xingming in the same way that Sigma treated him before? He immediately let go of his hand, and almost hurriedly supported himself from Xingming to distance himself from her. "Ahem, that." Su Chen's voice was a little dry, his eyes were vague, he didn't dare to look into Xingming's pure eyes. "Sorry, Xingming, I pressed you. I guess I was confused in my sleep." As he spoke, he tried to crawl out from under the table in a somewhat awkward manner. But his movements were stiff, and his head hit the bottom of the table with a bang, causing him to grimace in pain. Xingmeng saw the sleepiness and confusion in Su Chen's eyes disappear instantly after he hit his head. She quickly supported Su Chen, who was about to fall. The huge strength of the robot girl instantly stabilized Su Chen's unbalanced body. "Moss, does your head hurt? Xingmeng will help you rub it." "No. It's okay." Su Chen hunched his back and crawled out of the table. He didn't dare to stand up straight until his back was facing Xingmeng. He rubbed the back of his head, his voice filled with undisguised panic. The McFlurry, well, it should be finished. The smell is a bit strong." Suchen spoke incoherently, his eyes wandering as he pointed towards the cat litter box. Xingmeng, go and take care of it quickly, otherwise the smell will get worse later. Calm. He really needs to calm down now. Ah. Yes. What a stinky cat. Xingming's attention was indeed attracted by the biological weapon. Her cat ears perked up and she nodded seriously. Xingming will clean it up right away. After saying that, she immediately turned around and rushed towards the cat litter box with small steps. Suchen looked at Xingmeng's back, let out a long breath, and his tense nerves finally relaxed a little. I was busy for so long last night that I still smell of sweat. I just need to calm down now, so I'll take a shower. He turned silently and walked towards the bathroom, but his steps were somewhat unsteady. Xingmeng heard the bathroom door close gently and paused in shoveling the shit. She tilted her head, her long silver hair falling down her shoulders as she moved. Her big blue eyes were filled with confusion. Mas is really weird today. Maybe Masta hasn't woken up completely yet, meow? She muttered softly, and was then brought back to reality by the strong fragrance coming from the litter box. Ah! McFlurry! You little rascal! How can you poop so much? She pinched her nose and hurriedly continued to deal with the biological weapons left behind by McFlurry. McFlurry yawned on the sofa. Oh, stupid mech-girl. Do you really think it's a waste of time to hold it in all night? If biological weapons weren't powerful enough, how could they have such a strong interruption effect? Chapter 22, Chapter 80, Eat All 2 in 1. In the bathroom, the cold water rushed down, making Suchen shiver. He closed his eyes and let the cold water wash away the heat in his heart. But the previous scene kept coming to mind. Xingmeng, confused and sleepy, with moist eyes, slightly red cheeks, pink lips, and that sweet, tingling scent. Hiss! This is really going to kill me. Suchen sighed and rested his forehead on the cold tiles. It's strange to say, he usually always feels weak when he wakes up, but today he is particularly excited. This excitement is not just caused by mental and visual stimulation. And his body seemed to become more active than before. You should know that he is not traveling through time and space, but through time and space. Before he traveled through time, his health was not good. His job as a tuner often made him stay up late, and he also drank, smoked, and went out to satisfy his physical needs whenever he had nothing to do. Various bad living habits caused his body to age prematurely, and he had long lost the youthful vigor. But after last night's sleep, he seemed to have returned to his college days, and that vitality was back? Sleeping with Xingming in your arms actually has this effect? Why didn't he notice it when Xingming was holding him before? Does he have to take the initiative to hold Xingming in his arms? Suchen was thinking while washing off the foam on his body. If this is true, I will have to sleep with Xingming in my arms from now on. When I came out of the shower, Xingming had already prepared breakfast. At this moment, she was sitting obediently at the dining table with her chin supported by her hands. When she saw Suchen coming out, her eyes immediately brightened up and her pair of cat ears stood up because of her joy. Mas, come and eat. How about the egg fried rice I learned from Queen? Suchen glanced at the fried rice on the table. In terms of appearance, it didn't have the gloomy style of death cuisine, which made him feel a little more at ease. But every time Queen cooks, Xingming just watches from the side. Can she really learn without actual practice? With some doubts and expectations, he took a bite. He chewed carefully, frowning slightly. I can clearly feel Xingming's held breath and expectant eyes opposite me. Not bad. Delicious. Suchen gave Xingming a thumbs up. There is no consolation in it, it's all sincere. Although it's not as cooked as the egg fried rice made by Queen, it's still good enough that diners will buy it if you open a small stall outside. Really? Xingming's eyes lit up even more, and her tail was wagging. It was obvious that she was very happy to get Masta's recognition. Suchen didn't say anything, but answered by eating voraciously. He started modifying Xingming as soon as he came back yesterday and didn't he have time to eat. This time I slept until noon, and I was already starving after 2 meals. Xingming held her cheeks and looked at Suchen with a smile, her little feet swinging under the table, following the rhythm of her wagging tail. Mas, don't be so anxious to eat, there's more in the pot. It's delicious. Suchen took the time to reply, it's so delicious, I'll eat as much as you can. Hearing Suchen say this, Xingming was even happier, and immediately ran into the kitchen and brought out a whole pot of fried rice. The pot fell onto the table with a bang, and the table shook 3 times. Su Chen stared at the big pot in amazement. The fried rice inside was enough for at least 5 people. "Moss, these are all yours." Xing Meng scooped up a large spoonful of egg fried rice and put it into Su Chen's bowl, and said expectantly, "I want to eat all of them." Su Chen was silent for a moment, wishing he could slap himself from 10 seconds ago. "Isn't this a bit too much?" Queen said she could finish a spoonful of rice. "So, does Moss think Xing Meng's cooking isn't tasty?" "That's not what I meant." "Then eat it all," Moss said so himself, meow. Su Chen looked at Xing Meng's pitiful appearance, like a child longing for recognition. The words of refusal came to my lips, but I couldn't say them. I could only stuff food into my mouth while sweating profusely. It turns out that human potential is unlimited. Su Chen finished the 6 servings of fried rice. Su Chen swore that for at least a month, he didn't want to see any kind of fried rice in front of him again. He looked at Xing Meng weakly. "Did Queen really tell you that you can finish a spoonful of rice?" "Yes." Xing Meng nodded seriously, then took out a spoon from the kitchen to show Su Chen. Su Chen's eyes went dark and he almost couldn't breathe. "Xing Meng, is there a possibility that the spoonful of rice Queen was talking about was the rice spoon in the rice bag, not this water spoon? If I'm not mistaken, this watering cane is what Queen uses to water the flowers in the kitchen. The diameter is almost the size of a human head. No wonder I can make a big pot of egg fried rice. Xing Meng actually used this water spoon to scoop up a large spoonful of rice. How can this not be too much?" "Oh meow, so that's how it is?" Xing Meng blinked her big eyes, as if she suddenly understood something. Since eggs are nutritious, she thought of adding more and ordered more than a dozen. Queen also said that humans need to replenish salt every day, so she just took 3 spoonfuls. I happen to have made a lot of rice, and unexpectedly, the proportions were correct. But Su Chen almost ate to death. It was Xing Meng's first time cooking, so it was completely understandable that she made some mistakes. Besides, the little girl was already massaging his belly pitifully. What else could he be dissatisfied with? Xing Meng rubbed Su Chen's stomach for a while and was about to get up to wash the dishes, but suddenly felt weak and sat back down, just sitting on Su Chen's lap. The warm and soft beauty leaned against his arms, which was quite enjoyable for Su Chen under normal circumstances. But at this moment, he almost vomited out the fried rice he had just eaten. He quickly supported Xing Meng and prevented her from falling completely into his arms. "What's wrong, Xing Meng? It seems like it has no battery life." Xing Meng collapsed, her upper body resting on the table, looking very sleepy. "No battery life? How could that be?" Su Chen was stunned. "I just gave Xing Meng the nutrient solution yesterday, usually when the mech-girl is not unfolded into a car body. A bottle of nutrient solution of standard concentration can keep the robot in human form functioning for at least 7 days. During this period, the robot girl can also gain a small amount of endurance by eating human food. So it usually takes more than 7 days. But now, Star Dream has run out of battery life after just 1 night? It's impossible that I ran a few laps around the Binzhou City underground track last night." He subconsciously looked at Xing Meng's condition. Name, Star Dream Star Badge, Radiance Team Enhancement Type. Speed, 66. Turn, 67. Stable, 44. Burst, 42. Battery life, 60. Modification core, Succubus number 1 blue-purple effect, NA. Stigmata, Emperor Engine. Current grade, C+. Special talents, 1 awakening, 2 specialized catgirl appearance, 3 silent movement. Same frequency, 51%. Status, hungry, needs to replenish nutrient solution. Evaluation, she's capable of warming the bed and racing. Setting aside where you'd find another such exceptional catgirl, specialized mecha-girl, it's just that her mod core and purple stigmata are a bit excessive. The state became hungry. That does require supplemental nutrient solution. Other than that, there seems to be no other reason. Etc. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. If I remember correctly, Xing Meng's special talent 1 was not awakened before. Now special talent 1 becomes awakening? Could it be that the awakening of the special talent absorbed too much energy, resulting in Star Dream's insufficient endurance? This seems to be the only explanation. Special talent skills, special skills that other mecha girls can only awaken at S level. It is said that it is not yet 100% awakened and requires an opportunity and the stimulation of special materials. Could it be that Xing Meng can awaken before reaching S level? Isn't this just a template of genius? Su Chen was so surprised that he almost couldn't help but hug Xingming and kiss her. You wait here first. He carefully helped Xingming lie down on the table. Then he hurried to the utility room and brought out a whole box of nutrient solution with the flavor of plum and bitter melon. A total of 50 bottles of nutrient solution were neatly placed on the table. Xingming, drink it all. Don't be polite. Su Chen took the initiative to unscrew a bottle of nutrient solution and placed it in front of Xingming. Xingming looked at the 5 rows of nutrient solution bottles in front of her, her mouth slightly open and her blue eyes wide open. She looked at the nutrient solution, then looked up at Su Chen, who was looking anxious and encouraging. Suddenly, the video of humans celebrating Chinese New Year that Queen had shown her flashed through her little head, those pigs that were fed until they were plump and then carried away. Su Chen thought Xingming would be very happy. Even though this girl followed him, she was very frugal. Other mecha girls usually drink the nutrient solution as a beverage and show off a bottle when they have nothing to do. But Xingming won't do that. She will only drink when her battery life is low. I only take out a bottle and take a sip to satisfy my craving when I'm really hungry. He told Xingming several times that she didn't need to be so frugal, but the girl didn't listen at all and kept saying something about saving money for him. However, Xingming was not very happy. Tears welled up in those big blue eyes. Wow! Mazda must have thought that Star Dream wasn't working anymore. Are you going to fatten up Xingming, and then slaughter her, meow? Su Chen, ah? The more Xingming thought about it, the more she felt that her guess was correct. Although Mas often told her that she didn't need to be so frugal. Just let her drink the nutrient solution like other mecha girls. But also, I didn't ask her to drink a whole box at once. She huddled in the chair feeling aggrieved, and quietly touched her flat belly. The skin there was firm and soft, without a trace of fat, but she seemed to feel that fat was accumulating there. So scary. Xingming quickly hugged her curled tail and protected it in front of her like a shield. Seeing Su Chen was silent, she pitifully tugged at the corner of his clothes, half coquettishly and half pleadingly, Mas, please don't fatten up Xingming. Xingming has just learned how to make egg fried rice, and she hasn't made it for Mas yet a few times. So, please don't kill Xingming now, okay? Su Chen. Chapter 23, Chapter 81, Star Dream preparing to advance to B class. Silly girl, what's the point of killing it or not? Su Chen pinched Xingming's soft and pretty face. Hasn't your battery life been depleted? I just want you to drink a little more to see if it has any effect. After all, it's strange that sleeping for a night would consume your battery life. He just made up an excuse. Xingming was not told about the awakening of her special talent. One is that he's not sure yet. Another thing is that he was afraid that Xingming's mood would fluctuate greatly, and he was full of hope but still failed to awaken successfully. She will definitely blame herself and become depressed because of this. Don't be fooled by this girl's silly appearance. In fact, she still has some internal friction and anxious personality. Meow. That's right. Xingming touched her chin and nodded, not suspecting anything. The battery life ran out in one night, that's indeed suspicious. Mazda is really observant. Su Chen. It's obviously you who is stupid. He secretly complained in his heart. Xingming directly picked up a bottle of nutrient solution, opened it skillfully with a sharp cut, then tilted his head back and drank it. In less than 2 breaths, the entire bottle of 1,000 milliliters of nutrient solution was finished. The way he did it so quickly and efficiently seemed like he was inhaling like a whirlwind. I ordered the second bottle right after I finished. The third bottle. Su Chen was stunned and amazed. After finishing the 5th bottle, Xingming paused and looked at Su Chen. Mas, I don't feel any change. My battery life was fully replenished when I drank the first bottle. The next 4 bottles were wasted. She looked at the 5 empty bottles with some distress. There are 4 bottles that you don't need to drink at all. This is all Mas's money. Su Chen looked at the 3 words awakening on the Star Dream panel, which were motionless, and pondered for a moment. It's not really disappointing. As expected. This awakening should be a gradual process. Or was he just imagining things, thinking that drinking nutrient solution would fully awaken him? If it were that simple, wouldn't top-tier mecha girls with special abilities be everywhere? Okay, then I won't drink it for now. Su Chen looked at Xingming's flat belly, marveling inwardly while softly saying, don't worry about wasting the nutrient solution in the future. We bought it for you to drink. These nutrient solutions have a shelf life. If you can't drink them after the expiration date, that would be a real waste. Wow! There's an expiration date. Xing Meng was startled and shook her ears while holding the bottle. But I remember that nutrient solution doesn't have an expiration date. I bought it. Su Chen lied with his eyes open without blushing or beating his heart. But Xing Meng didn't show any doubt at all. She was in a dilemma, struggling for a long time, fiddling with the empty bottle in her hand. Finally, as if she had made a great decision, she said weakly, then I'll drink 1 bottle a day from now on. This way it shouldn't expire and be wasted. No. Su Chen shook his head, I have to drink 2 bottles a day. Xing Meng was a little overwhelmed. She had never thought of living such a luxurious life as drinking 2 bottles of nutrient solution a day. Based on the ordinary fruit-flavored nutrient solution, the daily cost is 1,000 yuan, and the monthly cost is 30,000 yuan. She counted on her fingers. If you save this money, you can buy a nice modification core in a year. Alright, forget it. Su Chen held Xing Meng's hand. I got so much nutrient solution from the gashapon last time. If I don't drink it quickly, I won't be able to finish it. Even if you want to save money, you have to drink up all the nutrient solution first. Xing Meng tilted her head and thought about it, and it seemed to be true. He nodded obediently and meowed. Su Chen touched Xing Meng's little head and smiled secretly in his heart. He now fully understands the market of tuners and has an idea of the prices of basic modules and tuning cores. Whenever you are short of money in the future, just make a blue modification core. Can Xing Meng's food expenses be omitted? Unfortunately, mecha girls don't get fat like humans do. They all have standard body shapes, but there are slight differences based on the star emblem style. Otherwise, he would definitely feed Xing Meng until she was fat and plump. It just needs some meat to feel good. Especially the curve of the thigh created by the stockings, it is truly exquisite. Hee. I rested for a while and waited for the 6 servings of fried rice in my stomach to be slightly digested. Su Chen packed 3 primary star elements and went out with Xing Meng. Because he was not sure whether Xing Meng met the standards for promotion to Class B, after all, the so-called qualification was just his guess based on the data, so he planned to take Xing Meng to the Northern Wolf Club for testing with professional equipment. If the promotion criteria are met, Xing Meng will be upgraded in the Northern Wolf Club. By the way, he also wanted to take Xing Meng to learn about the track of the City Car King Championship. The distance between K City and Binzhou City is long. But with the help of high-speed rail, the time required for this journey is greatly shortened. A little after 1 p.m., Su Chen brought Xing Meng into the Northern Wolf T2 office area. I saw the girl Nolii coming towards me to show off her support. Sitting opposite this girl was a girl she had never seen before. She had short flaxen hair and was sitting with her legs crossed, playing with her phone. It is worth noting that she actually has a pair of round ears similar to those of a teddy bear. Is that a hairpin? Su Chen wondered. Hey! It's Su Chen and Xing Meng. When Nuale saw Su Chen and Xing Meng coming in, she immediately waved enthusiastically. Have you had lunch yet? She picked up the lunchbox in her hand. The egg fried rice at noon today was really delicious. It was fried with dry pan prawns. The prawns were peeled. Do you want some? Su Chen's eyes went dark and he dry heaved subconsciously. Egg fried rice, why egg fried rice again? He quickly took 2 steps back, away from the fried rice in Nuale's hand. Hey, Su Chen, you're not interested in fried rice? That's such a pity. Sister Nuale sighed bitterly, life without fried rice is like having only the sun without the moon. It's imperfect. Okay, stop. Change the subject. Su Chen felt his stomach cramp and quickly told Nuale to shut up. Xing Meng seems to have met the requirements for promotion to be class mecha girl. I'm bringing her here for a test and to see what the City Car King contest is all about. Has Xing Meng been upgraded to Class B? Nuale's eyes lit up, and she put down her chopsticks and lunchbox. You came just in time. That tester consumes a lot of power, so it's usually off, but I just happened to turn it on. Because Huang Shixuan's mecha girl is also going to be upgraded to Class B, I tested him and his mecha girl. Nuale stood up and led the way, while Su Chen and Xing Meng followed behind. Huang Shixuan? Su Chen was stunned. Huang Shixuan's mecha girl is Chuanyun. The last time he saw Chuanyun's attributes, he vaguely remembered them as speed 58, cornering 70, stability 61, burst 45, and endurance 37. Only 2 attributes exceeded 60. Could it be possible that the other party had raised Chuan Yun's speed attribute to over 60 in just over a day? Yes, that's the arrogant yellow-haired guy you've seen before. Nuale didn't turn around, and his voice drifted slowly over, but to be honest, Huang Shixuan is really capable. He took Chuan Yun to the Rongqing City Championship last night and won first place. I just went to receive the Star God's blessing this morning, and I'm surprised he's a very hard-working guy. As they were talking, Su Chen and Xing Meng had already followed Nuale to the modification room. Separated by a glass wall. You can clearly see a device inside that looks like an MRI magnetic resonance imaging device. The yellow-haired mecha-girl Chuan Yun lay on the instrument nervously. Huang Shixuan stood beside the instrument, holding Chuan Yun's hand, with a gentle look in his eyes and saying something. Chapter 24, Chapter 82, Xing Meng's new friend. Su Chen and Xing Meng followed Nuale and pushed the door open. Huang Shixuan shut up and looked towards Su Chen. When the two drivers' eyes met, the whole room fell silent for a moment. Xing Meng looked at Huang Mao and then at Su Chen, and vaguely felt an arc flashing in the air between the two of them. She quickly hugged Su Chen's hand and stared at the yellow-haired man fiercely. Holding Masta's arm was to transfer strength, and staring at the yellow-haired boy was to release murderous intent together with Masta. Now that she and Masti have combined to create an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2, it must be extremely ferocious. Su Chen, it's just the champion of the city championship. I thought it was a big deal, but it turns out that the opponents are all a bunch of trash. Huang Shixuan sneered, but still took the time to stare at Chuan Yun, who was gradually being sent into the instrument. In a competition like this that presents no challenge at all, do you really need your mecha girl to perform to that level? That's really lame. Da Huang, you can't say that. A girl named Nuale, wearing a white coat, walked out of the next room, carrying a laptop. Su Chen and Xing Meng faced 2 professional racers during the race. One was Yu Ming and Joy Ying from our club, and the other was Su Che and Feng He from Binzhou Ace Club Xingguan. Both of them would be considered overqualified for the city championship. And you? She pushed up her glasses. Although your match with Chuan Yun last night was excellent, your average speed wasn't as high as Su Chen and Xing Ming's. Also, none of your opponents were professional players. You. The yellow-haired man seemed not to have heard Nuale's analysis, because there was something even more devastating to him. He clenched his fists and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't call me De Huang." Nuale ignored Huang Mao's rage and said with a smile, "But you're like a big golden retriever next to Chuan Yun. A mecha girl's physique is clearly several times that of a human, yet you're always trying to protect Chuan Yun. When you two came, I saw from the French window that whenever there was an oncoming car, you would nervously pull Chuan Yun to the inside of the road. That is..." Huang Shixuan frowned slightly, a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes, and he finally swallowed back the words on his lips. "Anyway, don't give people nicknames casually." He brought the point back to the point of conflict, but Noel had already turned the notebook over to show him. Su Chen could also see the data on the computer screen. The data detected by the instrument was the same as what he saw with his divine eyes. Speed 58, cornering 73, stability 63, burst 45, endurance 37. Compared to the attributes we saw last time, Cloud Piercer's cornering speed and stability have been increased by 3 points and 2 points respectively. Considering that Chuan Yun is a mecha girl with the star emblem of storm, it is not difficult to guess that the improvement of these 5 attributes comes from the blessing of the star god. So in a sense, the blessing of the star god is equivalent to an upgrade of the mecha girl, and she will also gain 5 attributes. These 5 attributes will eventually be automatically allocated according to the mecha girl's star badge type. Su Chen was speechless. Even the star gods knew the advantages of training mecha girls according to star emblem types, but the tuners in this world were so stubborn. Unfortunately, Chuan Yun doesn't meet the requirements for promotion yet. Noel tapped the laptop screen. The basic requirement for a mecha girl to be promoted to B level is that 3 attributes reach the passing line, which is above 60. You're still 1 short, but you're almost there. Chuan Yun's speed is 58, just 1 step away from 60. Train well before the City Car Championship. Or we can find a way to get a training capsule to increase speed, which can also allow Chuan Yun to break through the 60 mark. Huang Shixuan's eyes flickered with resentment for a moment, but he quickly waved his hand dismissively. How could I possibly give Chuan Yun something like a training capsule, which has obvious side effects? We'll improve its performance through our own efforts, or at worst, we can just modify it. It's completely safe to take 1 capsule every month. Sister Null sighed, "Don't be so rigid." But she didn't say much. because she knew that Huang Shixuan would not listen to her because of his personality. The instrument slowly opened, and Chuan Yun came down from it. She walked behind Huang Shixuan with a clear purpose, took Huang Shixuan's hand actively, and said nothing timidly, like a little sister relying on her brother's protection. However, her eyes still fell curiously on Xingming's cat ears and tail. And Xingming seemed to have noticed this. She deliberately moved her right ear, and Chuan Yun looked to the right. If you move your left ear again, Chuan Yun will stare to the left. Her tail was wagging behind her buttocks, and Chuan Yun's little head was wagging along with it. He. This laughter filled with smugness startled Chuan Yun. She subconsciously raised her eyes and saw the smile and mischievous look on Xingming's face. Her pretty face immediately blushed, she pursed her lips, and lowered her head to stare at her toes. However, Xingming did not intend to let her go. A cell phone screen appeared in her lowered vision. There is a QR code on it. The QR code shows a sleeping man. Very handsome, a little familiar. Chuan Yun suddenly remembered, isn't this man the pilot that Master has always disliked? Su Chen? Master said Su Chen is not a good person. Like those guys, he's a villain who uses mecha-girls as tools. But she thought Su Chen was okay. Because Xingming is very happy and blessed to be with Su Chen. That kind of happiness emanates from within and cannot be described in words. But as a mecha-girl, she can feel it clearly. Just like her and her master. Do you have a green bubble? Xingming said openly, I want to add you as my friend. Is that okay? Ha! Chuan Yun was stunned. She hadn't expected this to unfold. She subconsciously looked at the master, but the master was staring at Xingming's master. There was a strong atmosphere of tension between the two, and he had no time to pay attention to her request. Helplessly, she could only make her own judgment on the situation. So after a little hesitation, she took out a small pink mobile phone and scanned the QR code of Xingming. Nice to meet you, Xingming. Chuan Yun pursed her lips and nodded shyly. Xingming is also very happy to meet you, meow. From now on, you will be Xingming's third friend. Xingming saw the new pop-up message box and happily sent an emoticon package of kitten with hands on hips laughing. Then I sent all the maid outfits selfies in the album. Moss bought me a car cover. Does it look good? It wasn't a direct question, but a face-to-face message sent in the green bubble. Looks good, very cute. Chuan Yun also replied by pressing the keyboard of his mobile phone, with a slight smile on his face. Xingming, this is McFlurry, Queen's cat. JPG picture of an orange cat licking its butt. Chuan Yun, what a cute little kitty. Xingming, but its poop stinks. Chuan Yun, if you're so cute, then you can probably tolerate a smelly poop. Big smiley face. Xingming, that's right, you probably haven't met Sister Queen. I'll introduce her to you if I get a chance. The food she cooks is super delicious. The two mecha girls were sitting on the sofa in the modification room, shoulder to shoulder, and started chatting. In this strange atmosphere, Su Chen and Huang Shixuan unexpectedly showed some signs of easing their murderous aura. Big chicken feather, this is Chuan Yun's inspection report, keep it. Sister Null handed a freshly printed document to Huang Shixuan. If you have nothing else to do, you can leave. By the way, the cafeteria has dry pot shrimp and egg fried rice today. It tastes great. If you're interested, you can try it. Huang Mao took the test report in a bad mood and said sarcastically, I'm not even a member of the Northern Wolf Club yet. I'm not qualified to eat your food. The money for the test report will be given to you separately. After saying this, he showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he glanced at Su Chen sideways. Why are you looking at me? Su Chen said in confusion, I don't want to eat the egg fried rice here either. Aren't you going to test Xingming too? Huang Shixuan's eyes were slightly cold. This detector can not only see the attributes of the mecha girl, but also conduct a preliminary test of her condition. You can get a rough idea of how your mecha girl is doing with this test. Su Chen rolled his eyes. Too lazy to pay attention to Huang Shixuan. Since Miss Noli said so, you can be promoted if all three attributes reach level 60. That Xingming obviously meets the requirements. But the necessary procedures still need to be followed, because he is the only one who has the eyes of God. Then let Huang Shixuan take a look. Let us see if he has made Xingming plump and white. Chapter 25, Chapter 83, The Mountain in Front of You. Xingming's test results are out. When Miss Nuale said this, only two people became very nervous. One is Xing Meng and the other is Huang Shixuan. Xing Meng is worried about whether her attributes can be upgraded to B level. If she can be upgraded to B level, she will be more confident in helping Mazda achieve good results in the City Car King Championship. Huang Shixuan glanced at Su Chen, who had an indifferent expression next to him, and sneered in his heart. He was indifferent to the test results of the robot girl. Sure enough, his guess was correct. Su Chen is the kind of scum who treats mecha girls as tools, but he just disguises himself better. No matter how much a scumbag like this pretends, it is impossible for him to be responsible for the mecha girl, so Xing Meng's state must be. Congratulations, Su Chen, Xing Meng's attributes can be upgraded to B level, and she is in great condition and full of energy. The words that Nuale said with a smile were like a huge hammer that shattered all of Huang Mao's guesses. Meow. Xing Meng cheered, and immediately rushed to Su Chen and hugged his arm, blinking her big eyes and acting coquettishly. Mas, I can be promoted to be class mecha girl. This is all the result of your hard work. Su Chen smiled and touched Xing Meng's head. No. It's Mas who raised him well. It's your own efforts. Mas really took good care of it, meow. Huang Shixuan couldn't bear it anymore and went to the side of Nuale's laptop. He was stunned by Xing Meng's attributes on the screen. Speed 66, cornering 67, stability 44, burst 42, endurance 60. Very standard attributes for promotion to be class mecha girl. And after upgrading, the attributes will be improved again, and with a good modification core. This girl can definitely show her prowess in a competition of this level like the City Car King Championship. You should know that B-class mecha girls rarely appear in the City Championship, and professional drivers like Su Che and Yuming are exceptions. Therefore, the top 3 winners of the City Championship are basically a group of C-level or even D-level mecha girls. With less than half a month left until the King of Cars Championship, how much improvement can these C and D-class mecha girls make? B-rank mecha girls are definitely a dimensionality reduction attack among these mecha girls. What he couldn't understand was why Xing Meng could improve so quickly. Normally, it is fast for a mecha girl to be promoted once a year. This requires a lot of training plans and constant saving of money to replace better modification cores until the mecha girl's attributes reach the promotion threshold. She also needs to find a way to obtain the materials needed for the mecha girl's promotion. If he remembered correctly. Before participating in the City Championship, Xing Meng was just a C-class mecha girl, right? Could it be that? Su Chen, did you give Xing Meng the memory training capsule? Huang Shixuan stared at Su Chen. You took more than one? Let me tell you, this thing is not a good thing. Don't believe the so-called saying that taking one a month will not have any side effects. They said that just to get everyone to scramble for it, especially to get those big corporations to buy it for the mecha girls to use. I didn't give Xing Meng the training memory capsule. Su Chen frowned slightly and took out a box from his bag. These are the training memory capsules that were awarded from the city tournament to improve burst performance. If you're interested, I can sell them to you. Huang Shixuan glanced at the box in Su Chen's hand, which had the city championship badge on it. He was even more confused. How did you get her to be ranked so quickly without giving her the training memory capsule? I know the answer to this question. A mean voice sounded at the door. Yuming leaned against the doorframe of the modification room with his hands in his pockets, followed by the sleepy-eyed Jueying. Previously, there was a lucky guy who won a purple stigmata in the Star God while shopping gacha. You should have seen the news, right? And the person who won the purple stigmata was Su Chen. He has already given Xing Meng a purple stigmata. Isn't it natural that Xing Meng's level will rise quickly? Yuming looked at the stunned Huang Mao with great interest and said with a smile. Da Huang, it's really amazing that you can get first place in the city championship. I apologize for my previous stereotype of you. But now, the one standing in front of you is a giant with both strength and luck. Su Chen. You have to keep working hard. Da Huang? Huang Shixuan stared at Yuming for a while. Then, with a forced smile, he moved his lips and said, fried fish dog. Oh no, you bastard. Yuming couldn't help but pull up his sleeves and point at the yellow-haired guy. Do you dare to fight me? On our Northern Wolves training track, if you can catch up with me and Jueying, I'll call you daddy. If you can't, kneel down and admit your mistake. Oh, is this the situation for a T2 professional racer like the Northern Wolf? The yellow-haired guy, unwilling to be outdone, continued his barrage. The fish-frying bastard who failed at the city championships can only get pleasure by frying non-professional racers like me? How pathetic. Ha? Pleasure? No, no, no. How can I feel pleasure by defeating a yellow-haired person like you? I just want you to understand how to respect your seniors. I don't have a senior like Fried Fish Dog, and I won't recognize Fried Fish Dog as a senior. Ah. Yu Ming gritted his teeth. Boy, no, you're not allowed to call me Fried Fish Dog. Ha! The yellow-haired man retorted, dragging out each word, fried. Fish. Dog. Su Chen looked at Yu Ming and then at Huang Mao, then sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs and ate melon seeds. The daily life of northern wolves is really good, and the main feature is a comfortable life. It would be perfect if there was a bottle of ice-cold Coke at this time. Hey, stop arguing. Nua Lei rubbed her brows and stood between Huang Mao and Yu Ming to act as a peacemaker. Garlic bird, just keep your words to yourself. It's not easy for anyone. Besides, you guys won't kill anyone by arguing like this. At this time, Xingmeng was not idle either. Taking advantage of the time when Yu Ming and Huang Shixuan were arguing, she had already approached Zhuo Ying and successfully added him as a friend. He also introduced his new friend Xuan Yun, whom he just met today, to Zhuo Ying. Although there was a lot of tension between the pilots, the atmosphere between the mecha girls was surprisingly good. It seemed that Yu Ming and Huang Mao's anger was about to reach the critical point. A series of crisp footsteps sounded outside the modified room and finally stopped at the door. Ahem. Li Yini coughed lightly and knocked on the door of the modification room. But Yu Ming and Huang Shixuan were like two angry roosters, forehead to forehead, glaring at each other, and ready to start fighting at any time. I didn't hear Li Yini's kind reminder at all. Nuolei spread her hands, sighed, and put on the headphones hanging around her neck. Generally, this type of headphones has a good noise reduction function and can achieve a sound insulation effect. Seeing that something was wrong, Su Chen tore off a few pieces of toilet paper, rolled them into balls and stuffed them into his ears. Then he walked over to Xingmeng and pressed down on her soft cat ears. Zhuo Ying was very calm and was wearing headphones when he came in. She even took out a spare pair of headphones for Xuan Yun to wear. At the door, Li Yini's anger had accumulated to the extreme, far higher than Yu Ming and Huang Mao. When the anger value reaches its peak, it will pour out like a mountain torrent. Shut up! A roar echoed throughout the office building. As a few leaves fell outside the window, the whole world became quiet. Chapter 26, Chapter 84, Su Chen's Answer 2 and 1. As we all know, city circuits are the easiest tracks. As professional drivers, the tracks we face will eventually turn into more difficult tracks like mountain rallies. The City Car Championship is a transition. Its track is not just about city kilometers, but also about 1/3 of the track is mountainous. In the Northern Wolf T2 conference room, Su Chen, Yu Ming, and Huang Mao, who were wearing hearing aids, sat in a row. There were two more drivers behind them. They are the other two members of Northern Wolf T2, Li Ziyuan and Fang Ping. The 5 pilots mecha girls sat across the conference table from their respective masters. Compared to Su Chen and the others, who were obedient and silent, the mecha girls seemed much more relaxed. Except for Xingming and Xuan Yun, who were sitting upright like elementary school students. Zhuo Ying and the other 2 robot girls all looked like experienced people. Zhuo Ying was holding a bag of potato chips and would stuff a piece of potato chips into his mouth when he had nothing to do. The 2 robot girls next to him, one was drowsy, and the other was holding a mobile phone and playing Candy Crush. It's not that they don't listen carefully. Rather, the special structure of the mecha girls allows them to remember everything without having to listen carefully. What's more, the lecturer is also a mecha girl. This makes them feel more relaxed. The one explaining the track is Captain Li Yini's mecha girl Dong Xiong. Because the track analyst had a hemorrhoidectomy. Today's track analysis will be explained by Dong Xiong. As the champion of this year's King of Cars Championship, she is fully capable of taking on the role of a track analyst. And this mecha girl named Dong Xiong is the one Su Chen saw when he entered the door. She is a specialized type with round barriers on her head. Before this, Su Chen didn't have time to use the Eye of God on Dong Xiong. Only then did I finally react and take a closer look. Name, Winter Bear Cold 54-star badge, Thunder Burst. Speed, 71. Turn, 58. Stable, 62. Burst, 82. Battery life, 65. Modification core, Black Rock Volcano Type 4 Purple. Stigmata, Thor Spear 2-piece set blue speed plus 5%, burst plus 5%, collision resistance plus 10%. Current level, B formerly A. Special talents: 1 not activated, 2 bear girl appearance specialization, 3 very good at drinking. Same frequency, 35% pilot, Lee Yini. Status: good psychological disorder. Evaluation: a burst type mecha girl who was demoted from a rank to B rank due to a mental barrier, but despite this mental barrier, she still maintains a strong dominance on the track. This attribute can be said to be quite powerful. As expected of the captain of Northern Wolf T2, she is a mecha girl who can be said to be the pillar of the team. Could such a powerful mecha girl also have psychological barriers? Su Chen remembered the panel of Huang Shixuan's mecha girl Chuanyun that he had seen before, and Chuanyun also had hidden injuries. Hidden injuries and psychological disorders do not seem to be uncommon among the mecha girls in this world. Especially for mecha girls that are a bit older or have experienced some major events, there will be more or less some problems. Is this an occupational disease? On the contrary, young girls like Zhue Ying and Xingming are much healthier. Of course, it is not ruled out that he takes better care of Xingmeng. If Xingmeng continues to follow someone like Wang Tingding, she will probably have psychological problems in the future. Su Chen pondered and couldn't help but think of the racing cars in his previous life. Racing cars usually leave hidden injuries after serious accidents, such as collisions, water damage, etc. These hidden injuries reduce the life of the car and more or less affect its performance. In addition, improper driving by the driver, excessive mileage and neglect of maintenance can also cause various problems with the car. In this way, isn't it very similar to the mecha girls in this world? Judging from the frequency of Li Yini and Dong Xiong, it is obvious that Li Yini is not the kind of driver who drives improperly and neglects maintenance. She must be good to Winter Bear. That leaves only one reason. Dong Xiong's psychological disorder is most likely the result of a major accident. No one can predict major accidents on the track, and this situation cannot be blamed on Li Yini. When encountering emergencies, the driver can only rely on his experience to avoid them as much as possible. Therefore, not only does he need to improve the performance of the mecha girl, he also needs to improve his own driving skills so that he can better protect Xingmeng. As his thoughts drifted further and further away, Su Chen's eyes became increasingly vague. Until a piece of chalk hit my forehead. Su Chen came to his senses instantly, only to see Dong Xiong had walked up to him and was staring at him with an unfriendly look. This mecha girl is only half a head taller than Xingmeng, and she looks cute, but her gaze is unexpectedly powerful. Su Chen, are you listening carefully? What's the answer to my question just now? Answer me. Look into my eyes. Su Chen was dumbfounded. He was distracted. What could he know? He knows nothing. As soon as Dong Xiong saw Su Chen's dazed look, he knew that Su Chen had not heard it just now. Ouch. She bared her teeth and expertly pulled a bottle of vodka from under her skirt, downing half of it. Dizzy, huh? Don't think I won't scold you just because you're the city champion. What's wrong with being a city champion? You're still a rookie on the track of the King of Cars Championship. Su Chen wiped the wine droplets that Dong Xiong had sprayed on his face, glanced at the PPT again, and felt a little calmer. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you clearly. Could you please repeat the question? Winter Bear was very angry. His pretty face was red. Of course it might be because he drank too much vodka, and the little barriers on his head seemed to stand up. She slapped the PPT projection screen behind her vigorously. It was frozen in time with a schematic diagram of a complex mountain racetrack, with a red X marking a section of continuous S-bends and steep slopes. Okay. I'll ask you again. Dong Xiong's voice was filled with alcohol and anger as he pointed at the glaring red cross. In this section of road where the hairpin turns are followed by a sharp bend on a steep slope, your average speed is 300 km per hour. If the pilot senses through mental connection that the rear drive wheel, usually your right rear wheel, has experienced an unexplained momentary loss of pressure at the last second before entering a turn, it is suspected that it has been pierced by a sharp object. At this time, the car speed is close to the maximum cornering speed, and there is an opponent chasing closely from behind. As the driver, what was your first reaction and the sequence of actions within the next 3 seconds? Say it. As soon as this question was raised, the conference room fell silent. Even Zhue Ying stopped stuffing potato chips into his mouth. The girl playing Candy Crush carefully put down her phone. The sleepy one also suddenly raised his head. This question is tricky and serious. And this is not the question that Dong Xiong just asked. This is the question that Dong Xiong is about to explain. I don't know the answer yet. Obviously, this was intended to make things difficult for Su Chen, who was distracted. The yellow-haired man frowned and looked thoughtful, tapping his fingers on the table. Yu Ming looked at Su Chen with schadenfreude. This kid calls him fried fish dog every day, and now he comes when he gets humiliated? This problem is very complicated and tests the driver's on-the-spot responsibility. He just put himself in that situation and still couldn't answer it. Li Ziyuan, who was sitting in the back, lowered his head, afraid of being noticed by Dong Xiong. Fangping had a confused look on his face, thinking, this question is beyond the scope. T2 Captain Li Yini sat at the back of the conference room with her arms folded. Those sharp eyes looked at Su Chen with interest. She really wanted to see what Su Chen thought about this situation. After all, Xingming had experienced a similar situation before. A tire burst after a flying jump and a sharp right turn. The women across the conference table held their breath. Xingming's pretty face was pale, and she looked at Su Chen eagerly, her face full of worry. His fingers were typing quickly on his cell phone keyboard under the table. Help, help, meow. Oh. Who knows the answer to this question? Sigma. If Moss can't answer, he will be punished by the fierce-looking winter bear sister. Just like how Wang Tingting punished her, she didn't let her drink the nutrient solution and let her starve. That's terrible. The feeling of being hungry is terrible. She doesn't want Moss to go hungry. Xuanyun made a bitter face and shook his head. I don't know, it's so difficult. Zhu Ying muttered softly, damn, this question is really tough. Sister Xiong is serious. Dong Xiong put his hands on his hips, still holding the bottle of wine, and glared at Su Chen. What? The champion of the city championship is stumped by a small problem in the mountain race? Just when everyone thought Su Chen would be speechless. Or when you force yourself to give a vague and useless answer like slow down and break. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his face expressionless. What does he do? A tuner. He's seen so many car accidents, what kind of bizarre situations hasn't he seen? His ears were calloused from hearing so much about what to do. Although Dong Xiong's questions were tricky, they were nothing to him. Oh, this is a difficult question? He stood up and walked to the side of the presentation document, pointing to the curve. Step 1, steady the direction. Use your right hand to slightly turn the steering wheel toward the side of the flat tire, keeping the amplitude within 15 degrees. This is not for steering, but to offset the instantaneous lateral impact of the flat tire. At the same time, press the clutch with your left foot to disconnect the power transmission. Everyone was stunned when they heard Su Chen's answer. Especially Winter Bear, his angry eyes gradually showed signs of clearing up. Su Chen tapped the curve diagram on the screen and continued, the second step is to control the deceleration. You must not slam on the brakes, that would be tantamount to suicide. Instead, you should use engine braking combined with light braking to gradually reduce the speed. The third step is to find a way out. Abandon the optimal cornering route and cut into the center of the corner significantly in advance to take a safe route. If the car loses control, actively let the rear end slide slightly, using a tail swing to help the front of the car point in the direction of the exit. The most crucial thing is the steep slope ahead. Once you reach the top of the slope in a relatively controlled manner and start descending, you have to make use of the terrain and gravity. When going downhill, the car body leans forward, the pressure on the front wheels increases, and the grip is restored. Only then can you carefully restore some power or increase the brakes, using gravity to help the vehicle stabilize through the curve after the steep slope. After turning, immediately find a safe area to stop and avoid being rear-ended by the car behind you, so as to minimize the damage to the driver and the driver. When the words fell, the entire conference hall could hear a pin drop. Dong Xiong's hand holding the bottle of wine froze in mid-air, and the anger on his face also solidified, replaced by astonishment and confusion. She discovered, she was actually a little. Can't understand? Winter Bear. Chapter 27, Chapter 85, Map Analysis. Su Chen looked at the silent crowd and felt a little uneasy. Is there something wrong with his answer? Or should I answer according to the rules of this world? But he hasn't learned it either. These are all the experiences he gained from handling accident cars for many years as a chief modification engineer. If you ask him anything else, he probably won't know. Dong Xiong was still in a daze, as if he was thinking about Su Chen's answer in his mind and making corresponding simulations. The following mecha-girls have already started chatting in the WeChat group. Zhueying, Xingmeng, what is your master saying? Can you understand it? Why can I understand each word individually, but not the whole thing? Xingmeng, he. Meow. As Mazda's mecha-girl, I definitely understood it casually. Mazda is super awesome. Xuanyun, Sister Xingmeng is amazing. Could you explain it to me? I really don't understand, and I'm afraid I'll miss out on useful information. Xing Meng, Moss will explain it later, right? Moss's explanation is easier to understand than mine. Mine are just my personal interpretation, hee hee. Smiley face. Dong Xiong downed the remaining half bottle of vodka with a chuckle, and then looked at Su Chen with a completely clear gaze. Even Huang Shixuan, who had always had a prejudice against Su Chen, changed his expression. Yu Ming was fine, just a little confused. Because Su Chen's words were too general and lacked many details, he had not yet figured out how to proceed specifically. This is mainly due to lack of experience. If a professional driver from Earth were to take over, he would have automatically simulated the entire process in his mind. Pa pa pa. Applause broke out in the corner of the conference room. It was Li Yini, captain of Northern Wolf T2. She looked at Su Chen with approval. That's a very good answer. It can be said to be the standard answer. I'm curious, Su Chen, you probably haven't participated in many races, so how come you have such rich experience and sophisticated knowledge of track conditions? Su Chen was stunned, his eyes wandering. He touched his nose and coughed lightly. You know the racing simulator in the arcade? I've loved playing that since I was a kid, and I've been playing it for more than 10 years. That's not right. I've been playing for over 10 years too. Yu Ming covered his face with his hands, looking shocked. I started playing when I was 5. How come I'm not as skilled as you? Huang Shixuan snorted coldly. Humans are humans, monkeys are monkeys, how can their learning abilities be the same? He still couldn't stand Su Chen. But at this moment he recognized Su Chen's theoretical experience. In addition, there was something in Su Chen's answer that made him feel comfortable. This will minimize the damage to the pilot and the mech-girl. Generally speaking, when encountering this kind of question, even if there is a standard answer, the focus will be on the driver, and few people will take into account the damage suffered by the mech-girl. This guy Su Chen. Could it be that he really made a mistake in judgment? No. Impossible. Su Chen must be really good enough to the robot girl. He would not watch the tire of the driver burst and continue driving. These are all his disguises. Huang Shixuan narrowed his eyes. He was so cunning that I almost got fooled by him. Hey, Jimao, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Yu Ming tapped his hearing aid and leaned his ear toward Huang Shixuan. But how could Huang Shixuan repeat it to him a second time and make himself bored? So you are playing a racing simulator? Li Yini blinked and looked at Su Chen meaningfully. If she could believe it, then there must be something fishy. But everyone has their own secrets. Since Su Chen didn't want to say it, she didn't ask anymore. You just spoke in a rather vague manner. Could you please explain it more clearly? Specific to the detailed driving procedures? No problem. Su Chen nodded. Li Yini signaled Dong Xiong with her eyes. Dong Xiong looked at Su Chen with a strange look, then quietly walked aside and gave up his seat. Su Chen walked to the PPT and gave another detailed explanation. Not only is the operation specific, but mechanical analysis is also provided. This immediately astonished the group of pilots and pilot girls in the conference room. Xingming, I didn't expect your master is such a top student. Jue Ying whispered in Xingming's ear. Whole tyrant? Omega, Xingming typed on her phone, what is a whole tyrant? A tyrant that's really good at using the cave? Omega. Jue Ying's vision darkened as he typed a reply, it's this, meaning someone who was very good at studying. Xingming, tell me honestly, what were you doing during the Chinese language class at the League Academy? Xingming recalled and typed 2 words, work. Chasing shadow? I heard that Su Chen was not Xingming's original pilot. So, was Star Dream's first pilot such a beast? Xingming was not even allowed to study properly. Look at how silly she is now. Moss is a top student, so awesome. Xingming finished typing, held up her pretty face, and looked at Su Chen, who was lecturing, with admiration. Rich racing experience, good skills, and good learning. And he also has magical modification skills. I am so lucky to have met Moss. Nowadays, the League Academy mainly assesses racing theory knowledge and racing skills, and subjects such as Chinese, mathematics, and physics are secondary subjects. But there is no doubt that drivers who can achieve success in mathematics and physics are still worthy of admiration. Take Yu Ming, for example, he has never passed math. At this moment, seeing the various mechanical analyses listed by Su Chen was like reading a book in heaven. Okay, that's my explanation. Su Chen put down the chalk and nodded slightly. This is what I think is the best solution for this situation. However, depending on the individual circumstances of the pilot and the pilot girl, you can make minor adjustments or adopt other solutions. After a moment of silence in the conference room, there was a burst of continuous applause. Su Chen calmly returned to his seat and sat down. He appears calm on the surface, but is actually very panicked. I can't let my attention wander again. This problem arises from one of the most difficult stages of the City Car King Championship. It can be seen that the City Car King Championship is extremely difficult. He must know the track well enough to know what he is doing. Because there are many tracks for the City Car King Championship, almost every core city has such a track. 3 days before the start of the competition, the organizers will randomly draw cities. This means that in order to prevent omissions, Winter Bear talks about almost every track. Fortunately, the difficulty and challenges of these tracks are similar, otherwise the workload would be too heavy. Well, Su Chen's talk is good, but you still have to listen carefully. Dong Xiong coughed lightly to cover up her embarrassment. The next second, her sharp eyes fell on Jueying. You guys who are sleeping, eating chips, and playing games, sit down right now. Look at Xingmeng and Xuan Yun, and then look at you. If you do anything else, get out. Jueying curled his lips and put the potato chips away. I secretly complain in my heart. What a moral character. You take it out on the poor students after being humiliated by the good ones, right? The meeting lasted more than 3 hours. Dong Xiong was speaking until his mouth was dry and there was a row of empty vodka bottles next to the PPT screen. The pilot and the pilot girl were drowsy after listening to it. But fortunately, it's over. Su Chen turned the pen and made a brief summary for himself. First of all, the total length of the championship track is 360 kilometers, of which there must be about 100 kilometers of mountain tracks, and there must be 5 difficult sections: continuous downhill hairpin turns, mud jungle turns, continuous S-bends followed by vertical steep slopes, free jumps without jump platforms, wading tunnels, etc. Dong Xiong listed all the difficult stages. They need to go back and review these carefully. Apart from the changes in the difficult sections, there are not many changes in other places. For example, there are 537 bends in the entire 360 kilometers. There is a bend almost every 720 meters. This data is exactly the same at the king of racing tracks in every city. From the Northern Wolf Club. It started to rain lightly outside. Su Chen was about to take a taxi to take Xingming home. After all, although he could drive Xingming back, it would definitely not be pleasant for Jin Yang to get caught in the rain and get dirty. This was not a competition, so there was no need to worry about Xingmeng. A voice suddenly sounded behind me. Hello? Su Chen turned around. I saw Huang Mao and Xuan Yun. The two stood side by side at the entrance of the club, like a still painting. Su Chen, you're amazing. You have a wealth of racing theory and a solid foundation, but... Huang Shishiyuan's voice cut through the rain. Racing is a joint endeavor between the driver and the pilot. No matter how strong you are as a driver, if you ignore the pilot's feelings, you'll ultimately be a loser. Su Chen glanced at the 13% coincidence rate between Xuan Yun and Huang Mao. He really wanted to say that he and Xingmeng had 52% of the same frequency. But think about it, it's not necessary. Even if I told him, Huang Mao wouldn't believe it. Too lazy to answer, he held Xingmeng's little hand and continued walking towards the intersection. Huang Mao's voice came from far behind. In the City Car King contest, I'll make you understand this. Be nice to your own daughter. Mas, what is he mumbling about? Xingmeng squeezed Su Chen's hand, looking confused. Isn't Masta good enough to her? Try to give her the best modification core and stigma. He usually spoke to her in a gentle voice, and even though she was clumsy, she was never scolded. And I can drink 2 bottles of nutrient solution a day. It's okay, don't worry about him. Su Chen shook his head. Some people are just meddling in other people's business. We just need to prepare for the game well. Oh, Miao Xingming nodded obediently. Masta, whatever you want to eat tonight, Xingmeng will make it for you. I don't eat egg fried rice anyway. Master. Xuan Yun looked at Huang Shishiyuan, who looked indignant, and said carefully, I feel that you may have some misunderstandings about Xingmeng's master. Misunderstanding? Huang Mao snorted. What kind of misunderstanding could there be? This kid is just good at disguising himself. Having said that. But Huang Mao's tone was no longer as firm as before. Because I think Xingming is very happy. Chuan Yun showed Huang Shixuan the photo that Xingming had posted on her moments. A cat-eared girl in a maid outfit was making a scissors hand gesture, with a smile on her face that was brighter than the warm sun. His master bought him a beautiful car cover, and she was very happy. There was a hint of envy in Chuan Yun's words. Although it was only a little bit, Huang Shixuan still noticed it. Isn't it just a load of clothes? I'll buy it for you. Huang Shixuan took Chuan Yun's hand and walked towards Xingshan while shopping. Master, you should buy a pair of racing clothes and shoes first. Chuan Yun shook his head. The racing clothes won't improve the performance of the mech-girl. I'll just wear the original racing clothes. I just like this pair of shoes. Huang Shixuan looked stubborn. Su Chen can buy beautiful car covers for the girl. He can too. Just wait. He wants to buy a more beautiful one. Chapter 28, Chapter 86, City Car King Competition. The sky is not so clear in early August. It even has a somewhat gloomy meaning. But it does not prevent the King of Cars Championship from being held on time. After the organizers drew lots, the final host city was selected as Nanchang, which is close to the sea. Nanchang is located on an island, surrounded by the sea, with urban areas on the edges and large mountains in the middle. 3 city car championships have been held here. In the voting of all the contestants, South City ranks second on the list of cities they were least willing to host games. Welcome to watch the City Car King Championship. I am the host of this competition, Brother Xiao Goose. On the stage at the entrance of the City Car King Championship, the host, Brother Xiao, who was wearing a husky hat and black sunglasses, was dressed in beach pants and a beach shirt, and was holding the microphone with a beaming smile. This competition is sponsored by the Voice of the Night Group, and the prizes are generous. Not only are there materials for organic girls to advance, but there are also expensive and unavailable training capsules. And a super prize pool of 5 million. Our competitors in this competition are also very strong. There are over 20 professional drivers alone. This is the largest number of professional drivers in the history of the City Car Championship. There is no doubt that their fight will bring us a wonderful visual feast. The 3 super airships of Voice of the Night were hanging 3 giant screens, broadcasting the game to the entire island in 360 degrees without blind spots. The big screens could be seen almost anywhere on the island in South City. Enough of the nonsense. As per convention, Brother Roast Goose will randomly select a passerby to interview. However, before he could find someone, his arm was pulled. He turned around and saw a pitiful catgirl specialized mecha-girl pulling at his sleeve. Wow! A rare specialized type of catgirl. This is the perfect interview subject. Brother Xiao almost never thought that the catgirl specialized type would be a contestant, because the characteristic of the catgirl specialized type is that the performance is very ordinary, but the appearance is directly maxed out. After all, as long as it's cute, that's all that matters. People cannot have everything they want. This machine girl, you. Before Brother Roast Goose could finish his words, Xingming started yelling. Host, I can't find my master. Can you help me find it? Can't find the master? Brother Roast Goose looked at Xingming carefully. I found that Xingming was not only wearing a formal racing jersey, but also had a number plate on her waist. This is a contestant. A catgirl specialization actually made it to the City Car King contest? He didn't have time to be shocked. The most important thing now was to help find someone. After all, the game was about to begin. Brother Xiao briefly inquired about Su Chen's characteristics, then faced the camera with a serious expression. Attention all staff. The following announcement is playing driver Su Chen, contestant number 074. Please go to the director's desk to pick up your mecha-girl after hearing the announcement. Your mecha-girl is looking for you. Repeat. The broadcasting sound almost covered the entire stadium, causing laughter among the players and the audience. At the starting point, Yuming and Zhueying were already in position. Zhueying had a number plate 137 hanging around his waist, and he almost burst out laughing when he heard the broadcast. Xingming can't find Su Chen? Aren't they usually always stick together? Maybe they were separated by the crowd. Yuming leaned against a seat by the track and closed his eyes to rest. There were too many spectators at this race. It was really crowded. Will they delay the game because of this? Zhueying asked worriedly. How is that possible? We've already made a broadcast, we'll be able to find the person soon. At the same time, Huang Shixuan and Chuan Yun, who got the number 53, were making final warm-up preparations. He looked at the bustling stadium, his pupils shrinking slightly. Cloud Piercer. This is our second battle since we left there. Come on, prove it to them. Chuan Yun nodded and finished stretching. Master, I'm now a B-rank mech-girl. I'm confident in this competition. Don't feel too much pressure, just do your best. Here's a broadcast. Pilot Su Chen, contestant number 074, please go to the director's desk to pick up your pilot girl after hearing the announcement. Huang Shixuan looked strange upon hearing the broadcast, then sneered, Su Chen, this guy, can he even lose the pilot? He's so careless, can he be considered a qualified pilot? Chuan Yun didn't say anything, but just picked up his phone to send a message to Xingmeng. Xingmeng, have you found your master? No TT woohoo XX. Xingmeng responded quickly. Ma said he was going to the bathroom, and then disappeared, meow. Chuan Yun scratched his head, not knowing how to comfort her. I could only reply cautiously, wait a moment at the director's desk. Your master will come find you when he hears the announcement. Aye. Thank you Chuan Yun for comforting me. In a toilet at the City Car King Championship. Su Chen was holding his turned-off mobile phone in his left hand, which he had forgotten to charge, and a pack of tissues in his right hand, and was making a desperate effort. He regretted it. I shouldn't have eaten the nutritious breakfast Xingmeng made this morning. This girl seems to love making fried rice. There are various kinds of fried rice every day. This morning, I even put a big spoonful of chili sauce in the egg fried rice. The chili sauce is fried by Queen herself, and it tastes good, but it is very spicy. He just felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach after eating the bowl of egg fried rice, but now, an even stronger backlash came. Xingmeng, wait for me. Su Chen felt like crying as he listened to the broadcast that kept repeating in his ears. He forgot that he was a time traveler. I forgot that I was still in the same body as before, the body that would get constipated after eating spicy food. It's coming out, it's almost out. Su Chen's pale face was tense and ferocious, and all the strength in his body was concentrated on his buttocks. A shrill roar was heard in the quiet toilet. 10 minutes later, Su Chen walked out of the bathroom with a gloomy face. Amid the strange looks from those around him, he rubbed his face hard with cold water. It's out, he did it. I feel like I am in good shape now. After taking a breath, Su Chen immediately went to the director's desk and saw a white-haired cat girl looking around from a distance. Without a doubt, it was Star Dream. The little girl saw him just like radar, and her cat ears and furry tail immediately stood up. Master, she shouted in surprise. Then he rushed over happily as if he saw delicious cat noodles. Su Chen had seen the strength of the robot girl. But there's no need to worry too much, Xingmeng has learned to control her. Bang! Ugh! Su Chen felt as if he was hit head-on by a motorcycle, and almost vomited out everything he had just eaten in the morning. Immediately afterwards, he felt a furry and soft thing burying in his arms. Well. Xingmeng actually also restrained her strength. If he hadn't taken it in, he would have been knocked away by now. It's just that maybe due to the excitement, the control of strength is not particularly precise. Acceptable. Mas, Xingmeng thought you were lost. Xingmeng raised her soft and pretty face. Suddenly, his nose twitched and he asked in confusion, Mas stinks. It was you who got lost. Su Chen pinched Xingmeng's cheek and pretended to be angry. I asked you to wait outside the bathroom. I'll be out soon after I use the restroom. How could you still find the host to make a broadcast? Because there were too many people. Xingmeng pouted and said embarrassedly, by the time Xingmeng reacted, I didn't know where I was pushed to by the crowd. Su Chen laughed in silence. He thought that he had just gone to the toilet and wanted to step away quickly. Okay, I still smell like a toilet, stop hugging me. No. Xingmeng hugged Su Chen tightly and refused to let go. Stinky Mas, Xingmeng likes it too, meow. So this cat girl specialized pilot is you. The host, Roast Goose Brother, came over and his eyes fell on Su Chen. I know you. I've seen your photo in the newspaper. Fortunately, the Binzhou City Championship had drone footage, otherwise you would be finished now. It's over? Why? Su Chen looked confused. Because right after the competition ended, you were already on the wanted list of a certain civilian mech-girl protection organization. Roast Goose Brother said with a smile, and I happen to be one of them. But don't worry, we've taken you off the wanted list after watching the video. Su Chen. Wow, there is such a thing? What will happen if you're on the bounty list? Will you be killed? That's not the case. Roast Goose Brother spread his hands. You were just going to the bathroom, right? If you were still on the list, you would probably have a urine bag or feces suddenly fall on your head when you went to the bathroom. The corners of Su Chan's mouth twitched slightly. It is worthy of being an extreme protection organization. This punishment is even more painful than killing him directly. Anyway, just enjoy the game. Roast Goose Brother turned and walked towards the director's desk. Don't let your robot girl get hurt again, kid. There are still 30 minutes until the competition begins. All contestants, please take your seats. A rapid broadcast sounded. Mas da. The game is about to start, let's go, meow. Su Chen was pulled by Xing Meng to the departure point. Along the way, I met many pilots and pilot girls coming and going in a hurry. Su Chen used his divine eyes to look at them one by one and found that no mech-girl had better attributes than Xing Meng. Now after the upgrade in the Flame module, the attributes of Star Dream have become: Name, Star Dream Star Badge, Radiance Team Enhancement Type. Speed, 74. Curve, 70. Stable, 42. Burst, 48. Battery life, 61. Modification core, Flamestorm Blue Cornering Correction 5%, Tire Wear 20%, Collision Resistance 20% Special Effect, NA. Stigmata, Emperor Engine Amethyst. Current grade, B+. Special talents, 1 Awakening, 2 Specialized Catgirl Appearance, 3 Silent Movement. Same frequency, 52%. Status, Energetic. Upgrading from C+ to B grade, the 5-dimensional attributes are improved a little bit again, and with the addition of the Flame modification core, Speed +7, Burst +5, Cornering +2, Tire Loss 20%, Stability 3, it now has the super standard attributes. Although Su Chen does not yet know what the attribute requirements are for promotion to a level mech-girl. But he felt that Xingmen was very close to that threshold. It's worth noting that during this upgrade, some special effects are no longer stackable. Therefore, the only special effects remaining in effect on the Flame Core are Temperature +5C, Sensitivity +2, and Leg Strength +20 kilograms. The cup size +1 cup has been cancelled. Su Chen attributed all this to Star Dream's potential. Perhaps the size of C is already the limit of Star Dream's potential. If it were any bigger, it would disrupt the balance of beauty. Now everything is just right. Walk to the number 137 departure point. As soon as Su Chen stopped, he felt a pair of eyes looking at him. He looked back in the direction of the gaze and saw a young man with a pale face and a somewhat sinister look. He was followed by a tall mecha-girl wearing a black racing suit. Just an unfamiliar player, there's nothing noteworthy about it. But Su Chen saw it keenly. The driver and the pilot girl have a cross-crescent logo on their uniforms. They are the contestants of the Voice of the Night group. Chapter 29, Chapter 87, Voice of the Night Youth Training Team. 10 minutes ago. The draw area for the City Car King Championship. The air was as taut as a drawn bowstring. Most drivers clutched the number plates they had just drawn, their knuckles turning white, their eyes filled with unconcealable nervousness. They repeatedly checked the starting order and discussed in low voices the difficulties of the track. Only the group of youth team members of Voice of the Night, wearing black uniforms with silver crosses and crescent moons, gathered in the corner like a group of incompatible undercurrents. They looked relaxed, even a little playful. The unbridled laughter was particularly harsh in the quiet drawing area. Drivers from other clubs around them subconsciously kept their distance from them. When their eyes swept across the eye-catching team logo, there was a hint of imperceptible fear, and they automatically made a small space for the youth training team of Voice of the Night. For them, this City Car Championship is a crucial challenge and a battlefield to prove themselves. But for the youth training players of Voice of the Night, this game may just be a game of ease. Fuck. Number 10? A team member looked at the number plate in his hand and wailed exaggeratedly, "Isn't this a Pathfinder vehicle? It's going to be dusty from the start." "I'm 31, okay, somewhere in the middle." Another person shrugged. "Brothers IE, how much did you get?" someone turned and asked towards the door. Jean Zhe, who was leaning against the doorframe with his eyes closed, didn't even raise his eyelids. He just lazily shook the small card in his hand, 76. "Oh, it's okay, somewhere in the middle, not too good nor too bad." Brothers, cheer up, someone raised his voice. This is a great opportunity for our youth training team. Only by performing well can we join the official team. And then we might even get Miss Chen's autograph. As soon as the topic started, someone immediately lowered their voice and said mysteriously, "Hey, have you heard? Miss Chen signed a bet agreement with a racer named Su Chen. If that guy can become an A-level tuner within 3 months, Miss Chen will give him the queen." What the hell? Is this true? That's Queen. A top-tier mecha-girl. Exclamations rang out one after another. But, getting promoted to a rank in 3 months? Are you dreaming? I heard that Su Chen has also signed up, and his mecha-girl is a cat-girl type. But? Ha ha ha. A cat-girl type? I really hope I can meet him in the competition and have a good chat with him. Jean Jay still closed his eyes and rested. The noisy discussions reached his ears word for word. Sign a bet agreement with Miss Chen? He is so arrogant that he doesn't know his place. However, he became curious about the driver named Su Chen. After all, the person who can make Miss Chen willing to gamble must be extraordinary. After the draw, he brought the robot girl Lycon to the starting point. I was thinking about this matter in my mind. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a tall man walking slowly towards me with a mecha girl who looked like a white-haired cat girl. Finally, they stopped at the starting position number 74. Catgirl specialized mecha girls rarely appear on the field. Because the attributes of this type of mecha girl are inherently weak. Most of them will become logistics mecha girls or medical mecha girls. Is this person Su Chen? Are there really such coincidences in the world? However, based on what teammates mentioned in previous discussions, the characteristics of Su Chen and Xing Meng clearly indicate that they are the pair of players at the starting point number 74. Su Chen's starting number is 74. His starting number is 76. According to the rules of the City Car King Championship, he and Su Chen started at the same time. Interesting. What a godsend. Jean Jaya's gaze lingered on Su Chen and Xing Meng for a moment, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He patted Liekon's shoulder and walked straight to position 74. When Su Chen and Jean Zhe looked at each other, they had a premonition. The driver of this voice of the night must come over. Really? This man came straight over with the girl in the robot suit. I know you, your name is Su Chen. Hello. The driver in black uniform stretched out a hand with a smile on his face. I'm Kim Jaya, a member of the Voice of the Night Youth Training Team. Although I don't know why the other party came up to me and tried to get close to me. But out of politeness, Su Chen also extended his hand to shake hands with Jean Jaya. However, the moment he reached out his hand, Jean Jaya suddenly pulled his hand back. The man moved his wrists in a pretentious manner, his eyes full of mockery. However, the next second, Su Chen's hand suddenly grabbed Jean Jaya's wrist, which had not yet been fully retracted, and dragged him over in Jean Jaya's confused eyes. Click. The huge force coming from his palm almost made Jean Zai cry out in pain. Then, the hand loosened. Jean Zai was also confused. He was forced to shake hands. And was firmly gripped. Su Chen let go and smiled kindly. Hello, if you have nothing else, you can leave now. I still need to do pre-game warm-ups with my daughter. Jean Jaya shook his numb hands and the fake smile on his face faded. He raised his nostrils and stood on tiptoe so that he could keep up with Su Chen's height. Su Chen, are you so arrogant? I heard that you signed some kind of gambling agreement with Miss Chen Xian, the head of our Voice of the Night? Let me tell you, not just anyone can touch the porcelain in our Night Voice Club. It just so happens that we start this race at the same time, and I will let you see the gap between us clearly. After saying these harsh words, Jean Zhe snorted coldly and turned away with Lycon. Just after coming out of the lottery draw, he used his phone to search for Su Chen's information. When Su Chen's robot girl Xing Meng participated in the city championship, she was just a newly promoted C-level robot girl. How much improvement can be achieved in half a month? When the game starts, he will be crushed by his B-rank mecha girl. Thinking of this, he subconsciously glanced in the direction of the audience seats. There were VIP seats for the Voice of the Night group. Needless to say, Chen Xian must be among them. He will perform well later and crush Su Chen. President Chen will definitely look at him with new eyes. Then he would stand out from the youth team, rise rapidly to the top of his life. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but squint his eyes in satisfaction. Lycon, beat them for me in the competition later, don't let me down. He said coldly to the girl beside him. But the girl just had a blank look in her eyes and said nothing, like a puppet. After several seconds, he nodded mechanically. What's wrong with that guy, Moss? He's so fierce. Xingmeng let out a low growl. His ears and tail were puffed up, and he looked at Jin Zaya's back with indignation. It's okay, just a dog trying to wag its tail for its master. Su Chen touched Xingming's little head and didn't care about the provocation just now. He had seen many similar situations in his previous life. But it's mostly from a bystander's perspective. It is normal for teams and drivers to provoke each other. There are too many people who deliberately find fault just to please their boss. These are not worth causing him any psychological fluctuations. Rather than talking, he prefers to crush his opponent in action. Chapter 30, Chapter 88. Come on. Just now when Jin Jaya came up to cause trouble, Su Chen glanced at the mecha-girl Lycon beside Jin Zaya, and could only say that they were worthy of being the youth training team of Voice of the Night. Although they are not professional drivers, the performance of their robots is already explosive. But even so, Su Chen did not feel envious, because their mecha-girls were not living well. This can be seen from the cracked panel. Name, Sky-Splitting Star Emblem, Flowing Flame Speed Type. Speed, 70. Curve, 70. Stable, 61. Burst, 62. Battery life, 64. Modification core, Vortex Emperor Type 1. Stigmata, Echoes of Night Blue. Current level, B. Special talent, none. Same frequency, 0%. Status, calm memory loss, psychological disorder offset. Comment, a mecha girl who has lost her soul. She should have been even faster. There is no doubt about it, whether it is based on evaluation or panel performance. This balanced attribute must be the product of the Voice of the Night modification team. This mecha girl named Lycon has developed serious psychological problems. It means that it has been offset. Could it be that the psychological barrier has been offset because of memory loss? After all, the mecha girl no longer knows who she is and lives like a machine, so any psychological barriers she has are nothing. He was wondering, if Queen continued to be modified like this, would it become like Lycon? Memory loss, psychological disorders ultimately becoming a qualified tool rather than an emotional robot. When he thought of this, a sense of urgency arose in his heart. During this period, in addition to upgrading Xingming, he did two things. One is to use up the last skill point of Heart of God and put it on drift control. He was still pulled into the study space and then severely scolded by Coach Su. Now he has mastered Launch Start Expert LV1 increase launch speed by 4% and Drift Control LV2 reduce drift speed loss by 10%. Apart from that, he has been learning the knowledge of a tuner. The information that Nuolii sent him was more than 50 G. The content was completely different from what he imagined, and it could be said that it had basically nothing to do with racing car modification. It is indeed like what a modeler should do: remember many data matrices in modeling nodes, and use star energy to arrange and combine the data matrices in nodes according to specific requirements, so as to create a basic module. This is definitely not an easy thing. Because there are more than 500 types of matrices to remember, and there are 98 nodes to remember. Also need to make permutations and combinations. No wonder one has to awaken star energy to become a modeler. Because only star energy can speed up the computing speed of ordinary people's brains and make ordinary people's brains closer to computers. Otherwise, with such a huge amount of data that is still changing, who can grasp it all in a short period of time? The above are just the data you need to remember to become an A-level tuner. There is even more data to remember for S-level and above. The bet between Qin Xin and him was essentially a challenge. But even so, Su Chen still faced the challenge and rode hard every day. When I was hungry, I ate the egg fried rice made by Xingmeng. In less than half a month, I gained 8 kilograms. Mas da. Xingmeng waved her hands and jumped around in front of Su Chen, her cat ears twitching. Meow. Masta, why are you always staring at that mecha girl? Do you like her? Meow. Xingmeng looked at Su Chen, then looked at Lycon, who was wearing a tight racing suit and had a slim figure. That thin waist, that peachy butt, it's really tempting. It's understandable that Masta likes such an older sister. She approached Su Chen with a smile and lowered her voice. Mas, if you like her, just tell her directly. Xingming can get her contact information for you. Xingming, make her your good friend first, and then often say good things about you to her. Maybe the two of you can become good friends too. Su Chen laughed in silence. Helplessly, he pinched Xingmeng's pretty face. Okay, you're the one with the most clever ideas. I just think that mech-girl is a little weird. At first he thought Xingming said that on purpose because she was jealous. It was not until he heard Xingming's last words that he realized that Xingming's love for him was only at the stage of pure friendship. For her, the relationship between her and her good friends is already love, a very pure love that has nothing to do with desire, it's just a pleasant experience of getting along. Strange, meow? Xingming tilted her head and looked at Liakon's back. Moss, although Xingming doesn't know what's strange about that mecha-girl, Xingming can feel that she is not happy at all. Su Chen was silent. Become a puppet, a machine without emotions. Can a girl like this still experience the glory of the racetrack? Can you still taste the joy of victory? It's natural not to feel happy. All competitors, please be ready to start. There are 10 minutes left before the race begins. Please all selected mobile girls enter the expansion mode, and ask the driver to check the basic conditions of the mobile girls. Two broadcast prompt tones sounded one after another. Su Chen touched Xingming's head. Xingming understood and immediately unfolded into a racing car form. Mas Da. Nico 99, a cat girl specialization, reports to you. Engine module is normal. The tire pressure is normal. The temperature inside the car is abnormal, 5 degrees Celsius higher, requesting a cooling down. Su Chen angrily hit Xingming Faith, the application is rejected. The temperature can't be lowered. Meow. That's fine then. Everything is fine. Xingming happily wagged her cat's tail, not minding at all the 2 pats Su Chen had just given her. She's more used to it now. If Su Chen didn't take pictures of her, she would feel uncomfortable all over. Su Chen looked at the track ahead and his mind suddenly went blank. The nebula exploded and a new planet was formed in it. Win first place in the City Car King contest, continue unlocking talents. Is the goal actually to be first? Su Chen licked his lips and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, a little bit, there is a little bit of pressure. At the same time, other contestants also entered the preparation stage. Zhueying, it's our turn to work. Yu Ming patted the tall mecha girl beside him. He. I don't want to lose to Xingming again this time. Zhueying gently slapped Yu Ming's hand away and quickly unfolded into a racing car form. Yu Ming chuckled, touched Zhueying's car door with a lustful look and got in. The modified core we replaced this time is top-notch, it's absolutely a sure thing. You'd better. Zhueying turned around, rolled his eyes, and said in a bad tone, if you lose, you'll sleep under the bed for a month. Hey, Xiao Yingying, don't be so serious. Yu Ming said flatteringly, isn't this punishment a bit too severe? Serious? Zhueying snorted, don't you have any confidence? Yes. Yu Ming stood at attention immediately under Zhueying Xiaoyou's resentful gaze, yes. I guarantee to complete the mission. The atmosphere in the Fenghe cockpit was not as relaxed as usual. Su Che gripped the steering wheel tightly, his face tense and his fingers trembling slightly. A warm hand touched his face. Su Che's eyes gradually came into focus, and in front of him, Fenghe's eyes were full of tenderness and comfort. Xiao Che, don't be nervous, we can do it. Su Che pursed his lips. He wanted to not be nervous, but it was difficult to do so. After the last city championship, he no longer had the luxury of enjoying the game. Be good, I'll reward you by letting you sleep with me tonight. Fenghe raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, just wear your favorite apron, get up and go to bed together. Hiss. Su Che shuddered all over. His entire facial expression changed, instantly transforming from a nervous little boy into the aloof wolf king of the Northwest. You said that. His voice trembled a little. Fenghe covered his mouth and laughed secretly, I keep my word, so what? Xiao Che, can you cheer up? Don't worry. Su Che's eyes were red, I will try my best to finish the game. In a dimly lit room at the Voice of the Night headquarters. The door opened a crack, and finally some thin light came in through the crack and fell on the curled-up girl. Queen, the refit is about to begin. Jessica's voice sounded outside the door. I know, you don't need to remind me. Queen shuddered slightly, took a deep breath, and glanced at the live broadcast on the computer with some nostalgia. She picked up her phone and opened the 3-person group chat she had created with Xingming and Su Chen. It also contains the daily life that Xingming shared with her. The different fried rice every day, the beautiful racing clothes, the mischievous McFlurry, Su Chen's funny look when he fell asleep, and the selfie they took when they walked into the racetrack in their racing suits. She edited a long paragraph, but eventually deleted it all. Thousands of words finally come down to 2 words. Come on. Come on. Xingming, Su Chen. Let your brilliance shine. The starting point of the City Car King Championship. Su Chen looked straight ahead with a calm expression. Xingming's phone lit up for a moment, but the Do Not Disturb mode did not make any sound. At the end of the field of vision, the electronic screen timer has entered the final countdown. The staff holding the starting plates began to evacuate the track one after another. 10 seconds left. A cold electronic sound rang out. Xingming, are you nervous? He stretched out his hand, touched a soft elastic piece, and transferred strength. Meow. I have moss, I don't know what being nervous is. Xingming's energetic voice sounded in front of him, and boom! The loud roar of the engine was the last to be heard. But it almost runs through the entire track. The drivers around, including Jin Zai, were secretly frightened and got goosebumps. Is that the sound of a cat-girl specialized mecha-girl? However, there was no time to think about it. Because the countdown to departure suddenly became louder, everyone's nerves were tense at the same time. 3, 2, 1. Go! Chapter 31, Chapter 89, Gap. The City Car Championship is 360 kilometers long, with a total of 537 bends, including about 100 kilometers of mountain courses. At the same time, we do not prohibit confrontations between drivers. Every player here is a champion who emerged from the City Championship. They have already left the novice protection period and are now a group of mature players who can face the cruelty of track competition. As the host Xiaogu explained, the director kept randomly switching the camera to the track and the contestants. We have 5 difficult track combinations, the most difficult of which is track 476, which features the South Island guillotine. This track is composed of a series of hairpin turns, steep jumps, and cliff right turns. Players without rich experience are likely to fail here, but there is no need to worry. We are equipped with sufficient logistics and treatment teams. If an accident occurs, we will do our best to ensure the safety of the mecha-girl and the pilot. This competition adopts a group-by-group staggered start method, with 10 cars in a group and a start interval of 30 seconds. The 7th group of runners has now started. Director, please direct the camera to the starting point. As soon as the camera cut to the starting point, the roar of the engine penetrated the screen and resounded throughout the venue. It also ignited the passionate atmosphere in the audience again. The audience is cheering loudly because Group 8 has a favorite to win Kim Jae-ya from the Voice of the Night youth team and his mecha-girl, Lycong. The cheers grew even louder, and a banner with the Voice of the Night fluttered in the audience. As one of the giants of the racing group, Voice of the Night is definitely ranked among the top 3 in terms of popularity in China. Even though it was just a group of youth team members participating in the competition, as long as they were related to Voice of the Night, they would have the support of fans. As the countdown to departure began, Jin Jae-yun deliberately increased the engine speed so that the sound of the sky-splitting machine could steadily suppress the other mecha-girls around him. However, a sharper and louder engine sound suddenly rang out, instantly tearing apart the sound waves that were breaking the air. This is. Jin Jae-ya stared at Xingming not far away in amazement. The sound waves came from Xingming, but could this be the sound waves coming from a cat-girl specialized mecha-girl? The sound is related to the engine speed and kinetic energy. A mecha that makes a lot of noise doesn't necessarily mean it has great power, but a mecha that makes no noise at all definitely doesn't have much power. 3, 2, 1. Go! The moment the green light came on, Kim Jae-yi had not yet reacted, while the other contestants around him had already started. Damn it! He immediately activated sky splitting, gritting his teeth. I was just listening to the sound of that guy's mecha-girl and got distracted. Generally, before the game starts, the pilot will be reminded to get ready. But Lycong 1T. This mecha was temporarily allocated to him by the Voice of the Night group. Only when a professional racer officially becomes the Voice of the Night will this mecha-girl form a bond contract with him. However, Lycong is usually very silent. Apart from training, he just finds a place to sit quietly, like a robot. Without Lycong's hint, Jin Zai didn't know what to say. Fortunately, the performance of the Lycong is strong enough, and the mistakes made in the launch start can be made up for in the subsequent tracks. The air at the starting point was distorted by the heat wave. The engine roared and the spinning tires tore out trails of white smoke on the road. 10 mechas were ejected, and the winner was determined almost instantly. There were boos and exclamations from the audience. Brother Roast Goose looked at the screen in shock, and the words he was about to say were stuck in his mouth. He is ready to brag about the Night Voices youth team. However, it was not Jean Zaya and Lycong who rushed to the first place. Instead, it is a mecha without a tail wing and is completely dazzling white. It's Star Dream. It's Su Chen and Xing Meng. What a fast launch. Brother Sheo said, his voice hoarse as he gripped the microphone tightly. Kim Jae-yi, the youth team player from Voice of the Night, seems to have made a mistake in his launch. He's now in 4th place, but he's still pushing forward and overtaking. His peak speed and burst are quite powerful. Damn it! Jean Zaya stared at the 2 robots in front of him and stepped on the accelerator to accelerate madly. This was an ugly start. The Voice of the Night evaluates the drivers not only based on their results, but also on their performance on the track. There's no doubt he got off to a bad start. At this time, Su Chen had already shifted to the highest gear with an expressionless face. The Star Dream's engine unleashes its full performance, leaving the others far behind. The effective starting speed plus 4% is immediate. Su Chen immediately felt this unreasonable conceptual improvement. As the chief tuner, although he doesn't often compete on the track, the number of cars he has driven is not necessarily less than that of professional drivers. Especially special operations such as catapult start, drifting, and flying jump. After all, you need to debug various accessories, and only by trying them out yourself can you know whether they are suitable. Data? The data can only be regarded as a reference. His judgment is more authoritative than the data provided by the machine. This is why other tuners are just tuners, but his title must be preceded by the word chief. Buzz buzz buzz. Behind me came the roar of an approaching engine. Su Chen glanced at the rearview mirror and found that the girl behind Xingming had been replaced. Now it is a mecha with a matte black body and silver lines as embellishments. It is the sky-splitting mecha of the Voice of the Night. Moss, that bad guy and his mecha girl are catching up. Hearing Xing Meng's angry reminder, Su Chen's lips curled slightly. Don't worry, they can't catch up with us? Why meow? Because our peak velocity is higher than theirs. Moss, how do you know? Xingmeng tilted her head slightly, her face full of curiosity. Could it be that the master has a detector hidden in his head that can see the peak speed of other mecha girls? We're in the competition, don't look back. Su Chen pinched Xing Meng's butt unhappily. Because I'm your master, I know everything. Xingming chuckled, stuck out her tongue, and refocused her attention on the track. And the facts are just as Su Chen said. After catching up for a distance, Lycong could no longer overtake, and the gap between him and Xingming was even widening. This scene also made Jean Zai, who was in the cockpit of Lycong, completely dumbfounded. Can't catch up? Impossible. Why can't I catch up? The smugness on his face instantly turned into astonishment. He overtook 2 players in a row and was about to catch up with Su Chen and Xing Meng in front of him to avenge his previous defeat. As a result, Xing Meng's speed became faster and faster, so fast that even Lycong at Fingsu could not catch up. Could it be that the speed attribute of Xingming's mecha girl is higher than Lycong's? How is that possible? Lycong is AB class mecha girl. Xingmeng was originally just a D class mecha, but it was upgraded to B class in less than a month? Not only did Jean Zai not believe this, but anyone who told others about it would think it was a fairy tale. Do you really think it's that easy to improve the attributes of the mecha girl? Which one of the core, stigma, and memory training pills is free? Many pilots only get 3 or 4 more attributes each time they replace the core of their mecha girl, but they have to spend several times more money than before. Not to mention memory training pills. Ordinary drivers and even drivers from small clubs basically have no access to it. Only big clubs and tournament champions have access to this rare resource. The audience was filled with chatter. How could the youth training team members of Voice of the Night not be able to catch up with an unknown contestant? Isn't this funny? Rubbish, rubbish. Go home. What a shameful thing. It's bringing shame to the Voice of the Night, right? Some fanatical fans have begun to criticize Kim Jae-yeol. The director cleverly gave several shots. I believe many viewers are also confused about the current situation in the camera. Brother Roast Goose was also confused, but he had help. Now, we invite our track analyst, Mr. MacArthur, to answer our questions. Click. MacArthur frowned and pushed away the microphone that was hitting his cheek. These hosts are so rude, one more than the other. Why do they all like to use the microphone to talk back at people? Hey, good morning everyone, I'm Lao Mai, the 5-star track analyst. MacArthur cleared his throat and looked at the camera with a burning gaze. Su Chen and Xing Meng are the champions of the Binzhou City Championship. I happen to be the analyst for that match. So I know very well that this pair of players has great strength and amazing resilience. As for the current situation on the track, it is obvious that the reason why Lycon cannot overtake Xingming is not only because of Qin Jie's mistake in the catapult start, but also because Liacon's speed performance is not as good as Xingmeng. So after the two mechas reach their peak speed, it would be difficult for Lycon to close the gap with Xingmeng, and he might even be left behind. At this time, Brother Roast Goose had already taken a document from his assistant. He took a quick look and then his eyes widened. Hiss. Dear viewers, let me release some pre-match test data. The speed attribute of Su Chen's mech-girl, Xing Meng, is 74, while the speed attribute of Jin Ziya's mech-girl, Li Con, is 70. Both mech-girls are B rank. Mech-girl Liacon's burst attribute is 62, which is indeed much higher than Xingming's 48. No wonder the two pairs of players showed what they did just now. At the same time, we have another set of data here. 20 days ago, the level of Jin Yang Xing Meng was D, and she has been registered as D for 3 years. He put the document down, took a deep breath, and sighed. Dear viewers, do you know what this means? It means that player Su Chen trained a D-rank android girl to a B-rank android girl in less than 20 days, and Su Chen has no support from any club. This is almost a miracle. When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. I can only say that it's a good thing that Brother Sheo's hosting radio station will not be connected to the contestants. Otherwise, just hearing these things will break the defense of many players and affect their mentality for the game. In 20 days, a D-rank robot girl was trained to a B rank? It's so perverted. The resources needed to upgrade a D-rank mecha-girl are enough to buy a B-rank mecha-girl directly. What I'm more concerned about now is whether Su Chen and Xingming can suppress Jin Zhe and Lycon and maintain their lead. Brother Sheo turned the topic back to the game and handed the microphone to Lao Mai. That's hard to say. MacArthur signaled the director to zoom in on the speeding Xingming, and then circled the rear of Xingming's car with a pen. As you can see, the Star Dream mecha has no tail fins after being modified. This in itself will increase her speed performance, but will reduce her cornering performance. As we all know, there are many bends in the City Car King Championship track, and it is really extreme for contestant Su Chen to choose such an extreme modification. Right now, Su Chen and Xing Meng are indeed in the lead, but after a few turns, they might be left behind by Jin Zhe and Lycon. Chapter 32, Chapter 90, Retractable Tail. Lycon, is there any way to surpass the mecha girl in front? Jin Zhe was really helpless and couldn't understand it. He couldn't hear the radio. But I didn't know that Xingmeng's peak speed is higher than Lycong's. I know he doesn't believe it. Lycon thought for a moment, then said in a calm, even voice, reporting to the master, the mecha girl in front, Xingmeng, has no rear wing. She can't maintain a high speed in the corner, so you can try to overtake in the corner. No tail? Jin Jie widened his eyes and looked forward carefully. Hey! Not really. He was immediately happy. Laugh out loud. Is Su Chen crazy? The modified core installed on the mecha girl doesn't even have a tail wing? How will he handle the bends? Isn't he afraid of rolling over? Jin Zai finally understood why Stardream was progressing so fast. Although he didn't understand the principle of the tail wing. But the effect of the rear wing is to improve cornering properties and reduce some straight line acceleration. A mecha without a tail naturally accelerates much faster in a straight line. But now all races have turns, and the larger the race, the more turns there are. Su Chen is running fast now. In order to ensure that Xingmeng does not roll over when turning later, he must reduce the speed. Wouldn't it be like a turtle crawling then? Thinking of this, Jin Zhe immediately relaxed. He sat firmly against the cockpit, quietly waiting for the arrival of the first bend. Xingmeng's speed is not much faster than Lycong's. Even if he couldn't overtake in the first corner, he could easily leave Su Chen and Xingmeng behind in at most 5 corners. Mazda, after 200 meters, there's a sharp right turn, meow. Receive. Su Chen looked ahead and caught a glimpse of the curb sign in his peripheral vision. The first corner of the city championship is approaching. Dong Xiong's previous explanation of the track breakdown came into play at this time. The first corner of the city championship is basically a long radius corner, which is most suitable for power over drift. However, from the video footage of the competition he observed, most players would use handbrakes or brake drift here, and some drivers would not even drift, relying solely on grip to slow down and pass slowly. Is it that they don't know how to do it? Su Chen didn't know. He had a feeling that although the drivers in this world had a lot of racing skills, however, due to the limited understanding of the mechanical aspects, the mechanics of these racing technologies are unclear. As a result, they are still in a confused stage about what technology is needed for what kind of track. To put it bluntly, use whatever you know. Use it blindly. Su Chen glanced at Xingming's speed dial. At this moment, Xingming's speed had reached 280 kilometers. This is a heart-pounding speed. However, after this period of running and training, he has fully adapted. The fallen leaves brushed against the roof of the car and were then swept up into the sky by the violent airflow. Xingming stuck to the inner edge of the track. The brake lights came on for a moment, the front of the car sank suddenly, and the sharp friction sound of the tires against the ground echoed before the bend. Su Chen's eyes were calm as he downshifted and did the heel-toe shift in one go with the roar of the engine. The turn-in point is perfect and the body is in perfect condition. Under the effect of the brakes, the rear end of the Xingming car has a tendency to swing outward. Less than 5 meters from the center of the bend, Su Chen slowly turned the steering wheel towards the center of the curve while stepping on the accelerator. Boom! The engine speed suddenly increased, and the violent power caused the rear wheels to continue spinning, leaving 2 trails of white smoke on the track. The body of the Star Dream is swung outward, presenting a smooth and silky state. At the same time, there was a click sound. The automatic tail lift rises. The airflow passing through the front lip and rear wing creates a huge downforce. This downforce came at the right time, pinning Xingming to the track at the moment she was about to lose control. Su Chen gradually reduced the throttle and adjusted the drift angle, and the Xingming car body just returned to normal at the moment it was thrown out of the corner. When the mechanical distribution of the car body is stable, the rear wing of the car also drops down with a click. Like a beep. Su Chen didn't say anything and just went all out. Xingming shot out from the exit of the corner and passed the speed strip after a bumpy ride. The instantaneous speed of 218 kilometers popped up on the electronic screen next to it. The first corner of the city championship was passed smoothly. Su Chen blinked inside as he looked at the exit of the bend gradually moving away in the rearview mirror. It's surprisingly easy. It seems like the cornering speed can be increased a bit more. Meow. Xingming in front shook her head seriously, then breathed a sigh of relief with a lingering fear. It wasn't easy at all. I felt like I almost crashed into you. Meow. It's all because of Ma's skills. It was too difficult. Meow. What am I going to do without Mas in the future? Su Chen laughed dumbly. We have a spiritual contract, so that kind of situation will not happen. Every time I think about what my life would be like without Master Xingming, I feel a deep sense of happiness. Xingming wagged her tail unwillingly, so I have to think about it more. The more I think about it, the more I can cherish Master. Meow. Su Chen. Is this some form of preparedness for danger on the part of Stardream? However, he really felt relieved. Perhaps it is the effect of drift control level 2 reducing cornering speed loss by 10%. He just ordered Xingming yesterday in order to have more tolerance for cornering speed during the race. It now seems that the cornering speeds that he previously found thrilling can now be easily controlled. It should be no problem to increase the speed by another 10 kilometers. But Su Chen didn't know. He and Xingming turned the corner smoothly, even a little calmly. But the audience and the director's desk were in an uproar. Just now, that mech-girl seemed to have its tail wing popped out while turning? Can the mech-girl's tail retract automatically? I've never seen that before. What kind of modification core can produce such an effect? That's outrageous. The tail retracts in a straight line and pops out in a curve. Who can outrun a mech-girl like this? Brother Roast Goose was stunned for a long time before he reacted and yelled at the camera crew next to him who were also stunned. Quick! Replay the footage and zoom in. The scene of Star Dream turning was reproduced on the big screen. Under the magnified effect, the process of the tail wing rising and falling is clearly visible. Is this the effect of the modified core? He asked MacArthur beside him blankly. Old Mac was also confused. Okay, it seems so. I haven't seen it either. However, after strict inspection before the race, no illegal modifications were found among the contestants. So this tail lift effect must be caused by some rare modification core. MacArthur, a track analyst who had seen a lot of things, immediately calmed down and said seriously, there's no doubt that if the modified core used by Su Chen can be mass-produced, it will be a revolutionary impact on racing. But we have to study this specific situation after the game. By the way, audience friends, didn't you notice that Su Chen and Xing Meng's cornering was incredibly smooth? Smooth cornering? Who cares about this? The audience in the stands were stunned, and the drivers and pilots who came to watch the race were even more dumbfounded. The heads of major clubs and modification teams went crazy collectively. Within 3 minutes, I want the information on the tail lift modification core. Who knows which club Su Chen belongs to? Who is his tuner? Does anyone know? Su Chen seems to be a reserve member of the Northern Wolf, so the modification team belongs to the Northern Wolf? Hurry, hurry. Go find the Northern Wolf's modification team. The exclusive audience seats for the Northern Wolves team. Miss Nuale was also shocked, and her mind was filled with the visual impact brought by the retractable tail wing. It was like she had opened the door to a new world, and inspiration flashed through her mind. But I wanted to catch it but couldn't. The data matrix and modification nodes in my mind were rapidly combined, split, and recombined. However, no modification plan for the lifting tail wing could be found. It's really difficult to create something from nothing. This is definitely a groundbreaking modification technology. Su Chen, where did he get such an awesome modification core? Nuale, you didn't make the Star Dream modification core, did you? Li Yini's voice sounded behind her. Nuale turned around and looked at Li Yini with eyes full of expectation and shook his head blankly. How is that possible? If I could create such a groundbreaking modification core, I would have been an S-rank or even X-rank modification engineer long ago. A hint of disappointment flashed in Li Yini's eyes when she heard this. But it's not very surprising. Noor has been in Northern Wolf T2 for so long, and he knows everyone's level well. Then run quickly. She pointed to the audience seats next door. If you don't run now, you won't be able to escape. Noor was still wondering why he was running. Following Li Yini's gaze, I discovered that a group of modifiers and club managers were staring at this side with eager eyes, and were rushing towards this side like mad zombies. Holy crap! Nuale exclaimed, they don't think I made this modification core, do they? Li Yini nodded with sympathy. Nuale's face turned pale, he cursed inwardly, turned around, and ran away. At the same time, VIP seats at Voice of the Night. James, the chief modifier of the night team, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. But the low pressure emanating from Chin Xin next to him made him feel uneasy. The modification core is already capable of raising and lowering the tail wing. How come you, one of the top modification teams in the Chinese region, don't have any clues about this? Chin Xin looked at the track, and no emotion could be heard in his voice. But anyone who knows the situation knows that President Chin is angry. Boss Chin, there really isn't a modification core like this in the modification circle. If there is one, I'll definitely be the first to know about it. James pursed his lips, his goatee trembling. Is it possible that this is a new technology that a civilian tuner accidentally discovered? You mean, a bunch of you self-proclaimed masters can't catch up with a civilian tuner? Chin Xin looked over with sharp eyes. James didn't dare to look at her and could only lower his head and stare at his toes. Then what's the point of the Night Voice Group spending so much money to support you? You're a bunch of trash. I'll only give you a week. Chin Xin retracted his gaze and continued watching the game. Develop a modification core with tail lift technology within a week, and achieve mass production and equip all mecha-girls within a month. If you can't do it, you're out. Yes. James nodded palely. It seems that I have to visit Su Chen after the game. He didn't think that this modification core would be made by Su Chen. After all, although Su Chen is powerful, he is at best an A-level modification engineer. Anyone who can create such a revolutionary and innovative modification core needs not only talent but also sufficient experience. How old is Su Chen? How much modification experience do you have? Chin Xin and James have similar ideas. She was more inclined to believe that Su Chen had a master who was a modification engineer, and this modification core was most likely made by Su Chen's master. If such a master really existed, then we must invite Voice of the Night. Chapter 33, Chapter 91, Kim Jas Plan. A tail that can be raised and lowered? What the fuck? Kim Jaya drove the Likong and followed Xingmeng through the bend. I was stunned when I saw the tail wing pop up and down in an instant. Isn't this right? Can the rear wing be extended and retracted? What mod core has this functionality? Why does it look so much like an illegal modification? Did the organizers really conduct pre-match testing seriously? This Su Chen does whatever he wants. Great confusion and disbelief surrounded Jin Zhe. Just when he was stunned, Lai Kong was left far behind by Xingmeng. After a straight sprint, there was immediately the second bend, but he had lost his previous composure and composure. In the field of vision, the white phantom-like girl machine flashed into the corner. Following a crisp sound of click, the tail wing rose again, then whizzed through the bend. This time, Jin Zhe was sure that he was not hallucinating. Isn't our voice of the night modification team one of the best in the Chinese region? Jin Zhe asked Lai Kong, why is it that an unknown player is already using the latest technological breakthrough modification cores, while we are still using some antiques? However, Lai Kong just stared blankly at the track. She couldn't give any answer to Jin Zhe's doubts. She just felt that the girl on the mecha in front of her was glowing all over. That machine girl possessed something she had lost, something out of reach. But, what did she lose? I already don't remember. At this time, most of the contestants in the City Car King Championship have already started. Only about 30 units are left. Zhu Ying, who was at starting position 137, entered the deployment mode. Yu Ming's fingers tapped the steering wheel rhythmically, and the jazz music playing from Zhu Ying's car speakers echoed in his ears. When he has nothing to do, he likes to stay in the car, listen to music and have a drink. I couldn't understand the jazz music, mainly because of the atmosphere, which made him seem melancholy and aloof. What's going on outside? He vaguely heard the host's voice sounding a little excited. I don't know. Can't you hear it clearly if you turn down the music? Zhu Ying rolled his eyes. He listened to jazz music to warm up before the game. There might not be another weirdo like Yu Ming in the whole game. Who cares? They're probably cheering for our appearance. Yu Ming curled his lips and shook his head. It's normal for a host from a small place to be startled. Compared to K-City, Nanchang is indeed a small city. If it wasn't one of the tracks where the City Car Championship was held. This island city, which is like a furnace in the summer and an ice cave in the winter, probably has few people living in it. Zhu Ying felt something was not right. The host seemed to be talking about something like a tail wing or something. But Yu Mingkai's music was too loud and she couldn't hear it clearly. Never mind, it's probably not something worth paying attention to. Kim Jae-ya has already passed 5 corners. It is expected that after 5 turns, he will catch up with Su Chen and Xing Meng and leave them far behind. However, the fact is that the distance between him and Lai Kong is getting wider and wider. After another bend, he couldn't even see Xing Meng's taillights. Is there no other way? Jin Zhe gripped the steering wheel tightly, a drop of sweat sliding down his forehead. It's not that he has always been resentful towards Su Chen and Xing Meng. If there were only other drivers around, he wouldn't be so anxious. It is precisely because Su Chen and his immediate superior have a gambling agreement and a dispute over interests that he must perform. He performed, perhaps without reward. But if he doesn't show it, he will definitely be labeled as a waste in Qin Xian's eyes. He is the captain of the youth team, has the best driving skills, the best machine performance, and is the one who has the greatest hope of entering the voice of the night. He originally didn't take the City Car Championship seriously. But now. Whatever. While the plane was driving straight ahead, Jin Jae-ya took out his walkie-talkie and quickly tuned to the corresponding radio station. Li Bing, Wang Chuanhe, can you hear me? Soon, a noisy echo was heard in the intercom. I can hear you, Captain, what's up? Have you entered the tunnel area? Not yet, what's the matter? That's good, you guys should slow down or stop in a safe zone under the pretext of inspecting the machine. When you see contestant number 65 pass, continue driving. Your target is a pure white robot with blue headlights, making it easy to spot. There was silence on the intercom. Neither of them was stupid and they immediately realized what Jin Jae was trying to do. But what surprised them even more was that there was actually a contestant who could force Kim Jae-ya to use such a method. Who can put so much pressure on Jin Zhe and Lai Kong? Captain, what about our results? You all know that whether I can join the professional team depends on my grades, Jin Zhe patiently explained. When we joined the youth training team, the 5 of us were a team. If my grades were to fail, would you still be able to join Voice of the Night? But would this be against the rules? Yes. Another driver asked, does the club allow us to do this? This kind of thing has happened in every year's Car King Championship. Jin Zhe said disdainfully, it's considered an unspoken rule of the Car King Championship. Although it is an individual competition, due to the nature of the competition, there will be more or less multiple players from a club participating in the competition, so it is normal for them to cooperate with each other. Otherwise, why would the competition organizers tune a dedicated radio station for a player from a certain team? Isn't it just to facilitate our communication and collaboration? The two youth training team members on the other end of the walkie-talkie thought about it and felt that this was indeed the case. Especially this exclusive radio station, the sense of déjà vu is too strong. Isn't it obvious that it is allowing players on the same team to conspire with each other? Roger that, Captain. We will try to intercept the target player in the tunnel area to buy you some time. I'm rooting for you guys. Once you get into the voice of the night, we'll all be brothers. Kim Jae-yi cut off the radio after he finished speaking. The smile on his face faded and the corners of his mouth drooped. If it weren't for the purpose of showing off in front of his boss, he really didn't want to use such despicable means. Although he would not be punished by the competition organizers for doing so, his reputation would definitely be ruined for a while. Should this be enough? Jin Zaya thought to himself. As long as Su Chen and Xing Meng can be stopped in the 5-kilometer-long tunnel area. Afterwards, he cooperated with two other youth training team members to attack Su Chen and Xing Meng from 3 sides. He couldn't think of any other way for Su Chen and Xing Meng to turn things around. Su Chen, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. Jin Zaya stared at the track and muttered to himself, no matter what industry you are in, background is the most important thing, and ability comes second. Without background, you are nothing. Chapter 34, Chapter 92, this kind of thing must be reported widely. Turn 147 of the City Car Championship. Huang Shixuan drove the cloud-piercing and followed closely behind a player from the Voice of the Night youth training team. Behind him were the T3 leaders of Binzhou Xinghuan Club Su Che and Feng He. Huang Shixuan is under a lot of pressure now. He kept absorbing the tailwind of the car in front of him. The other car was faster than Xuan Yun, so it was difficult for him to find an opportunity to overtake. But Su Che and Feng He behind were watching with eager eyes. If the road hadn't been so narrow, they would have tried to overtake. Is this the opponent that Su Chen and Xing Meng met in the city championship? Huang Shixuan muttered to himself, a drop of cold sweat dripping from the corner of his forehead. He originally thought that professional drivers were just like that. The main reason was that Yu Ming gave him a very ordinary initial impression. Now, when I really compete against players like Su Che and Feng He, the pressure is extremely great. He started at number 53. Su Che and Feng He are number 57. From the beginning of the game, the two of them were chasing him and Xuan Yun closely. As more and more turns are taken, the disadvantage of insufficient cloud-penetrating burst gradually becomes apparent. Although its cornering speed is higher than Feng He's, it is still not its opponent. Also, look at the angular body of Feng He. The frame structure looks very heavy at first glance. He had no intention of confronting Feng He at all. If the other party wants to overtake, he can only give way. It might not matter if Feng He gets hit, but if Xuan Yun gets hit. Huang Shixuan felt that he would be heartbroken for at least half a year. Moreover, the Xuan Yun's battery life is very low. Once a collision occurs, the Xuan Yun may not be able to finish the race. A 360-kilometer track like the King of Cars Championship is already the limit of the Xuan Yun. Just when Huang Shixuan was thinking about how to break the deadlock, suddenly there was a sharp brake sound from the front. The youth training team player who was driving normally suddenly changed lanes, then slowed down, gradually falling behind Xuan Yun, and then behind Feng He. What the hell? Huang Shixuan was stunned for a moment. Could it be that the robot girl has malfunctioned? Master, the other mecha-girl isn't malfunctioning. Xuan Yun's voice came from the front, they're just deliberately slowing down. The reason is unknown. Are they crazy? Don't they think we are too bad and are wasting time on purpose? Huang Shixuan laughed as he said this. This is an open tournament, not a training match. How can it be so careless? Besides, neither he nor Su Che is a soft persimmon that can be easily bullied. In the Feng He cockpit, Su Che also noticed the abnormal situation of the Voice of the Night youth training team. What are these guys doing? After all, he grew up in the club. Having been influenced by everything he saw and heard, he immediately sensed a hint of conspiracy. The team members behaved abnormally on the track. There are only two situations. Either there's a malfunction, or they're ready to play dirty. He hasn't figured out what the Voice of the Night youth training team is doing yet. Until we approached the tunnel section. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a nocturne mecha parked in a safe area beside the track. If it was to inspect the machine, why didn't the driver get out of the car? The logistics team didn't come either. It looked like he was waiting there on purpose. Etc. A flash of inspiration came to Suche's mind. The tunnel was a narrow 2-lane road. 2 players who had started in front suddenly slowed down and even stopped without any problems. They were all players from the Voice of the Night youth training team. I get it. Suche snorted coldly, this Voice of the Night youth training team is no good either. They only use despicable means. Oh, my Xiao Che is so smart, did you figure out anything? Feng He actually saw it, but pretended not to know. They probably targeted some unlucky guy and deliberately wanted to intercept him in the tunnel section. Suche tapped the steering wheel lightly with his fingers. But I don't quite understand why, because this would ruin the results of the 2 youth team players. But there are 5 of them, and who knows if they have a deep grudge against someone, or if they're just collaborating to cover for one of them. It's hard to say. Suche felt sorry for not knowing who that unlucky guy was. After finally making it out of the city championship, one still has to face the manipulation of power and capital. If he were faced with this situation, he would have no way to break out in the tunnel. One can only hope that the driver will not be so discouraged by this blow that he completely gives up his racing dream. Fairness exists only relative. He has always been very clear about this matter. He can't make all the games fair. He can only prevent himself from being the one who destroys fairness. Oh, little Cheche is so smart. Foam. He smiled with his hands covering his mouth. It seems that the milk I drank during this period was not in vain. I have to continue drinking it in the future. Suche blushed. Speaking of milk, he couldn't help but think of the time when Feng Yi wore only an apron to make breakfast for him every day and walked towards him with hot milk. No, don't think too much. Suche took 3 deep breaths in a row to adjust his breathing. We are in the competition now. Who has time to think about anything else? If you want to achieve good results, you should think hard about it after you finish the competition. Director's desk. Brother Roast Goose and MacArthur also noticed the unusual behavior of the Voice of the Night youth training team. Then we think of Jin Zhe and Lai Kong, who have been suppressed by Su Chen and Xing Meng and unable to make a breakthrough. It is obvious what these youth training teams want to do. It seems that the Voice of the Night wants to attack Su Chen and Xing Meng from both sides. Brother Roast Goose turned off the microphone with a look of disdain. Old Mac shook his head repeatedly. Although the City Car Championship doesn't prohibit this kind of operation, but I really didn't expect a group as large as Voice of the Night would resort to such despicable tactics. Honestly, it's a bit embarrassing. Boss, are we going to show the Voice of the Night and the others in the camera later? A photographer asked Brother Roast Goose. Give it to me, why not? Roast Goose Brother chuckled. We'll just broadcast our own show. Even though Voice of the Night is a sponsor, they can't deprive our hosts of their rights, right? Later, we'll give all the close-ups of the tunnel, so everyone can see what the powerful Voice of the Night is capable of, hee hee. In the audience. Exclusive VIP area for Voice of the Night. Shin Xin folded his hands across his chest, his face gloomy. Several youth team coaches nearby looked at her gloomy face and didn't dare to say a word. The youth training team has already started collaborating on the field. Regardless of whether this method succeeds or not, it has already brought disaster to the Voice of the Night group. 1/3 of the race has passed. In the Star Dream cockpit, Su Chen looked relaxed. The only ones who posed a threat, Jin Zhe and Lai Kong, had been left out of sight. He just needs to concentrate on taking each corner well. There is even time to refine the beliefs and convey a wave of the same frequency. We're almost at the tunnel section. Xing Meng gently patted Su Chen's mischievous hand behind him. It is said that it is pitch black inside, and the road is narrow with only 2 lanes. We must pay attention to safety. Okay. Su Chen nodded. After the tunnel comes the first difficult section. The 5 consecutive downhill hairpin turns is also the first stage where a large gap can be created. Suddenly, a warning sign disappeared in my peripheral vision. Maintenance sign? Xingming, did you see it? I see, meow, it's indeed a maintenance sign. The organic girl ahead is parked in the safe zone. Su Chen frowned slightly. This track isn't difficult at all so far. Who is inspecting at the front? Could it be that there was a collision? Because the car is going very fast and is about to enter a narrow lane, a maintenance sign will be placed 1 kilometer in advance, and 2 more maintenance signs will be placed 500 meters and 200 meters away from the maintenance vehicle as a reminder, for a total of 3 times for the following players. If the inspection is complete, the next 2 signs will turn green. These inspection signs were placed by the logistics team. When Su Chen and Xing Meng were almost at the tunnel entrance, he saw the last green maintenance sign flash across his field of vision. Then, he drove the Star Dream around a corner. The tunnel entrance is right in front of us. At the same time, 2 mechas appeared in front of his field of vision, traveling almost side by side. These mechas all have black bodies decorated with silver decorative strips. Moreover, they all have the same cross-crescent team logo on the rear of their cars. Chapter 35, Chapter 93, Breaking the Deadlock. When Su Chen saw the 2 contestants from Voice of the Night, he was stunned. However, he realized what was happening almost instantly. This is someone's trick. He suddenly felt like laughing. He had seen all kinds of tricks when he was on Earth, and now that he had moved to a new world, there were still tricks. And it's the kind that doesn't even require any acting. Cheating is almost unavoidable in racing because of the disparity between clubs. Competition between clubs is an objective reality, and there will always be people who have some crooked ideas. However, the behind-the-scenes tactics between the Earth Star clubs are more subtle and are generally not shown to the audience. For example, smear campaigns, sowing discord, making false complaints, monopolizing material supply, interfering with logistics, etc. The tricks used by the Voice of the Night youth training team at this moment are simply crude compared to those of the clubs on Earth. That's why he wanted to laugh. But then, there was also a sense of anxiety. Su Chen observed the situation of the nearby track with his peripheral vision. He was about to enter the tunnel section. The opponent obviously wanted to completely block the track after entering the 2-lane section, forcing him and Xingming to slow down in the tunnel and wait for Jin Zhe and Lycong behind to catch up so as to achieve a 3-sided pincer attack. Breaking through a car blockade is easy. However, it would be difficult to break through the blockade of 3 cars without absolute attribute and technical suppression. Therefore, he and Xingmeng would definitely be intercepted if they entered the tunnel, and their results would be completely ruined. If we want to break out, we must enter the tunnel before their blockade is established. Su Chen's heart trembled. The only thing he could do now was to overtake before entering the tunnel. However, as Xingmeng approached the 2 mechas in front, the 2 mechas also began to speed up. The operation of the Eye of God allowed Su Chen to clearly see the attributes of the 2 mechas on the left and right. The one on the left is called Spectrum, and the one on the right is called Night Owl, with speed attributes of 67 and 63 respectively. Their speed attributes are not as good as Xingmeng's, but Xingmeng cannot create a big gap with them in a short time. At the edge of my vision, the sign marking the tunnel flashed by 500 meters into the tunnel section. The remaining gain distance is less than 500 meters. It is almost impossible to overtake Spectrum and Night Owl within 500 meters. Unless they don't stop it. But is this possible? On the track, Su Chen drove the Star Dream out of Spectrum's wake and prepared to change lanes. Spectrum and Night Owl in front indeed took action. Spectrum didn't move from his original position, and Night Owl changed lanes with him. Seeing this scene, Su Chen's heart sank. Without absolute speed suppression, it would be useless even if he faked a lane change with the Star Dream. You only need to send one of the 2 mechas to keep an eye on him, and the other one can remain unchanged in the face of any changes. And the pilots of Spectrum and Night Owl did exactly that. This is an almost impenetrable defense, and also the most despicable and shameless trick in racing. Aren't these guys afraid of being stabbed in the back when they go out? Su Chen clenched his fists and cursed inwardly, damn it. In front, Xingmeng, who had been paying attention to the track, also noticed something was wrong. Moss, the 2 contestants from Voice of the Night in front of us deliberately didn't let us pass. She complained loudly, making a whoa-whoa sound to breathe out. I know, don't worry. The tunnel is just around the corner. Su Chen stared at the curve of the tunnel wall, and a flash of inspiration came to his mind. One of the stunts in Earth's racing car is running close to the wall. However, this type of running requires very high speed and driver skills. Su Chen was still unable to lift one side of the car close to the wall on flat ground. That technology exists only in theory. The driver is required to achieve an inhuman level of control over the balance and micro-manipulation of the car. Only on a film set can the vehicle's active adhesion to the wall be achieved with the help of various instruments. But the conditions are not so harsh now. Because the edge of the tunnel in the City Car Championship is arc-shaped. Theoretically, he can use this arc to stick to the wall the moment he enters the tunnel. All he has to do after that is maintain balance and overtake. Xingming, I have a solution. Su Chen took a deep breath and tried to relax all his muscles. Although this method is a bit risky, it is the only solution to break the deadlock. Xingming is angry. He kept muttering, bad guy, idiot, trash. Words that she thinks are very offensive, but are actually quite offensive. When she heard that Su Chen had a solution, she immediately blinked her big eyes and smiled. Mazda is the best, meow. Tell me what's your trick? It's hard to say. Su Chen looked at the tunnel entrance that was getting closer and closer, his whole body tense. Just watch me operate it later. Dear audience, this is the scene of the City Car King Championship. I am your host, Brother Xiao Goose. Those of you who have been following the game may have noticed something interesting. Brother Roasted Goose glanced at the VIP seats at the Voice of the Night and said bluntly, that's right, our players Su Chen and Xingming are being maliciously intercepted by two players from the Voice of the Night youth training team. If he fails to overtake before entering the tunnel, he will enter the darkest moment of the next 5 kilometers, and these 5 kilometers may ruin his entire race. Since the competition organizers haven't banned confrontation, we can't condemn this kind of fighting behavior. Now it depends on what countermeasures Su Chen will come up with. Will he endure silently and make a comeback in half a year? Or will he ignore everything and fight his way out with the mech-girl? Let's wait and see. Roast Goose Brothers' description from an objective perspective seemed to be just a routine matter, but it successfully ignited the anger of the audience. What is the Voice of the Night doing? It's disgraceful. Damn it. I spent $500 on a ticket just to watch them bully people on the track? I've never been a big fan of the Voice of the Night before, but today it's completely dark. What's this top club in the Chinese area? Is that the attitude? It's pure bullshit. All kinds of insults rang out from the audience. If Voice of the Night was using an underhanded strategy against another team at this moment, the audience wouldn't be so nervous. The problem is that Su Chen is just an amateur driver and has no club behind him. To put it bluntly, they are the vulnerable groups. Now the Voice of the Night youth training team not only bullies the weak with its strength, but also uses its numbers to bully the few. For those true fans of Voice of the Night, the youth team's approach is just feeding them shit. In the VIP seats, listening to the insults around them, James and Jessica turned pale, lowered their heads and dared not say a word. Chin Xin seemed expressionless, as if he didn't care about the insults. But it was not difficult to see her inner unrest from her cold eyes and tense fingers. Jessica is one of Chin Xin's assistants who has been with him for a long time. Looking at Chin Xin's expression, she knew that this young lady was already thinking about how to deal with the 5 boys from the youth training team after the game. Alas, one misstep can lead to eternal regret. Watching the live track situation on the big screen, Jessica sighed in her heart. Why don't these young people understand? For Voice of the Night, victory is certainly important, but what is more important is the dignity of the big group. As for the situation on Su Chen and Xingming's side, she couldn't bear to watch it anymore. After being treated like this by the youth training team, Su Chen's performance in this game was completely ruined. However, at this moment, crunch! A sharp brake sound suddenly sounded. The screeching sound of the tires rubbing against the ground was like an unwilling roar, and along with the roar of the engine, it penetrated the screen and struck everyone's heart. This moment. Whether it is people who criticize and abuse or people who are indifferent, they all turned their eyes to the big screen. They saw 50 meters from the tunnel entrance. The dazzling white phantom was cutting towards the inner wall of the tunnel at an almost suicidal angle. Chapter 36 Chapter 94 Amazing Operation. The tunnel entrance of the City Car King Championship has a graceful curved design. This is a streamlined wall designed to reduce wind resistance. It was not until that crazy idea popped up in his mind that Su Chen realized it. It seems that during the previous City Championship, the tunnel entrance had the same design style. Thanks to the curved wall, this allowed him to boldly try driving close to the wall even though he only understood the theory. 100 meters from the tunnel entrance. Su Chen braked to slow down. 200 kilometers per hour is the maximum speed at which he can immediately take effective action when encountering an emergency. 50 meters from the tunnel entrance. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a drop of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The next second, he stepped on the accelerator with his right foot and turned the steering wheel about 45 degrees to the right. The Star Dream car began to tilt to the right, but this was not enough. He continued to turn the steering wheel to the right until it reached the limit. The dim light in the tunnel swallowed him and Xingmeng. The strong wind at the tunnel entrance roared outside the car window. The vision in front of him flickered from light to dark, and in that flickering moment, Su Chen had completed fine-tuning. Slightly released the accelerator and slightly straightened the steering wheel, allowing the vehicle to accurately kiss the right wall at a tilt angle of about 30 degrees. Crunch! The squeezing sound of the tires made Su Chen's heart beat wildly. The field of vision began to tilt and turn upside down, and the feeling of weightlessness came with a jolt, and then everything calmed down. The body of Xingming stabilized, sticking to the tunnel wall at an angle of about 45 degrees, with 2 wheels on the track and 2 wheels on the wall, speeding at lightning speed. Su Chen's body was tense and he was fully focused. The left foot hovers above the brake pedal, ready for fine-tuning at any time. The right foot performs millimeter-level micro-manipulation on the accelerator pedal. If it is too light, the body of the Xingmeng will lose the centripetal force of sticking to the wall and slide down, and if it is too heavy, the friction will be too great and the body will become unstable. At this moment, Xingmeng was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the tilted world in front of her. She never thought that Mazda's countermeasure would be so explosive. But immediately afterwards, there was a surge of excitement that came from the blood of the mech-girl. She cheered out loud, "Mazda, you are so awesome. Xingming has become a spider robot girl now, meow." The description of Xingming is very appropriate. Now, doesn't her car body look like a spider climbing on a wall? The two drivers of Voice of the Night in front were also surprised. What the hell? What is he doing? Driving close to the wall? Didn't the captain say he was just an amateur driver? Does an amateur driver have this kind of skills? What are you guys yelling about? I can't even hear Liekon's directions. Jean Zai's voice asked impatiently on the intercom. Captain, a driver said with trembling lips, you might not believe this, but that amateur driver you asked us to snipe, he can drive close to the wall. He can climb up the wall. He emphasized the word amateur rider very much, even gritting his teeth. Could this be an amateur driver? Damn it, if these were amateur riders, wouldn't they be rotten vegetable leaves in the garbage dump? What did you say? He's going to climb up the wall? The voice on the other end of the intercom was an octave higher and distorted. It was obvious that Jean Zai was also very scared. What a joke. You guys can't stop me from making up excuses, right? Captain, you can watch the video by yourself after the race. The driver hung up the intercom with a click. He now had only one idea. That is to observe the top-level operation of wall driving up close. In the past, I only saw it once or twice in the highlights of top drivers. Today is the first time I saw it in person. In the stands, almost all the audience stood up and stared at the big screen in amazement. Roast Goose Brothers' hands were shaking as he held the microphone. He quickly reacted and shouted, "Dear audience members, ignore me. Unbelievable. Su Chen and Xingming actually used the wall sticking technique. In all the previous City Car King championships, no driver has ever used such a difficult technical move. It's a dimensionality reduction attack. I now strongly suspect that the race organizer's review of the driver's information is not thorough enough. A rider who can perform such a difficult technical move definitely cannot be an amateur rider without a club contract." Brother Roast Goose said everything that should and shouldn't be said. He just wanted to vent his shock and excitement now, and it didn't matter whether he got the chicken leg or not. In the audience, Li Yini, who had just taken a sip of soda and hadn't had time to swallow it yet, looked at the big screen and spat it all out with a puff. In the VIP seats of Voice of the Night, Shin Xian's calm face showed surprise for the first time. Fuck. So awesome? Jessica couldn't help but curse. She felt that she had spoken a little loudly before. With this skill and the courage to stick to the wall, Su Chen will definitely be an S-class driver in the future. His talent is definitely no worse than Shin Xian's. Su Chen didn't know that his actions had shocked the entire audience when captured by the drone. Even if you know, it's too late to be complacent. He was now nervous and walking on thin ice, carefully controlling the body of the Xingming car, fearing any mistakes. After sticking to the wall, he gradually increased his speed. He can't just play it safe, because he still needs to overtake. Beneath the gorgeous and shocking operations are details that daunt countless people. He had to keep fine-tuning the steering wheel, maintaining a small swing of 3 to 5 degrees, to ensure that the right tire of the Stardream always kept close to the wall. At the same time, keep the throttle opening between 33% and 37%, and adjust the power output according to the slight ups and downs of the wall. If any step goes wrong, Stardream will break away from the wall. In this narrow tunnel, especially when approaching the two mechas in front, this is undoubtedly very dangerous. Step 100 meters ahead, sharp left turn, meow. Xing Meng's voice was trembling. Seeing that Su Chen had no intention of slowing down, she felt a little panicked for no reason. Isn't Mazda driving too fast? It's already 264, meow. It's okay. Su Chen stared at the track and gritted his teeth, the faster the better. Boom! Amid the roar of the engine, the mechas of the two contestants of Voice of the Night are right in front of us. The bend is also right in front of us. Spectrum and Night Owl have slowed down and drifted into the corner under the control of their respective drivers. But Su Chen's accelerator was stuck, with no intention of slowing down at all. Just before Xing Meng rushed into the center of the corner, Su Chen moved his wrist slightly and turned the steering wheel slightly to the left, slightly reducing the tilt angle of Xing Meng. If the previous angle is maintained, Xing Meng may be injured due to insufficient buffer distance. And now, his calculations and experience told him that it was completely sufficient. The moment Xing Meng's car rushed into the center of the corner, the huge centrifugal force should have thrown her to the outside. However, due to the wall-hugging approach, the centrifugal force actually helps the vehicle press more tightly against the right wall. At this time, Xing Meng's cornering speed is 271 km per hour. Even if it appears on a provincial track, this kind of cornering speed is enough to drop everyone's jaw. Now, this incredible cornering speed has appeared in the City Car King Championship. Crack! At the moment of exiting the corner, the two wheels of Xing Meng accurately passed the speedometer. At the same time, the car body almost brushed past the Night Owl that had just turned back to the right side and rushed out. For Night Owl and Spectrum, whose average cornering speed is less than 200, Stardream's speed at this moment is no less than another catapult start in front of them. After passing the curve, Su Chen slightly adjusted the steering wheel to let Xing Meng gradually return to the track along the curved wall. From entering the tunnel to driving close to the wall and then to overtaking at the end, Xing Meng's average speed remained at around 250 kilometers. At this moment, the two players from the Voice of the Night youth team, who had just turned the corner, had no chance of even seeing Xing Meng's shadow. Forget stopping her, even catching a glimpse of Xing Meng's taillights was a luxury. Chapter 37, Chapter 95, once again. Let's relive the wonderful performances of Su Chen and Xing Meng. The big screen shows the images just taken by the high-speed drone. First it was 1x speed, then 0.3x speed. I saw the white phantom sliding up the wall, leaving a trail of white smoke from the tires at the entrance of the tunnel. Before the white smoke had dissipated, Xing Meng had already arrived at the first bend in the tunnel. The moment entering the corner, the car changes from a tilted state with half of the tires on the track and half of the tires on the wall to a state where all four wheels are sticking to the wall. This scene is really shocking. Even at this slow speed, the moment when Su Chen drove the Star Dream up the wall and overtook on all four wheels in the curve was still very spectacular. When slowly lowering the car, Xing Meng's terrifying cornering speed made the two players from the Voice of the Night youth training team look like snails crawling slowly on the track. There was an uproar in the audience. Before, the audience forgot to speak and even to breathe when they saw Su Chen's incredible performance. This slow motion finally allowed them to release the shock and passion in their hearts through cheers. Without a doubt, the names of Su Chen and Xing Meng are now remembered by many viewers, and they are about to have their first batch of fanatical fans. After all, this is achieved by stepping on the corpse of the Voice of the Night youth training team, so the value and fan-attracting effect can be imagined. My dear audience, I suddenly feel like I'm hosting a provincial competition. It's really unreasonable for my boss not to give me a raise. The self-deprecating remarks of Brother Roast Goose drew laughter from the audience. He continued, outsiders see the excitement, insiders see the details. We only see Su Chen and Xing Meng's impressive and gorgeous moves, but we don't know how difficult they are. Let's let our track analyst, Mr. MacArthur, explain it to us. Old Mac took the microphone and looked at the camera with some emotion. More than half a month ago, he was the analyst for Su Chen and Xing Meng's City Championship. Now looking at the wonderful performances of Su Chen and Xing Meng, he actually felt a sense of pride. Thanks, host, shall we go, for the camera. Old Mac was polite for a moment, then his expression became serious. If we just talk about the driver's specific operation directly, the audience might not understand. But all you need to know is that the key to the mech-girl's ability to maintain a wall-sticking state is the balance of force, just like walking on a tightrope, which is a skill that requires years of training to master. At the same time, this technique consumes a lot of the driver's energy and brainpower, and using it once or twice is already the limit. In addition, Su Chen and Xing Meng cleverly used a physical phenomenon when cornering close to the wall, the redistribution of centrifugal force. Roast Goose Brother, can you explain it in detail? Mac, when the car is cornering normally, it needs centripetal force to maintain the curve. This centripetal force is usually provided by the friction between the tires and the ground, which limits the cornering speed. But when it is sticking to the wall can provide additional support. This is just like the principle we experience on roller coasters and amusement parks. The outer track helps us withstand the centrifugal force, so Su Chen and Xing Meng can overtake at extremely high cornering speeds here, fighting their way out of adversity. Although Mac didn't explain the driver's specific operations. Instead, we tried to explain it in principle, but most of the audience still said they didn't understand it at all. But there was one thing they understood clearly: this was the way Su Chen and Xing Meng found their way out of the difficulties. Isn't the behavior of the players of the Voice of the Night youth training team chasing and blocking people a dilemma? If an ordinary driver encounters this situation, he can only admit defeat. But Su Chen and Xing Meng relied on their technology to crush their conspiracy. Finally, I want to say that this kind of operation requires precise speed control, perfect angle calculation, and millisecond reaction time. Any slight operational error could lead to failure. MacArthur paused and said, most importantly, courage. Many professional and even top drivers can theoretically perform this wall-hugging maneuver, but few people try it. I think it's a lack of courage. There's a reason why tunnel racetracks have been designed with curved walls throughout history, but many drivers rely solely on mediocre technique and the performance of their machines, forgetting the two most important qualities of a driver: courage and a spirit of adventure. His voice gradually became more excited, but today, in Su Chen and Xing Meng, I once again saw these two noble qualities. After saying that, he put down the microphone and led the applause. The applause was not for himself, but for Su Chen and Xing Meng. It is a tribute to the driver's courage and adventurous spirit to challenge challenges. Soon, the applause in the audience became like a torrential rain. However, Su Chen on the track could not hear the applause. After experiencing a thrilling wall-hugging driving experience, his adrenaline didn't show any sign of decreasing. Instead, it stimulated his brain to become more active. This wall-hugging driving doesn't seem like anything special. Su Chen observed the curved tunnel walls on both sides of the track with his peripheral vision. The 5-kilometer tunnel has a total of 7 bends. If he could use wall-hugging driving on all the curves, wouldn't Xing Meng's average speed in the tunnel be consistently above 250 kilometers? As for the danger, there is definitely one. Danger is always present from the moment you step onto the track. For the driver, all he needs to do is take the danger into his own hands. Su Chen vaguely felt that if it was this kind of curved tunnel wall, the danger of driving close to the wall would be completely under his control. If you have done it the first time, you can try it the second time. How can you improve without trying more? What he didn't know was that in God's heart, the overtaking on the wall technique that was originally at the rookie level had quietly become the veteran level. Maste, 200 meters ahead, sharp right bend meow. Got it. Su Chen came back to his senses. The bend also appears at the end of the field of vision. In a flash, an idea grew wildly in his mind. Driving close to the wall? Let me do it again. Director's desk. Roast Goose Brother is still inserting advertisements. The cameraman next to him started shouting first. It's on the wall. It's on the wall. He patted Brother Roast Goose's shoulder vigorously. Brother, stop inserting that crappy advertisement. Su Chen and Xing Meng are on the wall again. What? Brother Xiao immediately turned off the advertisement and enlarged the track image. It just so happened that Xing Meng in the camera was completing a turn with all 4 wheels sticking to the tunnel wall. The entire audience was in an uproar. Old Mac. Roast Goose Brother stuttered a bit. Didn't you just say that this technique consumes a lot of the driver's energy and brain power? It can only be used once or twice when the condition is extremely good? Right. MacArthur swallowed and stared blankly at the big screen. I'm telling the truth. Maybe Su Chen and Xing Meng's condition is a little too good? Chapter 38, Chapter 96, Jean Zaya also wants to climb the wall. Wow. Ha ha ha. So cool. As a tuner, Su Chen always thought that he was very rational. It was not until this moment that he realized he was not rational, he was sexually repressed. He just doesn't have the urge to unleash that enthusiasm and passion, because modification work requires rationality. He never actually ran a full race. But now, he's on fire. And isn't it the same for Stardream, whose real-time frequency has quietly reached 65%? Go meow. Mosta, I still want to climb the wall. Okay. Let's continue. Su Chen nodded. Even if Xingmeng didn't say that today, his foot would be welded to the accelerator. If you are a man, get on the wall. The third turn, up the wall. Boom. The engine's passionate roar echoed in the tunnel. There was continuous cheering from the audience. Up the wall. Up the wall again. Brother Shao stuttered as he held the microphone. Will Su Chen and Xingmeng still choose to stick to the wall at the fourth turn? He was keenly aware that today's game might be the pinnacle of his career. So there is no need to give the camera to other contestants, all cameras are tracking Su Chen and Xingmeng. He wants tomorrow's League Daily and League News to be a big hit. Make sure your host posters are posted all over the streets. Of course, the center of the poster must be Su Chen and Xingmeng. If Su Chen and Xingmeng used the wall-hugging method to turn in every tunnel, there would be no suspense in the final ranking of this Car King Championship. Because there is more than one tunnel. Instead, there are 5 tunnel tracks with a total length of 30 kilometers. When they have an ultimate speed advantage of 30 kilometers, how can other players compete with them for the first place? At the fourth turn, Su Chen and Xingmeng continued to climb the wall. The 5th, 6th, 7th, all the corners in the tunnel track. Su Chen and Xingmeng did not take any conventional turns, they drove at full speed with all 4 wheels sticking to the wall. If you stick to the wall once or twice, the audience will be shocked. After several consecutive times, the audience has become numb. I even feel that it would be abnormal if Su Chen and Xingmeng did not drive at full speed and stick to the wall when turning in the tunnel track behind. Roast Goose Brother pressed the microphone against MacArthur's cheek. Oi, old Mac, are you sure this kind of driving is very exhausting for the pilot? Old Mac moved the microphone away and smiled bitterly. I don't know, maybe this is the difference between people. After leaving the tunnel area, Su Chen's adrenaline finally began to subside. After the tunnel section comes the first difficult section of the City Car King Championship, a combination of 5 consecutive hairpin turns. But this was not a big problem for him. He could easily drift over by reducing the speed a little. Now rationality took over his mind again. He was not arrogant enough to think that he could solve the 5 consecutive hairpin turns at a speed of about 270 kilometers. The director's desk also gave the camera to other contestants. Su Chen and Xingmeng have occupied the camera for too long, so we have to give other contestants some screen time. This shot happened to be given to Kim Jae-yi and Lai Kong, who had just entered the tunnel section. In the cockpit of the Skysplitter, Jin Jae-yi had a gloomy expression on his face and was still constantly confirming the situation with the 2 team members in front of him. They don't even know where they are anymore? They've completely left you behind? That's impossible. What? Driving close to the wall in all tunnel bends? Jin Zaya's eyes went dark and he almost couldn't breathe. Driving close to the wall. How did that guy even have that skill? Isn't he a rookie driver who only participated in the city championship once? It's just a simple wall-hugging drive, anyone can do it. Jin Zai said to Lai Kong in front of him, Lai Kong, let's try wall-hugging drive too. The theory is clear, just like the tumbling train at the amusement park. As long as the speed is fast enough, it can be firmly attached to the wall. Lai Kong didn't say anything, as if he was still thinking about Jin Zai's instructions. But Jin Zai just took it as Lai Kong's consent. The first bend is ahead. He simply turned the steering wheel and made the Lai Kong cut towards the tunnel wall. Dear audience, what is contestant Kim Jae-yi doing? Roast Goose Brother yelled, is he going to drive close to the wall too? Can he succeed? In the audience, many fans of Voice of the Night stood up, holding Voice of the Night support banners and looking at the big screen excitedly. However, not everyone is Su Chen. Even though Su Chen has no experience in wall driving, he has profound experience as a modification engineer. His understanding of the racing car's condition is definitely no worse than that of the top drivers. Jin Zai is no longer able to do that. The angles cut into bends and tunnel walls are too steep. Although the speed is fast, it fails to form a perfect mechanical balance. Just as the front of the car was about to hit the cold wall, Jin Jae-yi's pupils suddenly contracted. He felt that the tires on the outside of the car were not firmly attached to the wall as expected, but instead seemed to be stepping on slippery grease. Crunch! The tires were slipping wildly and the car body was shaking violently. Oh no! Jin Zaya broke out in a cold sweat and his heart tightened. He subconsciously slammed on the brakes in an attempt to save the car. But this is tantamount to seeking death when sticking to the wall at high speed. The loss of control came unexpectedly. The outer tires of the Lycon car lost grip instantly, and the huge inertia made the heavy body of the Lycon car seem to be grabbed by an invisible giant hand and flipped to the outside. The car flipped over. Boom! The roof of the car hit the ground hard. The sky-splitting car's chassis is facing the sky and sliding forward. The metal rubbed against the ground, making a distorted hiss and sending sparks flying. Jean Zay in the cockpit felt dizzy, his vision filled with the rolling tunnel lights, and the huge impact force made him see stars. Ah! The roar of despair and fear was half stuck in the throat and half choked out from clenched teeth. What made Jean Zay even more panicked was that Lycon did not provide him with any additional protective measures, but instead began to strengthen the hardness and toughness of the car body. When faced with a dangerous situation, Lycon, as a mech-girl, first protected herself instead of the pilot? Jean Zay was also confused. But the confusion didn't last long. As Lycon crashed into the tunnel wall on the other side, his eyes went dark and he fainted. This entire scene was captured by a high-speed drone. Roast Goose Brother almost lost his grip on the microphone. He quickly yelled to the staff nearby, "Quick, quick, quick! Get the logistics and medical teams in, and get them off the track. The tunnel section is a narrow 2-lane road. Now Lycon is at the corner of the road and occupies 1 lane. In case of an unexpected situation, the pilot will be given priority to protect the driver. This means that in the event of a serious collision, even the strongest mech-girl will be seriously injured and fall into a coma. At this point, whether or not you can maintain your racing form is a matter of chance, so this is undoubtedly a ticking time bomb for the players behind you. If a chain reaction occurs, it's all over. However, Roast Goose Brother's worries are a bit unnecessary. Because it's on the big screen. Lycon has automatically cancelled her racing mode. She looks very calm, unlike Jean Zay, whose head is covered in blood. She doesn't seem to be injured at all. Not only was he not injured, he even had the strength to drag the seriously injured Jean Zay to the safe area at the edge of the tunnel. She didn't show any intention of seeking emergency treatment. Or maybe she simply didn't have the awareness of an emergency driver. She only knew that standing across the track would affect other players, but she didn't know the significance of rescuing Jean Zay. Subconsciously, rescuing Jean Zay was the responsibility of the medical team, and she wasn't a healing type of mech-girl. As well as, it doesn't matter to her whether Kim Jae is dead or alive. She ran through a specific program like a robot. Then he found a corner and sat there with his knees hugged. Chapter 39, Chapter 97. They have a good reputation. Just before the game, Su Chen and Xing Meng overtook each other at high speed 7 times in a row. Jean Zay followed suit and overturned the car against the wall, causing his head to bleed. The entire audience burst into laughter. All the fans holding the Voice of the Night banners had faces that turned red and white as if a dying factory had been opened. How excited I was just now, how awkward I am now. Some people with bad tempers have already thrown their cheering signs on the ground. The VIP seats of Voice of the Night were silent. Jessica and James didn't dare to speak, and the other players who came to watch the game were even more silent. Listening to the laughter from the audience and the abuse from the fans, Chin Xayan's eyelids twitched wildly and his chest heaved violently. He almost swallowed the curse on his lips. But even so, she didn't want to stay here any longer. Let's go. She stood up and called to Jessica next to her. I originally came here to see the performance of the youth training team today. The manager in charge of player recruitment said that there were some good talents in the youth training team this year, and she was quite looking forward to it, but this is the result? A good seedling is one who throws the Voice of the Night sign on the ground and steps on it, right? Boss Chin, how about Jean Zay and the others? The manager asked cautiously, still holding a glimmer of hope. After all, the opponent is indeed a pervert, so we can't blame Kim Jae entirely, right? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Kim Jae-yeol has worked very hard, and in terms of performance he is completely capable of surpassing the previous members of the youth training team. He was just unlucky and met a player who was completely beyond common sense. However, get them out of here. Chin Xian didn't even turn his head, and his cold voice echoed in the air. You, get out too. Hello everyone, the game is halfway through, let's cut in for a commercial. Brother Roast Goose finished reading the advertising slogan that he had not finished reading before. Bored at home? Come to Fantia.com and read the best-selling book You Can Cultivate Immortality, Not Keep a Female Sword Master by the invincible Tyrannosaurus Roast Goose. You can also win prizes like a Mango computer, a watermelon phone, and an Okamoto 001 mace. You can make a fortune reading books, so what are you waiting for? After the commercial break, Brother Sheo asked the director to turn the camera to the City Car King Championship track. The elimination of Kim Jae-ye, captain of the Voice of the Night youth team, is definitely a heavy blow to the other 4 members of the youth team. However, this is also an opportunity. If they perform better than Kim Jae-ye, they may even qualify to enter Voice of the Night. Let's see how they perform now. The camera focuses on 2 cars speeding on the track, one in front and one behind. The car is all covered in black, with silver decorative strips on the doors and rear wing. They were the 2 youth training team members who had blocked Su Chen and Xing Meng in the tunnel before. Spectrum and Night Owl kept changing lanes and swinging on the track, trying to overtake. The high-speed drone camera continues to move forward. Only then did the audience notice that there were 2 mechas driving almost side by side in front of Spectrum and Night Owl. The 2 mechas were covered in silver gray covers, with a striking black wolf head logo on the rear. Oh my god. This is really terrible. Brother Roast Goose had a strange expression on his face, but his tone was a bit gloating. Dear audience friends, the players of the Voice of the Night youth training team were actually blocked by 2 players from the Northern Wolves? The players of the Northern Wolf T2 team are all serious professional riders. Although the players of the Voice of the Night youth training team are excellent, it may be quite difficult for them to break through the defense of 2 professional drivers. But I believe they can do it. Brother Roast Goose silently paid a debt in his heart. In the last sentence of the previous paragraph, he completely took advantage of the Voice of the Night and blew it. Shouldn't he get a big raise? On the track, the 2 young players of Voice of the Night who were driving Spectrum and Night Owl had ashen faces. Damn it, we never messed with Northern Wolf T2. Are they crazy? Why didn't they block Su Chen and Xing Meng when they were blocking us? Could it be that Su Chen is a reserve member of the Northern Wolves? The 2 drivers were puzzled and had no idea what to do with the Northern Wolf T2 player. They do have 2 more players in their youth team, but they are at the back of the starting grid and definitely can't help. At the same time, the skills and performance of the Northern Wolf T2 professional drivers are not bad, and are even better than theirs overall. If the Northern Wolves wanted to mess with them on purpose, they would have no way to stop them. In the stands, both ordinary audiences and fans of Voice of the Night surprisingly had no reaction to this scene. Ordinary audiences find this kind of confrontation normal. As for the fans of Voice of the Night, they are too embarrassed to say more. VIP seats at Northern Wolf T2. Li Yini crossed her arms and grinned meaningfully. The Voice of the Night youth training team, huh? You're the reserve players blocking my Northern Wolves, huh? I'll kill you if I don't. She glanced at the track map and immediately picked up the walkie-talkie to give instructions to Fong Ping and Li Ziyuan through the team's private radio. For the difficult track later, you 2 should give those brats from the Voice of the Night youth team some extra strength. Damn it, let them know that they, the Voice of the Night, are not the only ones who can use tricks. If you like playing dirty, we Northern Wolves are even more dirty. Got it. Fong Ping and Li Ziyuan responded at the same time. On the track, the 2 men looked at each other through the car window and both smiled grimly. Today they are participating in the race just to be runners-up. As their skills and machine performance are not as good as Yu Ming and Zhu Ying, their main task is to train and familiarize themselves with the track, and wait for the opportunity to get the championship points of the City Car King Championship in the future. So they don't care about today's results. It's nothing more than having to coax their respective mecha-girls after returning. Normally, the Northern Wolves have a very good reputation, especially they will not bully amateur riders, and they will give leniency to small clubs. When facing big clubs, as long as the other party does not cause trouble, everyone can get along peacefully. But today, just now, they heard from Captain Li Yini about the bad things that the Voice of the Night youth training team did to Su Chen and Xing Meng. I'm sorry about that. Master, 200 meters ahead, 3 hairpin bends. Level 3 bend. When he heard the voice of the machine girl reporting the route plan, the smile on Li Ziyuan's face became more ferocious, and even had a hint of excitement. What do you say, Lao Feng? Kill them? Fong Ping's response immediately came from the intercom. Go for it. Go for it. Make a racetrack for them. There's a hairpin bend ahead. Let's find an opportunity to overtake. If we keep going like this, our performance will be ruined. 2 players from the Voice of the Night youth training team were still discussing countermeasures. Is it possible? We don't seem to be much faster than them. How do you know if you don't try? Trust the club and trust the performance of our mech-girls. The two hit it off immediately. Still didn't realize what was going to happen next. After all, in their impression, it was already very surprising that the Northern Wolf would intercept. The team is known for its spirit of unity, like a pack of wolves in the far north. This group of Northern Wolves has a good reputation and they probably won't play any dirty tricks on the track. Brake, change lanes, and turn. Everything went as they expected. The Northern Wolves player did not continue the interception. It seems to give them a chance to compete in the corner. That's okay, that's how it should be. I told you they have a good reputation, right? But, if that's the case, they'll pay the price for their arrogance. The solemnity on the faces of the two youth team players eased slightly. Until the moment of entering the corner. Crunch! Followed by two screeching brake sounds. The Northern Wolf T2 players in front suddenly slowed down when their car body came out of the corner and had not yet returned to the straight position. Two silver-gray cars came up unreasonably. When they wanted to react, it was too late. All I could do was watch the collision happen. Bang! Chapter 40 Chapter 98 Opportunity to surpass Suche. Dear viewers, unfortunately, at the triple hairpin turn 317, both players from the Night Voice youth team were pushed off the track. Brother Roast Goose sighed as he looked at the tragic scene on the big screen. Racing is like that, always accompanied by danger and various accidents. However, the voice of the Night Youth training team still has two contestants. It's up to them next. He handed the microphone to MacArthur. Mr. MacArthur, there's one thing I don't understand. The technology and performance of the Dark Voice youth team must be top-notch. Why were they eliminated so easily? The corner of Lao Mai's mouth twitched slightly, and he glanced at Roast Goose Brother. I wonder if the voice of the night has any grudge against you? Is it necessary to whip the corpse so repeatedly? But that's none of his business. He took the microphone and tried to explain in a way that the audience could understand. It's actually very simple. The two Northern Wolves have just completed the turn and returned to the center position. The car is in a stable state. But the players of the Voice of the Night Youth training team were still in the process of returning to the right position after turning, and the body of their car was unstable. It's like a piece of ice on the verge of collapse. Even a single snowflake falling on it will cause the entire surface to collapse instantly. So, even if the Northern Wolves riders only touched them slightly, they would still lose control and flip over. MacArthur took a sip of tea from his cup and sighed. He's a professional driver after all. He was able to seize the moment when the youth team rider was turning and attacking. He's obviously experienced. So, don't underestimate any professional player. If they don't make a move, it's fine, but when they do, it's amazing. Brother Roast Goose, a contestant is about to reach the South Island guillotine. The cameraman's reminder brought Roast Goose Brother back to his senses from his gloating. So fast? Brother Sheo put down the microphone and quickly called the camera crew to action. Come on, stop filming those idiots from the Night Voice youth team and quickly give the camera to track team 476. The 476th corner combination of the City Car Championship. The sea breeze is howling. The jagged mountain walls tightly control the narrow valley entrance, making the 3 consecutive hairpin bends extremely dangerous. The track suddenly cuts off at the top of the steep slope, turning into a breathtaking flying jump platform. Below the diving platform are rugged reefs and roaring dark blue waves. Next, there is a sharp right turn along the edge of the cliff. The rough guardrail was covered with old and new scratches, like a scarred cordon. Beyond the guardrail, there were only dizzying cliffs and flying seagulls. This is a difficult and dangerous track consisting of 3 consecutive hairpin turns, a steep jump, and a sharp right turn on the cliff. The low guardrail on the bend on the cliff has been severely deformed. It seems to have little protective effect and is more like a silent warning. Although this track is not located at the end of the championship track, it is located in the last 2/3 of the stage. But the host, analysts, audience, and contestants all understood that once they got through the South Island guillotine, the final ranking of the match would basically be determined. Because the track after the guillotine is flat. It's like a reward for a warrior who passes the guillotine. Not only is the track very wide, but there are no particularly sharp turns. From the guillotine to the finish line, it's all a flat road track. Drivers only need to enjoy the pure driving pleasure. And now, the South Island Guillotine is welcoming its first challenger today. Dear audience members, This is the live broadcast of the City Car Championship. Our drone is capturing the most difficult stage of the competition, the South Island Guillotine. I'm sure those who are more familiar with South Island racetracks will have already heard of this combination. I won't go into too much detail here. All you need to know is that this section of track is definitely difficult even in a provincial race. Boom! The sound of an engine roaring from far away came from the big screen. Brother Roast Goose's eyes lit up and he pretended not to know and shouted passionately. Here we go! Who will be our first challenger today? Everyone looked forward to it, staring at the end of the track on the big screen. As the engine roared closer and closer, a mecha with a blue-white body and ink-colored feather patterns appeared in sight. Roast Goose Brothers' exaggerated roar followed. The goose is not bad. Audience, it's unbelievable that the one running in the first place is actually our contestant number 57, Suche and Fenghe. They are the sixth group to start. They have actually surpassed the previous 5 groups of contestants. Is this a professional racer? So scary. Brother Roast Goose howled while calculating silently in his mind. The Xingguan Club, which is promoting Binchang, must give him a raise. However, Suche and Fenghe were not the only ones who stood out. Another engine sound followed. It was a robot with a pink cover and a cartoon heart pattern on it. On this solemn racetrack, this kind of car cover seems a bit too cute. The visitors were Huang Shixuan and his mech-girl Chuan Yun. And this overly cute cycling jersey was exactly what he bought for Chuan Yun, which can be used for both racing and daily life. When in mecha-girl form, it is a pink and white maid dress, decorated with lace and ribbons, which is quite cute. While the livery is cute, the atmosphere in the cockpit is not. Even a little solemn. Huang Shixuan stared at the taillights of Fenghe's car in front of him, sweat on his forehead. They chased each other all the way, but were eventually completely surpassed by Suche and Fenghe. It seemed that he would never be able to turn things around. Master, after 500 meters, 3 consecutive hairpin turns, followed by a flying jump and a landing right sharp turn. Chuan Yun's voice reporting the route sounded beside Huang Mao's ears. His eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't notice it before the competition, but now I suddenly realized that this combination track is the one that Su Chen explained half a month ago. At that time, he even took notes and went back to study it. Although the question Dong Xiong asked was what to do if there was a tire problem on this track. But Su Chen's answer not only included how to deal with accidents, but also how to pass this set of tracks more safely, quickly, and smoothly. After studying it that night, he had to admit that Su Chen's interpretation of the track was very professional. So professional that he thought Su Chen was an old professional racer who had been competing for many years. And Su Che and Fenghe in front. Will someone give them such a professional interpretation? Use fine-tuning of the throttle and brakes to alleviate the imbalance of the vehicle caused by the impact. There is no doubt that Su Chen's plan is unconventional. Can the coaches of those clubs also come up with such a brilliant plan? In a flash, Huang Shixuan suddenly realized. Perhaps. The opportunity to surpass Su Che and Fenghe has come. Chapter 41 Chapter 99, There is a master behind the scenes. South Island Guillotine Stage. The seagulls soared against the strong wind, and the huge airship in the sky was reflected in their soybean-sized eyes. And then there came the buzzing of speakers on the airship. The track conditions were tense and Brother Sheo's commentary was rapid. The leading Fenghe was the first to enter the first hairpin. Su Che's operation was very precise, and the front of Fenghe's car was almost touching the inner guardrail of the corner. As expected of a professional driver, his basic skills are quite solid. But Huang Shixuan and Chuan Yun were not far behind. They followed Fenghe closely, following almost the same path. It wouldn't be easy for Fenghe to shake them off. With the engines roaring, the two machines continued to pass the second and third hairpin turns neatly and efficiently. Steep slope jump. Roast Goose Brother yelled, the most thrilling part is coming. On the big screen, the camera is locked on Fenghe. The front of the Fenghe car suddenly rose up, rushed to the top of the platform like an arrow, and flew into the air for a short time. The car body vibrated violently the moment it landed. Although Suche tried his best to control it, the huge impact force still caused the rear end of Fenghe's car to sway slightly, the tires made a sharp friction sound on the road, and the car body was slightly delayed in returning to normal. It was this moment of instability that was keenly captured by Huang Shixuan, who was following closely behind. Suche and Fenghe's flying and jumping were very professional, but they could have done better. The only difference is fine-tuning. Amazing jump. Suche's execution was a bit flawed. Let's move on to Huang Suk-hoon. Cheers in support of Su Che and Feng He rang out from the audience, mostly from girls. While Brother Roast Goose was speaking, Huang Shixuan had already driven the cloud-piercing vehicle onto the diving platform and took off into the air. Now! Pierce the clouds! Huang Shixuan growled, his eyes flashing with confidence and determination. He abandoned his previous approach of pursuing extreme smoothness but with a heavy impact on the ground. In the moment before the jump, he adjusted the posture of the car very subtly, allowing the car body to slide over the top of the jump platform with a smaller angle of attack and a smoother posture. The pink car cover jumps out lightly and lands on the ground. Bang! The impact force was as small as expected, and just as Su Chen said, the car body posture was extremely stable. The four tires of the Chuanyun firmly gripped the ground at the same time, with almost no unnecessary shaking. At the moment of landing, with a reaction time of less than 1 second, Huang Shixuan did not hesitate and operated according to the key points explained by Su Chen. He stepped on the accelerator with his right foot decisively, the engine let out a short roar, and pushed the car body forward rapidly. Then, he pressed the brake with his left foot almost at the same time as he released the accelerator. The timing of stepping on the accelerator to speed up and then applying the brake is quite clever. The front of the car sank instantly, the front wheels gained stronger grip, and the car body returned to its normal position after landing with incredible speed and stability. At this time, Su Che and Feng He, who had just landed and were still trying to stabilize the car body, were inevitably slower than Chuanyun. Contestant Huang Shixuan's jump was even smoother than Su Che's, and his recovery after landing was even more perfect. Roast Goose Brothers' voice gradually rose. Could it be that we are going to welcome 2 dark horse contestants in this competition? After the jump, the cliff's sharp right bend is right in front of us. Huang Shixuan turned the steering wheel sharply to the right without any hesitation. Crunch! The wildly spinning tires and the track pulled out pale smoke, and it pierced the clouds like a pink lightning. Using the speed and posture advantages established in this instant, it stuck to the inside of the track and accurately stuck into the fleeting gap on the right side of the rear of Su Che and Feng He's car. Chance! Time to overtake! The moment the 2 cars drove side by side, Huang Shixuan and Su Che's eyes met in the air through the car windows. Huang Shixuan stared at Su Che. The professional player's eyes were full of surprise. Oh, are you surprised? This is just using Su Chen's theory. Huang Shixuan withdrew his gaze. He was very calm and had nothing to be proud of. Because his handling was not perfect enough. If Su Chen came, this guy would definitely be able to do better, right? Although I don't want to admit it. Huang Shixuan muttered to himself, although that guy is not very kind to his own mech-girl, he is indeed a scary monster. In Feng He's cockpit, Su Che was already numb. Looking at Chuanyun, who was about to overtake him, he vaguely felt that this pink mech-girl was gradually overlapping with a dazzling white mech-girl. Huang Shixuan and Chuanyun, names I have never heard of. But in this game, he has been chasing us closely and lingering around. What he couldn't understand even more was how this unknown amateur driver could complete the operation on the terrifyingly difficult combination track of the South Island guillotine with a more stable and faster posture than him and continue to overtake. This is unscientific. Did he learn the skills from dogs since he was a child? Or is it that his understanding of the track is not professional enough? That 1T make you fall behind an amateur driver. Boom! Amidst the louder roar of the engine, the pink shadow completely surpassed Feng He in the blue-white car cover at the center of the sharp right bend on the cliff. The car body of Chuanyun drew a perfect arc, stuck close to the scarred guardrail, rushed out of the most deadly area of the South Island guillotine, and left Su Che and Feng He behind. Huang Shixuan and Chuanyun overtook each other on the cliff bend after the jump. Brother Xiao knelt on the ground, his face flushed and his head raised as he roared. In terms of viewing experience, there is definitely no comparison between the South Island guillotine and the wall-hugging turn. The problem is that there are 2 players competing fiercely here. He roared with such enthusiasm that his boss must give him a big raise after today's performance. On the track, Su Che stared at Chuanyun's taillights, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. There was only one thought left in his mind: the operation just now was definitely not the professional operation taught by the club. It is a newer and more advanced operating method. He remembered the sound of brakes and accelerators coming from behind. Was it by pressing the accelerator and braking to straighten up and relieve the impact at the same time? These technologies were definitely not developed by Huang Shixuan himself. Because Huang Shixuan's performance on all previous tracks was only at the level of an ordinary professional driver. All the decisions made are quite standard, nothing special. But here, Su Che narrowed his eyes. He was sure. There must be an expert behind Huang Shishun. Who could that person be? Chapter 42, Chapter 100, He is coming, he is coming. Su Che had no idea who was behind Huang Mao and Chuan Yun. He just knew he was doomed. I didn't beat an amateur driver in the city car championship. What will his brother's expression be like when he gets back, and how will he deal with him? Just thinking about it gives me chills. Su Che's face gradually turned pale, and his hands holding the steering wheel trembled slightly. He was not afraid of being scolded, he was afraid that Su Lin would do something bad to Feng He. Xiao Che, don't be afraid. Suddenly, a soft hand held his hand. That hand was smooth and white, and had caressed his cheek countless times. Su Che looked up and saw Feng He looking back at him with a gentle gaze. No matter what happens, I will be by your side. No matter what the result is, we just have to do our best in this game. Feng He. Su Che's nose felt sore and his eyes turned red. He was actually able to sign a spiritual contract with Feng He. But he is a member of the Star Crown Club after all. Even if Feng He was forcibly bound to himself, Feng He could not play as long as Su Lin did not allow him to play. Not just because Feng He has signed a contract with the club. Also, as the president of the Star Crown Club, Su Lin has the right to decide on the team matching plans and the girls who will be on the field for all players. The reason why he didn't sign a spiritual contract with Feng He was because he was afraid of delaying Feng He. Once Su Lin permanently stops using Feng He can leave the club. But if Feng He signs a spiritual contract with him, he will be bound to him for the rest of his life. His selfishness was satisfied, but what about Feng He? If a normally functioning racing robot girl loses the right to race on the track, she will become depressed and worse than a walking corpse. I understand, Feng He. He held Feng He's hand in return, and his gaze on the track became firm again. I will run this race seriously, regardless of whether I can reach my goal or not. He had always regarded Su Lin as his target to pursue. But this time, he had the idea of leaving the Star Crown Club for the first time. Not everyone is born with extraordinary talent, and not everyone can achieve certain achievements through acquired efforts. If it really doesn't work, it's better to let yourself go. Perhaps. Is that a brighter path? Let us not talk about Su Che's epiphany for now. The game goes on. And Brother Roast Goose has fully demonstrated his potential as a poisonous milk. Player number 7 is from the beautiful city of Chuancheng, and he's my fellow countryman. He achieved very good results in the Chuancheng Championships. I believe he can definitely pass the South Island guillotine. Before he finished speaking, the mecha drew a graceful arc in front of the jumping platform, and then fell straight down the cliff. The entire audience was silent for a moment. MacArthur looked at Brother Roast Goose with a look as if he were looking at the god of death. Roast Goose Brother paused, then said expressionlessly, "Ah. Ha, what a shame. Well, contestant 7 and his robot girl flew off a cliff. But it's not a big deal, our rescue and logistics teams have already been dispatched. Runner number 21 is from the third group to start, and he's already at the front. He's quite capable. Hey! That road isn't a racetrack, we can't take a detour, damn." MacArthur sighed when he saw this scene. It is said that contestant number 21 is from Yunqing like him, and he is quite looking forward to his performance. After passing the 3 consecutive hairpin turns, the athlete hesitated for a long time in front of the steep slope, then crashed through the guardrail and chose to take a detour. Some competitions allow this kind of free operation. However, participants in the city championship race must drive according to the route specified by the race organizers. The final result for contestant number 21 was naturally that his results were invalidated. Competitor number 13 actually chose to slow down after the series of hairpin turns? Is this some new jumping strategy? Let's wait and see. No way. This guy just turned around? And gave us the middle finger at the camera? Before the jump, competitor number 13, a blonde, blue-eyed European, stepped out of the cockpit, roaring and flashing the international friendly hand gesture to the camera. It was clear that the South Island guillotine's unusual track combination had completely overwhelmed him. I was so angry that I showed the middle finger to the competition team. But Brother Sheo doesn't care about these things. If he can't get through it, he will have to keep practicing. He turned around and yelled at the referee team fiercely. Are you fucking blind? Can't you see this idiot giving me the finger? Send him off the court and ban him for 3 years. Let this player go back and train hard for 3 years. In 3 years, I will definitely be able to pass the South Island guillotine. Are they really just a bunch of trash? Brother Roast Goose said he was tired, leaning back in his chair while wiping his sweat and drinking water. I just commented on more than 10 players, except for Su Che and Huang Shishuan, who passed smoothly. Only 3 of the other contestants made it through the South Island guillotine. One of them hit the guardrail at the sharp bend of the cliff and almost fell off. The performances of these contestants were mediocre, and none of them could produce a film, which made him lose his passion. You can't just stand there and yell at the top of your lungs. To liven up the atmosphere, you need an atmosphere catalyst, right? Just like there is the Northeast Rain Sister and the National School Beauty lying on the bed, which one is easier to create an atmosphere? MacArthur was even more idle than Roast Goose Brother. He had already taken out a bucket of Black Elephant instant noodles and started slurping it. Brother Roast Goose, hurry up. Su Chen and Xing Meng are going to the South Island guillotine. When the staff's voice came, Brother Roast Goose was shocked. Suddenly, the pain in his waist and legs was gone. In a flash, he pushed aside the cameraman who was acting as his substitute and regained control of the microphone. He must personally explain Su Chen and Xing Meng's performance on the South Island guillotine. MacArthur also put down his instant noodles and sat upright in front of the camera with a professional smile on his face. The exciting engine sound came from far away. It was an engine tone that was clearly different from other mech-girls' sounds, deep and rhythmic. Like a symphony carefully conducted by a musician. Here they come. Brother Sheo held the microphone tightly. Just by listening to the engine noise, he knew it was Su Chen and Xing Meng. Dear audience, our contestant number 74 is here. He is facing the strong wind and covered by the sunshine. He is holding the steering wheel and stepping on the accelerator. Sheo Go's culture is limited, but fortunately, Xing Meng has appeared on the big screen track. Near noon, under the pale golden sunlight, the dazzling white body of Xing Meng shines with a bright luster. Starlight scattered onto the track from the spinning tires. This time the drone was very close, giving a close-up of Stardream. It also allows the audience to see Xing Meng's condition more clearly. Not only can you see Su Chen in the cockpit, but even the constellation-like spiritual contract pattern on the rear of the Stardream car can be clearly seen. This is the same frequency in the first stage. Brother Roast Goose widened his eyes. Previously, the shots taken by drones were all relatively far away. He didn't even notice that the Xingmeng machine had actually entered the first stage of synchronization, which required a temporary 60% synchronization rate. Whether it is cornering in a tunnel by sticking to the wall or running at the same frequency in one stage, it is extremely rare in the City Car Championship. But such a rare situation actually happened to Su Chen and Xing Meng at the same time. Roast Goose Brother had a hunch. After broadcasting this game today, he will soon be able to get a promotion, a raise, and buy a penguin-specific mecha-girl. Chapter 43 Chapter 101, Show Off 2 and 1. The mecha-girls who enter the first stage of synchronization will have more obvious characteristics. The first and most noticeable thing is that the car body will emit a faint glow. The second is the wheels. Stardust will flow out from the high-speed rotating wheels and fall onto the track. These stardust will not exist forever, but the trails left by the stardust can be seen at night, and they usually last for more than half an hour. Not only has it entered the first stage of synchronization, this is also a mecha-girl with a mind contract. MacArthur picked up the teacup and took a sip calmly. It's great to be young. A flash of memory appeared in his eyes. A catgirl specialized mecha-girl like Xing Meng cannot have very good performance from the moment it is born. But even so, Su Chen still helped her grow up step by step, allowing her to transform from an inconspicuous ugly duckling into a white swan. The effort and energy put into this are worth Xing Meng signing a spiritual contract with him. It is not so surprising why we can enter the first stage of synchronous state at this moment. The sync frequency between Su Chen and Xing Meng must be quite high. In addition, Su Chen used the tunnel wall sticking stunt. These highly stimulating stunts not only made the audience excited, but the mecha-girl involved was naturally the most excited. Once the mecha-girl got excited, how could the frequency not rise? But he narrowed his eyes. Now Su Chen and Xing Meng are moving very fast, reaching the speed tape in front of the South Island guillotine. Xing Meng's instantaneous speed is 260 km per hour, but Su Chen has no intention of slowing down. What do you want to do? The difficulty of the South Island guillotine is not in passing the 3 consecutive hairpin turns in front. But it is a flying jump after 3 consecutive hairpin turns. If the speed is not reduced, the vehicle will jump farther, but it also means that there will be less room for error in the vehicle to right itself after landing. The faster the speed, the more dangerous it is. If there is any mistake in the details, Xingmeng may crash into the cliff guardrail. However, this is not the first time that Su Chen has been so radical. When he chose to turn the tunnel by sticking to the wall, it was clear that he was a guy who dared to take action. For this reason, MacArthur chose to wait and see, so as not to make any remarks that would later backfire. Amid the cheers of the audience, Xingmeng, emitting a dazzling white glow, seemed to have really transformed into a white phantom at this moment, approaching the first hairpin turn at an astonishing speed. Unlike other players, Su Chen did not slow down significantly in advance. Instead, he maintained high speed until he was only 30 meters away from the center of the bend. "Ah! It's going to hit," someone in the audience exclaimed. It's a pity that Su Chen today is no longer the Su Chen in the city championship. No one understands the value of Drift Mastery Level 2 except himself. The so-called Drift Mastery is not just about improving the girl's cornering speed in terms of data. This effect is achieved through more meticulous operations. This kind of operation was the result of his painstaking practice in the Heart of God space. That's real technology. Even if the Heart of God disappears one day, he will still possess this technology. Let's do some trail breaking at the first corner. Su Chen's lips curled slightly. "Mas, what is that?" Xingmeng heard Su Chen mumbling, but unfortunately her grades were really bad. Especially some professional terms. Drag braking means many drivers actually know how to do it, but it's hard for them to perform it perfectly at high speeds. Su Chen stepped on the brakes as he spoke. Instead of pressing the brake pedal all at once, as the Xingmeng car approaches the center of the bend, the right foot gradually, continuously, and precisely reduces the pressure on the brake pedal from 100% to 80%, to 60%, to 40%, and then to 20%. It sounds like this process is slow. But it only took Xingmeng a few tenths of a second to reach the center of the bend. Accurately completing trail braking does not rely on calculations in the brain, but on the muscle memory continuously trained in the Heart of God. Throughout the entire process, the changing curve of braking force perfectly matches the attenuation law of tire adhesion. When the vehicle's center of gravity moves forward due to braking, the front wheels gain more downforce, and Su Chen increases the braking force when the vehicle starts to turn and the lateral g-force increases. He reduces the braking force and allocates more tire grip to steering. What a steady brake! MacArthur's eyes widened. His eyes are not those of a machine, but he has been a track analyst for many years after all. A driver's skills can be seen from the state displayed by the mech-girl. Brother Sheo was confused. He didn't see anything, but just thought Su Chen's operation was smooth. "Mr. MacArthur, stop sighing all the time, explain it to the audience too." He poked MacArthur's cheek with the microphone in his backhand. "Ahem, it's very simple from the close-up." The Xingming car's body leaned forward under the huge deceleration g-force, but the center of gravity transfer was controlled just right. There was no unstable swinging of the rear end, which means that the load distribution among the four tires was always kept in an optimal state. MacArthur paused and continued, "If my guess is correct, Su Chen is using trail braking technology. But I can't imagine that he dared to use it like this in such a short reaction time? This only means that contestant Su Chen has formed a terrifying muscle memory, which means that he doesn't need to use his brain to think at all, and only needs to follow his feelings." As he spoke, Su Chen had already completed the first hairpin turn in the Star Dream. The body of the Xingming car draws a graceful arc in the curve, and the front of the car is almost completely close to the inner fence. MacArthur's pupils shrank upon seeing this, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Perfect late apex route choice." Typically, drivers will choose to touch the inside apex near the center of the turn. But Su Chen delayed the apex to the last third of the curve. This line requires later braking and more precise control, but the advantage is that it allows for earlier acceleration out of the corner. It is precisely because of this choice that the tail drift arc of Xingming is very smooth, without any feeling of jerkiness. Such a skilled cornering technique from Su Chen is truly remarkable, a significant improvement compared to the previous city championships. MacArthur found it difficult to understand. What makes a driver make such a huge improvement in cornering technique in just half a month? Are there really monsters in this world who can learn anything? Unfortunately, Su Chen couldn't hear MacArthur's analysis. Otherwise he would definitely give MacArthur a thumbs up. However, MacArthur was just a bystander after all, and there were many details that Su Chen himself knew but could not see. For example, when Xingming slides past the late apex while turning, he immediately started to throttle out. This throttle output is similar to trail braking operation. Instead of applying a certain amount of force all at once, the accelerator is applied in a mathematically precise, gradual manner. Every increase in force corresponds to the degree of grip recovery of the Xingming, ensuring that the tire always operates at the edge of its grip limit without slipping. Xingming rushed through the speed tape at the first hairpin turn. Roast Goose Brother's passionate roar followed. Su Chen and Xingming's exit speed at the first hairpin bend in the South Island guillotine was 12 kilometers faster than the current fastest player, Huang Shixuan. The second and third hairpin turns. Su Chen usually uses center of gravity drift. When switching from a left turn to a right turn, he would lightly tap the brakes at the moment the steering will return to center, allowing the center of gravity of the vehicle to quickly return to the center position, and then immediately lightly step on the accelerator to transfer the center of gravity to the new turning direction. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. The body posture of Xingming is always kept in the best condition. Steep slope jump. The highlight is coming. There are so many exciting operations, but there is no time to explain them. MacArthur stared at the screen, holding his breath. With such a fast cornering speed and facing the steep slope jump platform right in front of him, how should Su Chen deal with it? MacArthur wasn't the only one wondering. The drivers in the audience and the coaches from the major clubs all wanted to know. If they faced a steep slope jump at this speed, unless the mech-girl was a top-level mech-girl, they would not be able to imagine any good ending. 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. Xingming, who was sprinting madly, finally made a move. Her car body swayed slightly in a very strange posture. What are you doing? Roast Goose Brother opened his mouth wide. In the Star Dream cockpit. Su Chen lightly pressed the brakes to compress the front suspension of Xingming a little, and then immediately released it to let the suspension bounce back. Then tap again and release again. Suspension loading technology. This technology is based on a simple physical principle. The elastic properties of the suspension system determine the vehicle's posture when it is airborne. By precisely controlling the compression state of the suspension at the moment of takeoff, the pitch angle of the vehicle in the air can be preset. For ordinary drivers, this is a special technical move that takes a long time to learn. But for Su Chen, as a chief tuner, he deals with the suspension all day long. Who knows how many suspensions he has adjusted? For him, knowing what it feels like to hang from the Star Dream and how to adjust it during a jump is as easy as breathing. It was useless during the city championships because Xingming's car speed at that time did not require such preparations. At this moment, no one could see what he was doing in the cockpit. So many drivers and coaches in the audience couldn't understand what Su Chen was doing. Is he trying to slow down? There are cliffs on both sides. Wouldn't slowing down be a death wish? You were driving so fast when you came out of the corner, and now you're thinking about controlling your speed? It's too late. Even if I could jump over it, I wouldn't be able to navigate the sharp right bend behind the cliff. At this moment, MacArthur, who had been silent all the time, suddenly slapped his thigh. I see. He's adjusting the suspension pre-compression. The moment he came to this conclusion, his lips trembled with shock. By controlling the initial compression of the suspension, we can optimize the vehicle's posture during jumping. This is outrageous, really outrageous. Contestant Su Chen is simply showing off. Chapter 44, Chapter 102, after all, it's still too bad. Su Chen was not showing off at all. For him, these are just routine operations, and he is only slightly better than ordinary professional drivers. The questions raised by Winter Bear at that time were very similar to the track combination of South Island Guillotine. He did not mention this suspension preload technology when he explained similar tracks to the Northern Wolf T2. It's not that he was hiding it on purpose, it's mainly because this operation is quite dangerous and can only be used at a higher speed. What if something goes wrong after he teaches someone? Will it be blamed on him? So the answer he gave was a textbook answer and easy to understand. For him, the current operation is the best solution. The flying jump distance of the South Island Guillotine is short and the flying jump height is deep, which is the most difficult part. The short flying and jumping distance means that the mech-girl's speed will not drop much. A deeper jump height means that the pilot will receive a stronger impact when landing, and it will be more difficult for the pilot to right himself. At the same time, when the car is at high speed, out of control, and difficult to right itself, it also has to face a sharp right turn on a cliff. This series of difficulties makes inexperienced drivers have no idea how to deal with it. Even experienced drivers dare not let go. But he dared to let go. The engine roared, and the track was no longer visible in the field of vision. Only the end of the sea connected with the blue sky. Su Chen drove the Star Dream onto the jumping platform. At the moment when the wheels were about to leave the ground, he lightly pressed the brakes, causing the front of the Stardream to sink slightly. And when the rear wheels leave the ground, lightly step on the accelerator to lift the rear of the car up. This seemingly insignificant adjustment allows Xingmeng to take off at the optimal elevation angle. Ahoo! It's taking off! Xingmeng cheered, and all four wheels took off into the air. Unfortunately, the nature of the South Island guillotine prevented her from soaring forward freely. Before Xingmeng landed, Su Chen adjusted the steering wheel in advance to compensate for the expected impact deviation. Her car drew a silky arc in the air, and then landed with a bang. At the moment of landing, Su Chen was still operating. Lightly press the brakes to quickly compress the front suspension to the working position through the front wheel braking force. At the same time, slightly increase the gas to allow the rear wheels of the Stardream to immediately obtain driving force. Unlike other drivers whose front or rear wheels land first, Xingmeng's four wheels landed almost at the same time, with only slight deviations. These detailed operations allowed Xingmeng to complete posture stabilization and acceleration preparation upon landing without much lag time. Feel the momentary bump in the Stardream car body. Su Chen sighed secretly in his heart. After all, he was still too weak. As expected, he pushed the technique to the extreme. After the car jumped, it seemed to be almost sticking to the opposite platform. The car only bore the impact of the height difference. Apart from this, the impact in other areas is minimal. His performance is just okay, but there is still a lot of room for improvement. However, the shortcomings in his eyes have already made the entire audience and the referee's seat amazed. Beautiful! MacArthur clenched his fists, grabbed the microphone from Brother Sheo, and shouted, "A wonderful jump. The handling of the vehicle's elevation angle is simply perfect. A smaller pitch angle means shorter flight time, a more stable landing attitude, and less speed loss. Su Chen, what a genius!" He was ready to ask the director to replay the video. It was done to him immediately after Su Chen and Xingmeng passed the South Island guillotine. Stardream moves too fast and has too many wonderful details to keep up with, and there is no time to explain them all. Snap! The Xingmeng four-wheeled vehicle rolled over the speed strip behind the flying jump platform. A terrifying number appeared on the electronic screen: 243 km/h. The loss of landing speed is less than 5 km. MacArthur's face flushed with excitement, and he elbowed Brother Sheo, who was trying to grab the microphone next to him. Dear audience members, if I remember correctly, when Xingmeng took off from the diving platform, her speed was 247 km/h. But she only lost 4 km of speed after the jump, while the best performers Huang Shixuan and Xuan Yun both lost a full 11 km of speed. There was an uproar in the audience. Some fans of Voice of the Night had already written Su Chen and Xingmeng's names on the back of the cheering board and raised it up again. On the track, after the jump, the cliff makes a sharp right turn. Su Chen's nerves were tense. In this kind of high-speed, large-angle curve, traditional grip cornering is safe but not the fastest option. Precisely controlled drifting allows for better acceleration out of corners while maintaining higher cornering speeds. 100 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. Here it comes. Su Chen's eyes were fixed on the center of the bend, and even though the cliff was right in front of him, his eyes did not twitch at all. Lightly apply the brakes, the center of gravity of the Xingmeng car moves forward, and this is the moment when the rear wheels break through the grip. The steering wheel turned quickly to the right and the front wheels began to generate lateral force. The moment Xingmeng turned, Su Chen stepped on the accelerator with his right foot. Boom! The sound of the engine echoed along the bay. Boom! The rear wheels of the Stardream instantly lost grip under the sudden burst of power, and stardust flew in the wildly spinning wheel hub. The rear end of her car began to slide outward, an arc that was absolutely pleasing to the eye. The rear end of Xingmeng's car was almost touching the guardrails that were twisted and distorted by the collision. However, just as he was sliding out of the curve, because the last guardrail has been severely deformed, one of the protruding railings hit the rear of Xingmeng's car hard. Ah! Xingmeng covered her but with her hands, her little mouth pouting as she cried, "It hurts." Meow. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then quickly reached out to rub Xingmeng. There was nothing wrong with what he did just now. I just didn't expect there was a metal railing extending into the track. This race organizer makes a lot of money every year, right? Su Chen cursed. They didn't even bother to fix the track. Look at what happened to my Xingmeng. What if my butt got bruised? Will they be responsible? I don't want them to be responsible. With Su Chen's comfort and massage, Xingming has felt much better. She just pouted and said, Mazda will take care of Xingming's, but, meow. The rest is easy. Return to the straight line after exiting the bend. When Xingming's drift angle dropped to less than 5 degrees, Su Chen stepped on the accelerator and turned the steering wheel at the same time. Bang! The rear wheels of Xingming bit the ground again and the car body broke away from the drifting state. The powerful traction pushed her straight out of the corner. Click. Another speed tape. A data appeared on the electronic screen 227 km/h. Su Chen and Xingming's exit speed ranking in the South Island guillotine continued to rise until they surpassed Huang Shixuan and Chuanyan's 198 km/h in one fell swoop and came to the first place with an absolute lead. At this moment, the whole audience was boiling. Dear audience, what is a visual feast? This is a visual feast. Thanks to Su Chen and Xingming for bringing us such a wonderful game. There was thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. MacArthur finally understood why Brother Roast Goose sometimes shouted so hard. Maybe it's not just for promotion and salary increase, but sometimes you really can't help it. I think the final ranking of this game is no longer in doubt. MacArthur sat back in his seat and took a sip of the Black Elephant instant noodles under the resentful gaze of Roast Goose Brother. Now he just wanted to enjoy the replay of Su Chen and Xingming's actions as they passed the South Island guillotine. He had a premonition. This replay will be watched and studied repeatedly by major clubs. It even ended up becoming a textbook video for major clubs to train pilots and pilot girls. Chapter 45, Chapter 103, Belated Cheers. Average speed 207 km/h, total time 104 minutes and 18 seconds. Judging from the results of previous city car championships, we are the champions. Without a doubt. Huang Shixuan and Chuanyun have reached the finish line. Looking at the top final results on the big screen, Huang Mao breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but smile as he looked at Chuanyun, who was standing beside him in a pink maid outfit. Chuanyun, this is the result of our joint efforts. We did it. Even without those potions, we can still be a very strong team. Chuanyun nodded, and the hands she and Huang Shixuan held tightened a little. But I'm still a little unwilling. Huang Shixuan scratched his head and said, we were able to achieve such good results and surpass professional players like Su Che and Fengyi in the end because we used the techniques Su Chen gave us, but this is the only thing that makes me very unhappy. Chuanyun was silent for a while after hearing this. Suddenly, he walked in front of Huang Shixuan, stared into his eyes, and said seriously, Master, there must be some misunderstanding between you and Xingming's master. He doesn't seem like the type of person who would abuse the mech-girl or not care about her feelings. Because Xingming is happy every day with him, and I heard they have already made a spiritual contract. What? Huang Shixuan widened his eyes in disbelief. Him? With Xingming? A mind contract? Oh no, Xingming is so devoted? Aren't you afraid that this is a hypocrite? Huang Mao was very upset. Even though he and Chuanyun have such a good relationship, they still haven't met the conditions for a spiritual contract. That dog Su Chen, cough. How could that guy have a spiritual contract with Xingming? Could it be that he really treats Xingming very well? But even if he treats Xingming very well, he shouldn't sign a spiritual contract with her so quickly. So, Master. Chuanyun wrinkled his nose and sighed, you must have misunderstood Xingming's master. We mecha-girls are not incapable of distinguishing pilots. Being able to sign a spiritual contract and express his dream of becoming a star must be very similar to his master. Such a high parity rate can't be achieved simply by being nice to the girl on the surface. What if Xingming was cheated? Huang Mao looked reluctant. Master, you're just not convinced and are deliberately looking for trouble. Chuanyun pouted, let go of Huang Shixuan's hand, turned his back and faced him with only the back of his head. Master, if you continue like this, I will ignore you. As soon as these words were spoken, Huang Mao surrendered immediately. Hey, don't. I was wrong, Chuanyun, I won't argue anymore, I won't be stubborn anymore. Really? Chuanyun tilted his head slightly. Really, really? The yellow-haired man waved his hand casually, why should I argue with a defeated opponent? Even if he treats Jin Yang well and has a spiritual contract with Xingming, he still can't beat us, right? As expected, the two of us are the strongest combination. Ha 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 ha. Chuanyun felt helpless about his master's arrogant attitude. She originally wanted to ask not to open champagne at halftime, but Su Chen and Xingming were not as simple as she thought. But saying this is a bit disappointing and demoralizing. Besides, she was actually happy in her heart. With an average speed of 207 kilometers, even professional players like Su Che and Feng He were defeated. She really couldn't imagine how she lost today. She performed exceptionally well in handling both the curves and mountain sections, and there was also that South Island guillotine. Even if it's your first time using a new solution. She and the master unexpectedly cooperated well and performed the operation perfectly. He also said that it was surprising that Su Che and Feng He, as professional racers, did not get angry after losing to them. Thinking of this, Chuan Yun subconsciously looked towards the seats at the car collection counter. Su Che was lying on Feng He's thighs with his eyes closed, and he seemed not to care about the final result of the game at all. They just snuggled quietly, relaxing their frayed nerves and enjoying their time alone after the game. They're also a great pair of pilot and pilot girl. Chuan Yun raised the corner of his mouth slightly. More and more athletes crossed the finish line. But just like what Huang Shixuan and Chuan Yun thought, the results of these players were far behind theirs. Until, a burst of loud cheers came from the spectator stands at the finish line. Which professional racer crossed the finish line? Huang Shixuan and Chuan Yun were confused, and then they saw a white phantom with twinkling stars all around it rushing into the finish line, and then doing a beautiful tailspin and stopping steadily on the parking lot. The surrounding logistics mechas immediately rushed over to cool down the mecha. Yes, Xingmeng. Chuan Yun recognized the girl in the mecha and opened her mouth slightly. Didn't they start at number 74? They've reached the finish line so soon? At this time, Su Chen had already come down from the Star Dream cockpit and was showing off a mineral water bottle in his hand. Su Chen was extremely thirsty after not having any water for more than an hour. It's not because he lacks patience, but mainly because the cockpit of Xingming is too hot. He was drenched in sweat, losing more water than other drivers with every minute he drove. This might be the little trouble with owning a firestorm. Once you've experienced the scorching heat of a firestorm, you must be prepared to be drained dry. Su Chen heard the cheers and waved to the audience. The cheers suddenly grew louder, almost turning the finish line upside down. Mas, are these cheers and applause for us? After Xingmeng cooled down, she transformed into a mech-girl, with steam still coming out of her body and emitting the sweet scent of toffee. This made Su Chen unconsciously think of the candy-flavored clouds he dreamed of that night. He always felt that the taste was not just about the face. Obviously it should be softer and more gentle, after all, clouds don't have a skeletal structure. But it's not easy to delve into it now. That's right, but to be precise, these cheers are for you. Su Chen smiled. Meow. Mazda is teasing me again. We don't even know the final results yet. Despite saying this, Xingming still had a smile on her face. She hugged Su Chen's arm, her soft cat ears stood up actively, and her tail wagged happily behind her. Mas must be joking. She is not a big star, so who would cheer for her like this? For her, it is enough to get the recognition of Mas did alone. But as he walked down the starting platform, he followed Su Chen through the audience seats all the way to the finish line rest area. Xingmeng heard it completely. She looked up at the surging waves of people in the audience, and the deafening cheers enveloped her like a warm tide. She listened to her name being called again and again, looked at the countless arms waving for her, and crystal tears accumulated in her big blue eyes without warning, and then fell on the track like pearls with broken strings, leaving small marks. Su Chen noticed Xingmeng's abnormality. But he didn't say anything. He knew Xingmeng was not sad. This belated, overwhelming applause and cheers had a huge impact on this mecha girl who was once ignored and even despised. The tears welling up in her eyes were not only the joy of victory, but also a comfort and recognition of her long-denied value. He didn't need to be told anything, nor did he need comfort. This moment is a time that belongs exclusively to Xingmeng. Wash away all the makeup. The boat has passed through thousands of mountains. Are they sure they are number one? Su Chen glanced at the big screen. The average speed was 231 kilometers per hour. This result is a bit disappointing. There was a typo in my writing yesterday. It was not about overclocking but about the same frequency stage. It has been corrected. Chapter 46, Chapter 103, Versailles together. It's not that Su Chen is being Versailles, it's just that he really thinks he is a bit bad. Xingming is such a good girl, but he got such a bad result. It's just rubbish. Su Chen sighed. Suddenly, a howl was heard behind me. Impossible. I don't believe it. He turned his head and saw the yellow-haired Huang Shixuan staring at the scoreboard in amazement. Next to him stood the girl Chuan Yun. The little girl's expression was similar, with her mouth slightly open and eyes wide open. It was obvious that she was no less surprised than Huang Shixuan. How did you achieve an average speed of 231 kilometers? Do you turn by flying? Huang Shixuan felt that there was nothing wrong with his brain. What does 231 kilometers per hour mean? This means that Su Chen and Xing Meng's cornering speed throughout the entire process was above 210, even far higher than 210. Is this the speed that a normal B-class mech-girl can run at? Even if you use technology to make up for it, you shouldn't have this kind of cornering speed. Huang Shixuan found it hard to understand. During the pre-match test, he looked at the performance of Xingmeng. He didn't know what method Su Chen used, but Xingmeng's performance was indeed better than Chuan Yun overall, but the improvement was very limited. He thought about the situation where his performance was not as good as Su Chen and Xingmeng. But I never thought the gap would be so big. So big that the average speed difference is 24 kilometers per hour. Chuan Yun can now understand Master's various doubts about Su Chen. If she hadn't chatted with Xingmeng every day and knew that Xingmeng lived a happy life every day, she would also suspect that Su Chen had used some means. Is this result impressive? Su Chen spread his hands and sighed. If I were given another chance to run, I should be able to achieve a better result. After all, I am not familiar enough with the track, and my technique is not good enough. Huang Shixuan slowly turned his stiff neck, staring at Su Chen fiercely, his fists clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. You. If it weren't for Chuan Yun pulling him from behind. He's up and down today. Chuan Yun, why don't you pull me? Huang Shixuan turned around and looked at his own mecha-girl in surprise. In the past, when encountering this kind of situation, Chuan Yun would always hold him back to avoid conflicts between him and others. This not only shows his aggressiveness, but also prevents others from thinking that he is someone who can be easily provoked. It didn't actually attack anyone else, didn't cause any trouble, and wouldn't affect his and Chuan Yun's lives. Chuan Yun glanced at Huang Shixuan and said calmly, Master, I just think that sometimes it's not necessarily a bad thing for you to stir up trouble and expose your impulsive and reckless shortcomings. Suffering a little more losses may make you behave yourself, and I won't have to pull you back every time. Huang Shixuan suddenly showed a very sad expression. But when he turned to Su Chen, he looked ferocious again. TSK, what are you so proud of? You only performed exceptionally well in one match. Can you perform exceptionally well every time? If you perform exceptionally well, then do it exceptionally well. Why put on a hypocritical expression and say, oh, I didn't perform well? What is the difference between you and those damn nerds who always top their class in school and yell that they didn't do well in every exam? Just wait. Chuan Yun and I will surpass you. Huang Shixuan took Chuan Yun's hand and walked away angrily. Chuan Yun turned around secretly, blinked at Xingmeng, and gave an apologetic smile. What's wrong with this guy? Su Chen was inexplicably beaten up and was speechless. He asked Xingmeng beside him, does your master look like a Versailles person? Versailles? Xingmeng tilted her head. Mas, what is Versailles? It means to show off. I see. Xingmeng nodded heavily, then Masta, you are so pretentious. He clearly used a stunt like overtaking by sticking to the wall, which even top drivers might not be able to do. I actually still think that my skills are very bad. Being humble is a good thing, but being too humble is just pretentious. She was determined to be an honest girl, so she answered whatever Su Chen asked. Su Chen. He swore he was not Versailles. His judgment and evaluation of his own skills are all sincere. However, Huang Shixuan's attitude was much better this time. At least he no longer called him a scum who persecuted the mecha-girl. Huang Shixuan and Chuan Yun didn't walk far. After all, the rest area at the end was very small. If they walked any further, they would be left out in the cold. Hearing Xingmeng's evaluation of Su Chen, he couldn't help but sneer. Still saying you 1T pretend? Even my own daughter thinks it's pretentious. Even if Su Chen is not the scum who persecuted the robot girl, he is still a hypocrite with a strong vanity. Huang disdains to associate with him. The next second, he heard Xingmeng's voice coming from afar. Mas, even though our average speed is 24 kilometers faster than the second place runner, we still can't let our guard down. A mere 24 kilometers is not enough to take an absolute lead, nor is it anything to be proud of. We will continue to work hard and strive to surpass the second place as 100 km/h average speed. Huang Shixuan. His eyes went dark and he almost couldn't breathe. Looking at Su Chen, who was touching Xing Meng's little head and saying this child is teachable. He fully believed that Xing Meng was not bewitched by Su Chen and signed a spiritual contract with Su Chen. Because these two are birds of a feather, they should be locked up together. Xing Meng, who was squinting her eyes and enjoying Su Chen's pat on the head, didn't care about that. She is determined to be an honest mecha-girl, and also determined to stand by Masta's side. Masta goes east, she will never go west. Masta Versailles, she also followed Versailles. The main goal is to fully integrate and move in unison. Su Chen and Xing Meng were waiting in the rest area. Without exception, the athletes who arrived at the finish line later would immediately lose the joy on their faces and turn them into expressionless ones the moment they looked at the scoreboard. The one who came in with a blank expression became solemn. Those with solemn expressions looked completely dejected, wanting to cry but having no tears. Their achievements are not only not enough to surpass Su Chen and Xing Meng, but they can hardly even shake Huang Shixuan and Chuan Yun. Until the door of the rest area was pushed open by a huge force. Bang! Yu Ming walked in with Xueying, ignoring everyone. He glanced around and first locked onto Huang Shixuan and Chuan Yun in front of the rest area. Hey, isn't that De Huang? Why does he look so grim? Is it because he missed the championship? Yu Ming walked up to Huang Shixuan and pointed his two big nostrils at him. After he got off the starting line and knew the result, he went straight to the rest area. Since the electronic screen at the finish line was scrolling, he didn't have the patience to wait and see his and Zhu Ying's rankings. I just asked Li Yini about Su Che and Huang Shixuan's grades. There is no doubt that these two are the biggest threats to him in this game. Apart from that, he didn't even take the 5 members of the Voice of the Night Youth training team seriously. Huang Shixuan and Chuan Yun achieved an average speed of 207 kilometers. Su Che and Feng He achieved an average speed of 204 kilometers. He and Zhu Ying were quite impressive, with an average speed of 213 kilometers, which was 6 kilometers faster than Huang Shixuan and Chuan Yun. As for Su Chen and Xing Meng, he didn't ask. The main reason is that Xing Meng won the championship in the city championship by bursting into action. If it were a track with more bends, Xing Meng would definitely not be a match for Zhu Ying. This is recognized by almost everyone. And there are enough bends in the city car championship. He didn't ask because he felt that asking about Su Chen's grade seemed a bit competitive and show off. It's like asking a student who is bound to be the top student in the grade how he or she did in the exam. This is not caring, this is finding fault. Yu Ming looked at Huang Shixuan proudly. He knew that the electronic scoreboard behind him must have shown his results at this moment. And he and Zhu Ying must be above Huang Shixuan and Chuan Yun, ranking first. Who dares to say that Yu only knows how to fry fish? He thought Huang Shixuan would break down, but the yellow-haired man just crossed his legs and snorted coldly. He. Why are you pretending? What does the championship have to do with a fried fish dog like you? Chapter 47, Chapter 104, A Trip to the Voice of the Night 2-in-1. Ha! Yu Ming was also very proud and stared at the yellow-haired man arrogantly. What do you mean, if I'm not the champion, how can you be the champion? The captain of the Voice of the Night Youth training team, Jin Jie, was also eliminated. Li Yini didn't say who eliminated him, and he didn't ask. Then, except for Huang Shixuan and Su Che, all the others who can be named cannot be his opponents. He was very surprised by Huang Shixuan's performance this time. But no matter how surprised I was, even if I performed exceptionally well, I couldn't surpass him in Zhu Ying. This is the value of fried fish. Is he really frying fish? Did he want to fry the fish? Doesn't he have any conscience? No, the process of frying fish was painful, self-blaming, and conscienceless. He also wants to improve himself. Now the results of the competition are the effect. Huang Shixuan looked at Yu Ming with a confident look on his face as if he saw his confident self just now. He suddenly stopped being angry about Yu Ming's offense, and even felt a sense of sympathy for him. Are you really the champion? Let's just say, why don't you turn around and take a good look? Do you still need to see? Yu Ming sneered, you're not planning to attack me when I turn around, are you? I heard you're from Sichuan City, what if you have that kind of fetish? Huang Shixuan's mouth twitched slightly, looks like an idiot to me. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Yu Ming was angry. This is a personal attack. If he still endures it, what's the difference between him and Xiaoming the sword demon? I'm calling you an idiot.
Huang Shixuan stood up and pointed at the scoreboard behind Yu Ming.
You didn't even bother looking back to see who the real champion was. Instead, you're just screaming and jumping around like a monkey. If you're not an idiot, who is? Su Chen rolled up the peeled melon seeds on Xing Meng's fingers with his tongue and nodded secretly.
Although he and Huang Shixuan did not get along, he agreed with Huang Shixuan's point of view at this moment. Yu Ming was indeed a little stupid. This kid probably wouldn't survive the second episode of Attack on Titan.
However, considering Yu Ming's hatred for Huang Mao, it is understandable.
These two have been arguing for a long time. Every time he took Xingming to the Northern Wolf Club to report, he could basically see Yu Ming and Huang Shixuan verbally attacking each other.
Just look.
Yu Ming deliberately protected his butt with one hand and at the same time turned his head to look at the scoreboard, his eyes fixed directly on the top. Number 1, Su Chen Xing Meng, average speed 231 km/h, race time, 93 minutes 27 seconds. Number 2, Yu Ming Zhueying, average speed 213 km/h, race time, 101 minutes 18 seconds.
Yu Ming. Fuck. 231 kilometers average speed? Su Chen Xing Meng is the champion? Are you sure? Yu Ming's voice became louder and louder.
The last word was even distorted to the point of being a bit sharp.
Is he still participating in the City Car Championship? An average speed of 231 kilometers per hour, that's a record.
Yu Ming turned his head and looked at Su Chen.
Su Chen was seen licking the melon seeds in Xingming's hand, while Xingmeng wiped Su Chen's saliva back on his face with a smile. Just these two, can they be the champions?
Last time he had a flat tire but still managed to cross the finish line.
What is he doing this time? Do you want to put 2 wings on the Star Dream car and let it fly directly in the sky?
Yu Ming was puzzled and his whole body gradually stiffened, standing there like a sculpture.
Silence the world and listen to the sound of your heart breaking.
He quietly found a seat in a corner and sat down, hugging his knees and falling into autism, ignoring Huang Shixuan's teasing and provocative gaze.
Zhueying's mood is much more stable than Yu Ming's. Since the results are shown on the scoreboard, there can't be a problem.
She was also very curious about how Xingmeng and Su Chen achieved such excellent results. Fortunately, I added Xingming as a friend half a month ago, and the two girls have become familiar with each other.
I can ask her directly if I have any questions. Xingming's phone vibrated while she was feeding Su Chen melon seeds.
She glanced at the screen, then peeled more than 100 melon seeds at the speed of an afterimage, placed them on toilet paper and handed them to Su Chen.
Mas, you eat first.
I need to reply to some messages, okay meow.
No. Su Chen shook his head repeatedly. I want to eat what you feed me yourself.
Then please wait a moment until I finish replying.
No wait. No wait.
Xing Meng had no choice, Su Chen's feelings were definitely the most important. She could only feed Su Chen with one hand and use the other hand to switch the input method to 9 keys to reply to the message.
Zhueying, congratulations, winning this competition shouldn't be a surprise. Carrot.
Xingming, hee, thank you Sister Zhueying, but the final results haven't come out yet, so it's hard to say carrot.
Zhueying, I'm curious, how did you manage to reach an average speed of 231 kilometers? That's amazing. Omega, can you tell me more?
Xingming, this is mainly thanks to Masta. I don't really feel anything myself, I just felt great the whole time, and then Masta did this and that, and in the end I got this result, meow.
Zhueying scratched his head in distress. She didn't doubt Xingming's words, as Xingmeng usually looked confused. Maybe she really doesn't know why. So this time the main reason for the loss was that Yu Ming's skills were not as good as Su Chen's?
She narrowed her eyes. She and Xingmeng are both B-class mech-girls. As long as their pilot levels are the same, even if there is a difference, it will be very limited. But there is already a huge gap between 231 and 213, it can be said to be a fault.
It must be that Yu Ming's skills are not as good as others. In that case,
she looked at the autistic Yu Ming beside her with a gloomy look. Just don't let Yu Ming sleep with her for a month. It is often heard that if the pilot is too indulgent towards the pilot will lose his fighting spirit. Now it seems that she was too indulgent towards Yu Ming, and she must correct it starting today. There was no suspense about who would be the champion in the end.
Gave it to him and Xingmeng.
Before leaving the arena, Su Chen already felt a sense of crisis.
Because he exposed his retractable rear wing and probably good skills during the game? His feeling was correct. As soon as he went out, he was surrounded by a huge crowd. At this moment, he felt like he was being squeezed like a sardine in a can. Contestant Su Chen. Consider our Thunder Club. The treatment is absolutely top-notch. Ms. Xingmeng. May I ask which master crafted your modification core? We at GFM are willing to purchase their technology at a high price. Brother! Come to our rock. We'll sign you to a long-term contract with a guaranteed annual salary of this amount. A chubby agent gestured frantically with his fingers. The flashlights kept clicking, and the microphones were almost pointed at Su Chen and Xing Meng's faces. Xing Meng hugged Su Chen's arm tightly, and buried her little face in Su Chen's shoulder. The soft cat ears were pressed tightly against the scalp, with only half of the eye exposed, looking around vigilantly. She really didn't like the feeling of being surrounded, it was too noisy. And the looks from the people around her were so scary, as if they wanted to eat her in Mazda. While protecting Xing Meng, Su Chen tried hard to maintain a kind smile, his mind racing as he thought of a way to escape. Everyone, Su Chen raised his voice, trying to drown out the noise. Xingming and I have no plans to join the club for the time being. Thank you all for your kindness. As for the modification core. He rolled his eyes and made up a story. One day I met a down-and-out tuner. I bought him a meal, and he gave it to me. I thought it looked novel, so I installed it. I didn't expect it to work, and I didn't expect it to run so fast. It was pure luck. Picked it up? Which road? Where is the beggar? A sharp-eyed reporter wearing gold-rimmed glasses immediately asked. Su Chen rolled his eyes inwardly, but pretended to be serious on the surface. It's on Haicheng Road, next to the big trash can near the third block? Xingmeng looked at Masta, who looked very serious, with a smile on her face. She knew that Masta was fooling people. So she nodded as well. Yes, yes, yes. I can testify, meow. It's right there, meow. The crowd was silent for a moment. The third block of Haicheng Road? That place does have a famous large garbage transfer station. Many people showed doubts and even some disgust on their faces. However, some astute reporters and agents had already squeezed out of the crowd and rushed onto the street, which was clearly heading towards Haicheng Road. Although there were still a lot of people gathered around, it was no longer as hopeless as before. He saw that the people from Northern Wolf T2 were outside the crowd and were completely unable to help. Everyone, the game just ended. We are really tired and need to rest. Seeing that the crowd had thinned out a lot, Su Chen hurriedly squeezed out with Xing Meng. However, the remaining people still refused to give up. In particular, several club representatives who insisted on signing him were still persevering in promoting favorable terms. Su Chen's patience was wearing thin, his brow furrowed ever deeper. He was about to curse. In his previous life, he was just a tuner, never needing to be in the spotlight. How could he have ever seen such a scene? Furthermore, even top pilots in his past life didn't receive the same celebrity treatment as in this world. Just then, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Su Chen frowned slightly. Who would call him at this time? Not many people knew his phone number. Excuse me, can you lend me that? Su Chen took Xingming's hand and came to a small room in the stadium. An unfamiliar number appeared on the phone screen. Press the connect button. A familiar voice came from inside. It was Jessica's. Mr. Su Chen? Please come to the voice of the night. What's the matter? Su Chen frowned. Why go to the voice of the night if there is nothing serious? It is probably also for the modification core of his lifting tail. Su Chen was about to refuse when he heard Jessica sigh on the other end of the phone. This is about Queen. It has nothing to do with Miss Qin Xin. I personally hope you will come. If you had come later, Queen might have been scrapped.